A figure walks slowly forward, its gender indistinguishable. Inky black hair cascades like a waterfall, setting off a face so pale it's almost translucent. Golden vertical slit pupils are narrow and sharp, with purple eyeshadow extending from the corners of the eyes to the nose, eerie and intense. The blue-green Magatama earrings sway at the ears, each tremor carrying an indescribable sinister quality, sending an inexplicable chill down one's spine. I've been afraid of cold-blooded animals like snakes since I was a child. When I watched Naruto back then, my impression of Orochimaru was deeply etched into my bones. The reason was not only his constant association with snakes but also his almost fanatical obsession. Whether as a child or an adult, I have always held reverence for life. The scene of him using the impure world reincarnation still shocks my worldview every time I think of it. The miserable screams of those Hokage forcibly resurrected seemed to echo in my ears. Just recalling it made my skin crawl. Seeing him approaching, I instinctively shrank into Karen's arms, my small hands tightly clutching her clothes. At this moment only Karen, another woman, could give me a shred of sense of security. Heh, looks like I'm still not popular with children. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a hint of regret in his tone, his mood unreadable. My grip on Karen's clothes didn't loosen at all, leaving Karen at a loss, occasionally forcing an awkward smile to ease the tension. Fortunately, Orochimaru didn't pay much attention to my reaction. After all, he was well aware of his own unpopularity. He casually waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over me, then turned to Suigetsu and Karen and asked, "Have you checked the child's physical condition? She just came into contact with the outside air and she might show signs of discomfort." Hearing this, Suigetsu and Karen snapped out of it quickly and carefully placing me on the nearby examination table, starting a thorough checkup. Fortunately, all test results showed that I was very healthy. Upon learning this, Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, his gaze toward me instantly becoming blazing hot, as if he were examining a flawless work of art. He said with barely contained excitement, "I never expected such a perfect fusion of genes. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you will grow in the future." I barely understood any Japanese, and long sentences like this completely baffled me. But just being stared at by him made me shiver involuntarily, vaguely sensing that he had ulterior motives toward me. To break this unsettling atmosphere, I used the only skill I could manage at the moment: wah. Wah wah. A crisp but weak cry came out intermittently. Perhaps because I had just left the nutrient tank and hadn't eaten anything, even crying lacked strength, my voice thin and small. Combined with my delicate and lovely little face, anyone would feel pity. Seeing this, Karen's maternal instincts instantly kicked in. She quickly picked me up and gently coaxed me, her expression tender beyond words. Suigetsu, watching from the side, couldn't help but remark, "This is the first time I've seen this hot-tempered woman show such a gentle side." Orochimaru reminded from the side, "The child is probably hungry. She hasn't had anything to eat since her birth." Saying this, he pulled a small bag of goat's milk from his wide sleeve and handed it to Karen. Karen carefully tore open the package, brought the opening to my lips and fed me little by little. Watching me gradually stop crying with a little milk stain on my small face, her face was filled with joyful smiles. Lord Orochimaru," Suigetsu spoke hesitantly, his tone slowing down, "when will we take the child to see the Sixth Hokage? This matter can't be kept secret for long." "Well." Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, "The Sixth Hokage is currently busy with official duties, barely able to take care of himself. Even if we hand the child over to him, he may not have the energy to take good care of her. How about we keep her for now?" Karen slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with inseparable love as she looked at me. To be honest, I had no objection to Karen taking care of me. But honestly, I really didn't like the laboratory environment. The cold instruments and the smell of disinfectant always reminded me of the days in the hospital before my death, making me feel very uncomfortable. "Oh. What about handing her over to Naruto?" Suigetsu's eyes suddenly lit up, suggesting he just got married not long ago and Hinata can take care of the child so she won't lack either fatherly or motherly love. When Kakashi is free, it will also be convenient to visit the child. This suggestion was indeed thorough, almost impossible to refuse. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, clearly thinking it was a good idea. Karen couldn't find a reason to refute. Naruto and Hinata were both kind-hearted and loving people. Even if Naruto was sometimes unreliable, there was still gentle and attentive Hinata, so she could be completely at ease. Karen sighed softly, reached out and gently touched my little head, her tone tinged with reluctance. "It seems you and I are not meant to have a deep bond." From the conversation, I roughly understood that I was about to be sent to Naruto and Hinata. I reached out my tiny hand and gently pressed it against Karen's cheek, a silent comfort. Feeling the warmth of the palm, Karen's eyes instantly grew hot. She lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Orochimaru, Suigetsu, Karen and I, who was carefully held in Karen's arms, set off together toward the direction of Konoha village. So this is Konoha. Gazing upon the village that felt both familiar and foreign, I sighed with heartfelt emotion. Even across dimensions, that will of fire etched into my memories from a past life remain deeply rooted in this land, resonating within every heart. Where leaves dance, fire burns ever brighter. These words carried the youth of countless souls. Every fan of Naruto held them dear. Standing here in the flesh, the fervor and emotion of my previous life surged forth, filling me with a flicker of anticipation for this abrupt transmigration. My gaze swept across the village. Futuristic high-rises rose into the sky. Billboards on their facades played vibrant advertisements, and passers-by strolled along the streets, carefree smiles on their faces, a picture of harmonious peace. Indeed, this was the era of Boruto. Sadly, I had never fully watched Boruto in my past life, only catching scattered clips online, leaving me utterly ignorant of the main plot. But one thing to be grateful for: Konoha in this period was relatively peaceful. At the very least, I could grow up safe and sound, unlike in Shippuden, where children of elementary school age had to confront life and death on the battlefield. I was no protagonist like Naruto or Sasuke, just an ordinary child raised in an era of peace. Life had been tranquil and uneventful. The occasional quarrel was merely verbal sparring, and physical fights were rare. After all, getting involved would summon the police, and the instigator would surely face consequences. Everyone adhered to the unspoken rule: gentlemen use words, not fists. How different from the shinobi here, who upon conflict would immediately resort to fists and blades. Man, I haven't been back to Konoha in ages. Suigetsu rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. No matter what we're here to do, I've got to grab some yakiniku and slurp down a proper bowl of ramen first. Don't forget the purpose of our visit, Orochimaru said coolly, reining in Suigetsu's wandering thoughts. There will be plenty of time for that later. Karen, holding me, remained detached from their banter, her gaze occasionally drifting to me, her eyes concealing a subtle warmth, gentle and tender. Just then a cheerful voice rang out, familiar and affectionate. Oh. If it isn't Orochimaru, Karen and Suigetsu. What a surprise to run into you here. Curious, I turned to look. It was none other than Tenten. She wore a white Chinese-style martial arts top with three-quarter sleeves paired with red trousers, black slippers and a massive scroll tied at her waist, exuding an air of sharp efficiency. I recalled that in Boruto, Tenten had inherited her family's ninja tool shop and become its young proprietress. Seeing her, I couldn't help but think of Niji. Two such exceptional people, yet they never got to be together. What a pity. Yo, Tenten. Long time no see, you're still glowing. Suigetsu immediately switched to his familiar easygoing demeanor and greeted her enthusiastically. Naturally, how else could I properly receive customers? Tenten laughed brightly, her tone brimming with confident pride. After the fourth great ninja war, thanks to Naruto's efforts, the villages had finally laid aside past grievances and embraced true peace. Though in times of peace the utility of ninja tools had dwindled and business at the shop likely wasn't what it used to be, Tenten's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Just as one would expect from a student of Might Guy, always so full of spirit. Tenten was also a character I adored in my past life. Her Chinese-inspired elements felt intimately familiar, and her personality was both forthright and warm. Back when I watched the series, I was especially envious of Niji, hoping and praying they'd find their way to each other. But that scene near the end of Shippuden became an eternal regret. Sensing an extra pair of eyes on her, Tenten quickly zeroed in on me. Wow. This little one is absolutely adorable. At the sight of me, her eyes sparkled with delight. Whose precious baby is this? Having grown this big, I'd never actually seen my own reflection, but hearing the cascading compliments from Karen and Tenten, my heart secretly swelled with joy. After all, who doesn't love being praised for their looks? Well. Suigetsu opened his mouth at a loss for how to explain. She's a child from the orphanage, Orochimaru interjected smoothly, taking over the conversation. Suigetsu and Karen paused for a moment, then quickly caught on. This matter indeed shouldn't be broadcast. Orochimaru's explanation was perfectly fitting. I see. Such a pitiful little one, Tenten said, not harboring much suspicion. After the war, children who had lost their families were all too common in the shinobi world. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Tenten, we said our goodbyes and continued on our way. Before long, Naruto's house finally came into view. Meanwhile, silence reigned within the Hokage's office. The interior was sparsely and simply adorned. Several desks bore thick, slightly disordered stacks of documents, evidence of their occupants' relentless toil. Along the walls hung solemn portraits, the first through Sixth Hokage, arranged in chronological order, bearing silent witness to Konoha's storied legacy. And there sat Kakashi, the Sixth Hokage, gazing at the mountainous pile of paperwork before him, his brows faintly furrowed, his face etched with exhaustion. He closed his eyes tightly, long lashes casting soft shadows beneath them. Prolonged mental exertion had drained him utterly, only the warmth of the teacup resting beneath his fingertips offered fleeting respite amid the ceaseless demands of duty. Knock, knock. A crisp rap at the door shattered the stillness. Enter, Kakashi murmured without lifting his gaze. My apologies, Hokage-sama. A dark-clad ANBU agent stepped inside, voice respectful yet laced with hesitation. There is something I believe warrants your immediate attention. What has occurred? Kakashi rubbed his temples, forcing himself upright despite profound fatigue, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto the ANBU. It concerns Orochimaru-sama. This morning he entered Konoha village accompanied by Suigetsu and Karen. Kakashi paused thoughtfully before speaking slowly. Orochimaru is now an ally of Konoha. I have never restricted his freedom of movement. Though once adversaries, Orochimaru no longer harbored enmity toward Konoha, instead he devoted himself to research beneficial to the village. He remained deserving of vigilance, but not undue suspicion. It is not that, the ANBU continued, voice growing increasingly perplexed. Well, it may sound implausible, but Orochimaru-sama was carrying an infant. An infant. Kakashi's eyes snapped open, astonishment flooding his expression. Precisely because he knew Orochimaru so well, the man whose obsessions lay in forbidden knowledge and whose methods were shrouded in mystery, he found it impossible to reconcile such a figure with the image of tender parenthood. And yet Orochimaru had entered Konoha openly, fully aware the ANBU would report his presence. Was this revelation deliberate? Intended precisely for Kakashi's ears? Kakashi's brow deepened further in bewilderment. He leaned forward, voice urgent, where are they now? Hokage-sama, eyewitnesses report they are heading toward Naruto-kun's residence, apparently with urgent business. You truly know how to complicate things, Orochimaru, Kakashi sighed inwardly. With a weary gesture he dismissed the ANBU, understood. Maintain discreet surveillance, and I'll meet them after work. He only hoped Orochimaru would refrain from adding further burdens to his already overwhelming workload. Once the ANBU departed, Kakashi turned toward the window, rose and stretched deeply, the subtle crackle of his joints echoing softly. Strangely, some of his weariness seemed to lift, his mood though still heavy softened, proof perhaps that even the most demanding duties required moments of reprieve. Ah, I forgot to ask what the child looks like. He tapped his forehead lightly, then smiled wryly. No matter. I'll find out tonight when I visit Naruto. Naruto's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto, you home? Suigetsu called out while rapping on the door, his tone easy and familiar. Moments later the door opened, revealing Hinata standing quietly in the doorway. Truly a vision of grace, I mused silently. Indeed, the real Hinata surpassed even her animated counterpart in elegance. Her signature pale eyes shimmered with quiet depth, her soft blue hair cascading down her shoulders, still long and uncut, flowing like silk. She wore a light-colored long-sleeved top and a modest apron tied at her waist, clearly mid-preparation of a meal. Gone was the shy girl of youth, in her place stood a woman radiating gentle maturity and serene beauty. Ah! Lord Orochimaru, Suigetsu-san and Karen-san, Hinata bowed slightly, her voice composed and courteous. May I ask what brings you to see Naruto? Even before Orochimaru, a figure long surrounded by controversy, she maintained impeccable decorum, a testament both to the Hyuga main house's rigorous upbringing and her deep respect for one of the legendary Sannin. Hinata. I thought I heard someone calling for me. Naruto's voice, hoarse and sleep-roughened, drifted from within. Moments later he emerged, yawning, eyes half-lidded, dark circles shadowing his gaze, fresh from bed. Oh, it's Orochimaru. Naruto blinked, startled, then scratched his head and mustered a grin. Naruto, you've been burning the midnight oil again, haven't you? Orochimaru spoke, his tone carrying a subtle note of approval. It was common knowledge that Naruto would soon succeed him as Seventh Hokage. As the hero who had saved the shinobi world, his achievements and unwavering sense of duty commanded universal admiration. Tell me about it. Naruto stretched wide, groaning in mock despair. Kakashi-sensei keeps dragging me into paperwork, exhausting. Being Hokage really is grueling. After venting he shifted focus, eyes narrowing playfully at Orochimaru. So, what brings you all here? You wouldn't show up unannounced unless it's something serious. You've matured considerably, Orochimaru remarked, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Indeed, as you surmised, I come with a matter of great consequence to entrust to you. With deliberate care he took me from Karen's arms and turned, offering me gently toward Naruto. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances, both puzzled, before accepting me and peering down curiously. Ha! An infant. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flooding his features as he lifted his gaze urgently to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what in the world is going on? I ask that you temporarily raise this child, until the moment you formally assume the mantle of Hokage, Orochimaru declared, his voice calm yet unyielding in its gravity. Naruto's eyes widened in sheer shock, a startled cry bursting from his lips, raw, incredulous, disbelieving. His arms tightened instinctively around me, his voice rising almost to a shout, trembling with astonishment. Calm yourself, Naruto. Orochimaru spoke with unhurried composure, his serenity a stark contrast to Naruto's agitation. This child shares profound ties with you, this task is yours alone. His words hung in the air, suddenly the atmosphere at the threshold grew unnervingly still. Hinata's gentle smile vanished instantly. Her expression hardened, her entire being cooling like winter frost, her pure white eyes flared with a faint cerulean luminescence as she activated her Byakugan, scanning between Naruto and me with piercing wordless scrutiny. A chill raced down Naruto's spine. Instantly sensing Hinata's shift, he waved his free hand frantically, voice panicked and pleading, "Hinata. Don't misunderstand. This child isn't mine, absolutely not. I swear it." His words tumbled out in breathless haste, desperate to dispel her suspicion. "I never claimed it was Naruto's child." Orochimaru interjected smoothly, his single sentence dissolving the tension like mist under sunlight. A sly knowing curve touched his lips as he added, "Perhaps you might consider, closely, whom this child resembles." His words broke the deadlock. Naruto and Hinata ceased their frantic exchange and fixed their gazes intently upon me, studying me with renewed focus. Feeling their scrutiny, I unconsciously clenched tiny fists, blinking wide dark eyes, innocent, bewildered, gazing back at them. "Silver hair." Naruto frowned, murmuring aloud as he searched his memory. "Only two people come to mind. One was the second Hokage, but he had long since passed into the Pure Land, never having married or sired children. That possibility was ruled out entirely. The other was Kakashi-sensei." With a sharp clap of his thigh, Naruto seized upon the answer, only to shake his head, immediately baffled. "But Kakashi-sensei hasn't married either. Wait, could this be Kakashi-sensei's illegitimate child?" He whispered the final words, eyes wide with existential shock, as if reality itself had just cracked open. "Ha, ha, ha." Orochimaru chuckled low and rich. "Half right. Yes, this is Kakashi's child. But not an illegitimate daughter." Really?" Naruto stared, mouth agape, wide enough to swallow an egg, his arms stiffening where he held me. "Kakashi-sensei. That masked, perpetually reserved man, whose quiet charm and subtle flirtation were legendary, could possibly father this impossibly delicate radiant infant." He remained frozen in that expression of utter cognitive collapse, eyes glazed, jaw slack, as if Orochimaru's revelation had shattered his entire understanding of cause-effect and human nature. Please everyone, do come inside." Hinata recovered, first deactivating her Byakugan and restoring her warm, gentle smile, effortlessly dissolving the charged silence at the doorway. "I've prepared plenty for lunch, if you'd like to join us." Her voice remained as soft and gracious as ever, no trace of earlier tension lingering. "Very well, we accept your kind invitation and thank you for your hospitality." Orochimaru inclined his head graciously, then glanced subtly toward the distant street. "By the way, the child's biological father should arrive shortly." I lay cradled gently in Naruto's arms, his limbs rigid as straight wooden rods, his fingertips taut with nervous uncertainty. After all, this was his first time holding such a tiny child. Naruto, normally carefree and fearless, now held his breath, terrified of hurting me even slightly, his body bent forward in an awkward yet earnest posture. To ease his tension, I softly wriggled my small body closer into his embrace, nuzzling my little head against his chest. Yet more than comfort, I adored the scent clinging to Naruto's jacket, a sun-drenched warmth, dry and soothing, laced with faint herbal freshness, clean and deeply healing. I had cherished this aroma since childhood. Each afternoon, wrapped in freshly sun-dried quilts, I would drift into profoundly sweet slumber, my dreams glowing with gentle heat. "Naruto, look at this child, she's utterly taken to you." Not a trace of shyness, Suigetsu leaned against the doorframe, watching me nestle quietly in Naruto's arms, chuckling warmly with playful teasing. "Really? Haha." Naruto glanced down at my trusting soft form nestled against him, his tense shoulders finally relaxed and his lips curved into that signature radiant grin. He tentatively raised a hand and began patting my back, so lightly it seemed he feared startling a butterfly, his rhythm slow and instinctive, as if unconsciously lulling me to sleep. An infant's day is ruled by sleep, and having spent the early morning rushing alongside Orochimaru and the others, my fragile little body had long since reached its threshold of exhaustion. Swayed by the warmth radiating from his palm, my eyelids grew heavy, my head dipped gently, and soon I curled up in his arms, sinking slowly into deep tranquil slumber, my breathing soft, slow and serene. This ungrateful little one clung to me just moments ago, now she's already smitten with Naruto. Karen stood nearby, gazing at my peacefully sleeping profile, her voice teasing yet tender. Alas, I was already fast asleep. Had I been awake, I'd have silently protested, "Not true. Karen's embrace is warm too, I love it just as much." Sensing my body fully relax, Naruto carefully bent at the waist, one hand firmly supporting my tiny bottom, the other cradling the back of my head, clumsy yet profoundly cautious. Hinata, ever thoughtful, had already fetched a soft creamy white blanket and laid it gently over the sofa. Naruto lowered me onto it, dwarfed by the spacious cozy fabric, my miniature frame nestled at its center like a delicate kitten, fragile, endearing, stirring an irresistible tenderness in every onlooker. Kneeling beside the sofa, Naruto gazed at my placid sleeping face, his eyes shimmering with tender affection as he extended a finger to softly stroke my forehead. A newborn's hair is fine and silken, lustrous as the finest silk, its texture so exquisite it begged to be touched again and again. The more he stroked, the more enchanted he grew, then unable to resist, he brushed his fingertip lightly across my cheek, soft, plump, yielding, the sensation utterly addictive. Perhaps tickled by his touch I stirred unconsciously in my sleep. Still unmastered by infant muscles I strained to lift my tiny hand, not quite reaching my face, but instead grasped Naruto's suspended finger with both hands. His finger was broad and warm, calloused yet gentle, my tiny fist closed around it perfectly as though clasping a fragment of sunlight itself. Feeling the steady warmth in my palm, a deeper wave of drowsiness washed over me. I tightened my grip and sank once more into peaceful sleep. In the living room everyone hushed instinctively, their faces softened by quiet shared affection. Hinata watched me clutching Naruto's finger, her gaze melting with tenderness. She nearly reached out to gently loosen my tiny grip, fearing it might tire my little hand. But Naruto shook his head, softly pressing a finger to his lips in a quiet shoo, whispering gently, "Let her hold on, it's alright." "Naruto, Hinata, have you reached a decision?" Orochimaru leaned against the wall, voice low and reverent. "Careful not to disturb my slumber. I'm not pressuring you, yet after careful thought you truly are my optimal choice." Naruto lifted his gaze to me, sleeping soundly, then turned toward Hinata beside him. Hinata said nothing, only offered him a gentle knowing smile, her eyes brimming with unwavering trust, clearly yielding the final decision to him. Naruto's thoughts drifted far. Truth be told, he possessed no experience raising children, nor any clear understanding of how to become a worthy father. He had grown up alone, without paternal guidance or maternal presence, only finding comrades and family much later in life. That desolate, helpless ache, he vowed no child would ever endure it again. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, edged with concern. "Your emotions are unsettled." "It's nothing, Kurama, just memories resurfacing," Naruto replied, inwardly soothing him gently. "Decide according to your own heart." Kurama's tone softened. "This child is remarkably well behaved, impossible to dislike. Rather than entrusting her to Kakashi, who can barely manage himself, you and Hinata should first experience parenthood. That way when you welcome your own child you'll be ready." After years of companionship, Kurama understood Naruto perhaps more deeply than even Sasuke or Hinata. "You're right, Kurama." Naruto's hesitation dissolved. Of all people, he and Hinata could offer this child complete paternal and maternal love. In this era of peace he refused to let his past self repeat, instead he would give her boundless, wholehearted love. And truly she was irresistibly charming, quiet, composed, never crying or fussing, sure to be a delight to raise. With his and Hinata's devoted care she would surely grow healthy, joyful, kind, and radiant with warmth. "I accept Orochimaru." Naruto lifted his head, his gaze resolute. "But Kakashi-sensei must be informed, that's non-negotiable." "Of course." Orochimaru inclined his head slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This outcome had been inevitable from the start. Just then Kakashi's familiar gentle voice floated in from beyond the door, accompanied by a soft rhythmic knock, tap tap. "Naruto, are you home?" Time rewound 30 minutes ago inside the Hokage's office. "I just can't let it go." Kakashi leaned back in his office chair, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the desk, his brow slightly furrowed, the documents before him losing all appeal. Ever since the Umbu reported that Orochimaru had entered Konoha with an infant, Kakashi could no longer concentrate on his work. His mind was tangled in a mess of thoughts circling the same question: who was that child? Why would Orochimaru care so much about a small baby and deliberately swagger into Konoha, clearly wanting Kakashi to know of her existence? Could it be that this child was connected to him? The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. The tapping of his fingers grew erratic. Glancing inadvertently at the clock on the wall, he saw the hour hand had quietly crept toward noon, the hands of the dial seeming to remind him of something. "It's already this late." Kakashi raised his hand and touched his empty stomach. He had been busy with official business all morning, forgetting even breakfast, and now it was growling with hunger. He closed the file decisively, making up his mind instead of overthinking here he might as well go directly to Naruto's place. First, as a teacher visiting a student's home to check on their well-being was part of his duty. Second, he could investigate the truth about that child and resolve his doubts. Besides, he could also grab a free lunch to make up for missing breakfast. With his mind made up, Kakashi stood up, looking down at his wrinkled Hokage robe. Days of overtime had left the clothes rumpled, appearing somewhat casual. "Visiting a student's home, I shouldn't be too sloppy," he muttered under his breath. Though usually laid back, he had to pay some attention to his image occasionally. Fortunately, he was used to working overtime in the office, and there was always a clean set of casual clothes in the cabinet, a light gray short-sleeve shirt paired with dark trousers, simple and refreshing. He quickly changed clothes, adjusted his hair in the mirror, and touched his mask to confirm everything was in order, then pushed open the door and walked out of the Hokage's office. Ha! After 2 days without fresh air, the street air is indeed much more refreshing. As he stepped out of the building, the breeze carrying the scent of Konoha streets swept over him, blowing away some of the fatigue from work. Kakashi couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mood lightening. "Good afternoon, Sixth Hokage-sama." The villagers they encountered along the way stopped to greet him with smiles, their tones full of respect and warmth. Kakashi responded with a smile, lightly waving his hand. Though his face was covered by a mask, the curve of his eyes conveyed his kindness, warm and gentle. Just as he was about to leave the street, a young crisp voice suddenly called out to him, "Sixth Hokage-sama." Kakashi turned to see a small figure running toward him, panting heavily, short legs moving quickly, small beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly having run a long way. He immediately stopped, patiently waiting. When the child reached him, he slowly crouched down to the child's eye level, gently reached out and softly patted his head, his voice tender. "What's wrong, little one?" Being touched by his idol, the child's face instantly bloomed into a smile, cheeks round, eyes curved like crescent moons, his breathing even quickening. He steadied his breath, clenched his small fists and looked up at Kakashi with earnest admiration. "Sixth Hokage-sama. I'm going to become a ninja as amazing as you someday. A ninja like me." Kakashi paused, a warmth rising in his heart mixed with a hint of self-deprecation. He never thought he had done anything particularly great, yet he could become a role model for a child. He couldn't dampen the child's enthusiasm. He put on a smile again, his eyes firm with encouragement. That's a great ambition. Keep it up. I look forward to that day." "Yes." Energized by the encouragement, the child nodded vigorously as if receiving the most precious gift in the world, then skipped away, turning back to shout, "Thank you, Sixth Hokage-sama." Kakashi watched the child's cheerful back, smiled helplessly and felt the knot in his heart loosen a little. Remembering his real purpose, he collected his thoughts, briefly said goodbye to the villagers he passed and quickened his pace toward Naruto's place. The streets of Konoha were not too far, and with his brisk steps he soon arrived at his destination. Knock knock knock. Kakashi stood at Naruto's door, lightly tapping, his tone gentle. "Naruto, are you home?" Inside, Hinata was chatting with the others. Hearing the knock, she immediately stood up, quietly left the living room and went to the entrance to open the door. Seeing Kakashi at the door, she showed no surprise, instead revealing a knowing smile as if she had expected his arrival. That Orochimaru really calculated everything perfectly. In the living room, Naruto, hearing Kakashi's voice, shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh mixed with amusement and exasperation. "Oh. Looks like I came at the right time. Have you been waiting for me long?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes, looking at Hinata, who had opened the door, and asked with a smile, "Where's Naruto?" "Please come in, Kakashi-sensei." Hinata stepped aside, lowering her voice mysteriously, "By the way, keep it quiet. There's a surprise sleeping in the room." Kakashi already knew roughly what was going on, but he pretended to be unaware, nodded cooperatively and stepped inside quietly. Passing through the entrance into the living room, he immediately saw the scene on the sofa, a delicate infant curled up in Naruto's arms, tiny fingers tightly gripping Naruto's index finger, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Her long eyelashes were like two little fans, occasionally fluttering slightly, utterly adorable. Naruto, seeing him enter, simply nodded a greeting and gestured for him to sit down, careful not to make any noise that might wake the little one on the blanket. Kakashi sat down, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the baby, his eyes filled with curiosity and a distant look as questions began to churn in his mind once more. Just then Orochimaru, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. His voice was low but carried an undeniable certainty, breaking the silence in the room. "Kakashi, this child is your daughter." The moment the words fell, the air in the reception hall seemed to freeze, instantly plunging the room into an eerie, deathly silence. Kakashi's mind was struck as if by a sledgehammer, deafening hollow, and collapsed into utter blankness. Only his own ragged breathing echoed in his ears. He stood frozen in place, his normally languid smiling eyes now locked rigidly upon Orochimaru, pupils contracting slightly, filled with disbelief so profound it threatened to pierce through the man before him. Time stretched infinitely, those few breaths felt longer than an entire century. After a pause, Kakashi drew a deep, steadying breath, forcibly suppressing the tempest raging within, his gaze darkening as it swept sharply across Orochimaru's eerily placid face. His voice trembled almost imperceptibly, yet remained deliberately composed. "Orochimaru, this joke is not amusing in the slightest." He had lived decades without ever imagining such an absurd claim. Though his mind churned with endless questions, he clung to the assumption that this was merely a cruel jest. "I regret to inform you, Kakashi, I have no leisure for jesting." Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, a faint ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his lips. His expression remained unerringly serene, his tone utterly devoid of levity, only absolute, unshakable certainty. "I am well aware, you have never engaged in any intimate relationship with a woman." Orochimaru paused, his gaze drifting to the infant sleeping peacefully on the sofa, then returning slowly to Kakashi's face. Each word landed with deliberate weight. "Yet this child undeniably carries your bloodline, beyond doubt. I extracted a fragment of your genetic essence and through my research brought her into existence." He uttered the statement with detached nonchalance, as though describing a routine laboratory result, utterly indifferent to Kakashi's increasingly ashen complexion. Kakashi's gaze snapped toward the infant on the sofa, her tiny fist still curled around Naruto's finger, her cheeks flushed with healthy warmth, her long lashes resting like delicate butterfly wings against her skin, serene and endearing. Never in his wildest imaginings had he believed those preposterous speculations could become reality. My child. If Orochimaru spoke truth, then how had this come to pass? Countless unanswered questions spiraled through his mind, threatening to suffocate him. I admit, I know nothing of your so-called science. Kakashi's voice bristled with suppressed fury as he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned bone white. But even I know a child cannot be conjured from nothing. If what you say is true, if I am her father, then who is her mother? This was the single question anchoring his fraying composure, the last thread of reason holding him upright. Regrettably, I cannot disclose that information, at least not yet. Orochimaru spread his hands lightly, his tone airy, laced with studied enigma. However, according to my data, she will likely inherit her appearance and temperament predominantly from her mother. When she comes of age, you may very well deduce the answer yourself. You. At those words, Kakashi's pent-up rage erupted, heat surging violently within his chest, nearly shattering his restraint. He shot upright, the atmosphere around him plummeting in pressure, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury, his voice edged with gritted teeth. Very well, no need to lose your composure. Orochimaru appeared mildly amused, raising a hand in mock surrender. I'll grant you one clue, the child's mother is not singular. Beyond that, I shall say no more. Before Kakashi could demand further, Orochimaru exchanged a subtle glance with Suigetsu and Karen beside him. With seamless coordination the three formed hand seals, and in an instant they dissolved into streaks of afterimage, vanishing via pre-prepared body flicker technique. Only a final softly lingering instruction remained suspended in the air: take care of her. The vast reception hall emptied abruptly, leaving only Kakashi, Naruto, Hinata and the infant still slumbering blissfully unaware. As if all support had vanished, Kakashi's legs buckled and he collapsed heavily onto the cold floor, staring vacantly at the child on the sofa, his face etched with bewilderment, exhaustion and helplessness, as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. He had endured countless life and death trials as a shinobi, yet never had he felt so utterly undone, so profoundly adrift. Naruto's heart lurched at the sight. He rushed forward, dropping to his knees and gently gripping Kakashi's shoulders, his voice urgent and tender. Kakashi-sensei. Don't fall apart like this. She's innocent, she bears no fault. He understood Kakashi's shock and fury, but the child herself was blameless. Silence stretched on, so long that Naruto nearly feared Kakashi would remain mute forever. At last Kakashi lifted his head. The chaos in his eyes receded, replaced by a heavy, solemn calm. His voice was low, resolute. Let go of me, Naruto. His voice, hoarse yet unwavering, gave Naruto pause, and slowly, reluctantly he released his grip. I have not yet become so heartless. Kakashi inhaled deeply, rising steadily to his feet. His gaze settled upon the sleeping infant, complex emotions flickering across his features: resignation, uncertainty, but above all an undeniable visceral bond forged by blood. That much at least is self-evident. He paused as if sealing a vow of immense gravity, his tone turning grave and deliberate. Regardless of how she came to be, regardless of what she may one day become, she is my daughter. I will fulfill every duty demanded of a father. Then he turned to Naruto, his eyes holding both entreaty and quiet trust. Until I step down as Hokage and conclude my official duties, Naruto, I entrust her to you and Hinata. You can count on us, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto nodded vigorously, his grin warm and earnest. This is no burden at all. Hinata, standing nearby, offered a gentle affirming nod, her eyes soft with kindness and unconditional acceptance. What a blissful sleep. I stirred gently from warmth and softness, my tiny mouth instinctively rounding into a wide yawn while a few glistening tears welled at the corners of my eyes. My newly awakened mind still swam in gentle haze, yet I sensed something warm nestled snugly in my palm, soft, yielding yet faintly textured with subtle roughness. With great effort I pried open my drowsy eyes, vision gradually sharpened. My small hand was tightly clutching Naruto's finger, his knuckles broad and calloused from years of disciplined training held firmly within my grasp. Realizing I'd clung to him even in sleep, my cheeks flushed crimson, like delicate rose petals brushed by dawn light. I hastily released his finger, then shyly waved my tiny fist before me, glancing aside like a flustered little adult caught in mischief. Oh. Our little one's awake. Naruto noticed me first, bending low to gaze at my blushing face. A radiant smile broke across his features, his signature bright teeth gleaming, his eyes brimming with tender affection. His smile shone like sunlit warmth, golden, luminous and deeply comforting. Gazing at him I couldn't help but part my lips in a toothless grin, giggling softly as pure delight bubbled up from within. Look, how utterly adorable she is when she laughs. Naruto carefully lifted me into his arms, cradling me securely against his chest, then turned toward Hinata, his voice brimming with joy and quiet hope. Hinata, I truly hope our future child will be just as precious. At those words Hinata's cheeks bloomed into deep rose, the flush spreading from her ears down to her slender neck. She lowered her lashes demurely, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her apron, her voice dropping to a whisper. Naruto, why say such a thing so suddenly? Seeing her bashfulness, Naruto scratched the back of his head with an awkward chuckle, his own ears tinged pink. Nestled in Naruto's embrace I watched this young married couple exchange tender banter, and silently wondered is it quite appropriate to display such affection before a freshly awakened infant. Yet almost instantly my heart softened. Naruto and Hinata had endured countless trials, from timid unspoken longing to fighting side by side through fire and storm, before finally uniting. Their love was rare, hard-won and profoundly sacred. But then turning inward a quiet pang surfaced in my past life. I'd never even held a girlfriend's hand before departing this world too soon. Scenes like this, so tender so sweet, struck me now with a gentle bittersweet ache. Ah! Naruto suddenly smacked his palm as if recalling something vital, his tone laced with mild chagrin. Has this child even had a bath since birth? She must be uncomfortable. Hinata nodded thoughtfully, her gaze attentive and caring. Yes, and she's still wearing that lab outfit from before. We don't have suitable spare clothes. She paused, then brightened. Wait. Kurenai-sensei has a child, perhaps we could borrow a few well-fitting baby garments from her. That's perfect. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly and he nodded eagerly. Hinata, after lunch would you mind visiting Kurenai-sensei? I'll stay home and care for her, no worries, I'll keep her safe and sound. The moment those words left his lips, Naruto and Hinata exchanged a glance, and simultaneously realized they'd overlooked something crucial. They hadn't asked the child's name. Both burst into laughter. Naruto scratched his head, his expression wry. Looks like next time we see Kakashi-sensei we'll have to ask him to choose a proper name. Can't go on calling her, this child, or little one, forever. Yes, you're absolutely right. Hinata replied warmly, then added with playful glint in her eyes, though Naruto, you may be eating leftovers tonight. There are still 6 servings left in the pot. Even though food is plentiful now, wasting it is unthinkable. Ha ha ha, no problem at all. Naruto laughed heartily, tightening his arm around me. Leftovers taste wonderful. As long as I'm with you, and with our little one, every meal brings joy. Curled in Naruto's warm embrace, listening to their easy affectionate banter, my eyelids grew heavy once more, perhaps still drowsy from slumber. Sleep crept back in gently. My eyes fluttered, blinked slowly, then drifted shut again as I nestled deeper into his chest. An hour later Hinata carried a small woven basket as she walked confidently toward Kurenai's home. Sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy, dappling the stone path before the door with shifting patterns of gold and shadow. The air carried the delicate soothing fragrance of gardenias, serene and unhurried. She raised her hand and tapped lightly on the door. Within seconds it swung open. Kurenai stood there in loose ivory-colored loungewear, her long hair loosely tied atop her head, revealing the graceful line of her neck. Though it had been a year since giving birth to Mirai, her figure retained none of its pre-pregnancy slenderness, but instead possessed a new maternal softness. Her skin remained porcelain pale, her eyes kind and quietly smiling. Hinata. What brings you here at this hour? Kurenai stepped aside to welcome her, in her voice warm, as if speaking to a beloved younger sister, her gaze drifting curiously to the basket in Hinata's hands. I'm sorry to disturb you, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata bowed slightly before stepping inside. A gentle aroma of warm milk enveloped her. On the living room rug a baby in a yellow romper lay sprawled on a soft mat, clutching a plush toy and babbling cheerfully, Mirai, Kurenai and Asuma's son. Please don't stand on ceremony, have a seat. Kurenai gestured toward the sofa with a smile, then bent to gently stroke Mirai's downy hair. He napped well this morning, so he's full of energy now, not a moment of stillness. Hinata settled onto the sofa, her lips curving at the sight of Mirai's cherubic charm, then with gentle hesitation she began, Kurenai-sensei, I've actually come to ask a favor. She paused, then recounted the situation concisely, the arrival of the child brought by Orochimaru, their temporary guardianship and the lack of properly sized clothing, carefully omitting any mention of the child's connection to Kakashi. Oh. Such a thing has happened. Kurenai's eyes widened in genuine surprise, then softened with compassion. How unfortunate for her, yet how fortunate too to have found you both. She rose gracefully. Just wait a moment, I kept all of Mirai's outgrown clothes. They're boys' outfits, yes, but children grow so quickly. Some are barely worn and still pristine, I'm sure we'll find something that fits. She disappeared into the bedroom and returned moments later carrying a soft pink storage box neatly stacked with tiny garments, delicate onesies and cozy little jackets. These were all Mirai wore between 6 months and 1 year, made of ultra-soft fabric thoroughly washed and cared for. Take a look and see what suits her best. Hinata leaned forward lifting a pale blue onesie. Its fabric felt like spun cloud, fine, supple and faintly redolent of sunshine, clearly cherished and meticulously maintained. Thank you so much, Kurenai-sensei, these are absolutely perfect. I'm truly grateful. No need for such formality. Kurenai waved her hand with a gentle smile, settling beside Hinata, her eyes filled with the quiet wisdom of experience. Caring for newborns demands constant attention, especially for a child adjusting to an entirely new world. If anything puzzles you, don't hesitate to ask. After all, I've walked this path myself. Yes, thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata nodded earnestly, her heart swelling with warmth. Since marrying Naruto, Kurenai had always supported her, patiently guiding her through every domestic and parenting question. As the two women spoke, Mirai crawled over from the rug, grasped Hinata's skirt with tiny fingers and tilted his head upward, wide curious eyes blinking up at her, cooing softly, "Ah, ah," as if wondering who this unfamiliar aunt might be. "Look at him, he's already picking out faces." Kurenai chuckled fondly as she lifted Mirai onto her lap. "Next time bring her over to play, let the two little ones meet. Who knows? They might become lifelong friends." "Absolutely, I'll bring her as soon as she's settled." Hinata smiled, then selected several perfectly sized garments, folded them neatly and placed them into her basket. "Kurenai-sensei, I won't keep you longer, Mirai's waiting for your company." "Won't you stay a little longer?" Kurenai offered warmly. "No, I should return soon. Naruto's watching the child at home." Hinata rose, bowing once more. "Thank you for the clothes, and thank you always for your kindness to me. Go safely, and take care on your way." Kurenai saw Hinata off at the gate, watching until her figure vanished around the corner, then turned back inside, cradling Mirai and gently tapped his tiny nose. "Soon my dear will have another little friend to cherish." After Hinata left, only Naruto and I remained in the living room, the air suddenly hushed thick with an unspoken nameless stillness. Naruto sat on the sofa, cradling me in his arms, his body subtly rigid, his gaze darting restlessly, utterly flustered. He scratched the back of his head, muttering inwardly, "The atmosphere feels oddly awkward. What should I even say? Wait, can a baby truly understand what I'm saying?" He parted his lips, attempting to greet me, but the words dissolved before they could escape, leaving only a gentle, slightly bashful smile. I paid no mind to that so-called awkwardness. My entire attention was fixed upon Naruto. Finally I had the chance to observe up close the legendary hero of the shinobi world. Truly, Naruto's appearance and character depth are nothing short of impeccable. His tousled golden hair shimmered like scattered sunlight, soft, radiant, alive with warmth. His sapphire blue eyes were clear and luminous, holding within them the vast tranquil expanse of the ocean, their shape and delicate curvature unmistakably inherited from his mother Kushina, and most iconic of all, those 6 faint whisker-like markings on his cheeks, neither jarring nor intrusive, but rather lending him a singular, unforgettable presence, growing more captivating the longer one gazed. As for his characterization, in Shippuden many figures carry flaws or commit acts difficult to reconcile, yet Naruto stands apart. From beginning to end he remains unwaveringly true to his innermost self, kind, tenacious, and forever tender toward the world with quiet, unshakable fervor. Though some claim this stems from the Asura Chakra's influence, I've always believed it is his innate, unadulterated kindness, the very marrow of his being, that has carried him through. Consider this: as a child he bore the village's collective scorn and isolation, yet where others might have succumbed to bitterness or darkness, Naruto chose instead to warm Konoha inch by inch with his own light. That resilience commands profound respect. With wide round eyes I stared unblinkingly at Naruto, already plotting silently in my infant mind. By seniority he is my senior brother, after all he trained under Kakashi-sensei, so I'd better secure that connection early. Rest easy, Naruto, I vow this lifetime to cultivate my strength relentlessly, ensuring you and Sasuke never again face those terrifying extraterrestrial threats alone. I'd glimpsed fragmented scenes online of Naruto and Sasuke battling the Otsutsuki, though details remained scarce. I knew well enough how harrowing that war was. If only I knew more, I could begin preparing sooner. Alas, such knowledge remains just out of reach. Feeling my unwavering gaze locked upon him, Naruto grew even more unsettled, and resolved more urgently than ever to find something meaningful for us both to do. Frowning deeply, he scoured every corner of his memory for childcare wisdom, only to realize with mounting dismay that aside from training partners and devouring ramen he possessed precisely zero experience caring for infants. Just as he stood paralyzed by indecision, inspiration struck, a brilliant idea flashed across his face. "Little one, I'll take you to meet someone extraordinary." Grinning, Naruto gave my tiny bottom a playful pat, then closed his eyes and focused his chakra. In the next instant the familiar living room dissolved into distortion, replaced by a warm amber-hued expanse. This I realized must be Naruto's spiritual realm. Before I could process the shift, a colossal figure loomed before me. A massive orange fox, 9 thick sinuous tails swaying behind it like living mountains, towered over me, its fur dense and luxuriant, each tail pulsing with raw ancient chakra. Its gaze was piercing and regal, commanding awe without uttering a word, its aura radiating overwhelming authority, yet softened by that gentle sunlit orange for tempering dominance with unexpected warmth. Whoa, this is Kurama. Absolutely magnificent. Instantly captivated, I wriggled excitedly in Naruto's arms, thrusting my plump little hands toward Kurama and emitting soft delighted cries, "Aya! Whoa!" Kurama glanced down, its amber-slit pupils brimming with weary resignation. "Naruto, you fool, bringing an infant this small into my domain. Do you not fear my chakra might overwhelm her, or worse, disrupt her fragile physiology? No help for it, Kurama." Naruto instantly adopted a pleading grin, clasping his hands together. "I've absolutely no experience with babies," and Hinata stepped out. Just watch her for a while. I'll bring her back the moment Hinata returns. Please please. Kurama rolled its eyes, yet its heart had already softened. It lowered its massive frame slightly, enveloping me in a gentle golden chakra veil. Its voice remained gruff, but softer now. Relax. With my chakra shielding her, she'll come to no harm. Perfect. Knew you'd be the best, Kurama. Hearing that sigh, Naruto knew he'd won, and beamed triumphantly, carefully settling me onto Kurama's plush, yielding back. So soft. The moment my cheek touched Kurama's fur, a sigh of pure contentment escaped me. I buried my face in its downy warmth, breathing in the subtle scent of sunlit grass and earth, blissfully closing my eyes. I reached out with tiny fingers, stroking Kurama's fur again and again, silky supple, utterly irresistible. Naruto stretched out beside me, resting his head upon one of Kurama's tails, gently patting my back as the two fell into easy conversation, reminiscing about the Fourth Shinobi World War, reflecting on Konoha's hard-won peace, and sharing Naruto's quiet excitement and trepidation about assuming the mantle of Hokage. Decades of shared battle forged an unbreakable bond between them. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, steeped in warmth and ease. Nestled atop Kurama, lulled by their voices and cradled in that deep soothing warmth, my eyelids grew heavy, fluttering, then drifting gently into slumber. I slept soundly atop Kurama's back, my small chest rising and falling softly with each breath, occasionally nuzzling instinctively into the soft fur, like a contented kitten. Watching me, Naruto instinctively lowered his voice, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. Kurama, look at her. Isn't she wonderfully gentle? He turned slightly, fingertips barely brushing my tiny hand, afraid to disturb my peace. From the moment she woke, she hasn't cried or fussed once. And she's so affectionate, not a trace of shyness. Kurama cast another glance downward, its amber eyes losing their usual sharp edge, softening with unexpected gentleness. Humph. At least she's got that much sense. Still, her gaze is startlingly pure, untainted, unclouded. Nothing like your reckless, headlong childhood spirit. Hey, what's wrong with my childhood? Naruto chuckled, scratching his head, nostalgia warming his expression. Truth is, seeing her reminds me of myself. Back then, if someone had held me like this, perhaps I wouldn't have hungered so fiercely for recognition. He paused, his gaze settling on me with quiet resolve. So this time, I'll protect her fiercely. Let her grow in love. Never let her know loneliness's bitter taste. Kurama fell silent for a moment, shifting its immense form subtly, adjusting its posture to keep me securely nestled upon its back. Its voice deepened, carrying a rare unspoken gravity. You've grown, you know. It's her fortune, to have found you and Hinata. But don't let sentiment blind you. Her origins are uncommon, and trials may lie ahead. Prepare yourself accordingly. I know, Naruto replied, his smile fading into solemnity. Orochimaru confirmed she's Kakashi-sensei's daughter, and hinted her mother's story is tangled beyond measure. I'll shield her completely. When she's older, I'll tell her the truth, slowly, carefully. For now, what matters most is her joy. As he spoke, he gently patted my back, his touch impossibly tender. Kurama watched, then snorted lightly. Humph. Who'd have thought you'd ever master such delicacy? Does it compare? Naruto arched a brow. She's an infant, fragile as dew. One misstep and she's hurt. Besides, she's utterly adorable. Who could possibly treat her unkindly? With that, he tapped my cheek with a fingertip, its soft yielding warmth drawing a quiet, fond smile to his lips. Kurama offered no reply, only tightened its chakra embrace around me, a silent, steadfast vow of guardianship. Gazing upon my sleeping form, Kurama felt something unfamiliar stir within. After millennia steeped in war and bloodshed, this was its first true encounter with such profound, unguarded innocence. That pure, yielding softness warmed even its long-frozen heart, just a little. Oh, Kurama, Naruto murmured, remembering something, voice dropping to a whisper. Have you sensed anything unusual about her? She feels different, distinct from other infants, yet I can't quite place how. Kurama carefully probed my chakra signature, brows furrowing. There is a faint, unique resonance, akin to Orochimaru's, yet pure, untainted. And her soul's essence is remarkably stable, not that of a newborn but of one who has endured. It hesitated, tone uncertain, too early to tell definitively. Perhaps clearer signs will emerge as she matures. Whatever makes her special, she remains a child who needs care, Naruto declared firmly. I'll guide her away from darkness, and shield her from every threat. Kurama regarded Naruto in silence, then simply swayed its tails, gently keeping watch over both of us as we rested peacefully within that amber-hued sanctuary. Sunlight filtered through the seams of the spiritual realm, spilling warmly over us, a tender golden veil, holding all uncertainty and danger at bay far beyond its gentle glow. How long had passed I could not tell. Sleep gradually receded, and when I opened my eyes again, the living room had grown lively. Hinata entered, arms laden with shopping bags, cradling a neatly folded bundle of infant clothes, her face soft with tender warmth. I tilted my tiny head downward, and realized the simple one-piece suit I'd worn from the laboratory had been replaced by a pale yellow garment. Its fabric softer than clouds clung gently to my small frame, so soothing I instinctively nuzzled against it. "It suits you perfectly, Naruto," Hinata said, setting the packages beside the sofa before kneeling beside me. Her fingers brushed lightly over the folds of my clothing, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "You're absolutely right, Hinata, your taste is impeccable." Naruto beamed down at me, his grin broad and radiant, then gently tapped my tiny nose with his fingertip. "Ah, the child's awake. Such a sleepy little one, most of her day is spent drifting in slumber." As he spoke, he carefully drew me forth from Kurama's spiritual realm and cradled me securely in his arms. "How wonderful, it fits just right." Relief softened Hinata's features, her eyes shimmering with quiet joy. "Then let's prepare her bath, only clean and fresh can she truly feel at ease." Without another word she turned and hurried toward the bathroom to draw the water. "Thank you, Hinata," Naruto murmured, watching her bustling silhouette with unmistakable tenderness. Soon the gentle rush of running water filled the air. Moments later Hinata poked her head out, smiling. "The water's ready, just the right temperature. Naruto, bring her in." Naruto rose, but before he could take a step Hinata reached out to lift me. The instant her fingertips brushed my tiny arm I recoiled as if scalded, lips trembling, then burst into a clear piercing wail, full of raw unyielding resistance. "Absolutely not. Going into the bathroom with a woman. Out of the question." I raged inwardly, twisting like a slippery eel in his arms, fists clenched tight around his shirt front, refusing to let go. True, I wore the form of an infant, but my soul was that of a man in his 20s. Yearning for sweet romance. Yes. Indulging in lewdness. Never. To be seen unclothed by a woman, that shame burned hotter than childhood memories of my mother watching me bathe. Now faced with this unfamiliar yet beautiful young woman, the mortification doubled. "Naruto, save me." Sobbing, I buried my face deep into his chest, tiny hands gripping his shirt with desperate tenacity. "If it must be with someone, I choose you, not Hinata-sama." Naruto and Hinata stood frozen, utterly flustered by my sudden fierce protest. Hinata remained motionless, confusion clouding her expression, clearly unprepared for such outright rejection. Naruto meanwhile held me helplessly, unsure how to soothe me, and simply patted my back with quiet reassurance. There, no tears now. "Were you frightened? Looks like this little one's utterly taken with you, Naruto," Kurama's voice echoed inside Naruto's mind, laced with unmistakable amusement. "Who would have thought, you of all people would be so adored by an infant?" "Don't mock me, Kurama." Naruto groaned inwardly, even as his outward smile remained warm and steady. "What on earth do I do now? Why does she resist Hinata so strongly?" Though he voiced the question aloud, a quiet unexpected warmth bloomed within him, pride perhaps, or simply the quiet delight of being so deeply trusted. "Just take her yourself," Kurama replied indifferently. "She's still too young to grasp distinctions between men and women. What difficulty could there possibly be, for a grown man bathing an infant?" After all, to Kurama, a chakra beast beyond gender, such trivialities held no weight. Naruto considered Kurama's words, then glanced down at me, still hiccuping softly yet clinging fiercely to his shirt, and sighed in resigned acceptance. He lifted his gaze to Hinata, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. "Hinata, perhaps I should bathe her myself. She seems quite attached to me." "Ah." Hinata exhaled softly, concern flickering in her eyes. "Naruto, are you certain you can manage alone?" She knew well his past domestic ineptitude. Before their marriage his apartment had resembled a pigsty, he'd barely managed to care for himself, let alone an infant. "Trust me, Hinata." Naruto thumped his chest with unwavering confidence. "I'm no longer that same Naruto who couldn't even boil rice. I am now a man who stands tall on his own, and soon Hokage. A simple bath. Consider it done." Watching Naruto's resolute expression, my sobs slowly subsided, though my shoulders still trembled faintly and my tiny fists remained locked in his shirt. Inwardly I raised a silent thumb. "Naruto, you're a true brother. From this moment you're my sworn comrade. When it matters most you never falter. Now at last I'm spared the unbearable embarrassment of being seen bare by a woman." Seeing me calm, Hinata nodded reluctantly and offered gentle instructions. "Please be careful, the water's already set to the perfect temperature. The baby soap is on the shelf, wash gently and don't hurt her." "Understood, I'll handle it." Naruto grinned and strode into the bathroom, holding me close, yet beneath his cheerful exterior his heart drummed nervously. How exactly does one bathe an infant for the first time? "Don't drown her, Kurama, keep watch for me." Warm steam enveloped us as Naruto carried me inside, carrying the subtle clean scent of baby soap, its gentle aroma easing the tension that had gripped me moments before. The bathroom gleamed, tiles spotless, walls pristine. An oval mirror hung above the sink, its surface so flawlessly clear it reflected every minute detail. The moment Naruto placed me on the small stool I found myself transfixed. not by the room but by the tiny figure gazing back at me from the glass, my first clear glimpse of my new self. I tilted my head curiously, wide-eyed, studying the infant in the mirror. Silver hair soft as scattered moonlight lay tousled atop my small skull, more voluminous even than Kakashi-sensei's. My eyes were black and bright, my forehead smooth and full, delicate eyebrows arched like slender willow leaves, their outer corners lifting ever so slightly, imbuing my gaze with an elusive lively charm that had once made Karen and I laugh about my cuteness. My cheeks were plump and flushed with healthy pink, my tiny nose and mouth perfectly proportioned, altogether a porcelain doll of flawless grace, nothing like the unremarkable self I'd been in my past life. So this is what I look like now, I mused silently, raising a tiny hand toward the glass, only to meet its cool, unyielding surface. In my former life I'd never cared for appearances, yet gazing upon this tender, charming visage stirred genuine delight within me. Who among us does not wish for a face that draws warmth and affection? Most astonishing of all, this face bore Kakashi-sensei's silvery hair, yet softened by an ethereal feminine grace, perhaps an inheritance from my mother's side. What's caught your attention so deeply, little one? Naruto returned with a towel and chuckled, ruffling my hair. Are you admiring yourself? I blinked back to awareness, and flashed him a toothless grin, grasping his finger tightly with both tiny hands as if answering without words. Amused, Naruto lifted me carefully and carried me to the edge of the tub. All right, bath time. It may feel warm at first, but we'll take it slow. First he dipped his fingers into the water and gently splashed it onto my arm, letting me acclimate to the warmth, his touch as delicate as handling a fragile, priceless artifact. Only once I'd grown accustomed did he lower me into the tub, supporting my head and back with steady, careful hands, shielding me from any chance of inhaling water. Warmth enveloped me up to my chest, so comforting I emitted a soft, contented "ee-ya," my little feet kicking playfully, sending tiny droplets dancing into the air. Easy now, don't splash too much, Naruto teased, picking up the baby soap. He squeezed a small amount into his palm, worked it into rich velvety foam, and only then began smoothing it gently over my skin. His movements were feather-light, starting at my arms, gliding upward with meticulous care, avoiding my eyes and mouth entirely. Through the lather the warmth of his fingertips seeped into me, soothing, steady, profoundly kind. I submitted quietly to his ministrations, occasionally reaching up to grasp the golden strands of his hair that fell near my face, delighting in their softness. He merely laughed, gently disengaging my fingers. No mischief now, playtime comes after the bath. As he washed he hummed an off-key lullaby, melodically imperfect yet brimming with tenderness, warming me from within. Washing my hair demanded extra care. One hand cradled my forehead to shield my eyes from water, while the other rinsed my silver locks with gentle, precise motions. Foam slid down my temples and he held a towel across my face, ensuring not a trace touched my delicate skin. All done. After roughly 10 minutes Naruto lifted me from the tub and wrapped me snugly in a plush wading towel, leaving only my tiny face peeking out. He dabbed my hair and body with swift, tender strokes, swift enough to prevent chills, gentle enough to soothe. Nestled in the pink towel I watched Naruto move about, then glanced again at the mirror. Swaddled in soft cotton I looked even more like a rosy round little dumpling, my black pearl eyes luminous in the humid air, radiating quiet intelligence. Perhaps, arriving here wasn't such a misfortune after all, especially with someone like Naruto watching over me. A quiet, genuine smile curved my lips as the thought settled deep within my heart. In the Hokage's office Kakashi finally managed to regain his composure from the shock of the day. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers absently tracing the desk surface, his mind a chaotic blur. He couldn't even recall how he had returned from Naruto's house, and his growling stomach went unnoticed. His thoughts were entirely consumed by that tiny, exquisite figure. I have a daughter. Kakashi murmured, his voice trembling with a hint of disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly rose from his chair, his eyes suddenly blazing with irrepressible joy, the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably, causing his mask to quiver slightly. He had always thought that given his nature he would likely spend his life alone. He had even made plans with Guy to travel the world and compete in training after retirement. He never expected Orochimaru to give him such a tremendous surprise. Recalling the little one he had seen at Naruto's house, her long eyelashes as she slept, her chubby cheeks and the silver hair that mirrored his own, Kakashi's expression instantly softened, his gaze overflowing with an indescribable warmth. It had been far too long since he had felt such happiness for himself. In the past he rejoiced for Sasuke's safe return, celebrated Naruto's settling down, always an observer, silently offering blessings to those around him. But this time he could finally rejoice from the depths of his heart for his own sake. Yet after the joy came a torrent of self-reproach and reflection. Kakashi sat in his chair, his brows slightly furrowed. He had been far too inadequate today. Stunned beyond measure, he hadn't even taken a proper look at his daughter. Now his memory of her was already hazy. He hadn't offered a single gentle greeting, nor had he let her get a good look at her father. Thankfully she had been asleep at the time, otherwise the thought of his daughter seeing him collapsed on the floor in a dazed and disheveled state was unbearable, even for Kakashi, who rarely cared about his image. As for the child's mother, Kakashi temporarily set aside his doubts. Orochimaru had said that the answer would come naturally when the child grew up, so dwelling on it now was useless. The immediate priority was another matter, He had absolutely no idea how to take care of a baby. He couldn't keep troubling Naruto and Hinata, though they clearly didn't mind. But what if? What if due to his constant absence his daughter grew up never relying on him, refusing to acknowledge him as her father, and instead called Naruto daddy? That would be disastrous. That brat Naruto. Just thinking about Naruto's gentle doting expression as he held his daughter and the way the little one had fallen asleep clutching Naruto's finger, Kakashi felt the possibility was all too real. A flicker of jealousy stirred in his heart and his fingers unconsciously clenched. No, he absolutely could not let that happen. With that thought, Kakashi hesitated no longer and called out in a low voice, "Umbu." A shadow instantly appeared in the office, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama. Summon Shikamaru immediately." Kakashi's tone was firm and brooked no argument. Shikamaru, now gradually taking over various official duties, was steady and reliable, a future support Kakashi had deliberately left for Naruto, and now he could lend a hand. Within minutes Shikamaru pushed open the door, a hint of confusion on his face. "Kakashi-sensei, you called for me." "Shikamaru, I'm entrusting these tasks to you for now." Kakashi gestured to the mountain of documents on the desk, his tone urgent. Before Shikamaru could respond, he had already formed hand seals and vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint "thanks" echoing in the air. Shikamaru stared at the empty office and the piled-up work, letting out a resigned sigh, honestly leaving all this behind. But Kakashi-sensei seemed unusually anxious today. Meanwhile, Kakashi had rushed straight to the Konoha bookstore. Bursting through the door, he grabbed the shopkeeper's arm and said urgently, "Owner, give me every book on parenting, feeding, putting to sleep, early education, all of them packed up." Startled by the sudden outburst, the shopkeeper quickly nodded, "Yes, Rokudim-sama. Right away." He hurriedly turned and scoured the shelves for various parenting books, from The Complete Guide to Baby Feeding, to A New Father's Handbook, to Techniques for Soothing Infants, stacking 2 large boxes full. Kakashi hoisted the 2 boxes and used the body flicker technique to swiftly return home. Once inside, he set the boxes down and instantly formed 3 shadow clones, each holding several books. "Hurry up, finish reading all these and extract the key points." "Understood," the 3 clones replied in unison, immediately sitting down to flip through the books. The shadow clone technique was incredibly efficient for reading. Moreover, Kakashi was naturally quick-witted and a fast learner. The 3 clones divided the work, one focused on feeding knowledge, one on sleep techniques, and one on early education highlights, exchanging notes on key points. In just one afternoon they had gone through most of the books and compiled a densely packed notebook. In the early evening, Kakashi dismissed the clones, tucked the notebook into his pocket, and made a detour to the famous 3-color dango shop on Konoha street corner. He bought a small box of sweet dango that Naruto and Hinata liked as a gift, then took a deep breath and headed toward Naruto's house. Standing at Naruto's doorstep, he straightened his clothes and adjusted his mask, his heart a mix of nervousness and anticipation. This time he would take a proper look at his daughter and become a worthy father. Knock knock knock, a crisp rap sounded and Kakashi's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible tension. "Naruto, Hinata, I'm here." "Coming." Naruto's cheerful response came from inside, followed by the click of the lock. Seeing Kakashi at the door, Naruto's face broke into a broad smile, the fine lines around his eyes crinkling with joy. He had already guessed Kakashi would come, given how utterly dazed he had been during the day, clearly deeply attached to the child. "Kakashi-sensei. You're here at last." Naruto quickly stepped aside to make room, naturally reaching out to take the 3-color dango box from Kakashi's hands, and greeted him familiarly. "Come on in, it's windy outside." Hinata was just feeding the little one, she should be almost done. Kakashi followed Naruto inside. At the entrance, the small bag of clothes Hinata had brought earlier was still there, and the air was filled with a faint warm scent of milk, soothing and comforting. As he turned into the living room, his gaze was instantly captivated by the scene by the sofa. Hinata sat on a cushion holding a tiny figure in her arms, carefully feeding her with a blue baby bottle. The bottle seemed familiar. He recalled it was the one Kurenai Yuhi had given. The little one was half reclining in Hinata's arms, her tiny mouth around the nipple, her big black eyes wide open, occasionally glancing up at Hinata, looking utterly adorable and well-behaved. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow over them, the scene so warm that even Kakashi found himself stepping lightly. "Kakashi-sensei, please have a seat." Hinata looked up and smiled, her voice soft, careful not to disturb the baby in her arms. Kakashi hummed in acknowledgement and sat down on the sofa, but his eyes never left his daughter. The parenting notebook he had tucked in his pocket was completely forgotten. All the feeding tips and soothing techniques he had memorized with the help of his clones vanished from his mind, replaced by sheer nervousness and helplessness. His fingers curled slightly. He wanted to reach out and touch the child, but feared his awkward movements might startle her, so he remained frozen, his gaze filled with clumsy tenderness. "It's Kakashi." I held the nipple in my mouth and looked up to see the silver-haired man on the sofa. Although this was my first formal meeting with him, the familiar silver hair and the scar over his eye instantly made me recognize him as my father in this life. In the world of Naruto there were few like Kakashi, having lost his father, his teacher and his most treasured comrades, yet always facing life with a gentle smile and protecting Konoha in his own way. That strength earned my deep respect. With that thought I released the nipple, tilted my little head toward Kakashi and extended my chubby little hand, waving gently in his direction while making a soft, aha sound as if greeting him. Hinata smiled warmly at the sight, gently supporting my back and passing me toward Kakashi. It seems the little one really likes you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi instinctively reached out and carefully took me, his arms stiff as if frozen, even his breath became shallow. He looked down at the tiny figure in his arms. Her black eyes were as clear as glass beads, her cheeks plump and still stained with milk, her soft silver hair plastered to her forehead bearing a resemblance to him as a child. An indescribable warmth surged through his heart, joy bursting like bubbles in his chest, making even his fingertips tremble slightly. After a long moment Kakashi collected himself. Carefully supporting my bottom with one hand, he pulled a neatly folded slip of paper from his pocket with the other. The edges of the paper were slightly creased, clearly handled many times. He gently unfolded the paper and held it in front of me, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tension yet filled with profound solemnity. Little one, this is your name, Chimuing. From now on this is what you'll be called. I stared at the characters, Chimuing, on the paper. Though I couldn't understand them yet, I could feel the earnestness in Kakashi's tone. Chimuing. I repeated the name in my mind, gently rubbing my head against his chest, and reached out to grasp his finger. His fingers were longer than Naruto's, with the calluses of a shinobi who had wielded kunai for years, yet they were incredibly warm. Feeling the touch on his fingertip, the stiffness on Kakashi's face gradually melted away and the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily, causing his mask to shift. He looked down at the daughter holding his finger in his arms, his heart overflowing with tenderness. From now on he was no longer alone. He had a daughter, a little treasure named Chimuing who belonged to him. Naruto, sitting nearby, watched the interaction between father and daughter and couldn't help teasing with a grin, Kakashi-sensei, that name is actually pretty nice. Ing like a firefly, bright and adorable. Kakashi didn't argue, he simply patted my back gently, his eyes full of affection. Yes, I hope she can always carry a light like a firefly and grow up happy. Flagwood Hataru, I repeated the name silently in my mind, my small lips curling upward involuntarily. As a girl's name it was truly exquisite, gentle yet vivacious, shimmering with the soft luminescence of fireflies, just as Kakashi had described. No wonder Hinata and Naruto had praised it without reservation. Yet, my former masculine mindset had not fully shifted. Being addressed by such an endearing name felt strangely awkward at first. Still, I reminded myself from now on I would live in this world as a girl. Early adaptation was only wise. Fortunately, the Naruto world embraced marital choices with remarkable openness. Delayed marriage or lifelong singleness were both commonplace, freeing me entirely from the weight of ancestral expectations. Should the Flagwood bloodline ever require continuation, I could always enlist Orochimaru's aid once more. With his unparalleled scientific mastery, such a task would surely pose little challenge. I mused inwardly, resting my tiny head contentedly against Kakashi's chest, feigning perfect docility. Kakashi remained utterly unaware of the whirlwind of unconventional thoughts swirling within his daughter's mind. He only saw her wide round eyes gazing up at him, so tender, so innocent, that his heart melted entirely. Gently patting my back, his fingertips traced the soft down of my hair and the warmth of my small body, filling him with a profound, unprecedented sense of fulfillment. This child was his legacy, heaven's most precious gift. When I was born, father must have felt just like this, Kakashi murmured inwardly, his thoughts drifting to childhood, his father Flagwood Tsukumo, and that gentle loving smile, his eyes growing faintly moist. He had lost too many who mattered deeply, and now at last he held kinship of his own, a sweetness so rare, so sacred that he vowed to guard it fiercely. After dinner, Hinata cleared the dishes and retreated to the kitchen, leaving only Naruto, Kakashi and me, cradled securely in Kakashi's arms, in the living room. The two men sat side by side on the sofa, formally discussing my future care. I've compiled a list of essentials, Kakashi said, producing a neatly written slip from his vest, and tomorrow the ANBU will deliver everything, the highest rated brands recommended in infant care guides. I'll visit daily after work, and every weekend I'll bring her home, to nurture our bond. His voice carried quiet resolve, each word deliberate and tender. His preparations were meticulous, down to the brand of formula and the precise model of diapers, up to early education and even foundational ninjutsu training, nothing left to chance. Yet as he spoke, a note of quiet regret softened his tone. It's unfortunate I cannot yet relinquish my duties. I wish I could be with her constantly. Burdened by the mantle of Hokage, responsible for every matter in Konoha, he could only steal moments between responsibilities. This necessary sacrifice weighed heavily upon his conscience. So Naruto, you must assume my responsibilities soon. Kakashi turned to him, gaze steady and unyielding. I intend to retire early and devote myself entirely to raising my daughter. Huh? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in plaintive protest. Sensei, please spare me. I'm already overwhelmed managing administrative tasks. I barely have time for Hinata. How could I possibly shoulder the Hokage's burden? And who retires before 35? He grimaced, waving his hands frantically. Objection overruled, Kakashi replied, arching a brow with rare unguarded amusement as he gently patted my back. I'm a father now, my priorities are different from yours. Isn't retiring early to raise a child far more fulfilling than signing endless documents? As Kakashi basked in paternal pride, I couldn't help but giggle softly, my tiny hand patting his cheek with affectionate delight. Now I understood with absolute clarity how deeply I was cherished in Kakashi's heart, the one solitary man whose face now lit with such vivid unguarded joy because of me. That profound sense of being treasured warmed me steady and sure. Rest easy, Kakashi, I whispered inwardly, nuzzling my cheek against his chest. I will be the daughter you deserve, steadfast, loving, never letting you walk life's path alone again. Meanwhile Naruto, subjected to Kakashi's paternal conscription, pouted defiantly, already scheming furiously in silence. A daughter. Fine, Hinata and I will have one too. Then I'll hold her proudly right before Sensei's eyes. He stole a quick glance toward the kitchen, his expression brimming with newfound determination. Night deepened and Kakashi reluctantly rose to depart. Clutching me close he hesitated, then offered a cascade of parting instructions. Remember to tuck her in warmly tonight, no chills, if she cries try the lullaby technique I taught you, contact me immediately for anything unusual. Yes, we've got it, Sensei. Naruto waved dismissively, though inwardly amused. The cool, composed Sixth Hokage had transformed into a fussing, doting father. Yes, we've got it, Sensei. Naruto waved dismissively, though inwardly amused. The cool, composed Sixth Hokage had transformed into a fussing, doting father. Finally Kakashi bent low and pressed a soft, lingering kiss upon my forehead, then released me with palpable reluctance and walked out of Naruto's home. Naruto stood at the threshold watching him go while I nestled against his shoulder gazing after Kakashi's retreating figure. Naruto's smile I noticed held a subtle mischievous glint, as if quietly relieved to remain for now unshackled by the full weight of the Hokage's office. But it didn't matter. With Naruto and Hinata's kindness and Kakashi's unwavering devotion as my father, I would grow up joyfully in Konoha, even if I couldn't see him every day. Under Naruto and Hinata's meticulous care I truly experienced what it meant to live like royalty, luxuriating in a life where everything was served to me hand and foot. Each day I needn't lift a finger. When hunger struck, warm milk would be brought to my lips. When thirst arose, Hinata would patiently feed me water. When boredom crept in, Naruto would go out of his way to amuse me, meowing like a cat one moment, pulling funny faces the next, and sometimes lifting me high into the air to let me feel the joy of soaring. Even when I lay quietly merely watching them bustle about with my eyes open, Naruto and Hinata would frequently praise me. Ing is such a good girl, not a peep of fussing. Our Ing is truly a well-behaved little angel. Whenever they showered me with such compliments I couldn't help but blush, timidly burying my little head into the soft bedding. Truth be told, I felt a tad embarrassed. After all, I was just a helpless baby who couldn't do a thing, barely able to roll over my limbs as floppy as a boneless ball of dough. I couldn't exactly be called formidable. Yet seeing the genuine affection in their eyes I couldn't help but grin and return, my tiny hands waving unconsciously as a response to their tenderness. Throughout this time Kakashi never missed a single visit. No matter how late or weary he was after work, he would rush to Naruto's place to see me without fail. Sometimes I could spot the bloodshot veins in his eyes, clearly the toll of endless paperwork piling up. Yet even so, the moment he held me in his arms he would cast aside all exhaustion and pull out every trick to make me smile, gently poking my chubby cheeks with his fingers, softly humming off-key lullabies and even clumsily mimicking the chirping of birds. In those moments he was a far cry from the calm, composed Sixth Hokage he usually was. Watching him muster up his spirits I felt a mixture of delight and heartache, delight that he cherished me so deeply and heartache that he was already so drained yet still went out of his way for me. But as I was now, there was little I could do except respond to him in the most straightforward way. I would stretch out my chubby little hand to firmly grasp his finger, gaze at him with unwavering eyes, occasionally let out soft "Aya" coos or nuzzle into his chest, gently bumping my tiny head against him. Every time he saw such a response from me, Kakashi's eyes would light up, his smile becoming unusually genuine, as if the fatigue was melting away. Finally the weekend arrived, granting Kakashi a full day of rest. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, he arrived at Naruto's place brimming with excitement. Carefully he picked me up from my slumber, his movements so gentle as if afraid to disturb even a single dream. "Ing, we're going home now." He planted a soft kiss on my forehead, his voice tender enough to melt water. Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes as he saw us off, still mumbling reminders. "Kakashi-sensei, make sure to feed Ing on time. She takes a nap at noon, and after she wakes up you need to play with her for a while." "I know you, worrywart." Kakashi waved his hand with a smile, then turned and walked away with me in his arms, his steps as light as a child's on the way to an outing. Before long we arrived at Kakashi's home, my home too. As he pushed open the door a clean, refreshing scent wafted toward us. Unlike the bustling warmth of Naruto's household, this place exuded a quiet, cozy serenity. The living room was neatly arranged with a soft light gray blanket draped over the sofa. A few open parenting books sat on the coffee table, and beside it stood a small cradle lined with brand new pink bedding, clearly prepared especially for me. In the corner of the room a small pot of pothose vines sat with lush emerald leaves, adding a touch of vibrancy to the space. The walls bore little decoration save for a small landscape painting. Sunlight streamed through the window casting dappled shadows on the floor, filling the entire room with a warm cozy glow. I curiously widened my eyes, taking in this home that belonged to Kakashi and me. I could tell he had put a great deal of thought into arranging and decorating this place, even preparing a cradle and baby supplies just for me. This attention to detail warmed my heart. Watching Kakashi's bustling figure, carefully lowering me into the cradle, then turning to prepare warm water, a gentle smile on his face and profound tenderness in his eyes. I couldn't help but silently think, thank you for everything, Father. To give me a comfortable home, to be a qualified father, he who was already overwhelmed by Hokage duties still found time to study parenting knowledge and meticulously decorate the room. This weighty paternal love left me both moved and at peace. I stretched out my tiny hand toward Kakashi, waving it slightly, letting out a soft "Aya" cry as if responding to his efforts. Seeing my gesture, Kakashi quickly strode over, crouched by the cradle, and gently grasped my little hand. What's the matter, Ing? Do you like it here? I grinned up at him, my little hand clutching his finger tightly, silently thinking, wherever Father is, that's the best home. Kakashi carried me into his room. The moment the door opened, a refreshing scent similar to the living room greeted us, yet tinged with his unique essence, a subtle hint of ink and sun-dried fabric that felt exceptionally reassuring. The room's decor echoed the living room style, simple yet cozy. The walls were a soft cream color. By the window sat a desk with neatly stacked books, beside which stood a small photo frame containing a picture of a younger Kakashi with Obito, Lin and Minato. The edges of the photo had yellowed slightly, yet it was preserved with remarkable care. On the bedside table rested a warm yellow lamp, as well read Make Out Paradise beside it, along with a newly unsealed baby toy, a rattle that made crisp sounds clearly intended for me. The most striking feature was the cradle in the center of the room. Unlike the one in the living room, this one had edges wrapped in light gray knitted lace lined with a thick cashmere pad soft as a cloud. Kakashi carefully placed me into the cradle, gently swaying the edge of it, the motion as delicate as a spring breeze brushing across a lake. Comfortable, Ing? He crouched beside the cradle, his fingertip brushing lightly across my cheek, his voice as tender as if coaxing a fragile treasure. Lying in the soft cradle, feeling the gentle sway with warm sunlight filtering through the curtains onto me, drowsiness instantly washed over me. I narrowed my small black eyes, my little hands unconsciously grasping the knitted lace at the cradle's edge, and soon drifted into a deep sleep, my breathing growing long and even. Kakashi sat on the chair beside the cradle, quietly watching me sleep, his eyes filled with an unspoken tenderness. Seeing me curled into a tiny ball, my long lashes gently quivering, he couldn't help but murmur softly, this little one truly heals me. In the past, coming home from work always meant facing an empty house, passing the time with reading and training, yet feeling that something was missing. But now it was different. Within here, even the very air in the home felt alive. Just watching her sleep was enough to dispel all fatigue, filling his heart with a solid, reassuring warmth. He reached out his finger and gently touched my little fist, his motion so light as if afraid to disturb a dream. When I woke again, the sunlight outside had shifted to the center of the room, clearly midday. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, about to let out an "Aya" cry, when I caught the faint scent of milk. Kakashi walked in carrying a pink bottle, and seeing me awake immediately broke into a smile. Ying's awake. The milk is just warmed, come drink it. He carefully lifted me into the crook of his arm, slowly bringing the nipple to my lips. I held the nipple in my mouth, but my gaze drifted to the bedside table. There sat Kakashi's lunch, a simple bowl of miso soup, a dish of pickled vegetables, and a small bowl of white rice. It looked rather pitiful. He gave his all to me, buying the finest formula and softest bedding, yet he was so careless with himself, not even managing a proper meal. A pang of sourness welled up in my heart, and I silently resolved, when I grow up I will learn to cook and make delicious meals to reward Father, so he too can enjoy a proper hot meal. After finishing the milk, Kakashi sat on the sofa, holding me, gently patting my back to help me burp. He looked at the little yellow outfit I was wearing, a set of clothes borrowed from future me. Though clean and fitting, it never felt quite exclusive enough to him. Ing, how about Daddy takes you out to buy new clothes this afternoon? Kakashi looked down at me, his tone full of anticipation. Wearing future clothes forever isn't the way. Daddy wants to buy Ing the prettiest little dresses and soft little jackets to make our Ing the cutest princess in Konoha. As he spoke, he gently pinched my chubby cheek. Daddy's income is pretty good now, so buying clothes for Ing is no problem at all. From now on, whatever Ing wants, Daddy will get it for you. Seeing his earnest expression, I couldn't help but grin, my little hand tightly gripping his finger. Feeling Daddy's overflowing love brought me more joy than any pretty outfit ever could. Sunlight poured through the window, wrapping us in warmth. The silhouettes of father and daughter stretched long across the living room, brimming with tender, cozy affection. Sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha in the afternoon, warm and golden, casting dappled shadows upon the ancient stone pavement. Kakashi pushed a brand new pram, and I sat securely within it, my tiny frame swaddled in a soft blanket, revealing only a fluffy silver tuft of hair. The pram glided forward at a gentle pace, drawing curious glances from passers-by, for it was rare indeed to see the Sixth Hokage strolling through town with an infant in tow. Mothers holding children, students laden with schoolbags, and street vendors alike cast inquisitive yet kindly glances, full of quiet wonder, never intrusive. Good afternoon Lord Hokage, man, Sir Kakashi, are you off duty today? Greeting after greeting flowed warmly and respectfully along the way. Kakashi responded with a smile as he pushed the pram. His hand gestures softened his eyes, visible even behind his mask, growing tender and warm, shedding all traces of bureaucratic gravity. At last a fruit seller paused mid-task and asked with gentle curiosity, Lord Hokage, may I ask, whose child is this? What a handsome little one, just like you with that silvery hair. Yes, Kakashi halted, gazed down into the pram where I lay and spoke with quiet pride and solemn sincerity, she is my daughter, her name is Hatake Hitaru. A daughter. A collective hushed murmur rose among the onlookers, quickly muffled lest they disturb me. Nestled in the pram I listened to Kakashi's proud declaration, and felt a quiet sorrow stir within me. Is this truly safe, father? After all, my origin was extraordinary, a genetic experiment cultivated by Orochimaru, not born of nature. To claim me so openly as his daughter risked grave consequences should the truth ever surface. As I brooded silently, someone dared to ask again, about her origins. Kakashi had anticipated this. With a slight nod he replied calmly, her mother and I kept her existence hidden at first, to protect her during those fragile early days. Now that all is stable, we've brought her out for her first walk. At these words the crowd's curiosity dissolved, replaced by a gentle knowing sorrow. They exchanged glances, understanding passing between them. One sighed softly, ah. I see. No wonder. Still, it's good she's safe. In that moment I understood, they were remembering the fourth Hokage and Kushina. That young couple had given their lives to protect Naruto, and to safeguard Konoha, leaving him to grow up alone in silence. Kakashi's explanation shielded my true nature while evoking empathy, allowing the villagers' hearts to open without demanding answers. Kakashi, aware of their silent reflection, offered no further elaboration, only a quiet nod before resuming our stroll, leaving behind murmurs of quiet reverence. I watched his straight, steady back, and warmth bloomed inside me. With quiet grace he had built a wall of love around me. Sensei Kakashi, over here. A bright, lively voice rang out. We turned to see a golden-haired woman sprinting toward us, her emerald eyes sparkling, her purple shirt and dark trousers crisp and practical, her hair fluttering in the breeze. Ino. Oh, Ino. Kakashi paused and greeted her with easy familiarity. How lovely. I thought, inwardly awestruck. Her beauty truly lived up to legend, delicate features, vivid eyes and a dimpled smile that lit up the very air, even more radiant than in any animation. Ino reached the pram and immediately fell under my spell, her eyes widened with delight. Oh. This is your daughter. She's absolutely enchanting. So serene, not a peep, those lashes are impossibly long and she's utterly exquisite. The more she looked the more captivated she grew, bending down to gently poke my cheek, then laughing aloud at its velvety softness. Then, as if recalling something, she dashed back toward the nearby flower shop, Yamanaka Flowers, its entrance brimming with vibrant blooms. Moments later she returned cradling an elegantly wrapped bouquet, soft pink roses, fresh white daisies and delicate purple forget-me-nots, harmonious and refined. A small token of joy, she said, handing the bouquet to Kakashi, her gaze tender upon me. May little Hitaru grow healthy, joyful and beautiful, as timeless as these flowers. She brushed my head lightly, her fingertips carrying the faint sweet perfume of blossoms, gentle and warm. And thank you. On Hitaru's behalf. Kakashi accepted the bouquet, lifted it to inhale its fragrance and smiled, a genuine unguarded expression. He placed it carefully in the pram's side pocket, its subtle aroma lingered soothing and uplifting. Touched by Ino's sincerity I grinned broadly, gumless and gleeful, and waved my tiny hand toward her. Ino laughed even brighter, exchanged a few more cheerful words with Kakashi, then waved farewell and headed back to her shop. Kakashi resumed our walk. The sun, the floral scent, the kindness of strangers and above all his quiet steadfast presence, gradually eased the knot of worry in my heart. Perhaps with a father who loved me so fiercely, and a village that embraced me so wholly, my origins need not be a burden but simply part of who I was. And leaving the flower shop behind, Kakashi guided the pram deeper into Konoha's bustling commercial district. Soon a modest storefront appeared, a wooden sign reading, Kimono Children's Tailoring, hung above its door. Its rustic facade exuded quiet elegance. The window displayed miniature garments, a cherry blossom embroidered pink kimono, a blue overall set adorned with tiny silver bells, each piece so charming my eyes lit up. Here we are, Hitaru. Kakashi bent low, lifting the pram's sunshade with a smile, pointing toward the display. We're choosing clothes made just for you, so you can wear dresses all your own. A chime jingled as we entered. An elderly woman wearing reading glasses looked up from behind the counter, and instantly beamed, oh. Lord Hokage. What brings you to my humble shop today? Hello grandmother. We've come to have a few outfits tailored for my daughter. Kakashi's tone was warm and unassuming, no trace of authority, before gently lifting me from the pram into his arms. Hitaru, say hello to grandmother. I grinned at the old woman, waving my small hands and cooing a soft babbling, yeah, which made her eyes crinkle with delight as she reached forward to pat my palm. What a stunning child, like a little fairy. Let's begin selecting fabrics. Come now, let's choose some cloth. She turned and gathered armfuls of colorful textiles from shelves, spreading them across the counter. These are this season's finest, plush cashmere and breathable linen cotton blends, perfect for delicate skin. Lord Hokage, which would you prefer? And Kakashi glanced down at me, his gaze full of gentle inquiry. Which color does Hotaru favor? Pink, like cherry blossoms. My eyes settled on a swatch of pale lavender linen cotton, soft, refined, delicately embroidered with tiny white lilies. I reached out and clutched it tightly, nodding my little head, my dark gleaming eyes alight with quiet joy. Ah, you've chosen this hue, Hotaru. Kakashi chuckled, stroking my hair before turning to grandmother. Please use this lavender linen cotton, and a light gray cashmere. 2 dresses if you'd be so kind. And could you embroider tiny lilies along the hems? Of course. She swiftly jotted measurements and details. Come back in 3 days, I'll ensure every stitch is perfect and perfectly fitted. As Kakashi paid the deposit and prepared to leave, a familiar voice sounded at the doorway. Excuse me, is it possible to alter children's clothing here? We looked up, to see Yuhi Kurenai cradling her infant daughter Mirai. She wore a white knit top. Mirai in a blue romper gazed at me with wide curious eyes. Kurenai. Kakashi sounded pleasantly surprised, then smiled. What a coincidence, you're shopping for Mirai too? And, yes, she's growing so fast her old clothes no longer fit. I'd like to adjust them for another season. Kurenai stepped closer, her gaze falling on me, and she smiled warmly. So this is little Hotaru. Even more adorable than Hinata described. Those deep shining eyes, they hold stars. Mirai stretched out her tiny hand toward my silver hair. Kurenai gently held her wrist and whispered, Mirai, softly, don't hurt little Hotaru. I met Mirai's round wondering eyes, and extended my own small hand, letting our fingers brush, pure wordless connection reflected in both our dark innocent gazes. Their tender exchange drew laughter from Kakashi and Kurenai alike, the shop filled with a sudden profound warmth. By the way, Kakashi, Kurenai added, pulling a small plush bear from her bag and offering it to me. This belonged to Mirai when she was tiny, washed clean and ready. A gift for Hotaru. Babies adore these. I hugged the soft, cuddly bear close, bobbing my head happily, my eyes crinkling into crescent moons as I beamed a wide toothless grin at Kurenai. Kakashi thanked her sincerely. Thank you, Kurenai, Hotaru will cherish it dearly. After brief cheerful conversation, Kurenai carried Mirai to consult grandmother about alterations while Kakashi carried me out. Beside the bouquet from Ino, the pram's side pocket now held a tiny brass bell, grandmother's gift, to be sewn onto the dress hem so it chimed softly with each step, delighting little ones. Sunlight still warmed the air, the breeze carried floral sweetness across my cheeks. Nestled in Kakashi's arms, clutching my plush bear, my dark eyes shimmered with quiet contentment. Life in Konoha, this life, was warmer and more beautiful than I had ever imagined, guarded by a father's love, upheld by neighbors' kindness, enriched by new companions. It surpassed even my deepest dreams, more blessed than anything I'd known before. Returning from the shopping street, dusk began to fall. Kakashi gently placed me into the cradle in the room and tucked a soft little blanket around me. Worried I might get bored lying there, he deliberately pulled up a chair beside the cradle, picked up a picture book and began reading me a story in a low voice. His voice was gentle and magnetic, soft as moonlight in the dead of night, turning page after page of a tale about little animals in the forest. I watched him quietly with wide gleaming black eyes, listening attentively. Occasionally I would reach out a tiny hand to grab at his hanging silver hair, and he would pause his storytelling, smile and lightly tap my little nose, his gaze brimming with affection. Dinner was simple yet warm. Kakashi warmed up some milk for me while he had a bowl of rice with some side dishes. Perhaps it was because I had played so hard outside in the afternoon. Shortly after finishing my milk, I could no longer resist the heavy tide of drowsiness. My little head kept bobbing, and soon I curled up in the cradle, falling into a deep sound sleep, my breathing even and long. When I woke again, the night had grown deep. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a hazy silvery glow across the room. All was silent save for the slow, steady ticking of the wall clock. I opened my eyes groggily, my dark glossy pupils slowly focusing in the dim light. Soon I spotted a figure in the corner of the room. Kakashi sat at the desk, his back to me, holding a small photo frame. His fingertips traced its edge with a tenderness one might reserve for a rare treasure. It was the photo I had seen during the day, placed on the corner of the desk. It was a picture of a younger Kakashi with 3 others, a boy wearing goggles with a bright open smile, a girl with short hair and gentle eyes, and a man in a jonin vest smiling warmly. It went without saying that they were Obito Rin and Minato-sensei. Kakashi's silhouette under the moonlight seemed somewhat frail, wrapped in a faint lingering melancholy. Even his usually gentle aura carried a hint of loneliness. Watching him stare intently at the photo, a pang of sorrow swelled in my chest. Kakashi, you must miss them so much. Your teacher, your teammates. I couldn't help but squirm, letting out a soft, "ah-boo" sound, trying to catch his attention. Kakashi snapped back to reality immediately. Seeing me awake, he quickly rose and walked briskly to the cradle, leaning over to gently feel my forehead. His voice was laced with concern. You're awake. Are you hungry or feeling unwell? I shook my head, my tiny finger pointing towards the photo frame he had left on the desk, my dark eyes filled with earnestness. Kakashi paused, puzzled, simply following my finger to glance at the frame, then back at me. Undeterred, I stretched out my little hand again, pointing at that direction, once more emphasizing my intent with a deliberate, ah. After my persistent efforts, Kakashi finally seemed to guess my intention. With a hint of skepticism, he picked up the frame, walked slowly to the cradle, and looked down at me. Does he want to see this? Seeing the photo in his hand, I immediately broke into a wide gummy smile, my dark eyes curving into happy crescents, my little hands flapping excitedly. This confirmed Kakashi's suspicion completely. A peculiar smile spread across his face. I didn't expect a little one like you to be interested in this photo. He carefully lifted me from the cradle, cradling me in his arm, then brought the photo up close. His fingertip gently tapped the people in the picture as he began to speak, his voice filled with nostalgia and warmth. Look. These are all important people to Daddy. This is Minato-sensei, Naruto's father. He was a great Hokage and taught Daddy so much. This is Obito, Daddy's teammate. He was stubborn, but he valued his comrades above all else. And this one, her name is Rin, also Daddy's teammate. She was gentle and kind. His fingertips slowly traced over each face in the photo, his gaze distant as if lost deep in old memories. They were all indispensable people in Daddy's life. It's just. They're all gone now. I listened quietly, the figures in the frame reflected in my dark eyes along with the longing in Kakashi's. Though I couldn't comfort him with words, I could feel the depth of his yearning and solitude. I reached out my chubby little hand, gently patting his cheek, then held tightly onto the fingers that grasped the frame, using the purest of gestures to tell him that he wasn't alone anymore, he had me. Feeling my comfort, Kakashi looked down at my innocent gaze. The melancholy in his eyes gradually dispersed, replaced by a wave of profound warmth. He planted a soft kiss on my forehead, his voice dripping with tenderness. Thank you, Ing. With you here, Daddy is no longer lonely. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei. I'm sure you'd be happy for me if you knew. Under the moonlight, father and daughter nestled together. The smiles in the photograph intermingled with the tenderness of the present, crafting a serene and heartwarming scene. I snuggled in Kakashi's warm embrace, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I closed my eyes again, silently vowing from now on I will be by Daddy's side so he will never feel lonely again. Morning sunlight slipped through the narrow gap in the curtain, scattering delicate golden specks across the quilt. The gentle warmth enveloped the soft cashmere pad, intensifying the irresistible urge to linger in bed. I rolled slightly onto my side, facing the sunlit direction, nestling my cheek against the plush pillow, blissful contentment blooming within. Perhaps this was the greatest joy of being reborn as an infant. No alarm clocks, no hurried summons, only boundless time to sleep, unburdened by the relentless pressure of reality. Faintly memories of high school surfaced, before illness took hold. Each dawn before 6 o'clock, while the sky still wore its pale pre-dawn hush, the alarm would ring with unwavering precision, followed instantly by the dorm supervisor's sharp call to rise. Drowsily seated at my desk, I yawned over pages dense with text, the excruciating exhaustion of forcing open heavy eyelids, clinging to wakefulness against overwhelming fatigue, a sensation that now in hindsight felt almost terrifying. Ah, how much more comfortable this is, I murmured inwardly just as I began to bury my tiny head deeper beneath the covers to savor this rare languid peace, when instinctively I turned over. But the moment my eyes opened, I froze. There, pressed against the windowpane outside, loomed a strange, unmistakable figure. He clung tightly to the glass, his face flattened nearly against it, eyes bulging wide and fixed unblinkingly upon me. Most striking was his flamboyant emerald green bodysuit, blazing vividly in the morning light, an outfit so boldly conspicuous it demanded immediate recognition. All drowsiness vanished in an instant. My jet-black eyes locked onto that silhouette, heart pounding fiercely in my small chest. Only seconds passed before realization struck. Besides that man who forever declared youth his creed, who else would dare wear such dazzling green? Oh, it's Teacher Mike Guy. You startled me. I exhaled softly in relief, sinking back into the cradle, tiny hands patting my own chest. Though the ambush had been utterly unexpected, it was precisely the sort of spirited spontaneity only Mike Guy could pull off. As Father Kakashi's lifelong comrade-in-arms, rival and dearest friend, Guy had rescued him countless times in peril. Had it not been for Guy's steadfast presence and fervent encouragement, Kakashi might never have emerged from the shadow of Obito and Rin's deaths, nor blossomed into the tender, resolute man he was today. More profoundly, Guy's indomitable youth-fueled passion had quietly inspired me even in my past life. I recalled those moments when physical exhaustion overwhelmed me, or when life's weight bore down until I could scarcely breathe, how I'd whisper "youth" to myself in solitude, as if drawing strength from those very syllables. Hey Guy, don't do that first thing in the morning. At that moment the door eased open. Kakashi entered, holding a pink baby bottle in one hand and a fresh diaper in the other, his voice tinged with mild exasperation yet utterly devoid of real reproach. Can't you knock properly? You don't forbid me from coming in anyway. Guy's voice rang through the glass, vibrant, unmistakably energetic. In the next breath he sprang away from the pane, and appeared at the doorway greeting us upside down, palms planted firmly on the floor, legs rigidly extended skyward, thick plaster cast secured around both feet, absurd yet instantly evoking that legendary kick during the Shinobi World War, a desperate life-risking strike delivered to shield us all. Clearly that kick had left deep scars, still requiring immobilization, but not a single trace of his fiery spirit had dimmed. My sincerest apologies. Guy laughed, though his tone held not a shred of remorse. I heard you'd welcomed a daughter, and rushed here at dawn to see her. She's sleeping so adorably, delicate as porcelain, rosy-cheeked and serene, I simply couldn't resist pressing close to the glass for just one more glance. Youth's fervor overwhelmed me completely. As he spoke he carefully shifted himself upright, using only his hands, inching slowly toward the cradle. His eyes sparkled with unfeigned wonder as he gazed at me. Wow. So this is Hatake Hataru. Just as I imagined, her silvery hair matches yours perfectly. And those brilliant black eyes, so sharp, so alive, they truly embody the very essence of youth. Flustered by his unabashed effusive praise I flushed faintly and instinctively retreated deeper into the cradle, yet my dark gleaming eyes couldn't help but study him. Even with plaster-bound limbs Guy's gaze remained piercing, his smile radiant, his singular aura of vibrant youth palpable from across the room. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head as he placed the bottle on the nightstand and gently lifted me into his arms. Don't frighten the child, Guy. She's just awakened, not yet accustomed to such exuberance. Ah, my deepest apologies. Guy quickly tempered his energy, though excitement still shimmered beneath. I'm simply overjoyed. Kakashi, you've finally built your own family. This is the most triumphant celebration youth could offer. Now we can compete not only in ninjutsu, but in parenting. A truly magnificent contest of youthful devotion. Watching Guy's impassioned fervor, and Kakashi's weary affectionate smile, I couldn't help but grin widely. With such warm, extraordinary people surrounding me every day in Konoha truly brimmed with delightful surprise. Still lost in his feverish fantasy of parenting rivalry, Guy's eyes blazed like twin flames. He slapped the floor once, then propelled himself forward 2 inverted steps, voice brimming with anticipation. Then let's begin our youthful warm-up now. Kakashi, let's settle this. Whoever makes Hataru laugh first wins. The loser treats the winner to an entire bowl of Ichiraka ramen, with double chashu. His enthusiasm radiated visibly, even the beads of sweat on his brow gleamed with eagerness, as if he'd already rehearsed a dozen playful tactics, eagerly awaiting Kakashi's response. But Kakashi merely held me close, swaying me gently, glancing down at my dark luminous eyes, his voice tender yet unshakable. No. I'll stay with my daughter. She's just woken, hasn't yet taken milk or changed her diaper. Let's postpone contests for another time. Not a flicker of hesitation colored his tone. His arms tightened protectively around me, his gaze wholly centered on me, because in this moment his daughter's needs outweighed any rivalry. Ah. Hearing that reply, Guy deflated like a punctured balloon, spine slumping, even his inverted stance wavering precariously, nearly toppling over. He drooped his head, voice heavy with disappointment. How unfair. Just when I found a new worthy challenge, and you're utterly consumed by your daughter. Kakashi, you've grown far too unyouthful. Yet behind his grumbling no resentment stirred, only a quiet subtle yearning. He'd long known Kakashi dreamed of family, and now that Hataru had arrived that cherished bond mattered infinitely more than any contest. Kakashi watched his friend slump like a rabbit denied its carrot, and shook his head fondly, exasperated. He knew Guy well, outwardly boisterous, inwardly deeply loyal, this slump merely reflected longing for shared moments between them. Just then an idea flickered in Kakashi's eyes. He stepped closer to Guy, cradling me, his voice lightly teasing. Guy, would you like to be her godfather? Godfather? Guy snapped upright instantly, ears perking, balance steadying, eyes wide with bewilderment. What does that mean? It means Hataru becomes your goddaughter. Kakashi glanced down at me, then back at Guy, his lips curving upward. That way you may visit often, and guide her with youthful wisdom, teaching her to run faster, to laugh brighter. When she grows older we'll train together at the practice ground, you'll teach her taijutsu and I'll teach her ninjutsu. Isn't that far richer than mere competition? His words struck like sunlight, illuminating Guy's spirit anew. His eyes blazed with sudden brilliance, he clapped once, nearly losing balance, then steadied himself. Goddaughter. This is the most magnificent youthful idea imaginable. Kakashi, you've finally spoken like a true comrade. He edged forward eagerly, extending a hand toward my tiny fingers, then paused midair, fearful of startling me. After hovering for a breath he gently brushed his fingertip against mine. Hataru, will you let me be your godfather? I'll teach you the strongest taijutsu, take you to watch Konoha sunrise each morning, and buy you the sweetest dango. Your childhood shall burn with the fiercest, most radiant youth. His infectious delight made me giggle. I opened my mouth in a wide toothless smile, and reached out, grasping his finger. My dark eyes crinkled into crescent moons. See? She's accepted. Guy erupted in jubilation, his plastered foot bouncing uncontrollably, voice soaring with elation. Wonderful. Might Guy now has a daughter. This is undoubtedly the most unforgettable day in all my youth. Kakashi smiled, resigned yet deeply warmed by his friend's renewed fervor. He knew, with Guy as her godfather, Hataru's childhood would overflow with laughter and light. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing all three of us in golden radiance. Guy animatedly sketched visions of future, youthful experiences for Hataru. Kakashi interjected, gently reminding him not to rush. Nestled safely in Kakashi's arms, clutching Guy's finger, I basked in this vibrant, tender warmth, and understood with quiet certainty family and friendship are the rarest, most precious form of youth. Time slipped by swiftly, half a year drifted away beneath the warm sun and cicada songs of Konoha. I was no longer the helpless infant who struggled even to roll over, and now I crawled steadily across the floor, my stubby legs kicking with lively urgency, darting wherever I pleased like a nimble little snowball. Standing. I had certainly tried. Gripping the wall for support, I could wobble upright, though my leg muscles lacked the strength to hold me steady. I inched forward painstakingly, and at the slightest misstep I plopped down onto the floor, sending everyone into peals of laughter. Now however I faced a grand challenge. The living room floor was covered with a soft crawling mat, and I stood pressed against the corner, fingers digging tightly into the wall as I strained to lift myself upright. Before me Moegi held a small camcorder, its lens fixed unwaveringly on me. She had grown taller in the past 6 months, her bangs neatly combed, her once childish face now softened with youthful freshness. Dressed in Konoha's pale green training uniform, her sleeves rolled up to reveal toned forearms, she bore the unmistakable mark of diligent ninjutsu practice. With earnest enthusiasm she cheered me on in a clear, vibrant voice, "Come on, Hataru-chan. Just a little more, you'll be standing steady in no time. Don't give up, believe it." She punched the air just like her idol Naruto, her light-colored woven wristbands swaying with the motion, a gesture both sincere and endearingly adolescent. This very effort, that is youth. Dad Might Guy stood nearby, hands on his hips, throwing back his head for a thunderous shout that nearly rattled the windows. "Hataru-chan, summon your fiery spirit. Think of the rising sun. Think of the exhilaration of running. You can do it, I'm so proud of you." His voice blazed with fervor, even his plaster-cast leg twitched involuntarily, eyes gleaming with anticipation for this youthful trial. The white stripes on his emerald green bodysuit shimmered vividly in the sunlight. Dad Kakashi crouched quietly not far from me, his gaze tender and encouraging, his voice lowered to a gentle murmur lest he startle me. "Easy now, Guy. Don't frighten Hataru." He turned to me, a soft smile lifting the corners of his mouth as his fingertip lightly tapped the floor. "You've got this, my daughter. Take your time, no rush. I'm right here with you." Why were there so many people? I silently wailed inside, my cheeks burning crimson, even the tips of my ears flushed pink. Though I'd lived in Konoha for half a year and grown accustomed to their warmth, my adult soul still recoiled at being surrounded, observed, documented, as I practiced standing. In my former life I'd been utterly unremarkable, preferring to vanish into the crowd's periphery, not this dazzling, overwhelming spotlight. Stealing a glance upward I saw Moegi intently filming me, the lens occasionally zooming close to capture my determined expression. Dad Guy's sweat-glistened temples gleamed under the sun as he roared, and Dad Kakashi's gaze, warm, steady, luminous as golden sunlight, held mine without wavering. My face flared hotter still. I ducked my head, refocusing on the task beneath my feet, my tiny fingers clenched tighter, my short legs trembling yet straining upward, each inch forward met with a subtle quiver in my thigh muscles. Just then the doorbell chimed, a crisp, bright ding-dong, cutting through the cheerful chorus of encouragement. "I'll get it." Dad Guy volunteered, instantly striding toward the door with energetic confidence, though one leg remained encased in plaster, lending his gait a comical frog-like balance utterly at odds with his injured state. As the door swung open, Naruto and Hinata stood side by side on the threshold. 6 months apart had brought gentle change to Hinata, her abdomen curved softly beneath a loose sky-blue dress embroidered with delicate white hydrangeas, her complexion luminous, her expression suffused with serene maternal grace. Her voice too had mellowed into something even softer and sweeter than before. Naruto meanwhile radiated pure excitement, clutching a cloth bag stamped with the Ichiraku Ramen logo, likely brimming with freshly bought treats. His blonde hair was even more tousled than before, his orange jacket as vibrant and spirited as ever. It clicked instantly in my mind. Dad Kakashi's proud boasting about me just 6 months ago must have stung Naruto deeply. He'd even groaned aloud about not wanting to assume the Hokage mantle so soon. Yet barely a month later came news of Hinata's pregnancy, and I remembered how Naruto had sprinted home, cradling me high above his head with reverent care, grinning ear to ear as he declared, "Hataru, you're going to have a little sister. Someone to play with you every day. And when she arrives the 4 of us will go out for ramen, together." Incidentally, over these past 6 months immersed daily in Japanese speech, I'd progressed from barely grasping meaning to understanding most everyday conversations, and even began mimicking simple syllables like "tu-san" and "gai," each utterance delighting them immensely. Dad guy once even cartwheeled backward 3 times in sheer joy. Naruto-kun Hinata-san, please come in. Dad guy welcomed them warmly, stepping aside with theatrical flourish, and couldn't resist adding, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Hataru-chan is attempting her first stand, this is a pivotal moment of youth. No sooner had Naruto entered than his eyes locked onto me, bracing myself against the wall. His face lit up and he hurried over, bag in hand, relief coloring his voice, we made it just in time. Hataru-chan, we're here to cheer you on. Heard you're practicing standing today, let Uncle Naruto see just how amazing you are. He reached out to steady me, but Hinata gently tugged his sleeve. Naruto, don't rush her. Hataru-chan is trying all by herself. Hinata approached slowly, kneeling beside me with infinite gentleness. Her fingertip brushed my tiny knee, her voice a whisper of spring breeze, Hataru-chan is so brave. Take your time, no need to hurry. If you grow tired, rest a while before trying again. Her eyes shimmered with tender concern as she drew a small strawberry-flavored candy from her pocket and placed it where I could see it clearly. If you stand tall, this sweet treat is yours, deal. Moegi adjusted her camera angle to frame both of us smiling. Wani-san, Hinata is so kind. Hataru-chan, push harder, for the candy. I'll capture your finest moment, so your little sister can watch it someday. Gazing around at the suddenly livelier room, everyone's faces radiant with encouragement, Hinata's candy glinting temptingly before me, the last traces of shyness melted away, replaced by a swelling tide of quiet resolve. I drew a deep breath, though my infant lungs offered only a modest swell, puffing my cheeks slightly, and clenched my tiny fists anew. Gripping the wall, I lifted myself inch by careful inch, black eyes fixed unblinkingly on the strawberry candy in Hinata's palm. My legs still trembled, but steadier now, firmer than moments before. Wow, Hataru-chan standing. Moegi burst out, her camera whirring non-stop. Absolutely incredible. Dad guy clapped wildly, nearly forgetting his cast, that's the power of youth. Hataru-chan, you're extraordinary. Dad Kakashi smiled, a rare full-hearted expression of quiet pride, rising slowly to stand beside me and placing a gentle hand atop my head, my daughter, truly remarkable. Watching their joy, feeling the candy's sweetness already blooming in my imagination, I couldn't help but grin, wide and unguarded. To be loved so fiercely, so expectantly, it was pure radiant happiness. And yes, I did get my reward. Sweet, triumphant and utterly delicious. In the corridor of Konoha Hospital, the air seemed frozen in time, broken only by the intermittent heart-wrenching cries from the delivery room, each second marked by the ticking clock. Naruto paced back and forth, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white from the strain, his golden hair slightly disheveled from his own anxious fingers. He kept glancing at the closed door of the delivery room, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry, his usually vibrant smile completely gone. He muttered repeatedly, Hinata, hang in there. Please be safe. Beside him, Sakura, visibly pregnant, sat on the bench next to Hayashi Hyuga. Her forehead was beaded with sweat, her pregnancy making her uncomfortable, yet she forced herself to stand and gently patted Naruto's back, her voice soothing, it's okay, Naruto. Hinata is a strong person. She's trying so hard, she'll be fine. Still, the cries from the delivery room made her frown, her heart tightening, and she could only silently pray for Hinata. Hayashi Hyuga sat on the bench with Hanabi, his back straight, as he tried to maintain the calm demeanor of the Hyuga clan head, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner unease. He looked at the restless Naruto and said in a low voice, Naruto, trust Hinata. The Hyuga children never give up easily. Yet his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, his eyes fixed on the delivery room door, full of concern for his daughter. Kakashi stood nearby, silent, just quietly accompanying them, his brow furrowed with worry but also certainty. He had seen Hinata's resilience on the battlefield and knew how much courage she could muster to protect her family. He occasionally glanced at Naruto, signaling him to calm down, yet he understood that any words of comfort felt hollow at this moment. I stood beside Kakashi, already knowing that Boruto would be born safely and mother and child would be fine, but I still silently hoped Hinata could suffer less. The cries from the delivery room rose and fell, each one like a hammer striking everyone's hearts. Naruto stopped pacing, pressed his hands against the wall, buried his head in his arms, his shoulders trembling slightly. The invincible hero of the ninja world now felt only heartache and helplessness for his beloved. After what seemed like an eternity, just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, the door of the delivery room creaked open. A nurse in white stepped out, a warm smile on her face, holding a small bundle wrapped in a blue blanket. Her voice was clear and loud, congratulations everyone. Both mother and child are safe. It's a healthy baby boy. As her words fell, the tense atmosphere in the corridor instantly dissipated, replaced by an indescribable joy. Hayashi Hyuga suddenly stood up, his stiff back finally relaxing, a glint of relief in his eyes. Sakura also let out a sigh, slowly sat down holding her belly, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. But Naruto didn't even glance at the new life, he didn't even hear the nurse's next words. He stumbled toward the delivery room. He pushed through the medical staff at the door and immediately saw Hinata lying on the bed, pale-faced, strands of sweaty hair clinging to her forehead, exhaustion in her eyes, yet she gave him a weak but gentle smile the moment she saw him. Naruto quickly walked to the bedside and carefully took her hand. Her hand was cold and still trembling slightly. All the pent-up worry, heartache and joy burst forth. Naruto could no longer hold back, tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto their clasped hands. He choked, his voice hoarse, "Thank you, Hinata. You've been through so much. You're amazing." He had so much to say but was lost for words, so he just held her hand tightly as if to transfer his strength to her. Looking at her pale face, he was filled with guilt and pain, wishing he could bear all the suffering for her. Hinata gently shook her head, raised her other hand with effort and wiped away Naruto's tears. Her voice was soft but firm, "Naruto. I'm fine. Look. Our baby." Just then the nurse brought the wrapped infant in and gently placed him beside Hinata. The tiny baby had his eyes closed with 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks like Naruto's short yellow hair, breathing evenly, his little face pink and chubby like a delicate dumpling. Naruto finally came to his senses and looked down at the tiny life. Tears still hung on his face, but he couldn't help smiling, his eyes filled with the tenderness and cherishment of a first-time father. Kakashi, Sakura and Hayashi also entered, gathering around the bed looking at the safe mother and child. The earlier anxiety in the corridor had been replaced by overwhelming joy and warmth. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room, falling on everyone's faces, warm and gentle, as if offering the softest blessing to the arrival of this new life. Following Hinata's gaze, Naruto looked down at the small figure in the swaddle. The little one had his eyes closed, long eyelashes like 2 tiny fans, his little mouth occasionally smacking softly, his pink cheeks glowing with health, every breath carrying the gentle scent of milk. His eyes softened instantly, the reddened rims filled with unfathomable affection. His voice was lighter than a whisper, afraid to disturb the new life. "Grow up well, daddy's little princess." The moment the words left his mouth, the air in the room froze. The joyful atmosphere vanished and silence fell. Sakura, sitting on the chair nearby, couldn't control the twitch at the corner of her mouth, her hand subconsciously resting on her belly, her eyes full of, "Are you serious?" Kakashi, who had been about to reach out and touch the baby's cheek, paused, raised a hand to his forehead and sighed helplessly, as if he had expected this all along. Naruto was confused by the sudden silence, blinked, looked from one to another, scratched the back of his head and asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Naruto, Hanabi sitting beside Hayashi, couldn't help but speak, suppressing a smile, her tone laced with amused correction, "My sister gave birth to a healthy boy, not a little princess." "Nani?" Naruto looked as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide, his expression twisting into utter disbelief. He whipped his head toward Hayashi, his eyes pleading, "Please tell me this isn't true." Hayashi looked at him helpless yet amused and nodded, confirming Hanabi's words, "Yes, it's a boy, very healthy." Upon receiving the confirmation, Naruto deflated like a punctured balloon, his shoulders sagging, his voice full of disappointment. "Why a boy?" He pouted childishly, reached out to gently touch the little one's hand. "Not that a boy is bad, he can train ninjutsu with me, we can go eat ramen together. But I still wanted a soft, sweet daughter, liking someone I could braid ribbons for and put in pretty little dresses." As he muttered, he couldn't help glancing at me held in Kakashi's arms. I was amused by his longing for a daughter but failing look, so I stretched out my tiny hand and waved toward him, my black eyes sparkling with laughter. "Stop dreaming. Ing is not yours to have." Kakashi held me gently, swaying, glanced at Naruto, his tone carrying undisguised protectiveness, as if guarding a treasure. "If you want a daughter, have one yourself." Naruto choked on Kakashi's words. Just as he was about to retort, his eyes suddenly lit up as if a brilliant idea had struck him. A sly grin curled at the corner of his mouth and he sidled up to Kakashi, his tone full of calculation. "Kakashi-sensei, don't say that. Look, my son, your disciple's son, was just born. On such an important day, shouldn't you as the grand teacher give a proper welcome gift?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow, seeing right through his little scheme, and said flatly, "I didn't bring any money and I didn't prepare any gift." He knew Naruto too well, whenever he wore that smile nothing good followed. Talking about money between teacher and student hurts the feelings. Naruto waved his hand, immediately his smile growing even brighter. He leaned in, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "I don't want money and I don't want anything else. Looking is so adorable. My son will surely grow up to be a handsome young man. How about we arrange a childhood engagement? That way Ing will be my daughter-in-law, you'll still see her often, and I'll finally have a daughter, a win-win, right?" He spoke with great enthusiasm, as if he could already see the beautiful future of the two children, completely oblivious to Kakashi's darkening expression. He spoke with great enthusiasm, as if he could already see the beautiful future of the two children, completely oblivious to Kakashi's darkening expression. "Don't even think about it." Kakashi tightened his arms around me, his eyes wary as if looking at a kidnapper. "My daughter is just a baby and you're already scheming. Naruto, can't you be serious for once?" Sakura, listening nearby, finally burst out laughing. "Naruto, you're too impatient. The child is barely born and you're already thinking about an arranged marriage. Hayashi also shook his head helplessly, watching Naruto's antics reminded of his mischievous childhood, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Hinata, lying in bed, looked at the lively scene and couldn't help but smile tenderly, gently patting the swaddle beside her son as if to say, "Look how much everyone loves you." The atmosphere in the room became lively again, the earlier disappointment replaced by this sudden hilarious interlude. Nestled in Kakashi's arms, I watched Naruto still haggling with Kakashi relentlessly and couldn't help but giggle. Surrounded by such fun, warm people, whether a boy or a girl, the arrival of this new life would surely bring even more joy to everyone. Naruto and Hinata named their newborn son Boruto. Hearing that familiar name, I quietly exhaled in relief. The weight that had hung over my heart for so long finally settled. Thankfully Boruto remained unaffected by my arrival. No butterfly effect altered his destiny. Ever since learning that Sarutobi would be reborn as a boy, this quiet fear had lingered. I still recall half a year ago Naruto bursting into Kakashi's home, lifting me high in the air with exhilaration, loudly declaring I was about to gain a little sister. Outwardly I merely blinked my dark gleaming eyes and smiled vacantly, my tiny fingers unconsciously tugging at his golden hair, yet inwardly my heart raced with trepidation. After all, I was an unforeseen variable who had slipped uninvited into this world. What if my very birth reshaped fate itself? What if Boruto, the destined protagonist, were somehow born a girl instead? How then could I ever face him? Now that I've confirmed he is a healthy boy following precisely the same path I remember, true peace settles within me. Watching Naruto's wistful expression, so clearly disappointed at not having a daughter, I silently muse, it's alright Naruto. Himawari will arrive in just a few years, bringing you a sweet tender daughter. I still live in Naruto's home, sharing life with Hinata, Naruto, and the newborn Boruto. In my past life's memory, Naruto ascended to Hokage when Boruto was already a lively, quick-witted boy who teased him openly. Counting backward, Kakashi-sensei must serve at least 6 more years as Sixth Hokage before retirement. His long-held dream of stepping down early to raise a child will have to wait. Time flows swiftly. I am now 1 year old. Blessed with the mature consciousness carried over from my past life, I develop far faster than peers. I walk steadily now, and occasionally even dash nimble as a soft rolling snowball. Though my speech remains incomplete, unable yet to form full sentences, I can already utter several simple meaningful words with clarity. I still vividly recall the moment months ago when I first murmured the 2 syllables, "Daddy," faint and indistinct yet unmistakable. He had just returned home from duty, weary, sinking onto the sofa and cradled me gently in his arms to rest. Gazing at the faint red veins beneath his tired eyes, I instinctively whispered, "Daddy." The words emerged with infantile softness, but clear enough to pierce his ears. Kakashi froze instantly. His heavy-lidded eyes snapped wide open, disbelief flooding his gaze. Only seconds later did realization dawn, and his eyes brimmed with tears. He pulled me tightly against his chest, gripping me as though I might vanish, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "Hikari, you called me daddy. Say it again, please." Squeezed breathless in his embrace, I obediently repeated the word, and watched astonished as this famously composed Sixth Hokage surreptitiously wiped away tears, dampening even the fabric of his mask. At the time his reaction seemed almost excessive. Now gazing at Boruto nestled peacefully in his cradle, I begin to understand that profound trembling joy parents feel at every tiny milestone where exhaustion dissolves and meaning floods in, pure and overwhelming. I often sit quietly beside Boruto's crib, keeping gentle vigil over this newest life. Perhaps we share some innate bond, for he seems especially drawn to me. Each time I lean close, his round luminous eyes snap open, his tiny hands flail with delight, and soft babbling cries bubble from his lips, his excitement fiercer even than when Naruto plays with him. I often gently clasp his small hand, it is soft, delicate, and grips my finger with surprising tenacity. The warm tender touch stirs memories of my elder sister from my past life, how abruptly I departed without farewell, without seeing her one last time. That sorrow remains an irreplaceable void in my heart. Gazing at Boruto asleep, his cheeks rosy, his breathing slow and serene, a fierce protective tenderness rises within me. Leaning near his ear I whisper softly, "Sister, I am a sister now too." Then lowering my gaze to him, eyes resolute, I speak slowly, each word deliberate though still clumsy, "Boruto, from now on, big sister, protect you." My voice remains infantile, slightly slurred, yet the vow rings with absolute sincerity. This life has gifted me not only a loving father and a devoted godfather, but also a younger brother who needs my care. This bond, this sacred anchoring connection, makes my existence here whole, warm and deeply meaningful. As if hearing my pledge, Boruto stirs in his sleep, nuzzling my fingertip, and a faint serene smile curls his lips, making me smile in return. Sunlight streams through the window, spilling warmly over us, witnessing this timeless transcendent bond between sister and brother. 3 months after Boruto's birth, another joyful announcement echoed through Konoha Hospital. Sakura was expecting. That morning I sat nestled in Kakashi's lap sipping breakfast milk when Naruto burst through the door, his golden hair disheveled, urgency etched across his face. "Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's in labor. Sasuke hasn't made it back yet. I'm panicking." His fingers twisted nervously at his shirt hem, his anxiety deeper than during Hinata's delivery. Then family surrounded him. Now Sakura faced this moment with only friends and Naruto standing vigil outside. Kakashi set down his milk cup, wiped a trace of milk from my chin, slipped on his coat and took my hand. Come Hikari, we'll go support Sakura Nizan. Perhaps we'll witness the birth of another child born the same year as Boruto. By the time we arrived, the hospital corridor was already filled with loved ones. Ino sat on a bench clutching nourishing gifts for Sakura, brows lightly furrowed. Hinata held Boruto, swaddled snugly, soothing Naruto's restless pacing with quiet words. Boruto rested against Hinata's chest, turning his curious head this way and that, then spotting me he stretched out his tiny hand, eager to be held. I hurried over and gently clasped his fingers. He beamed, revealing 2 newly sprouted teeth. Watching Naruto's anxious silhouette, I recalled Boruto's birth, how I'd feared my presence might unravel destiny. Yet now, surrounded by these enduring bonds, serenity fills me. Some connections transcend time and chance, growing richer, warmer, even more vibrant with each new life. After what felt like an eternity, the delivery room door creaked open. A nurse stepped out, cradling a baby wrapped in a pale pink blanket, her face radiant. Congratulations. Mother and daughter are safe, a healthy little princess. Wonderful. Naruto exhaled deeply, stepping forward yet hesitating to touch, peering tenderly through the blanket. How's Sakura? Is she all right? She's strong, just resting. You'll see her shortly. Smiling, the nurse placed the newborn in the nursery's bassinet. Soon after, Sakura emerged on a gurney, pale but smiling, waving weakly. Sorry to worry everyone. When Sasuke gets back, I'll twist his ears off. Her complaint masked deep longing for the one who was absent. Kakashi handed her the nourishing soup Hinata had prepared, murmuring softly, You've done wonderfully, Sakura. She's lovely, just about Boruto's age. They'll be perfect companions. Hand in hand with Boruto, I tiptoed toward the bassinet. The newborn slept soundly, eyelashes like dew-kissed silken fans, a delicate nose, soft pink lips. Most striking was her hair, jet black like Sasuke's, lying feather-soft against her scalp, still and serene as a celestial cherub. Boruto reached out, hovering his small hand above her, eyes wide with innocent wonder. Hinata stroked his head gently, then turned to Sakura. Have you chosen a name yet? Sakura smiled, glancing fondly at the cradle, warmth shimmering in her eyes. Yes, Sarada. May she shine like sunlight, warm, unwavering and strong. Sarada, I whispered the name inwardly, and suddenly remembered the bespectacled, gentle, resilient girl from my past life. Some names, some bonds arrive inevitably, now enriched by our presence, arriving with a gentler, earlier grace. As if stirred by our voices, Sarada's tiny brow twitched, and slowly her eyes opened. They were black as Sasuke's, clear as spring water, first scanning Boruto beside me, then turning to me. A toothless grin bloomed across her face and her tiny hand waved toward me. Boruto erupted with delight, tugging my hand eagerly. Yes, I smiled, kneeling down and gently touched her palm with my fingertip. Her hand was impossibly soft, like spun cotton, yet gripped my finger with surprising strength. Boruto mimicked me, touching her other hand, and Sarada grasped it firmly too. 3 small figures gathered around the bassinet like 3 blossoms leaning together in golden sunlight. Look how well Sarada and Boruto take to each other, Hinata said warmly. From now on, Hikari, you're the big sister to both, and you'll guide them in play and love. I nodded vigorously, gazing at Sarada's tiny fingers curled around mine, then at Boruto's hopeful shining eyes, my heart swelling with fierce, tender resolve. In my past life, Boruto and Sarada grew side by side as steadfast comrades. In this life they are companions from birth, with me, their elder sister, walking beside them. Together beneath Konoha's benevolent sun they will flourish, carefree, cherished and whole. Sunset bled through the hospital windows, casting our elongated shadows across the floor. Sarada drifted into peaceful slumber, still holding our fingers, her face lit by a quiet, contented smile. Naruto, finally at ease, discussed future ninjutsu lessons with Kakashi. Hinata and Sakura exchanged gentle, laughter-tinged stories of motherhood. In that moment I realized crossing into this world was no accident, it was destiny's most tender gift. With Kakashi's unwavering love, Naruto and Hinata's nurturing care, Boruto's affectionate devotion, and now Sarada's joyful presence, this abundance of belonging fills every hollow left behind from my past life, wrapping each coming day in warmth, light and boundless hope. Time flew by and 2 years slipped away quietly as the cherry blossoms of Konoha bloomed and fell. I had grown into a delicate little girl with fair skin. My soft silver hair, now reaching my shoulders, was styled by big sister Hinata into 2 small buns, making my round cheeks look even more adorable. My black eyes, like obsidian soaked in spring water, were lively and clear. When I smiled they curved into crescent moons, revealing 2 tiny fangs. My skin was a healthy pinkish white, and I wore a light purple dress custom made by Daddy Kakashi with delicate lily of the valley embroidered on the hem. When I ran it fluttered like countless little butterflies dancing behind me. To use Naruto's words, I was practically the prettiest little beauty in Konoha. Now my daily life was simple and leisurely. In the morning I had breakfast with Daddy Kakashi, then ran over to Naruto's place to play with Boruto, who was now 2 years old and in his mischievous phase. Boruto was even more energetic than when he was a baby. He loved chasing after me, either dragging me to watch his newly learned ninjutsu, which was basically just somersaults, or pestering me to tell him stories. Occasionally he would get jealous of Sarada, who was born later, and insist that I play only with him, childish and adorable. Aside from looking after these two little ones, I spent most of my remaining time wandering around Konoha village. I knew every street and every big tree in the village like the back of my hand, from the aroma wafting out of Ichiraka ramen to the flowers displayed in front of the Yamanaka flower shop to the statues in front of the Hokage building. I had almost grown tired of seeing them all. When I was truly bored out of my mind, I thought of using my past life cooking skills to cook a meal for Naruto and Hinata as a way of repaying their care, after all they had taken care of me for so long, and I wanted to do whatever I could. But reality dealt me a heavy blow. At 3 years old I was simply too weak. With both my chubby little hands working together, I could barely grip a small frying pan, let alone flip ingredients or even cut vegetables and light a fire. I tried twice, but not only did I fail to make anything decent, I nearly turned the kitchen into a mess. In the end, big sister Hinata smiled and helped me clean up the aftermath. I had no choice but to give up that idea. Pushing myself too hard would only cause trouble for the adults. Better to wait until I grew up a bit more. As for refining chakra, that was even more out of the question. I had once clung to Daddy Kakashi's leg, persistently begging him to teach me ninjutsu, only to be firmly refused. He crouched down, looked at me seriously, and said in a firm yet gentle tone, "Hataru, you're still too young now, your body hasn't fully developed. Refining chakra could harm your health. When you turn 5, Daddy will personally teach you, okay?" Seeing the unyielding look in his eyes, I could only nod obediently, though I couldn't help sighing inwardly. 2 more years to wait, it felt like an eternity. So boring. I sat on a bench in the park, chin resting on my hands, my little face scrunched up in a frown expression full of gloom. The sunset's glow bathed me, stretching my shadow long, making me look even more lonely. In the park there were other children around my age, chasing and playing on the lawn, their laughter crisp and bright. Seeing me sitting alone, a few children hesitated before walking over and shyly invited me. "Hataru, want to play hide-and-seek with us? We're playing with a ball, come join us." I mostly just smiled and shook my head, saying softly, "No thank you." It wasn't that I didn't want to play, but with the soul of an adult living inside me, I just couldn't muster genuine interest in these childish games like real kids could. After all this time, those I could truly call close friends were only a handful. "Hataru, let's play together." A clear, cheerful boy's voice rang out. I looked up and saw Mirai running toward me, wearing a light blue short-sleeve shirt and khaki shorts, his neat black hair trimmed tidily with a small fringe on his forehead, a bright smile on his face, and a small brown ball clutched in his hands. Mirai and I had always been close. Big sister Hinata and Aunt Kurenai were good friends, and they often took us to each other's homes to hang out, enjoy snacks, listen to stories, and kick a ball around. Through those visits we grew familiar. He was outgoing and steady, not mischievous like Boruto, and he was very considerate. Being with him always made me feel at ease. Come to think of it, I rarely turned down Mirai's requests. "Coming." My eyes lit up, my gloomy expression vanished instantly, and I jumped off the bench running toward him. We played kickball on the lawn. Mirai was agile, always managing to pass the ball right to my feet. When I missed, he would laugh and run to retrieve it. "It's okay, Hataru, take your time, let's try again." We also chased butterflies, picked wildflowers by the roadside, and he even chose the biggest and brightest one to hand to me. "Hataru, this is for you, as pretty as you are." I accepted it with a smile, my heart feeling warm. We played until the sun set, the sky painted in warm orange-red hues. Mirai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Hataru, I need to head home for dinner. Let's meet here again tomorrow. My mom said she'll bake cookies, want to have some together." "Okay, see you tomorrow." I nodded with a smile, tucking the little wildflower into one of my buns, and waved goodbye. Walking home alone, the evening breeze gently brushed past, carrying the faint scent of flowers. It was delightful. Just then, on the training ground nearby, a figure in a distinctive green bodysuit waved at me, a smile full of youth energy on his face. "Hataru, long time no see." It was Rock Lee. He still maintained his passionate demeanor, a blue forehead protector tied around his head, his green bodysuit spotless, and the lines of his muscles faintly visible beneath the fabric. Even though his son Metal had been born over a year ago, he hadn't given up his pursuit of youth one bit. He still engaged in intense training every day, and his figure could always be seen on the training ground drenched in sweat. I stopped in my tracks and waved back with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Lee." Rock Lee jogged over, crouched down, studied me carefully, and said in an admiring tone, "Hataru, you've grown taller again, and you're more adorable than ever. Want to see the taijutsu I've been practicing? These moves are full of youthful vigor." As he spoke, he struck a cool fighting stance, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing Uncle Lee's cool fighting stance, my eyes instantly sparkled like little stars, and the boredom in my heart melted away completely. Refining chakra had to wait until I was 5. Cooking was impossible with my weak strength, but here stood a taijutsu master right in front of me. Why not learn from him? I immediately stepped forward, tilting my little face up, clutching Uncle Lee's arm and shaking it, my voice soft and sweet with deliberate coyness. Uncle Lee, Uncle Lee. I don't just want to watch, I want to learn taijutsu too." Will you teach me? Rock Lee was taken aback for a moment then waved his hand, his tone apologetic. Hataru no can do. You're only 3, your body is still too delicate. Taijutsu training is tough and could cause injuries. Kakashi-sensei would never agree. Despite his hot-blooded nature, he knew a little girl's body couldn't withstand intense training, let alone the fact that Kakashi-sensei doted on his daughter dearly and would never allow her to go through such rigorous exercise at such a young age. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm not afraid of getting hurt either. I immediately puffed out my little chest, mimicking Rock Lee's usual manner, and clenched my tiny fists tightly. I can run around with Boruto for a long time, I'm really strong. See, as I spoke I deliberately raised my arm, showing off my almost invisible muscles with a serious expression. I can definitely keep going, I won't slack off. Rock Lee was amused by my little adult act but still shook his head. It's not about strength, Hataru. You're still too young. When you grow up a bit more, Uncle will definitely teach you. No. I refused to let go, letting go of his arm and hugging his leg, instead burying my head against his pants, my voice tinged with a plaintive nasal tone. Daddy won't teach me ninjutsu until I'm 5 and I'm so bored right now. Uncle Lee, just teach me a little, even the simplest move is fine. I promise to behave and not be mischievous at all. As I spoke I secretly looked up to gauge his expression, my dark eyes full of expectation, even mustering a few crocodile tears. Dealing with soft-hearted, hot-blooded adults by acting spoiled and stubborn was my specialty. Rock Lee looked at me, clinging to his leg, refusing to let go, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his face full of inner conflict. He looked down at my moist eyes, then glanced at the training posts, his hot-blooded heart torn between teaching and not teaching. But what about Kakashi-sensei? Daddy won't find out. I immediately interjected, blinking rapidly. We'll just practice for a little while, just a little. I promise I won't tell Daddy, and I won't let myself get hurt, okay? I patted my chest with my little hand as if to guarantee my face full of, I'm very reliable. Rock Lee was completely at a loss, dealing with my persistence and unable to resist the inner desire to pass on youth. He finally let out a sigh and his eyes reignited with passion. All right. Since Hataru has such youthful enthusiasm, Uncle will teach you the simplest basic stance, horse stance. But we agreed only 5 minutes, no more than that. And once you start feeling tired you must stop immediately, understand? Got it. Thank you, Uncle Lee. I immediately released his leg and jumped up with excitement, the little wildflower in my bun swaying along. Rock Lee smiled and ruffled my hair, then crouched down and patiently instructed me. Come Hataru, stand with your feet shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent back, straight hands on your waist like Uncle. He demonstrated as he spoke, his movements precise and powerful. I mimicked his posture, slowly spreading my short little legs, bending my knees, trying hard to keep my back straight and placing my hands firmly on my waist. At first it seemed easy, but after less than a minute my calves began to ache, my knees started to tremble and my back started to slouch. Hataru, hold on. Rock Lee cheered me on from the side, his voice full of encouragement. Youth is about persistence. Hold on a little longer, you're already doing great. Hearing his words of encouragement I bit my little lip, silently telling myself, don't give up, and straightened my back again. Though my legs grew increasingly sore and my face flushed bright red, seeing the expectant look in Uncle Lee's eyes made me feel I could keep going a little longer. After all, this was an opportunity one had earned through persistent persuasion, and I couldn't give up so quickly. Just as I was about to give out, a familiar voice came from behind me, carrying a hint of resigned amusement. Hataru, what exactly are you doing? My heart skipped a beat. I stiffly turned around and saw Daddy Kakashi standing in the distance with his arms crossed, a barely concealed smile on his face, clearly having watched for a while. Daddy. I quickly stood up straight, my little legs wobbling from the sudden release of tension, almost losing my balance. The bold demeanor I had just displayed vanished instantly, replaced by guilt as I lowered my head, not daring to meet his eyes. Rock Lee awkwardly scratched his head and quickly explained, Kakashi-sensei, let me explain. Hataru wanted to learn taijutsu. I couldn't talk her out of it, so I only taught her the simplest horse stance, and I made sure to keep it short. Kakashi walked up to me, crouched down, gently squeezed my sore little calves and said with a hint of tenderness but no reproach, silly girl, taijutsu isn't that easy to learn. Look at you, tired after just 5 minutes with that little body of yours, and you still want to learn. I was just bored, I wanted to learn something. I murmured quietly, looking up at him with a pleading expression. Daddy won't teach me ninjutsu and I can't even cook, so I had to bother Uncle Lee. Kakashi looked at me, sighed helplessly and smiled, reaching out to ruffle my hair. Alright, stop pouting. Since you're so eager to learn, starting tomorrow Daddy will teach you 10 minutes of basic stretching every day. Once your body gets used to it, I'll let Rock Lee teach you some simple taijutsu moves. How about that? Really? My eyes instantly lit up and all the earlier grievances vanished. You're not lying to me, Daddy. I'm not lying. Kakashi nodded, then looked at Rock Lee with a hint of teasing. Rock Lee, I'll need you to put in extra effort from now on. But don't teach her anything too dangerous or I'll hold you accountable. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. Rock Lee immediately straightened up, a passionate smile on his face. I'll teach Hataru the safest and most powerful taijutsu in the most youthful way. Looking at Daddy and Uncle Lee, my heart felt warm and I couldn't help but grin widely. So persistence really did pay off, and although Daddy seemed strict, he was always looking out for what I wanted. The evening breeze gently blew and the lights on the training ground gradually flickered on. Uncle Lee continued demonstrating simple stretching exercises for me while Daddy patiently guided me in adjusting my posture. I followed their movements, slowly stretching my small body. Though still clumsy, I felt incredibly fulfilled, so this is how fun a day without boredom could be. I silently resolved to train hard from now on, not only to master taijutsu but also to protect Boruto and Sarada and to live up to Daddy and Uncle Lee's expectations. Back at Naruto's home, I bounced over to Hinata and Naruto, relaying how Father Kakashi had agreed to let me learn taijutsu and that Uncle Rock Lee would teach me. Hinata, upon hearing this, gently stroked my head and said with a smile, "It's wonderful that you're so motivated. But you must be careful and not push yourself too hard." Naruto also came over, patting his chest and assuring, "Don't worry, Ing-chan. If I have time, I'll practice with you. This way I can supervise Rock Lee and make sure he doesn't teach you any dangerous moves." The two didn't oppose it, instead their eyes sparkled with anticipation, completely unaware that the next day would bring a youthful shock. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, the yard was filled with energetic shouts. I ran to the window and saw Rock Lee already standing in the yard in his signature green jumpsuit holding a bulging bag. To my surprise, Father Guy had also come with a small green jumpsuit tucked under his arm, chatting enthusiastically with Rock Lee. "Good morning, Ing." Seeing me come out, Father Guy immediately raised the jumpsuit in his hand, his smile brighter than the morning sun. "Look what this is. I was planning to save this for Melyuta when he grows a bit older, but I never expected you, Ing, to want to burn your youth so early. Perfect timing for you to wear it first." The jumpsuit was identical in style to the ones Guy and Rock Lee wore, a bright green that dazzled the eyes with white stripes sewn on the collar and cuffs. The size was just right for me, clearly tailored specially. Rock Lee quickly chimed in, his tone full of agreement, "Yes, Guy-sensei. This is the symbol of youth. Wearing it you can feel an endless surge of hot-blooded power, and training taijutsu becomes even more motivating." As he spoke, he struck a cool taijutsu pose, the jumpsuit outlining his muscles, causing Naruto's mouth to twitch. Father Guy handed the jumpsuit to me, his eyes full of expectation. "Ing, put it on and try it. Let's begin our youthful training together." I stared at the bright green jumpsuit, feeling a bit hesitant. It wasn't that I thought it was ugly, but the color was too flashy. Wearing it out, I'd probably be recognized instantly on the streets of Konoha. But seeing the hopeful looks on Father Guy and Rock Lee's faces, I couldn't bring myself to refuse outright. Just as I reached out to take it, Naruto suddenly rushed over, grabbed Rock Lee's arm and pleaded, "Rock Lee, I'm begging you. Let Ing wear normal clothes. Look how cute she is in a little dress. This jumpsuit is just too. No matter what, absolutely not." Hinata stood by, gently nodding, her voice soft but firm. "Gaikuen, Rock Lee-kun, Ing is still too young. This kind of outfit really isn't suitable. Besides, looser sportswear is more convenient for training." The two of them couldn't help shuddering at the thought of me in the green jumpsuit, mimicking Guy's shouts of youth. The image was too jarring, completely at odds with Ying's soft, adorable appearance. "That's perfectly normal." Rock Lee looked at Naruto with confusion, scratching his head. "I've worn it since I was a child. This outfit has accompanied me through countless days of youthful training. How could it be abnormal?" In his eyes, the green jumpsuit was synonymous with youth, the perfect attire for taijutsu training. He couldn't understand Naruto's resistance at all. Father Guy chimed in, his tone carrying an unshakable determination. "Exactly, Naruto. This is what youth should look like. Bright colors stimulate fighting spirit and the tight design allows easy movement. Ing will definitely look good in it." As he spoke, he tried to push the jumpsuit into my hands. "Guy, let it go." Just then Father Kakashi walked over, leisurely holding a set of light blue loose sportswear, a helpless smile on his face. "Ying's taste is like mine, she probably doesn't like such bright colors. Besides, she's still young. Loose clothes are indeed more suitable for daily training. When she grows up, if she still wants to wear it, we can have you customize a special, youth battle suit, for her." As he said this, he handed the sportswear to me and patted my head. "Here, Ing, wear this. It's comfortable and easy to move in, and it won't restrict your taijutsu practice." I took the soft sportswear and my eyes immediately lit up. The light blue fabric felt smooth and breathable, embroidered with tiny lily-of-the-valley patterns, exactly my style. I quickly nodded and said to Father Guy and Rock Lee, "Thank you, Father Guy, for the gift, but I prefer this sportswear." "Thank you for your kindness." Father Guy looked at my eager expression, then at the sportswear in Kakashi's hand, and finally relented, his face still beaming with passionate enthusiasm. "All right. Since Ing likes it, we'll respect her choice. But promise me when you grow up you'll wear the green jumpsuit and feel the passion of youth with us." "Yes, yes. Promise." I nodded vigorously, relieved inside. Thank goodness Dad had saved the day, otherwise if I had to train in the green jumpsuit, the whole of Konoha would probably know that the Sixth Hokage's daughter was a little youth girl. Naruto also sighed in relief, patting his chest. Great. Kakashi-sensei is the reliable one. In-chan looks much better in blue sportswear. Rock Lee, though a bit disappointed, quickly adjusted his mood and gave me a cheering gesture. No problem. No matter what you wear as long as there's youthful passion. Let's start training now. I changed into the light blue sportswear and ran to the center of the yard. Rock Lee and Father Guy stood nearby while Father Kakashi, Hinata and Naruto sat under the eaves watching. The sunlight bathed the yard warm and cozy. Although I didn't end up wearing the youth battle suit, being able to start training with everyone still filled me with anticipation. Perhaps this was my own unique youth. Time flew by swiftly, as if it were just yesterday that I was pestering and coaxing Shaoli to teach me taijutsu, and now before I knew it the day I had been eagerly anticipating had arrived. The morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, gently spilling onto the head of the bed. I sprang up from the bed in one swift motion without the slightest trace of the usual morning lethargy. My heart pounded with excitement I could barely contain. Today Dad was finally going to teach me how to refine chakra. I was finally going to learn ninjutsu officially. The moment I thought of those cool techniques from the Naruto Shippuden series, my heart surged with excitement. The blazing ferocity of the fire release great fireball technique, the majestic momentum of the water release water dragon bullet technique, and the unpredictable flying thunder god technique of Master Minato, every single one filled me with boundless yearning. Before I could only relive them in my memories. Now I finally had the chance to practice them myself. Just thinking about it made me thrill with excitement. And this time I was certain that Dad had no reason to refuse me. Because today was my birthday, not the day determined by when I was made, but the day I first met Dad. We both felt that the sunny afternoon when he first held my tiny self in his arms was the true beginning of our bond, far more meaningful than any date. More importantly, after 2 years of taijutsu training, my physique had improved immensely from when I was little. The strict guidance of Shaoli and Dad Guy had not been in vain. Now my physical strength and endurance had reached the level of a normal genin. But I had no intention of stopping there. After all, I still had my eyes on the passionate 8 gates of Dad Guy and Shaoli, always hoping to one day unlock this power of youth. There was also something that made me both helpless and secretly pleased. I was becoming more and more adorable. My soft silver hair had grown to my waist, styled into a fluffy long mane by Aunt Hinata, making my cheeks look even rounder and softer. My jet black eyes sparkled as if hiding starlight, curving into sweet crescent moons when I smiled, revealing 2 tiny fangs. My skin was fair and delicate, and dressed in my favorite lavender dress I was an utterly adorable little loli. Sometimes standing in front of the mirror I couldn't help but stare at myself, secretly murmuring, how can such a cute little thing exist? After washing up I bounced happily to the living room. The moment I entered, a small figure rushed toward me. Boruto threw his arms around me, tightly hugging my leg. He tilted his pink chubby face up and shouted in a sweet childish voice, "Happy birthday, big sister." He was already 4 years old, much taller than before, but still as clingy to me as ever. The baby voice and his words still made my heart melt. Happy birthday, Hataru. Naruto and Hinata also walked over with smiles. Hinata held a bowl of steaming longevity noodles topped with a golden fried egg, fragrant and inviting. Naruto pulled a small gift box from his pocket and handed it to me. This is a gift from Hinata and me. See if you like it. By the way, Hinata was pregnant again at that time. Our little sunflower was on the way. I took the gift box, my heart sweet and warm. In my past life only my parents and older sister remembered my birthday, smiling as they gave me blessings and gifts. But now in this unfamiliar world, Naruto and Hinata always remembered my birthday, carefully preparing gifts and longevity noodles. The feeling of being cherished in their hearts filled me with immense happiness and made me treasure every day in Konoha even more. Thank you, Boruto. Thank you, Naruto and I. Thank you, Hinata. I smiled, bent down and patted Boruto's head, then looked at Naruto and Hinata with genuine joy in my eyes. Having you all here is wonderful. Just then Dad Kakashi also walked out of his room holding a delicately wrapped scroll with a gentle smile on his face. Happy birthday, Hataru. Are you ready? After breakfast we'll start learning to refine chakra. I'm ready. I immediately straightened my small body, nodded vigorously, my eyes shining as if they held the sun. My own path of ninjutsu was finally about to officially begin on this momentous day. After finishing the longevity noodles I couldn't wait to grab Dad Kakashi's hand and run to the open space in the yard. Naruto, Hinata and Boruto also followed, gathering around to watch. Boruto stood on tiptoe, his eyes full of anticipation, shouting, "Big sister, show me some ninjutsu." Dad Kakashi took out a transparent crystal ball from the scroll pouch, then pulled out a piece of test paper printed with the 5 elemental symbols. He handed it to me with a smile. Hataru, the first step in refining chakra is to sense the energy within your body. Sit down, close your eyes, relax your body and try to feel the faint power that accompanies the flow of your blood. That is the source of chakra. I obediently sat on the soft grass, crossed my legs, closed my eyes and took a deep breath. The sunlight was warm on my body. In my ears came the faint muttering of Boruto and the distant chirping of birds. I tried to banish all stray thoughts and focus on the sensations within my body. At first I felt nothing, just a soft, boneless feeling. Don't rush. Take it slowly. Dad Kakashi crouched beside me, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Imagine your breath connecting with heaven and earth. When you inhale, draw in the natural energy of the outside world. When you exhale, guide that energy to merge with your blood, flowing along your meridians and gradually gathering at your dantian. Following his guidance, I adjusted my breath repeatedly. After an unknown amount of time, I suddenly felt a faint warmth in my lower abdomen, as if a small heater had been placed there. The heat was subtle yet real. It flowed slowly with each breath, spreading through my arms to my fingertips. Dad, I can feel it. I snapped my eyes open, shouting excitedly, my jet black eyes filled with surprise. A glint of approval flashed in Dad Kakashi's eyes. He nodded. Good. Now try to control that energy, slowly guiding it upward along your meridians, concentrating it into the palm of your right hand. Remember, move gently, don't be impatient. Chakra is like flowing water, the more you rush the easier it is to lose control. I closed my eyes again and focused all my attention. The warm energy flowed slowly inside my body like an obedient little snake, climbing up along the meridians bit by bit. Several times it almost slipped out of control, dispersing into my limbs and torso, forcing me to readjust my breathing and patiently guide it again. Fine beads of sweat broke out on my forehead and my palm grew slightly hot. Finally the warm sensation settled steadily in the center of my right palm. Now hold this test paper. Dad Kakashi handed me the 5-element test paper. I gripped it tightly, carefully channeling the chakra from my palm into it. The test paper first emitted a faint glow, then 5 distinct traces appeared on its surface: red lines representing fire release, blue ripples for water release, cyan air currents for wind release, purple lightning for lightning release, and yellow spots for earth release. The 5 intertwining patterns were exceptionally dazzling. Is this 5-element chakra? Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide as he stared at the test paper. Just like Kakashi-sensei. Hataru-chan is amazing. Hinata also revealed a surprised yet gratified smile. I didn't expect Hataru to have a 5-element affinity. That's truly incredible. Boruto ran over to me, tugging my hand and asking curiously, "Big sister, what does 5-element mean? Does it mean you can learn lots and lots of ninjutsu?" Dad Kakashi took the test paper, his eyes brimming with pride, but he deliberately put on a stern face. Don't get cocky. A 5-element affinity is just a talent. Whether you can use it well depends on your subsequent efforts. Then he changed his tone, ruffled my hair and smiled gently. But Hataru is indeed very impressive. To be able to refine chakra so smoothly on your first try and to activate all 5 elements at once, you're even stronger than your dad was back then. My heart swelled with pride. I clenched my fists and said excitedly, "Dad, can I learn the great fireball technique now? And the water dragon bullet?" Thinking of those cool ninjutsu, I couldn't suppress my inner excitement. Not yet, Dad Kakashi said with a smile, shaking his head. Your chakra reserves are still too small. For now you can only do basic exercises. In the coming days I'll first teach you precise chakra control like tree climbing and water walking. Once you can skillfully use chakra, I'll teach you specific ninjutsu techniques. He paused and added, moreover, while 5-element chakra is rare, it also requires targeted training. From now on I will tailor a training plan for you based on your talents. But the 8 gates. He glanced at me, his tone turning serious. That is the ultimate form of taijutsu, placing immense strain on your body. You must wait until you are at least 10 years old with your physique reaching another level before you can even begin to learn the basic methods. Okay. I'll practice hard. I nodded firmly, my heart full of determination. Even though I couldn't learn cool ninjutsu immediately, being able to successfully refine chakra and discover my 5-element affinity was already the best birthday gift. Naruto came over and patted his chest. Hataru-chan, if you ever have questions you can ask me. Although I mainly use wind release, I know a bit about the other elements too. Naruto, don't mislead the child. Hinata shook her head helplessly, then turned to me. Hataru, if you get tired from training, come home and rest. I'll prepare some snacks for you. Boruto also chimed in, big sister, I'll train with you. I want to learn ninjutsu too and protect you in the future. I looked at everyone around me, their faces full of smiles, then at the 5-element test paper in my hand, feeling a warmth in my heart. In this life I had a loving father, gentle Naruto, and Hinata, a clingy little brother, and the path of ninjutsu about to unfold. Such a life was even more beautiful than anything I could have imagined in my past life. Just as I was lost in thought, Dad Kakashi suddenly pulled out a small velvet box from his pocket and handed it to me, his voice softer than before. Hataru, besides teaching you to refine chakra, Dad has a formal birthday gift for you. A gift? My eyes lit up and I eagerly reached out to take the velvet box. The box was cool to the touch, small and delicate. The moment I opened it, a soft silver light greeted my eyes. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its chain made of tiny lily-of-the-valley pendants linked together. At the bottom hung an oval silver pendant engraved with a small character, Hataru, and the edges were inlaid with 5 tiny colored diamonds corresponding to the colors of fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, shimmering with a fine warm glow in the sunlight. This is. I gently picked up the necklace, the cool silver touching my fingertips, yet a surge of warmth rose in my heart. This was custom-made for you by Dad. Dad. Kakashi crouched down, carefully took the necklace and helped me put it on, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a rare treasure. The lilies of the valley on the chain are your favorite flower. The character, Hataru, on the pendant is your name. The 5 colored diamonds represent the 5-element chakra affinity that Dad and you share. I hope it will accompany you on your future path of ninjutsu, never forgetting your original heart and protecting everything you cherish. He paused, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, then added, a small defensive ninja tool is embedded in this pendant. When danger arises, it will automatically release a faint chakra barrier. Though it can't withstand very strong attacks, it can at least buy you some time. The necklace hung around my neck at the perfect length. The cool touch against my skin made me feel incredibly safe. I raised my hand and gently touched the Hataru character on the pendant, my heart as sweet as if drenched in honey, and my eyes couldn't help but grow hot. This was probably the most special and heartfelt gift I had ever received. Thank you, Dad. I love it so much. I threw myself into Dad Kakashi's arms, tightly hugging his neck, my voice a little choked with emotion. In my past life, though I also received gifts on my birthday, none had ever been filled with such abundant blessings and carried such meticulous care. Dad Kakashi gently patted my back, his voice carrying a smile. I'm glad you like it. Wear it from now on and it will be as if Dad is right by your side. Wow. Big sister Hataru's necklace is so beautiful. Boruto came over, standing on tiptoe to stare at the necklace around my neck, his eyes full of envy. Dad, I want a necklace like that for my birthday too. Naruto laughed and ruffled Boruto's head. Silly boy, when you can refine chakra like Hataru-chan, I'll have a custom one made for you too. Hinata also said with a smile, the necklace is so delicately designed and it holds so much thought. Hataru looks beautiful wearing it. I looked down at the necklace on my neck. The colored diamonds on the pendant swayed gently with my movements, the 5 colors intertwining just like the 5-element patterns on the test paper earlier. I suddenly felt that this necklace was not just a gift but a heavy weight of expectation and protection. Dad, I will definitely wear it well. I looked up at Dad Kakashi, flashing a brilliant smile, my jet black eyes filled with determination. I will train hard, live up to your expectations, and use my own strength to protect everyone so you won't have to worry. Dad Kakashi looked at me, his eyes full of relief, and reached out to ruffle my hair. Dad believes in you. But remember, no matter how strong you become, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Dad will always be your strongest support. Naruto also came over, patting his chest. That's right. Hataru-chan, you also have me, your big brother Naruto. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to step up. Hinata smiled and nodded. The sunlight grew warmer, spilling over us, painting everyone's smiles with an extra gentle hue. I touched the necklace around my neck, feeling the love of everyone around me, my heart brimming with happiness. I clenched my fists and made a silent vow again in my heart, from now on I will train hard to become strong enough to be a daughter that Dad can be proud of, to be a big sister that Boruto, Sarada, and the others can rely on, and to protect this deep, precious happiness I have found in Konoha. In the days that followed, I devoted most of my time to the training ground. Chakra control and taijutsu formed the bedrock of a shinobi's art. My mind knew well that only by mastering the fundamentals could I hope to wield powerful techniques later with true efficacy. Tree climbing had long since become second nature. I ascended trunks as effortlessly as strolling across solid earth. Water walking too progressed steadily. I could now stand motionless upon the surface of a shallow river, even breaking into a brief confident sprint. Every taijutsu form taught by Might Guy and Rock Lee I practiced with unwavering precision, each punch thrown, each kick delivered with meticulous attention to form. Sweat soaked through my pale blue training uniform, yet it filled me with a profound sense of vitality. Yet with shuriken I seemed cursed, utterly devoid of natural aptitude. During every session, though I aimed deliberately at the target's head, my shuriken unfailingly veered downward, always striking the lowermost region without exception. I still remember Kakashi-sensei's expression the first time it happened, the subtle twitch at the corner of his masked mouth, his gaze caught between suppressed laughter and quiet resignation before he finally massaged his temples and murmured, "Hataru, your targeting instinct is truly distinctive." Even more mortifying was the day I trained mutual shuriken throws with Konohamaru, intending only to land the blade near his feet as a signal. I instead sent it hurtling straight toward his lower abdomen, prompting him to leap skyward in panic, nearly landing flat on his backside. Afterward, Naruto and Kakashi-sensei held a solemn, heartfelt conversation with me. "Hataru, unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from using shuriken, especially during engagements with male opponents." As a man in my past life, I grasped the implication instantly, and could only nod, cheeks burning crimson. Yet it wasn't intentional. The blade simply refused to obey my will, not my design. With a quiet sigh I turned and headed toward Naruto's living room. Boruto possessed boundless energy like a tiny ceaseless motor, bounding tirelessly until exhaustion finally claimed him. Today I wondered whether he'd once again besieged Hinata-san with unrelenting demands. I slowed just outside the living room doorway. There sat Hinata-san reclined on the sofa cradling Boruto in her arms, both deep in peaceful slumber. Since learning of her pregnancy with Himawari, Hinata-san had grown increasingly drowsy, her complexion paler than before. Whenever free I volunteered to care for Boruto, feeding him, playing with him and quietly assisting with household tasks, to ease her burden. It was rare indeed for Boruto to surrender to afternoon sleep so willingly. In the past I'd have to chase him breathlessly across the entire courtyard until he collapsed utterly spent before he'd close his eyes. I recalled the last time Sarada visited, watching Boruto cling stubbornly to me, gripping my hand to prevent me from speaking with her, and teasing, "Boruto, monopolizing Hataru-Nizan like this is terribly childish." Boruto, ever sensitive about his pride, flushed scarlet on the spot, and nearly erupted into an argument with her until I gently intervened. Gazing at him nestled peacefully in Hinata-san's arms, his small brow faintly furrowed like a miniature adult, I felt my heart soften. To feel such pure unguarded dependence was its own quiet joy. Indeed, my presence had subtly reshaped things, deepening these bonds, weaving them tighter than before. To avoid disturbing their midday rest I stepped back silently, tiptoeing out of Naruto's home, only to freeze at the garden gate. A strange man stood there blocking my path. He wore a tattered black coat, its hems and cuffs worn thin and dust-streaked as though he had journeyed far across weary roads. His hair fell in disarray over part of his forehead, dark circles shadowed his eyes and bloodshot veins webbed his irises, a portrait of exhaustion, of sleepless nights and relentless travel. Before I could voice my confusion he spoke first, his voice hoarse and dry-edged with barely concealed wariness. "Who are you? Why are you inside Naruto's house? Where is Naruto?" I blinked, instinctively replying, "Are you looking for Naruto and Hinata-san?" He ignored my question entirely, his gaze locking onto mine, sharp, incisive, as if seeking to pierce through flesh and bone. Simultaneously his hand had already settled upon the hilt of the sword at his waist, a weathered blade whose scabbard bore the scars of wind and time yet radiated an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. An overwhelming pressure surged toward me. My pulse leapt. I realized instantly this man's strength was far beyond my reach. With all the composure I could muster I lifted my chin and declared clearly, "My name is Hataru Hatake, daughter of the Sixth Hokage Kakashi Hatake. May I ask what brings you to seek Naruto and Hinata-san?" Hokage Kakashi Hatake. At those words his expression faltered. His piercing gaze softened slightly as if memory stirred within him. He studied me for several silent seconds, then slowly withdrew his hand from the hilt, his rigid posture easing marginally. Just then a breeze lifted his ragged sleeve. Only then did I see it, the hollow emptiness beneath his left sleeve neatly folded and secured. He bore but one arm. In that instant I knew his identity. Who else but Uchiha Sasuke, the lone wanderer forever adrift beyond Konoha's borders. "Forgive me, I frightened you," Sasuke said, his tone gentler now, the rasp of his voice carrying a quiet unspoken apology. "I bear urgent intelligence, information that must be conveyed face to face to both Naruto and Kakashi." "If you're seeking Naruto and Hinata-san, he's at the Hokage Tower today," I replied, quickly recalling his morning departure, mentioning an important summit with the 5 Kage. "He has a 5 Kage meeting today, he won't return until afternoon." "I see," Sasuke nodded, saying nothing more, and turned toward the Hokage Tower. Watching his weary silhouette recede, hesitating at the thought of his long journey, I gathered courage and called out. Sasuke paused, turning back with a faintly questioning lift of his brow awaiting my words. "If you don't object, would you care to rest at my home for a while?" I bit my lip, my voice soft yet clear. "It's nearby, just a few minutes' walk. You may rest, drink some water, and I'll inform you when Naruto and Hinata-san returns." Sasuke turned fully, his obsidian eyes flickering with surprise, as if he hadn't expected such an offer. He remained silent for several breaths, his gaze drifting briefly to the silver pendant at my throat, then settling on my hesitant face, before giving a slow, deliberate nod. "Very well." Relief washed over me. I stepped aside, gesturing politely, "This way please, it's just a short walk." Passers-by occasionally glanced curiously at Sasuke. His road-worn appearance and sharp commanding presence made him impossible to overlook. He paid them no mind, walking steadily behind me in measured silence, though his peripheral awareness never wavered, ever watchful, ever vigilant. Soon we arrived before my home, a traditional Japanese house with a modest garden where clusters of lily-of-the-valley bloomed luxuriantly, releasing their delicate sweet fragrance with every breeze. I slid open the wooden gate and leaned inside, calling cheerfully, "Oto-san, I'm home." Silence answered me. Of course, he too had gone to the summit. After all, he was the 6th Hokage. "I'm sorry, my father isn't home right now." Turning to Sasuke, I offered a gentle, slightly apologetic smile. "But please come in and rest. I'll bring you water, and once he and Naruto and Hinata-san finish their meeting I'll take you to them." Sasuke offered no objection, merely nodded and stepped into the garden. His gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on the lily of the valley, then shifted to the wooden engawa at the house's entrance. He stood tall and still, neither advancing nor wandering, preserving his quiet self-contained distance. I hurried inside, retrieving a clean teacup from the cupboard and drawing cool filtered water from the refrigerator, knowing he must be parched after his long trek. Emerging with the cup, I found Sasuke still standing exactly where I'd left him, like a statue carved from stillness, and approached swiftly. "Here, please drink. You've traveled far." He accepted the cup, his fingertips brushed its cool surface, and he paused, glancing down at the clear water then up at me. His voice, though still low and gravelly, carried a subtle softening. "Thank you." He raised the cup and drank deeply, his Adam's apple moving steadily, proof of genuine thirst. His empty sleeve swayed faintly with the motion, stirring quiet reflection within me. The proud solitary shinobi I once knew only through animated frames now stood in my garden, his guard just slightly lowered. "If you're tired you may rest on the engawa," I gestured to the nearby wooden bench. "It's peaceful here, no one will disturb you." Sasuke did not sit, but leaned against a pillar, his gaze fixed toward the Hokage tower, lost in thought. Only the soft rustle of lily of the valley in the breeze and distant birdsong filled the air, a silence neither awkward nor strained but strangely serene. I said nothing more, settling quietly onto a small stool opposite him, hands folded neatly in my lap, occasionally stealing glances at him. His profile was sharply defined, high cheekbones, a strong elegant nose, lips pressed into a firm unyielding line, his eyes deep and inscrutable, holding countless untold stories. Compared to memory he had matured profoundly, the harsh edge of his youth softened, replaced by a quiet hard-won gravity. Just then my stomach betrayed me with an undignified rumble. My cheeks flared crimson, I ducked my head. I'd eaten only half a bowl of noodles that morning, absorbed entirely in training. Hunger had long since taken hold. Sasuke's gaze shifted to me, resting on my flushed face, and for the briefest instant his dark eyes shimmered with the faintest, almost imperceptible trace of amusement. Without a word he reached into his pack and withdrew a simple plainly wrapped barley cake, offering it forward. "Here." His voice remained low, but the earlier wariness had vanished. I hesitated, waving my hands gently. "No thank you, I have food at home, I'll fetch something." "Take it," he insisted, hand steady, tone firm yet kind. "I bought it on the road, I haven't touched it." I looked at the cake, then at his earnest eyes, and accepted it with a quiet "thank you." Its aroma was warm and earthy, its texture coarse yet deeply satisfying. As I nibbled, Sarada came to mind. I couldn't help asking, "Sasuke-san, will you visit Sarada this time? She's lovely, her eyes shine just like Sakura-san's." At Sarada's name his expression softened markedly, his lips curved faintly upward as he murmured, "Yes." Two simple syllables, yet they carried warmth, tender and unspoken. In that moment I saw it clearly. Beneath the world's perception of aloof detachment beat a heart capable of deep quiet devotion. Just then familiar footsteps approached the gate, followed by Kakashi-sensei's voice. "Hataru, are you home?" My eyes lit up, I sprang to my feet. "Oto-san, you're back." Kakashi slid open the gate, paused upon seeing Sasuke, and then smiled, understanding dawning in his visible light. "Sasuke. So you've already met." "Hataru, thank you for hosting our guest." Sasuke straightened, offering a respectful nod. "Kakashi-sensei." And with quiet formality he introduced himself, "Uchiha Sasuke." Kakashi pushed open the door and saw Sasuke. His smile faltered for a moment before he strode swiftly into the courtyard and knelt down, pulling me tightly into his arms. His arms radiated that familiar warmth as he gently ruffled my hair, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "Sasuke, this child is my daughter, Hatake Hataru." Sasuke's gaze settled upon me, his dark eyes calm and still, yet when he heard the name, Hatake Hataru, he gave a slight thoughtful nod and murmured softly, "I never imagined Orochimaru would actually do something decent." I was inwardly startled, so Uncle Sasuke already knew of my origins. But at that moment I had no time to ponder such things. My full attention was utterly captivated by the man before me. This was Sasuke, one of the Uchiha I had most admired in my past life. His sharp chiseled features, those deep fathomless black eyes, even wearied by travel, remained breathtakingly striking. Truly born with innate brilliance, an Uchiha whose very presence shimmered with quiet intensity, his appearance was simply mesmerizing, leaving me momentarily breathless. Snapping back to awareness I quickly lowered my gaze, lifted my small face and offered him a sweet earnest smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Sasuke. I'm Hatake Hataru." "Brother Sasuke?" Sasuke visibly paused, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his dark eyes. He glanced down at me, then sideways at Kakashi beside him, his lips barely twitching upward, as if wrestling with the surreal irony. Nearing 30 yet addressed as "brother" by a girl barely a year older than his own daughter. After a silent pause his tone softened with gentle resignation. "Call me Uncle Sasuke. By both age and lineage I am your elder." "No need." I waved my hand cheerfully, speaking with solemn conviction. "See, we're peers. I call Naruto brother and you and Naruto are peers too, so calling you Brother Sasuke makes perfect sense." Sasuke rubbed his temple, his eyes glinting with weary familiarity. Of course, Naruto remains exactly as he always was. He'll soon formally assume the Hokage title, yet still teaches children such whimsical honorifics, utterly lacking the dignity expected of an elder. Though his words carried light teasing, there was no real reproach, only the easy warmth of long-standing friendship. He held my expectant gaze for several seconds, then finally relented, his voice softening. As you wish, call me however you like. I burst into delighted cheers, my heart soaring. To call Sasuke brother was a dream I'd never dared imagine in my former life. After a brief exchange, Sasuke's expression grew grave as he turned to Kakashi. By the way, where's Naruto? I need to speak with him urgently. He just returned home after a meeting. Kakashi rose calmly and added, it's nearly dusk, and you've traveled far. Seeking him now would only exhaust you further. Rest here tonight, you may speak with him tomorrow at length. He paused, then added quietly, besides, Sakura and Sarada are waiting for you at home. Lately Sarada has been asking about you constantly, saying it's been far too long since she last saw her father. At the mention of his wife and daughter, Sasuke's eyes instantly softened, the distant reserve and fatigue melting away. After a quiet moment he nodded, his voice low but warm, yes, that's fine. Lily of the valley swayed gently in the evening breeze, their delicate fragrance drifting through the air. Watching the rare tenderness on Sasuke's face, I realized, beneath the aloof formidable exterior of this legendary shinobi lay quiet profound attachments. Father Kakashi leaned against the veranda pillar, observing us with a faint contented smile, the atmosphere serene and deeply peaceful. Seeing Sasuke agree to return home to Aunt Sakura and Sarada, a bold idea suddenly bloomed in my mind. What if brother Sasuke would take me as his apprentice? He was a Uchiha prodigy, master of fire release and lightning release, wielder of the Sharingan, that unparalleled bloodline limit. Training under him would surely accelerate my growth beyond measure. And since Sarada and I were close friends, we could train together. How thrilling that sounded. Yet I knew well Sasuke's proud, reserved nature. He did not accept apprentices lightly. I needed to carefully study his habits and devise a thoughtful approach strategy, no rash requests allowed. First and foremost, Sasuke valued strength and resilience. Having trained relentlessly since childhood himself, he would certainly disdain laziness. I'd consistently honed my taijutsu and chakra control, my foundations were solid. From now on I'd push even harder, demonstrating unwavering perseverance. Perhaps next time he passed the training ground he'd notice me practicing under the scorching sun and regard me with newfound respect. Secondly, he disliked clingy or overly talkative people. Naruto was boisterous and loud, Sasuke often teased him yet cherished him as his dearest friend. But mentorship differed from friendship. I must maintain respectful distance, acting decisively without hesitation or fuss. For instance, when facing challenges I'd first strive to solve them independently, only seeking guidance when truly necessary, so as not to burden him with trivialities. And above all, Sasuke held his family and village closest to his heart. Sarada was his deepest vulnerability. I could spend more time with her, listen attentively as she shared her longing for her father. Later, when meeting Sasuke, I might casually mention Sarada's progress. Sarada's kunai throwing improved remarkably today, or, she told me she hopes to train fire release with you, to show I understood his quiet devotion, proving I wasn't merely a self-serving novice eager for power. Moreover, Sasuke preferred quiet, understated surroundings. Our courtyard, fragrant with lily of the valley, was tranquil and serene, ideal for subtle natural encounters. When he visited father, I'd quietly practice chakra control there, not intruding but poised to engage should he initiate conversation, gradually building goodwill through sincerity and restraint. Lastly, timing was crucial. I couldn't ask now, I needed to wait until he sensed my potential, recognized my reliability and felt genuine goodwill toward me. Perhaps after he witnessed my flawless water-walking technique, or observed marked improvement in my taijutsu, I'd summon the courage to broach the subject of apprenticeship. Then success would be far more likely. I mentally rehearsed the entire approach strategy, growing increasingly convinced of its viability, my cheeks flushing with quiet, radiant excitement. Just then Sasuke bid farewell to father and turned to leave. I hurried forward, standing before him, lifting my small face with a gentle, earnest smile. Brother Sasuke, travel safely. When you have time, would you consider visiting our courtyard? It's peaceful and restful, and I'd be honored to brew your favorite tea. I deliberately omitted any mention of apprenticeship. This first step was simply to invite his willing presence. Sasuke looked at me, astonishment flickering in his dark eyes, then gave a quiet, graceful nod, his voice deeper yet softer. Very well. That single word made my heart leap with joy. I nodded vigorously, waving my tiny hand. Goodbye, brother Sasuke. Please give my regards to Aunt Sakura and Sarada. Without turning back, Sasuke raised a hand in farewell, his figure soon vanishing around the alley's bend. Father Kakashi joined me, ruffling my hair with knowing amusement. What's got you smiling so brightly, little one? Nothing at all. I replied hastily, already plotting tomorrow's training schedule in my mind. The path to winning brother Sasuke's mentorship begins with strength. I would earn his sincere acceptance as his apprentice, and walk beside him forging myself into a shinobi worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. A cool evening breeze swept across the courtyard carrying the delicate scent of lily of the valley, my fists clenched tight, my eyes blazing with resolve. My personal apprenticeship campaign had officially begun. After resolving to become Sasuke's disciple, the first person who came to mind was Father Kakashi. He had been my first ninjutsu instructor, patiently guiding me through chakra control, doting on me without reserve. If I didn't speak with him first, he would surely be heartbroken. At dinner I deliberately served Father an extra bowl of miso soup and sat across from him, gripping my chopsticks tightly in small hands, hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking. Father, there's something I need to tell you. Kakashi set down his chopsticks and gazed at me tenderly. What is it, Hataru? Are you exhausted from training, thinking of taking a few days' rest? No, I shook my head, drew a deep breath and summoned my courage. Father, I wish to become Sasuke Nai's disciple and learn ninjutsu under him. The moment those words left my lips, the warmth faded from Kakashi's smile, freezing it in place. He paused for several seconds, first stunned then overwhelmed by unmistakable resignation, even a subtle, almost childlike sorrow, as though his most treasured toy had been taken away. Hataru, isn't Father's teaching enough for you? Naruto-san offered to teach you wind release anytime. Surely the two of us provide more than enough instruction. It's not that Father or Brother Naruto teach poorly. I quickly waved my hands, urgency sharpening my voice. Father's chakra control lessons are exceptionally meticulous. Brother Naruto always insists on taking me into live combat drills. You both teach brilliantly. Gazing into the quiet sadness deepening in his eyes, my own voice softened. But Father, you are the Hokage. Every day you shoulder countless duties for Konoha, protecting so many lives. I cannot simply because I am the Hokage's daughter monopolize your time. The people of Konoha need you far more than I do, and the village's greater affairs matter most. Kakashi froze. His resignation gradually dissolved, replaced by profound tenderness. He reached out and gently stroked my hair, his voice thick with emotion. Hataru, you've grown so thoughtful. I lowered my head and added softly, there's another reason too. Both Father and Brother Naruto spoil me terribly. During training neither of you ever dares strike me hard. Last time we practiced taijutsu my form was riddled with openings, yet Brother Naruto merely sidestepped lightly, never daring to counterattack in earnest. And when Father taught me shuriken jutsu, he always feared I'd injure myself, limiting me to stationary targets, never permitting me to attempt moving target drills. I know you cherish me, but I also understand the ancient truth, born in adversity perished in ease. If I remain sheltered like this, my growth will only stagnate. Though I can now climb trees and walk on water, should true danger arise, I possess no real capacity to protect myself, let alone others. The memory of the Otsutsuki's descent, the despair of shinobi rendered powerless, tightened my chest. When the real enemy comes, like the Otsutsuki, what if I can only stand frozen, whispering I can do nothing? Then what meaning would my reincarnation into this world hold? I don't wish merely to be protected, I yearn to grow strong, to fight alongside Father, Brother Naruto and Brother Sasuke, to safeguard this happiness and ensure history never repeats itself. Brother Sasuke's nature differs from yours. He has endured profound trials and his training will undoubtedly be rigorous, showing no leniency simply because I am a child. Only within such discipline can I truly mature, only then will I gain the strength to protect myself and those I love. Clenching my fists I spoke with unwavering sincerity. Father, it's not that I dislike learning from you, I only wish to become stronger so you and everyone else need never worry. Kakashi remained silent for a long while, his gaze upon me layered with complexity. He had likely never imagined such depth of concern and resolve residing within my small frame. After a prolonged pause he sighed softly, drawing me into a gentle embrace, his voice tender yet edged with quiet pride. My Hataru, you truly have grown. Releasing me he met my eyes with solemn clarity. Father understands now. Keeping you perpetually beneath my wing would only hinder your growth. Sasuke may be reserved but his strength is undeniable, and his composure unshakable. Training under him will indeed accelerate your development. Does Father agree? My eyes lit up, brimming with delight. Yes, I agree. Kakashi nodded with a warm smile, ruffling my hair, but you must promise me always prioritize safety during training. Should Sasuke grow overly strict, or assign you perilous tasks, you must tell me immediately. Understood. Understood. Thank you, Father. I threw myself into his arms, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck. Finally, the weight pressing upon my heart lifted completely. Kakashi gently patted my back, his voice laced with bittersweet tenderness and quiet pride. My daughter, soon she shall stand as a shinobi in her own right. After dinner Kakashi cleared the dishes and approached me where I sat in the courtyard adjusting a delicate necklace. He rested a hand lightly on my shoulder. Hataru, would you walk with Father to the training ground? I blinked in surprise, then my eyes sparkled. Yes. Shall we practice chakra control one last time? In a manner of speaking. Kakashi smiled and nodded, turning to retrieve the training mat leaning against the wall. Let's go to our old spot. Our old spot was a secluded training field beyond a village ringed by camphor trees whose leaves rustled softly in the evening breeze, serene and still. Here father first taught me chakra extraction, here I mastered tree climbing and water walking, every inch steeped in memory. Kakashi spread the mat on the ground and gestured for me to sit. Come, practice chakra concentration once more. Let father see how far you've come. I settled cross-legged, closed my eyes and drew a slow deep breath. Within me chakra flowed like a docile stream along my meridians, gathering steadily in my palm, a distinct comforting warmth. I carefully dispersed it evenly across my entire palm, then gradually tightened its focus, repeating this exercise of precise control again and again. This foundational lesson taught by father had become my most frequent daily practice. Excellent, far more stable than last time, Kakashi murmured beside me, approval warming his tone. Your chakra's flow rate and density are superbly regulated. Clearly you've spared no effort in your training. I opened my eyes and smiled at him. It's all thanks to father's teaching. Foolish girl. Kakashi withdrew a small scroll from his pocket and handed it to me. This is a collection of self-defense techniques I compiled in my youth, miniature chakra shield. More adaptable than the protective seals embedded in your necklace. Keep it safe. I unfolded the scroll, within lay simple diagrams of chakra pathways and terse elegant incantations. Did father prepare this especially for me? Yes. Kakashi nodded, then took my wrist gently in his hand. Now let father show you how to use it. Concentrate chakra just beneath your skin, not too much, just enough to form a thin resilient barrier. Speed matters most, you must solidify it the instant an attack arrives. As he spoke he guided my chakra flow with his fingertips. Warmth pulsed from his touch, a familiar anchoring sensation, as I followed his rhythm, slowly attempting to coalesce the shield. At first my control faltered, the barrier flickered in and out. Yet Kakashi remained endlessly patient, correcting each motion. Don't rush, draw the chakra inward further, focusing it over vital points, chest, head. After untold repetitions I finally manifested a faint shimmering chakra shield within a single second, fragile yet sufficient to deflect sudden light assaults. Father, I've mastered it. I raised my hand triumphantly, a fleeting pale blue luminescence shimmered across my palm. Kakashi watched me, eyes filled with tenderness, and something akin to quiet sorrow. When you begin training with Sasuke, no one will guide you with father's patience. His methods are stern, even seemingly merciless. But remember, he demands rigor only because he believes in your potential to truly grow strong. I know. I nodded firmly, clutching the scroll tightly. I'll obey diligently and train without fail. And one more thing. Kakashi retrieved a small soft-bladed shuriken pouch from his pocket and placed it in my hands. These are specially crafted, harmless yet effective. Carry them with you. Though your shuriken jutsu aptitude remains modest, consistent practice brings benefit, and should circumstances demand it, they may yet save you. He paused, then added gravely, remember, never push yourself beyond your limits. Father will always be your unshakable foundation. If you feel wronged, or simply miss him, you may return home at any time. Moonlight filtered through the camphor leaves, casting delicate patterns across father's face, where suddenly I noticed faint lines etching the corners of his eyes. Lately he'd borne the full weight of the Hokage's responsibilities while carving out precious hours to train me. He must be utterly exhausted. Father, you must care for yourself too. I buried my face against his chest, arms locked tight around his waist, voice trembling. Don't stay up late reviewing documents, and don't forget to eat properly. Kakashi stiffened, then gently stroked my back, his voice as soft and luminous as moonlight. All right, father will heed Hataru's words. Only the whisper of leaves and the quiet cadence of our breathing remained in the training ground, warmth enfolding us like a sacred vow. I knew tomorrow would mark the beginning of a far steeper path, but with father's enduring love and quiet guardianship I would persevere. Finally Kakashi ensured I had memorized the incantation for the miniature chakra shield, then accompanied me through several repetitions of tree climbing, confirming mastery, before walking me home. Lying in bed I traced the pendant at my throat and held the scroll and shuriken pouch father had given me, my heart swelling with quiet radiant warmth. That farewell night's training was not merely father's final lesson, it was the silent abiding love he wove into every thread of my being. At dawn pale sunlight slipped through the narrow gap in the curtain, scattering delicate golden specks across the quilted bedding while I remained curled beneath the covers, my head heavy with the soft haze of waking. My consciousness had not yet fully returned when my nose caught the familiar faint aroma of green tea. Hinata, are you awake? A gentle voice murmured beside the bed. Drowsily I opened my eyes to find Father Kakashi leaning over me, his mask absent, his face softened by a quiet sun-warmed smile, his gaze tender as unfading spring light. His forehead protector lay aside, silver strands fell softly across his brow, lending unexpected softness to a countenance usually reserved and austere. I rubbed my eyes and let out a tiny yawn, my voice still thick with sleep's honeyed lull. Papa, good morning. Good morning. Kakashi nodded with a quiet smile, tucking the blanket snugly around my shoulders, his tone holding a subtle unspoken buoyancy. Today you may go to Sasuke. I sent him word last night, he has agreed to take you as his apprentice. Ha! My eyes flew wide open, the last dregs of drowsiness vanished instantly as if my mind had been jolted awake by an unseen hand. Had I truly heard that? Sasuke Nii-san had consented so swiftly. I'd expected to labor through weeks of affection-building protocols, bracing myself for repeated rejections, yet Papa's single message had settled it all. Is it true? Papa isn't teasing me. I shot upright in bed, hair wild and tousled like a startled sparrow, eyes shining with twin stars of disbelief and breathless hope. Absolutely true. Kakashi ruffled my unruly locks, his voice tinged with quiet wonder, even he hadn't anticipated such readiness from his former student. I'd rehearsed a whole litany of arguments intending to persuade him to reconsider, but no sooner had my message reached him than he replied with a single word: yes. Saved me quite the lecture. A flicker of genuine bewilderment crossed his eyes. Sasuke, ever aloof and averse to entanglement, had never shown interest in mentoring a 5-year-old girl. This swift ascent defied all expectation. Yet regardless of motive, Sasuke's willingness to teach was undeniably auspicious, for Hinata above all. Overwhelmed by joy, I flung back the covers and launched myself into Kakashi's arms, wrapping my small arms tightly around his neck, pressing my cheek against the soft fabric of his shirt, my voice sweet as sun-ripened nectar. I love Papa most of all. You're simply incredible, Papa. Startled by the sudden embrace, Kakashi paused, then his smile widened, his eyes brightening with unmistakable warmth. Gently patting my back, he spoke with gentle, unguarded pride. If making Hinata this happy is proof of greatness, then yes, Papa is truly extraordinary. He even puffed out his chest slightly, a gesture so childlike, so disarmingly earnest that the legendary Sixth Hokage seemed for a fleeting moment nothing more than a father basking in his daughter's adoration. I nestled closer, heart swelling with quiet delight. Indeed, with Papa's guidance everything flowed effortlessly. That daunting apprenticeship endeavor, once fraught with anxiety, had already taken its most vital step, smoothly, surely, irrevocably. Where is Sasuke Nii-san now? May I go see him right away? I lifted my face, eyes gleaming with eager anticipation, already yearning for the first lesson. Not so fast, breakfast first. Kakashi tapped my nose playfully. Sasuke said he'll wait for you at the old training ground outside the village. After breakfast I'll escort you there. And remember, obey without complaint during training, no tantrums, no excuses. Understood. Understood. I nodded vigorously, scrambling from his arms to dress with swift, determined motions, already plotting how to impress Sasuke Nii-san from the very first moment, proving my sincerity and untapped potential. Watching me dash off toward the bathroom, Kakashi's smile lingered, warm, tender, yet beneath it shimmered something deeper, quiet longing and the fragile, hopeful weight of farewell. He murmured softly, almost to himself, this little one is even more impatient than I am. Still, Sasuke will teach her well. By the time I reached the table, miso soup, seaweed rice balls and fresh strawberries awaited me, just as I loved. I devoured my meal with cheerful haste, glancing repeatedly toward the doorway, heart fluttering with the sweet electric thrill of what lay ahead, my first true training. The old training ground beyond the village walls stood hushed and serene. Camphor tree branches swayed gently in the morning breeze, casting dappled light upon the packed earth. Breathless I burst through the entrance, and there he stood at the field center, posture unwavering as a mountain pine. Clad in his deep-hued coat, his left sleeve neatly secured at his waist, Sasuke regarded me with calm obsidian eyes, his voice edged with quiet impatience. You're late, Hinata. Still catching my breath, I waved my hands sheepishly. Sorry, I got briefly lost on the path of life. At once his brow furrowed, his expression softening only into mild exasperation. Don't mimic your unserious father. On the training ground, attitude matters. I stuck out my tongue, then instantly sobered, standing straight before him, chin up, shoulders back. First impressions were sacred, would not disappoint Sasuke Nii-san. Only when he saw my demeanor settled did Sasuke speak again, his tone shifting, grave and resonant. Before training begins, I ask you one question. What to you is the Hokage, and what is the village? His words struck like thunder, freezing me mid-breath. Familiar, achingly so. My mind raced. Wasn't this the very question Sasuke had once posed to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? How had Hashirama answered? Alas, I'd been too entranced by the dazzling clash of chakra to recall the words themselves. Sweat prickled my palms as I scrambled to assemble every fragment I'd ever heard about duty, legacy and belonging, then lifted my gaze clear and resolute. To protect the village with every fiber of one's being, that is the Hokage's sacred charge. As Hokage one must never yield, not even an inch, for behind them burn the 1,000 lanterns of Konoha and every soul who depends on their strength. And the village. It is the living tapestry of bonds, where comrades become family, and home is not a place but the certainty of return no matter how far one journeys. I held my breath awaiting judgment, only to see a flicker of genuine approval kindle in Sasuke's dark eyes. He gave the barest nod, seemingly satisfied. Before he could speak further, a warm, boisterous voice rang out from the great camphor tree above. Brilliant. Hinata-chan, that was perfect. A golden figure dropped lightly from the branches, landing with effortless grace. Naruto and Isekai radiant in his signature orange jacket, grin wide and unrestrained. Never imagined someone so young could speak with such wisdom. He strode forward, clapping me warmly on the shoulder. No wonder, you're taught by Kakashi-sensei and me. Sasuke cast him a glance, cool and unimpressed. What brings you here? Couldn't help myself. Naruto laughed, scratching his head. It's Hinata-chan's first day training with you, I had to come check in. And cheer you both on. Besides. He winked, mischief dancing in his blue eyes. I'm curious how the infamous problem child plans to train his apprentice. Sasuke ignored the jab, turning instead to me, his voice returning to solemn clarity. Since you grasp this truth, know this: the path ahead will be neither easy nor gentle. To guard home and kin demands strength worthy of that vow. Now, training begins. Training Item 1: Chakra Precision Enhancement. Sasuke's voice carried no warmth as he pointed toward a row of targets at the corner of the training ground. They were not ordinary fixed targets but small wooden ones suspended by thin strings swaying gently in the wind, each bullseye only the size of a thumb. Within 10 minutes hit 30 bullseyes with chakra needles. He pulled a small box of slender metal needles from his pocket and handed them to me. Infuse them with chakra, control the force and direction. No physical strength allowed, purely chakra guidance. I took the needles, feeling the cold touch at my fingertips. I had only seen chakra needles in my father's scrolls. They required precise injection of chakra into the tip, then guiding the flight trajectory with mental focus, several times harder than a shuriken. But I dared not hesitate. I immediately concentrated, slowly pouring my chakra into the needle, and with a slight push of my fingertip I shot it toward the first bullseye. The metal needle grazed past the target and stuck into the tree trunk behind. Your force is too scattered. Concentrate the chakra at the front third of the needle. Sasuke's voice rang out immediately, without blame but with undeniable sternness. Again. I took a deep breath, adjusted my chakra flow, and this time deliberately gathered the energy at the needle's tip. The needle shot out with a whistle but still veered off course, striking the edge of the target. Off by 2 inches. Your mental focus is not sharp enough. Sasuke stepped forward, his fingertip pressing against my brow. Close your eyes. Feel the connection between chakra and the target. Treat that bullseye as something you must protect. I obediently closed my eyes, and in my mind surfaced the lights of Naruto's home, my father's smile, and the cheerful faces of Sarada and Boruto. A firm power rose from the bottom of my heart. My chakra steadied. I raised my hand again, and the needle shot out like an arrow from a bow. This time it struck the bullseye precisely. Good. Sasuke's tone softened slightly. With the first success, the subsequent attempts gradually became smoother. But as time passed, my chakra consumption mounted, my fingertips began to tingle, and the later needle strayed off again. Naruto, watching anxiously from the shade, couldn't help but call out, "Ing-chan, keep it up. Focus and think of ramen." Shut up. Sasuke shot him a cold glance. Naruto immediately covered his mouth, though his eyes remained fixed on the targets. In the final 3 minutes I gritted my teeth and carefully channeled my remaining chakra into the needles, shooting one after another toward the bullseyes. Sweat slid down my forehead, soaking the strands of hair in front. My arms began to tremble, but I never stopped. Time's up. Sasuke's voice rang out just as I released the last needle. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I looked up at the targets. 28 needles were embedded in the bullseyes, only 2 had struck the edges. Barely passing. Sasuke nodded, his tone carrying approval. Your chakra control is better than expected, but your endurance is lacking. Next we'll train in taijutsu. As soon as he finished, he extended his hand toward me. I was momentarily stunned, then realized he meant to pull me up. The moment I grasped his hand, a powerful force yanked me to my feet. Before I could steady myself, Sasuke's fist came flying toward my face with the sound of wind. Watch out! Naruto cried out. Instinctively I gathered chakra to protect my vitals, and using the taijutsu instinct Shaoli had taught me, sidestepped. His fist whisked past my cheek, the draft making my hair stand on end. Before I could regain my balance, his leg swept toward my calf. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. In battle there's no preparation time. Your enemy won't give you a chance to adjust. Sasuke's attacks didn't cease. His strikes and kicks held no mercy, yet each one eased off just before touching me. Use every skill you have. Fight back. I gritted my teeth and stopped being purely defensive, attempting to counter. Though my taijutsu foundation was solid, against Sasuke's speed and power I could hardly gain an advantage. His attacks were precise and fierce, each one exploiting my openings. Before long I was knocked to the ground, bruises appearing across my body. Does it hurt? Sasuke looked down at me from above. No. I gritted my teeth, climbed back up and brushed the dust off my clothes. I can keep going. Naruto ran over wanting to rub the bruises but Sasuke stopped him. On the training ground this is nothing. If you want to become strong you must get used to pain. Sasuke, you're too harsh. Naruto frowned. She's only 5 years old. In the ninja world there's no division by age, only by strength and weakness. Sasuke's gaze was resolute. Since she wants to protect others she must have the resolve to endure pain. I looked at Naruto's worried eyes and shook my head. Naruto and I'm fine. Sasuke and is right. I can't be afraid of pain. I straightened myself and bowed to Sasuke. Please continue to guide me, Sasuke and A glint of approval flashed in Sasuke's eyes and he raised his fists. Again. During the subsequent training I was knocked down again and again, yet I kept getting up. Sasuke's attacks grew faster and his demands higher. The bruises multiplied but I never once thought of retreating. My answer remained etched in my mind: to protect the myriad lights of the hidden leaf I must first possess the strength to withstand the storms. Naruto's initial worry gradually turned into admiration. He stopped interrupting and silently handed me water and wiped my sweat. As the sun set the training finally came to an end. I lay on the ground exhausted without even the strength to lift my arms, yet I felt a surge of power within. Sasuke walked over and tossed me a bottle of medicinal ointment. Apply it to the bruises. Come tomorrow at the same time. If you're even 1 second late, double the training. Understood, Sasuke and I took the ointment and gave a tired but radiant smile. Naruto came over, sat beside me and handed me a rice ball. In-chan, you're truly amazing. If it were me I'd have cried long ago after being put through that by Sasuke. Because I have something I want to protect. I took a bite of the rice ball, warmth filling my heart. Sasuke looked at us then turned to leave. When he reached the entrance of the training ground he paused and looked back. Tomorrow bring your shuriken. I'll teach you precise throwing. My eyes lit up. Really? He didn't answer, just waved his hand and gradually disappeared into the trees. Naruto laughed and patted my shoulder. Seems Sasuke really approves of you. In-chan, you'll definitely become an even greater ninja than us. I gazed in the direction Sasuke had left, clenching the ointment bottle in my hand. Today's training was harsh but I could feel my progress. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is long. I will carry my father's hopes, Sasuke's guidance and my own original heart, step by step growing stronger to become a ninja who can truly protect everyone. As the moonlight rose I walked home with Naruto. On the way I couldn't help touching the necklace around my neck. The tiny diamond on the pendant sparkled in the moonlight as if cheering me on. My training journey had just taken its first solid step. And I was ready to face all the challenges ahead. The days of training were as fulfilling as a tightly packed scroll. Under Sasuke and I's rigorous guidance my progress was visible to the naked eye. In just half a year I had already mastered most basic ninjutsu. The crackling lightning of Chidori surging through my fingertips allowed me to clearly feel the explosive power of chakra. The scorching flames of fire release great fireball technique were fierce enough to char the training logs black. I had even painstakingly studied the second Hokage's streamlined hand seals for water release water dragon bullet technique, requiring only 6 seals to summon a surging water dragon. After all, a real battlefield is not a training ground. If I had to form over a dozen seals like Kakashi-sama my hands would cramp up before I got the chance to be interrupted by the enemy. No matter how exquisite the technique it would be useless. Apart from these offensive ninjutsu, tree climbing and water walking had long been honed to perfection. I could even move swiftly on vertical cliffs and stand steadily on turbulent rivers. Though Sasuke and I spoke little, he could always pinpoint my shortcomings from the rhythm of chakra flow to the subtle gestures of hand seals, gradually refining my skills. Sakurane often trained with Sarada and me when she had free time, and she would bring me many snacks. Every day was fulfilling. My originally terrible shuriken throwing also improved under his guidance. Although I still occasionally missed, at least I no longer aimed precisely at the lower regions. Naruto and I even patted me on the shoulder and said, Hataru-chan can finally throw shuriken properly. But happy times always slip through one's fingers like sand. The tighter you hold the faster they go. Today as training ended Sasuke and I dismissed the lightning of Chidori and suddenly spoke, his tone calm yet resolute. Hataru, I have to leave. The kunai in my hand clattered to the ground. My mind went blank. Leave? Where? I asked, my voice trembling, a foreboding feeling rising in my heart. Sasuke's dark eyes gazed into the distance, deep with unfathomable gravity. To investigate the traces of the Otsutsuki. Their threat never ends. I cannot merely stay in Konoha. Those words struck me like a thunderbolt, catching me completely off guard. Was this what it felt like when the sky fell? I had finally found such a wonderful mentor, had only just begun to learn ninjutsu and hadn't even touched the threshold of the lightning release Kirin I so longed for. How could I interrupt my training at this moment? No, absolutely not. A bold, almost insane idea rapidly took shape in my mind. I would go with Sasuke and I. Even if I were branded a rogue ninja, I couldn't miss this chance to grow stronger. To execute this plan, I immediately set to work. After training, I first found Naruto and Kakashi-sama, my eyes reddening as I pretended to be unable to bear Sasuke's departure. Naruto and Papa, I really can't handle the farewell scene, so I won't see Sasuke and off. This is a gift I prepared for my master. Could you please give it to him for me? I deliberately squeezed out a few tears and handed over a neatly wrapped small box. Inside were just some ordinary rice crackers and healing salves purely to throw them off the scent. Naruto and Kakashi-sama were indeed fooled. They quickly nodded and agreed. Okay Hataru, don't cry. We'll make sure to give it to him. They didn't know that I had already set up a shadow clone in my room. With my current chakra reserves, the shadow clone could only last at most a day without revealing the deception. It would mimic my daily routine, eating, reading, occasionally visiting Naruto's house to see Boruto, enough to fool the others. And with Sasuke and eyes and my pace, one day would be enough to put us far from Konoha. By the time they discovered the truth, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Back home, while the shadow clone pretended to be reading, I quietly packed my belongings, a few changes of clothes, a protective scroll from Papa, the ninjutsu notes Sasuke and I had taught me, and a small bag of compressed biscuits. Finally, I stuck a thoroughly written farewell letter on the most conspicuous wooden post in the yard, every word dripping with heartfelt resolve. Dear Papa, Naruto and Hinata, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left Konoha with Sasuke and Please don't worry and don't come looking for me. I know this decision is willful, but I truly don't want to give up this chance to grow stronger. The threat of the Otsutsuki draws closer. I want to train with my master to learn more powerful ninjutsu so that one day I can truly protect Konoha and protect all of you. Thank you Papa for your love and guidance. Thank you Naruto and for taking care of me. Thank you Hinata for always making me delicious food. Boruto, listen to your mother and stop being mischievous. Sarada, practice your ninjutsu well. Wait for me to come back and have a match with you. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I will take care of myself. When I become strong enough, I will definitely return. Do not worry. Love, Hataru. After writing the letter, I took one last look at my familiar home. The lilies in the yard were still blooming, the lamp in Papa's study was still lit, and the shadow clone was sitting by the window reading earnestly. I bit my lip, held back the tears in my eyes, turned and ran toward the village exit. The night deepened, moonlight illuminating the forest path. I knew this decision was risky, but the thought of continuing to learn ninjutsu from Sasuke and of getting one step closer to my goal filled me with courage. Shortly after leaving Konoha, I spotted Sasuke and leaning against a large tree in the distance waiting for me. He seemed to have anticipated my arrival, deliberately not going far. He showed no surprise when he saw me running toward him. He simply nodded slightly. Ready? I nodded vigorously, gripping my luggage tightly. Sasuke-sensei, I want to go with you. I want to become stronger. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Sasuke's dark eyes, then returned to calm. The journey will be hard and you may face danger. I'm not afraid. I held my small frame straight, my gaze unwavering. I'm not a child who needs protection anymore. I can fight on my own. Sasuke said no more. He turned and strode off into the distance. Follow me. I immediately quickened my pace to keep up, and soon our figures disappeared into the night. Behind me Konoha grew ever more distant, ahead lay a path full of unknowns. But in my heart there was not a trace of regret. This time I would chase the path to strength with my own power. When I return, I will surely become a ninja that Papa and everyone can be proud of. The morning after Sasuke's departure, as sunlight just crept over the eaves of the Hokage building, Kakashi, carrying the gift entrusted by Hataru, leisurely made his way to Naruto's house. Naruto was squatting in the yard watching Hataru chase and play with Boruto and Sarada, a half-eaten rice ball still in his hand. Naruto, the gift Hataru asked us to give Sasuke, we forgot to give it yesterday, Kakashi said, handing over the exquisitely wrapped box, a hint of barely noticeable suspicion in his tone. That girl yesterday, she said she couldn't bear the farewell, but today she hasn't mentioned it. Naruto took the box and shook it. A faint rustling came from inside. Hataru-chan is so thoughtful, even preparing a gift. But Sasuke left in a hurry, he's probably already out of the land of fire by now. No need, we can give it to him next time. It's too late now. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, unconsciously rubbing his forehead protector with his fingers. Speaking of which, did you think Hataru seemed a bit strange yesterday? Usually even if she's reluctant she wouldn't hide from people. Naruto scratched his head and grinned. Ah, kids get sentimental about parting. Besides, after training with Sasuke for half a year, it's normal for her to be attached. Just as he finished speaking, a faint ripple of chakra suddenly appeared in the middle of the yard, the telltale sign of a shadow clone dispelling. A faint blue light coalesced and scattered in the open space, exactly like Hataru's shadow clone dissolving. At the moment the light completely vanished, a neatly folded piece of letter paper drifted down from midair, landing with a soft pat on the ground. The cover was adorned with a small lily pattern. What's that? Naruto reacted first, quickly walking over and picking up the letter. As he unfolded it, Hataru's childish yet neat handwriting came into view and the relaxed smiles on their faces instantly froze. Kakashi immediately leaned in, his eyes scanning the letter's content, his pupils slightly contracting. Naruto's fingers gripping the letter paper tightened, his knuckles turning white. His usually cheerful voice turned hoarse. That girl. She actually ran away secretly. A shadow clone to cover her tracks, and she hid the letter inside the clone's body so it would only fall out when the clone dispersed. He couldn't finish, his heart a mix of anger and anxiety, his eyes reddening. Boruto and Sarada sensed something was wrong with the adults and hurried over. Boruto stood on tiptoe to read the line, leaving Konoha with Sasuke and II. His little face flushed crimson as he tugged at Naruto's sleeve, sobbing, "Dad. Why did big sister leave? Does she not like Boruto anymore?" Sarada frowned, clutching the kunai in her hand tightly, her eyes full of worry. How could big sister Hataru leave without saying goodbye? She said yesterday she would practice shuriken with me. Kakashi took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness and anxiety in his heart. He crouched down and patted the two children's heads, his voice as steady as possible. "Boruto, Sarada, big sister Hataru doesn't dislike you. She hid the letter inside the shadow clone because she was afraid she would cry at the farewell. She bid us goodbye this way. She wants to become stronger with Sasuke so she can protect everyone better in the future." Even so, the hand hanging at his side unconsciously clenched into a fist, his knuckles white. Becoming stronger is no reason to run away secretly. Naruto finally burst out, punching the tree trunk beside him, shaking leaves down. She's only 5 years old. The outside world is full of danger and there are the Otsutsuki. How could she dare go with Sasuke alone? The shadow clone lasted a whole day. By now Sasuke is already out of the land of fire. We can't catch up. He started to dash out. I'm going to find her now, even if I have to chase her to the ends of the earth. Naruto, stop. Kakashi quickly grabbed him, his voice calm but heavy. You can't catch up. If Sasuke wants to hide his tracks, not even sending people out will find him. Besides, look, she even calculated the time for the letter to be hidden inside the clone, ensuring we would find it too late. This kid planned it so meticulously. She clearly made up her mind long ago. Even if she made up her mind, she's still a child. Naruto's eyes were red, his voice full of self-blame. It's all my fault. I spoiled her too much and never went hard on her during training, which made her think the outside world is easy. And that guy Sasuke, he actually took her. When I see him, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi looked at him, his eyes complex. Do you remember how Hataru trained? She was knocked down by Sasuke time after time, but she got up every time, never once complaining of pain. In her letter she said she didn't want to just be protected by everyone. We've kept her under our wings, but she has to fly on her own eventually. He paused, his voice dropping. The fact that she could hide the letter inside the shadow clone and precisely calculate the timing of its dispersal, that level of thought and restraint goes beyond an ordinary child. She has grown up, she has her own aspirations. Naruto froze, scenes of Hataru's stubborn training flashing through his mind, refusing to retreat when cornered by Sasuke's Chidori, persisting in practicing water dragon bullet seals until her fingers were numb, the firm look in her eyes when she said she wanted to protect the lights of Konoha. So yesterday when she said with reddened eyes that she couldn't bear the farewell, she had already prepared to leave without saying goodbye. The anger in his heart gradually gave way to deep concern. He slumped to the ground, burying his hands in his hair, his voice choked. But she's so small. What if she runs into danger? That guy Sasuke can't even take care of himself, how can he take care of a child? Don't worry. Sasuke will protect her, Kakashi said softly, as if trying to comfort Naruto and himself. He took her as his disciple, so he won't let her get hurt. And Hataru's strength is already far beyond that of her peers. The chakra shield I taught her and the ninjutsu Sasuke taught her are enough for her to defend herself. She used the shadow clone skillfully and even managed to hide the letter inside it without being detected. Her chakra control is already quite solid. He walked over to the wooden post where Hataru often sat, picked up the fallen letter paper and gently traced the lily pattern on the cover with his fingertips. That was Hataru's favorite flower, also the pattern on the necklace he had given her. Kakashi's eyes were full of reluctance yet tinged with a hint of pride. That girl, even her farewell is special. She wrote "do not worry" in the letter, but how could we not worry? Naruto looked up at the letter in Kakashi's hand, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. He recalled the soft and adorable way Hataru had first called him Naruto and II, her embarrassment when her shuriken always missed the lower regions, her reddened eyes feigning strength yesterday. That little delicate girl had grown without anyone noticing into a small ninja with her own ideas and the courage to act on her goals. So now, is there nothing we can do? Naruto asked, his tone gradually calming. Nothing else, Kakashi replied, carefully folding the letter paper and placing it in his pocket. All we can do is guard Konoha and wait for her return. We'll just tell everyone that Hataru is out training with Sasuke. Naruto nodded, picked up the gift box from the table and clutched it tightly in his hand. Sunlight filtered through the leaves illuminating the solemn faces of the two men. In the yard Boruto was still murmuring, "Big sister come back soon," while Sarada silently resolved to train even harder so that when big sister Hataru returned she could protect Konoha together with her. Meanwhile at the border of the land of fire Sasuke's footsteps were steady and my figure followed closely behind. I quietly said to Sasuke, "Sasuke and I thank you for taking me. I haven't learned Kirin yet so you can't slack off. Also now that the shadow clone has dispersed Papa and Naruto and I will be worried. If you have a chance could you send word that I'm safe? I'll be very good and won't hold you back." "Got it," Sasuke said then quickened his pace. I had to hurry to keep up. A new journey, I'm so looking forward to it. The days of training were as fulfilling as a tightly packed scroll. Under Sasuke and I's rigorous guidance my progress was visible to the naked eye. In just half a year I had already mastered most basic ninjutsu. The crackling lightning of Chidori surging through my fingertips allowed me to clearly feel the explosive power of chakra. The scorching flames of fire release great fireball technique were fierce enough to char the training logs black. I had even painstakingly studied the second Hokage's streamlined hand seals for water release water dragon bullet technique requiring only 6 seals to summon a surging water dragon. After all, a real battlefield is not a training ground. If I had to form over a dozen seals like Kakashi-sama my hands would cramp up before I got the chance to be interrupted by the enemy. No matter how exquisite the technique it would be useless. Apart from these offensive ninjutsu, tree climbing and water walking had long been honed to perfection. I could even move swiftly on vertical cliffs and stand steadily on turbulent rivers. Though Sasuke and I spoke little he could always pinpoint my shortcomings from the rhythm of chakra flow to the subtle gestures of hand seals gradually refining my skills. Sakurane often trained with Sarada and me when she had free time and she would bring me many snacks. Every day was fulfilling. My originally terrible shuriken throwing also improved under his guidance. Although I still occasionally missed, at least I no longer aimed precisely at the lower regions. Naruto and I even patted me on the shoulder and said, "Hataru-chan can finally throw shuriken properly." But happy times always slip through one's fingers like sand. The tighter you hold the faster they go. Today as training ended Sasuke and I dismissed the lightning of Chidori and suddenly spoke, his tone calm yet resolute, "Hataru, I have to leave." The kunai in my hand clattered to the ground. My mind went blank. "Leave? Where?" I asked, my voice trembling, a foreboding feeling rising in my heart. Sasuke's dark eyes gazed into the distance deep with unfathomable gravity. "To investigate the traces of the Otsutsuki. Their threat never ends. I cannot merely stay in Konoha." Those words struck me like a thunderbolt, catching me completely off guard. Was this what it felt like when the sky fell? I had finally found such a wonderful mentor, had only just begun to learn ninjutsu and hadn't even touched the threshold of the lightning release Kirin I so longed for. How could I interrupt my training at this moment? No, absolutely not. A bold, almost insane idea rapidly took shape in my mind. I would go with Sasuke and I. Even if I were branded a rogue ninja I couldn't miss this chance to grow stronger. To execute this plan I immediately set to work. After training I first found Naruto and Kakashi-sama, my eyes reddening as I pretended to be unable to bear Sasuke's departure. "Naruto and I Papa, I really can't handle the farewell scene, so I won't see Sasuke and I off. This is a gift I prepared for my master. Could you please give it to him for me?" I deliberately squeezed out a few tears and handed over a neatly wrapped small box. Inside were just some ordinary rice crackers and healing salves purely to throw them off the scent. Naruto and Kakashi-sama were indeed fooled. They quickly nodded and agreed, "Okay Hataru, don't cry. We'll make sure to give it to him." They didn't know that I had already set up a shadow clone in my room. With my current chakra reserves the shadow clone could only last at most a day without revealing the deception. It would mimic my daily routine, eating, reading, occasionally visiting Naruto's house to see Boruto, enough to fool the others. And with Sasuke and I's and my pace, one day would be enough to put us far from Konoha. By the time they discovered the truth they wouldn't be able to catch up. Back home while the shadow clone pretended to be reading I quietly packed my belongings, a few changes of clothes, a protective scroll from Papa, the ninjutsu notes Sasuke and I had taught me, and a small bag of compressed biscuits. Finally I stuck a thoroughly written farewell letter on the most conspicuous wooden post in the yard, every word dripping with heartfelt resolve. "Dear Papa, Naruto and I Hinata, by the time you read this letter I will have already left Konoha with Sasuke and I. Please don't worry and don't come looking for me. I know this decision is willful, but I truly don't want to give up this chance to grow stronger. The threat of the Otsutsuki draws closer. I want to train with my master to learn more powerful ninjutsu so that one day I can truly protect Konoha and protect all of you. Thank you Papa for your love and guidance. Thank you Naruto and I for taking care of me. Thank you Hinata for always making me delicious food. Boruto, listen to your mother and stop being mischievous. Sarada, practice your ninjutsu well. Wait for me to come back and have a match with you. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I will take care of myself. When I become strong enough I will definitely return. Do not worry. Love, Hataru." After writing the letter I took one last look at my familiar home. The lilies in the yard were still blooming, the lamp in Papa's study was still lit, and the shadow clone was sitting by the window reading earnestly. I bit my lip, held back the tears in my eyes, turned and ran toward the village exit. The night deepened, moonlight illuminating the forest path. After Hotaru left, Konoha remained a village of glittering lights, yet something felt amiss, like a carefully arranged rice ball missing its pickled plum or a warm miso soup lacking a sprinkle of scallions. The familiar rhythm of daily life had subtly changed because a small figure was no longer there. The first to notice the change was Kakashi. Every morning upon waking he habitually glanced toward the adjacent room intending to call Hotaru for training, but only saw a neatly made bed and a scroll of jutsu left unfinished on the desk, its page corner carefully folded. He walked into the yard, looked at the thriving lilies of the valley, the breeze carried their fragrance as before, yet no one came tugging at his sleeve to ask, "Daddy, what jutsu are we practicing today?" On the training ground a small wooden post he had specially prepared for Hotaru stood alone in the corner, still bearing the shallow scorch marks from her fireball practice. No one would ever again grit her teeth at it and shout, "Watch me burn you to ashes." Sometimes after finishing Hokage business he would subconsciously buy a strawberry daifuku, Hotaru's favorite, and only realize at the doorstep that the little girl who used to bounce out to greet him and snatch the treat had already set off on a distant path with Sasuke. He would sit on the wooden porch of the yard tracing the pressed lily of the valley that Hotaru had left behind, remembering her focused little face during chakra control practice, her stubborn persistence in begging to learn taijutsu, and the way her eyes reddened as she whispered, "I can't bear farewells," before she slipped away. A bitter smile tugged at his lips and his heart felt hollow as if a crucial piece of a puzzle was missing. Naruto was equally unaccustomed. Returning home each day he would always call out, "Hotaru-chan, want to come eat ramen," but only heard Boruto's reply and Hinata's gentle smile. At the dinner table Hotaru's spot remained empty. Hinata would instinctively fill an extra bowl of rice, realize her mistake as she set it down, then sigh softly and divide the rice between Boruto and Himawari. Boruto had grown quieter than before, no longer pestering for play all day. Occasionally he would sit on a wooden stump in the yard clutching the small kunai Hotaru had given him, murmuring, "When will big sister come back? She promised to train with me." Once Naruto took Boruto and Sarada to the training ground. Watching the children practice shuriken he instinctively shouted, "Hotaru-chan, this time no aiming at the ankles." After the shout silence fell over the training ground. Sarada kept her head down, Boruto's eyes reddened and Naruto himself froze. The little girl who always fumbled with shuriken was no longer by his side. He stared at the distant targets, recalling the times he and Kakashi used to stifle their laughter while watching Hotaru practice shuriken. A sudden ache rose in his chest and even the ramen afterwards didn't taste as good. Hinata's unaccustomedness hid in the details. She would habitually make an extra strawberry daifuku and store it in the fridge, thinking Hotaru might return any day. She would wash and iron Hotaru's favorite lavender dress, folding it neatly on the top shelf of the wardrobe. Seeing weeds in the yard she would remember how Hotaru used to help pull them but always mistook vegetable sprouts for weeds, and she would laugh out loud, until tears blurred her eyes. Even the villagers felt that something was missing. The old woman at the snack shop would always keep a pack of orange candy that Hotaru loved, waiting for a customer that never came. The ninja on duty at the training ground would occasionally think of the little girl who trained hard under Sasuke, remembering her stubbornness in getting up after being knocked down. Sarada after each training session would look toward the corner where she and Hotaru used to practice, silently vowing that when Hotaru returned she would show her how much she had improved. Kakashi and Naruto would sometimes gather to talk about Hotaru. Naruto would always complain, "That Sasuke, I wonder if he's taking good care of Hotaru-chan, whether she's going hungry or if he's too harsh in training." Kakashi would then pull out a brief message from Sasuke, just 2 words, "safe and sound," enough to put their minds at ease. Seeing Naruto's anxiety he said softly, "Don't worry. Hotaru is stronger than we think." Yet the concern in his own eyes couldn't be hidden. Once while processing documents Kakashi came across a report on ninja training expeditions and suddenly remembered Hotaru's parting words, "I don't want to just be protected by everyone." His heart swelled with both reluctance and pride. He took out the farewell letter Hotaru had left, reading the childish handwriting over and over as if he could see the little girl writing those words with a determined yet slightly anxious expression. At night Konoha's lights remained warm as ever. Kakashi sat in the yard looking toward the Hokage building, holding Hotaru's ninjutsu notebook with its crooked annotations. Naruto accompanied Boruto on a walk in the yard, Boruto still muttering about his sister. Hinata sat by the window sewing a small garment of Hotaru's. They all knew that Hotaru's departure was to grow stronger to protect the village and family she loved. Life went on, training didn't stop and the protection of Konoha never slackened. But the void left by a small figure, the longing embedded in everyday details constantly reminded them, a brave little ninja was growing strong in a distant place and all they could do was hold on to this warmth and wait for her return. Occasionally the wind brought news from afar, messages of Hotaru's safety. Each time they saw the words, "all is well," growing stronger, everyone would break into relieved smiles. They had grown accustomed to everyday life without Hotaru but never to the absence of her in their hearts. That longing like the scent of lilies of the valley in the yard lingered faint yet ever-present accompanying them as they awaited the return of that small figure. On the other side, far from Konoha's longing beyond the borders of the land of fire stretched the path of trials. Hotaru followed Sasuke westward, the familiar streets of Konoha giving way to rugged mountain trails and barren wastelands. No longer did she hear Boruto's noise or Hinata's gentle admonitions, only the wind and Sasuke's steady footsteps. After the initial excitement faded, a sense of unfamiliar discomfort crept in. Sasuke's training was several times harsher than in Konoha. He would wake her before dawn to practice chakra flow, and she wouldn't rest until late at night leaning against a tree trunk. There was no soft bed, only a thin cloak to wrap herself in while sleeping in the grass. No warm miso soup or strawberry daifuku, only compressed biscuits and cold spring water. When they stopped at a village for supplies, Sasuke would buy some wheat cakes and ointment but never remembered to get a pack of orange candy like Kakashi would. One night they spent the night in a cave. Sasuke was polishing the Kusanagi sword while Hotaru curled up in a corner staring at the starry sky outside the cave entrance. Suddenly her eyes reddened. She remembered the evenings in Konoha when her father would sit with her on the wooden porch looking at the stars, telling her stories of ninja. She remembered Aunt Hinata bringing warm milk, patting her head and saying, "Sleep early, you'll need energy for training tomorrow." She remembered Boruto pestering her to use chakra to create a small light to illuminate the yard. But now the cave was filled only with cold stone, and the wind blowing in from the entrance made her shiver. Subconsciously she touched the necklace around her neck. The cold pendant against her skin no longer brought the same comfort as before. I kind of regret it, the thought crept into her mind like a little worm, regretting not saying goodbye properly to her father, not eating enough of Aunt Hinata's strawberry daifuku, and not telling Boruto, "Wait for me to come back and play with you again." This small regret grew stronger whenever she hit a plateau in training. Sasuke taught her the basics of Kirin, the ultimate compression of lightning-natured chakra. But her chakra reserves were still insufficient. Every attempt ended in failure, and as the lightning at her fingertips dissipated, a sharp sting followed. Once she accidentally injured her wrist with uncontrolled lightning. Seeing the blood seeping from the wound, she didn't cry, but when Sasuke turned to fetch water she secretly wiped away tears. She remembered that in Konoha, even if she couldn't master the shuriken, her father would crouch down and patiently teach her, not like Sasuke who would only say, "Adjust yourself." Even if she was blown off balance by Naruto's wind style, he would laugh and help her up, stuffing a candy in her hand to cheer her up. But now she had to grit her teeth and bandage her own wounds, figure out her mistakes alone. No one would gently comfort her, no one would secretly slip her a snack. There were other things she wasn't used to, hidden in the small details of daily life. She was used to saying, "Good morning, Dad," every day, but now could only face the silent wilderness. Used to having someone hand her a towel and water after training, now she had to run to the river to wash her face. Used to dropping by Naruto's house for a meal after training, now she could only chew on dry wheat cakes, longing for the taste of miso soup. Once passing through a small village, she saw a little girl holding her father's hand and buying candied hawthorn. She stopped abruptly. Sasuke turned to look at her. She quickly lowered her head and quickened her pace, but a sour feeling welled up in her heart. Her father would also buy her a candied hawthorn when she performed well in training. The sweet and tangy taste would make her happy all day. "Sasuke and she hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Can we send a message to Dad? Just tell him I'm fine." Sasuke paused in his polishing of the Kusanagi, looked up at her, a hint of understanding in his dark eyes. "Missing Konoha?" Hotaru nodded, her voice choked. "A little. I miss Dad, Naruto and Aunt Hinata's cooking." Sasuke didn't say anything, just took out a communication scroll from his backpack and handed it to her. "Write it. I'll send it back for you." Hotaru immediately took the scroll, lay on a rock and wrote carefully, "Dad, Naruto and I'm fine. Sasuke and teaches seriously, and I can control lightning chakra better now. I miss strawberry daifuku, the lilies of the valley in the yard, and the small wooden post on the training ground. When I master Kirin, I'll come back to see you." After writing, she handed the scroll to Sasuke, and the little regret in her heart seemed to fade. Sasuke glanced at the childish handwriting, a softness flickering in his eyes, and silently activated the communication jutsu. In truth, Hotaru knew that the path she had chosen was not wrong. Every time she successfully compressed lightning chakra a bit more, every time she could use water dragon more precisely, she could feel her own progress. She didn't want to remain a protected child, someone who could only cry, "I can't do anything," when the Otsutsuki came. But occasionally in the dead of night, when training had exhausted her to the limit, that small regret and discomfort would still surface. She would bury her face in her knees and whisper, "Dad, I miss you a little," and then the next morning she would straighten her small back and continue on with Sasuke. She knew that growing up was like this, enduring the longing for the past while facing the unknown storms ahead. Those small regrets and discomforts were not weakness, but the deepest ties she held for Konoha and her family. And that longing would become her strongest resolve, supporting her along the path of trial, step by step toward greater strength. As Sasuke said, the path of a ninja is never easy. But the ones you long for will become your sturdiest armor. Hataru clenched her fist gazing at the road ahead. The confusion in her eyes gradually faded, leaving only determination. She would carry this longing train hard, and when she returned to Konoha she would make everyone see that the little girl who had slipped away had grown into a ninja capable of standing on her own. And those current regrets and discomforts would eventually become the most precious memories upon her return. The path of cultivation alongside Brother Sasuke had no fixed destination, only the ceaseless forward march of our feet. We paused and resumed traversing desolate deserts, threading through dense jungles, sheltering in pitch-black caves and seeking refuge in remote mountain villages. Along the way Brother Sasuke withheld nothing, imparting to me his lifelong mastery of lightning release techniques, from Chidori Stream to the ultimate Kirin, each jutsu and every subtle nuance explained with meticulous precision. When learning Chidori Stream he first demanded I repeatedly practice enveloping my entire body in lightning release chakra, a far greater challenge than merely condensing it within the palm. It required distributing the volatile lightning energy evenly across my skin, neither losing control and scorching myself nor sacrificing its potency. At first my chakra surged erratically, fine burns scarred my arms, making me wince in pain. Brother Sasuke showed no mercy, merely tossed me a jar of healing ointment and said coldly, lightning release is inherently wild. Fail to master it and it will devour you from within. Gritting my teeth I followed his instructions, adjusting the rhythm of my chakra flow again and again. By day I trained beneath the blazing sun, the cool balm mingling with sweat as it slid down my skin. By night, bathed in moonlight, I studied the flickering sparks at my fingertips, their pale blue light pulsing like breath in the darkness. Drawing upon the solid foundation laid in Konoha, and sustained by relentless daily discipline, I gradually discovered the key, envisioning chakra not as a raging flood but as a gentle obedient stream flowing steadily along my meridians to saturate my entire being. One day at last I succeeded, my body glowed with an even soft azure radiance. As I ran, crackling arcs danced around me, not harming me yet delivering paralyzing shocks upon contact with an opponent. Not bad, Brother Sasuke observed, his dark eyes glinting with rare approval as he watched the stable lightning shimmer across my form. Half a month faster than I anticipated. Having mastered Chidori Stream we turned to the far more demanding Kirin, the signature technique of Brother Sasuke himself. It required first altering local weather with fire release, then guiding natural lightning from the heavens, a jutsu powerful enough to shatter the sky and level mountains. Merely mastering the seamless transition between fire and lightning release consumed over a month. The great fireball technique had to raise humidity precisely, while lightning release chakra had to attract lightning with surgical accuracy. Any miscalculation meant either failing to summon the storm or suffering its backlash. Once driven by impatience I attempted to channel lightning before the fire had fully altered the atmosphere, and a wild bolt struck the massive tree beside me, reducing its trunk instantly to blackened charcoal, splintered shards slicing across my cheek. Brother Sasuke rushed forward, brow furrowed as he examined the wound. His voice, colder and sharper than usual, held quiet gravity. A shinobi's greatest enemy is haste. Kirin borrows power from nature, it demands harmony with the heavens, not defiance of them. I pressed fingers to my stinging cheek, gazing at the charred ruin of the tree. Frustration and hurt welled within me, yet I knew his words were irrefutable. From that moment I stilled my heart and refined each detail, first perfecting the great fireball's intensity until I could summon or suppress it at will, then endlessly honing the precision of my lightning chakra's guidance. Finally, on a night torn by thunder and rain, I unleashed Kirin. The violet lightning rent the heavens, descending like a celestial chillin, striking the distant boulder with a deafening detonation. Stone shattered into dust and smoke billowed skyward. I did it. Brother Sasuke, I did it. I spun toward him, rain and mud streaking my face, eyes alight as though charged with captured lightning itself. Brother Sasuke stood motionless in the downpour rain, plastering his black hair to his temples and cheeks. He looked at me, and for the first time a genuine, unmistakable smile curved his lips. His voice carried quiet wonder. You truly possess talent. Itachi. At that name my smile froze, a sharp pang piercing my chest. My earlier elation vanished like mist. Uchiha Itachi. The name had stirred instinctive revulsion in me since the very day I crossed into this world. In my past life watching Naruto I could never reconcile his deeds for the hollow ideal of village peace. He slaughtered his innocent parents and kin, plunging the entire Uchiha clan into annihilation, and deliberately spared only his younger brother, condemning him to live in the suffocating shadow of hatred. To me no lofty justification could absolve such atrocity. To murder one's own family was unforgivable, a monstrous act beyond moral redemption. After arriving here I'd heard Father Kakashi speak of Itachi only once, calling him a shinobi who bore too much. Yet that sorrow offered no absolution. Life is sacred and equal, no soul possesses the right to extinguish another's, least of all those bound by blood and love. Seeing my expression hardened, Brother Sasuke paused, sensing my aversion. I drew a slow breath, suppressing the bitter surge within, and spoke with unwavering resolve. Brother Sasuke, I refuse to be compared to him. No matter his reasons, anyone who raises a hand against family forfeits all claim to forgiveness. My voice was low, but unyielding, absolute. Rain traced paths down my cheeks indistinguishable from tears. I knew Itachi was the deepest wound in brother Sasuke's heart, the obsession that shaped his entire existence. Speaking thus might wound him, but I could not betray my own conscience. Brother Sasuke remained silent for a long time. Through the rain-soaked veil his gaze grew impossibly complex, grief, nostalgia and a faint fragile understanding shimmered beneath the surface. Only after a prolonged stillness did he speak, his voice low and damp as the falling rain. I understand. Everyone holds their own truth. He did not mention Itachi again. Instead he turned toward the distant rain-hazed horizon. When the rain ceases we continue onward. The valley ahead may hold traces of Yatsutsuki. I nodded silently and fell into step behind him. The lightning aura had faded from my skin, but the chill of my disdain lingered deep and unshaken. Yes, perhaps my aptitude mirrored Itachi's, but I would never walk the same path of ruin. I trained in ninjutsu not to kill, not to bear the hollow weight of justice while destroying those I loved, but to protect, to shield everyone precious to me. The rain softened, a faint silver gleam edged the horizon. Watching brother Sasuke's steady unwavering back, I vowed inwardly I would grow stronger, not only surpassing my former self but proving through my own path that genius need not be a weapon of destruction but a shield of devotion. This journey was not merely about mastering formidable techniques, it was about safeguarding my core self. That above all was why I left Konoha. As the rain ceased the valley exhaled thick damp mist. Dewdrops trembled on leaves and the air carried the rich scent of wet earth, laced faintly with the sterile tang of antiseptic. Guided by the fading trace of residual chakra, brother Sasuke led us deeper into the valley. With every step the trees grew gaunt and withered, scattered patches of scorched earth marked where violent energy had once erupted. Something is wrong. Brother Sasuke halted abruptly, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp vigilance. There is no Otsutsuki presence here, only remnants of Orochimaru's experiments. Even as he spoke, rustling erupted from the underbrush ahead. I instantly gathered lightning release chakra around my body, only to watch a startled hair dart past and vanish into the thicket. Brother Sasuke raised a hand signaling me to follow. We pursued the antiseptic scent until half an hour later a stone door emerged, hidden within a cliff face. Intricate seals covered the door, blurred by centuries of erosion, their edges scarred by explosive force, evidence of a prior violent breach. Brother Sasuke examined it briefly, then focused chakra at his fingertip and pressed it gently onto the seal's center. A soft click echoed, and the ancient stone door groaned inward, releasing a stale breath of mold and chemical reagents. Orochimaru's former secret laboratory. Brother Sasuke frowned, stepping inside first. Stay alert, residual test subjects or traps may remain. I followed closely, gripping a kunai tightly, eyes sweeping every shadow. Inside, dim and clammy cracks webbed the walls. Shattered test tubes and broken instruments littered the floor, their glass fragments catching faint light filtering through the doorway. In a corner, yellowed brittle experiment logs lay stacked, faded ink barely legible, yet phrases like cellular fusion and transplant trials leapt out, chilling the blood. We advanced down the corridor, passing rooms choked with dust until reaching a sealed chamber, its door already forced open. As we pushed it wide, an intact cultivation tank rested upon the central lab table, its nutrient fluid long evaporated, dark residue staining its inner walls. On the opposite side of the table a half-open alloy safe drew our attention. Brother Sasuke opened it. Inside lay no weapons, only 2 sealed crystal vials and a single yellowed scroll. One vial held pale green liquid suspended with minuscule cellular particles glowing with faint life energy, the other contained a clear reagent, its label inscribed in bold red characters, Hashirama Cell Stabilizer. Hashirama cells. Brother Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he lifted the vial. Orochimaru obsessed over transplanting Hashirama cells. I hadn't expected any to remain. I leaned closer, having read of Hashirama cells in texts from my past life, the first Hokage cells famed for unparalleled vitality and regenerative power, the ultimate prize coveted by countless shinobi. Beside it the scroll's cover bore gilded characters, Flying Thunder God Technique, and my breath caught. The Flying Thunder God Technique. I blurted, astonished. Isn't that the 4th Hokage's legendary spacetime jutsu? How could it be here? Brother Sasuke unrolled the scroll, revealing intricate chakra flow diagrams, precise hand seal sequences and terse annotations penned by both the 2nd and 4th Hokage. Likely stolen by Orochimaru from Konoha's classified archives, perhaps to dissect the principles of spacetime ninjutsu. His eyes scanned the script, then met mine. Are you interested? Absolutely. I nodded vigorously, eyes bright as stars. The Flying Thunder God is the pinnacle of body flicker techniques, mastering it would revolutionize both combat and evasion. And Hashirama cells, if integrated wisely, they dramatically amplify my stamina and chakra reserves. Hashirama cells are fiercely volatile, Brother Sasuke cautioned, his tone grave. Transplantation carries immense risk, many shinobi perish, their bodies torn apart by uncontrolled cellular fury. Yet your chakra control is exceptional, and with this stabilizer cautious incremental integration may prove feasible. He paused, then handed me the scroll. The Flying Thunder God demands exquisite chakra precision and spatial awareness, daunting yes but worthy of pursuit. This place is unsafe. We'll withdraw and study these elsewhere. We secured the vials and scroll, retracing our steps out of the grim laboratory. Beyond the valley we rented a modest inn in a nearby town. Their brother Sasuke assessed my physical condition, confirming my chakra affinity and constitution suited Hashirama cell integration, before uncorking the crystal vial. Inject the stabilizer first. Then guide the Hashirama cells into your meridians, wrap them completely in chakra and slowly coax them to merge with your body. At the first sign of instability, halt immediately. His voice was unusually stern. He held the syringe ready, prepared for any emergency. I inhaled deeply, then administered the stabilizer, coolness spreading like liquid silk through my veins. Next I poured the pale green suspension into my palm, gathered chakra like a silken net and carefully drew the tiny cells into my meridians. The moment the Hashirama cells entered they surged like untamed beasts, straining against my chakra grip, sending waves of searing pressure through my channels. Sweat broke across my forehead. Focus, soothe them with chakra. Imagine them as part of your own flesh. Brother Sasuke's voice anchored me steady and calm. Jaw clenched I obeyed, repeatedly weaving chakra through the cells, guiding their turbulent flow into harmonious circulation. Gradually the agony subsided, replaced by a deep inexhaustible wellspring of vitality. My chakra reserve swelled visibly, old training wounds began sealing themselves before my eyes. It worked. I opened my eyes awash in surging power and exclaimed. Brother Sasuke nodded approval, flickering in his gaze. The Hashirama cells have begun integrating, but adaptation takes time. Never overextend this strength. Now let us begin studying the Flying Thunder God technique. For days thereafter I immersed myself entirely in its secrets. The scroll detailed not only the hand seals but also profound insights from both the second and fourth Hokage, hard-won wisdom etched in ink. At its core the Flying Thunder God required imprinting a spatial marker at a target location, then using chakra perception to lock onto that mark, enabling instantaneous teleportation. Initially I struggled to anchor the mark precisely, or once placed failed to sense its location. Each attempt ended in misdirection, even nearly colliding with a tree trunk. Brother Sasuke offered no direct instruction, merely observing, occasionally reminding me, spatial awareness requires stillness. Do not rush. Build connection, not speed, with the mark. Recalling the lesson of Kirin I stilled my mind and practiced relentlessly, the drawing of marks, the delicate extension of chakra sense. The vitality granted by Hashirama cells gave me the endurance to persist without exhaustion. 3 days later I successfully imprinted the mark upon a wooden post in the courtyard, and vanished, reappearing instantly beside it. Good. Progress is swift. Brother Sasuke regarded me with quiet acknowledgement. The essence of the Flying Thunder God lies in the mark's concealment and versatility. Try inscribing it onto kunai or scrolls, practical for battle. Under his guidance I refined the technique, not only anchoring marks on stationary objects but embedding them within kunai, enabling long-range teleportation mid-combat. Simultaneously I adapted to Hashirama's power. My regeneration became extraordinary, even deep lacerations healed in moments, and my chakra volume now dwarfed that of peers several years my senior. One day I teleported silently behind Brother Sasuke and tapped his shoulder. Look, Brother Sasuke, I can now teleport with perfect accuracy. He turned, meeting my luminous gaze, his dark eyes holding something unreadable, then settling into quiet affirmation. Your growth has surpassed even my expectations. Remember always these powers, Hashirama's vitality and the Flying Thunder God, are supreme yet perilous. Never forget why you sought them. I know. I clenched my fist, conviction burning bright. I will wield them to protect those I cherish, not lose myself to power as Orochimaru did. The setting sun bathed the inn's courtyard in warm golden light. Holding the Flying Thunder God's scroll, feeling Hashirama's life force pulse within me, I realized though we found no trace of the Otsutsuki, this valley had gifted us an inheritance beyond measure. Perhaps this is the true meaning of cultivation, to never know what marvels lie beyond the next ridge, yet to advance with unwavering heart and relentless effort, certain that growth awaits. Brother Sasuke gazed toward the horizon, voice calm and resolute. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we depart anew. The Otsutsuki thread endures, you must become stronger. I nodded, tightening my fist. Hashirama's vitality, the Flying Thunder God's velocity, and my mastery of lightning release, combined they had transformed my strength into something transcendent. Yet I knew this was only the beginning. Greater trials loomed ahead. With these unexpected gifts in hand I would press forward on the path of cultivation, steadfastly, fiercely, toward my singular vow to protect. Recently all my training efforts have been focused on the Flying Thunder God technique. The hand signs for gathering chakra and inscribing the mark have long become second nature, and in a short span I can barely manage 3 consecutive teleportations. However, after each use my chakra feels utterly drained, leaving me dizzy and gasping as I lean against a tree trunk for support. In moments like these I can't help but envy Naruto and Hinata. His chakra reserves are like a vast boundless ocean, practically a cheat among shinobi. If it were him he could probably teleport 10 times in a row without breaking a sweat. Hataru, there's something I need you to do. Sasuke and Hinata's voice cut through my musings. He leaned against the doorframe of the inn, his dark eyes calmly fixed on me. I straightened up immediately, a flicker of anticipation flashing in my eyes. Whatever it is, I'll do my utmost to get it done. Ever since I began training under Sasuke and Hinata, he rarely assigns me tasks on his own initiative. This must be something important. But Sasuke and Hinata paused, his tone still flat. It's nothing major. We're just out of money. Huh. I stood there stunned, my eager expression crumbling into one of exasperation. Sigh. I should have known better than to expect anything significant from Sasuke and Hinata's important matters. In the end it always comes down to the harsh reality of being broke. So you'll need to take on some missions to earn some money. Sasuke and Hinata added, then seeing my troubled face offered a reassurance. Don't worry. I'll be following you discreetly. Nothing will happen to you. The next morning I was forced to wear a black raccoon dog mask, one Sasuke and Hinata had bought specifically for this purpose. He insisted I wear it to conceal my identity and avoid unnecessary trouble. The mask covered most of my face, leaving only my mouth and chin exposed. Breathing felt a bit constricted. Resignedly I made my way to the town's mission hall in that guise. It was my first time in such a place. The hall buzzed with chatter, the walls plastered with various mission requests ranging from low-rank D-rank tasks like weeding and cat-catching to high-risk A-rank ones like escorts and assassinations, a motley assortment. I glanced at the low-paying requests, silently grumbling to myself, weeding and catching cats pay too little. At this rate, when will I ever save up enough for travel and living expenses? Better to pick a high-reward mission and get it done quickly. My gaze finally settled on an A-rank escort mission escorting the daimyo's second son to a neighboring village. The reward was generous, enough to cover our expenses for the next half-month. Without hesitation I took down the mission scroll and wrote the alias Sasuke and Hinata had given me, Ryuin, into the registration book. Following the address on the mission scroll I arrived at the meeting point, a secluded entrance to a mountain forest. But as I approached I heard a cacophony of shouts and cries. Gazing into the distance I saw over a dozen bandits wielding long blades surrounding a group of people. Several of them dressed in ninja attire were already lying on the ground covered in wounds. They were clearly the daimyo's guardian shinobi, yet they had been easily subdued, which was puzzling. What's going on? I wondered, deeply suspicious. Even the weakest guardian shinobi shouldn't be so thoroughly overwhelmed by common bandits. There had to be more to this. But the situation was urgent and there was no time to ponder. I silently circled behind the bandits. As their attention was fixed on the hostages I gathered lightning release chakra at my fingertip and instantly teleported behind the nearest bandit. This was the flying thunder god technique applied in real combat. Though limited to short-range teleportation, it was enough to catch them completely off guard. The crackling of Chidori filled my ears. I struck the bandit's back with my palm. He let out a choked grunt and crumpled to the ground. The sudden turn of events threw the bandits into disarray. Seizing the chaos I unleashed a series of body flicker movements, each appearance felling another bandit. The paralyzing effect of the lightning release made it impossible for them to fight back. Within moments I had taken down all the bandits, some knocked unconscious, others sprawled on the ground unable to move. With the bandits dealt with I walked over to the group of captives and immediately spotted a boy cowering in a corner. He looked no more than 10 years old, clad in ornate brocade robes. His blonde hair was slightly disheveled, his bangs caked with mud. His bright emerald eyes, wide with fear like a fawn's, were wet with unshed tears, yet they couldn't diminish his delicate features. The contours of his face bore a faint resemblance to Granny Tsunade. I suppose that's to be expected coming from the same clan. He was truly beautiful. But as I stared at his face I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I'd seen him somewhere before, though I couldn't quite place it. It's all right now, I said softly, walking over to him and gently patting his shoulder. The mask hid my expression, but I hoped it would ease his fear a little. The boy flinched, looked up and cautiously studied me with his emerald eyes. His voice trembled thick with tears. Why you? Are you here to save me? It's over. The bandits are all taken care of, I said, firmly brushing the dust from his sleeve. I'm the escort ninja assigned to this mission here specifically to protect you. At the word protect, the fear in the boy's eyes began to recede. He pressed his chapped lips together and whispered, my name is Otto. Thank you for saving me. I'm Ryuin, I said, giving my alias. My gaze swept over the fallen guardian shinobi, then back to Otto. How did your guardians end up like this against those bandits? They don't seem like ordinary thieves. They don't look like ordinary bandits. Otto lowered his head, his small hands clutching the hem of his brocade robe. I don't know. They just burst out of nowhere. Their weapons seemed wrong. The Guardian's jutsu were suppressed. A thought struck me, these bandits were indeed not to be underestimated. I crouched down meeting Otto's emerald gaze and said softly, "Don't be afraid. From now on I'll protect you the entire way. I promise I'll get you to your destination safely. For now let's leave this place and find somewhere safe to rest. Otto looked up at the corner of my lips visible beneath the mask as if sensing my goodwill. He gave a small nod and reached out to grasp my sleeve, his hand was tiny, still trembling slightly yet holding on with a hint of dependence. I stood up taking Otto's hand and glanced back toward the direction where I knew Sasuke and Iisan was hidden. He must have witnessed everything. Sunlight filtered through the leaves casting a gentle glow upon us. Otto's golden hair shimmered in the light and in his emerald eyes a flicker of relief finally appeared. Yet that nagging sense of familiarity still lingered in my mind. Where had I seen this boy named Otto before? Perhaps this escort mission was far more complicated than I had imagined. Holding Otto's cool little hand we walked out of the forest. His steps were unsteady and he stumbled occasionally on loose stones, but he never let go of my sleeve, as if clinging to his only lifeline. Sunlight danced through the gaps in the leaves playing across his golden hair. Those emerald eyes no longer held the same terror as before yet still carried a hint of timid wariness. Occasionally he would steal a glance at the raccoon mask on my face. I slowed my pace to match his short strides. Noticing mud and grass clippings on his trouser leg I crouched down and gently brushed them off, my movements deliberately light, afraid of hurting him. "Take your time. No need to rush. I'll always wait for you." I remembered the candies Sasuke and Iisan had given me, orange-flavored, my favorite. I pulled one out, unwrapped it and held it to his lips. "Here, have some candy. It's sweet so you won't be scared anymore." Otto blinked, surprise flickering in his emerald eyes. After a moment's hesitation he opened his mouth slightly and accepted the candy. Sweetness spread through his mouth and the tight line of his lips softened a little. He whispered, "Thank you, big sister. It's very sweet. I'm glad you like it." "I have more here," I said with a smile ruffling his hair, it was as soft as clouds. "Whenever you feel scared or sad, eat some candy. Even the hardest things become a little sweeter." As I kept an eye on our surroundings, wary of any lingering bandit accomplices, my mind kept circling back to that inexplicable familiarity. Where was it from? Golden hair, emerald eyes and the name Otto, together they formed a jigsaw puzzle with a missing piece. It felt so close to coming together yet always one crucial fragment short. "Ryu and Nichin, where are we going?" Otto's voice broke the silence. It was soft, still tinged with remnants of tears enough to tug at one's heartstrings. "Let's head to the town ahead and find an inn to rest," I said, gently tidying his disheveled bangs, my fingertips inadvertently brushing his cool forehead. "Once you've recovered and had something warm to eat, we'll continue on our way. Don't worry, I'll protect you the whole journey. No one will hurt you. Don't worry. I'll protect you the whole way. No one will hurt you." He gave a soft and his grip on my sleeve tightened. His little head leaned closer to me, his shoulder nearly pressing against my arm as if seeking more security. We hadn't walked far when he suddenly stopped, pointing at a small unassuming blue flower by the roadside. His eyes lit up. "Nichin, look. That flower is so pretty. It looks like a star." I followed his gaze. A cluster of small blue wildflowers bloomed amidst the grass, indeed delicate and lovely. "It really is beautiful," I said, crouching down and carefully picking one, tucking it into his hair. "Now Otto is just as adorable as the little flower." Otto reached up to touch the flower in his hair, his cheeks flushing slightly. His emerald eyes sparkled with delight and much of the earlier fear seemed to have dissipated. Just then a breeze swept by, lifting the bangs on his forehead and revealing his smooth brow. In that instant a sudden flash of recognition jolted through my mind. A hazy image flickered across my mind. "Otto Apocalypse." I blurted out the name instinctively, my voice trembling with unmistakable shock. Otto abruptly halted and lifted his head. His emerald eyes shimmered with bewilderment. "Sister, that is not my name, I am simply Otto." Now it was my turn to freeze. It couldn't be him, not in this world. Such a coincidence would defy all reason. Yet why had he appeared here as the second-born heir only to be ambushed by bandits? His earlier remark, "Bandit weapons can suppress ninjutsu," suddenly ignited a suspicion within me. Those were no ordinary bandits. Their weapons bore the unmistakable hallmarks of legendary scientific ninja tools, artifacts engineered to disrupt chakra flow. I suppressed the storm surging inside me and steadied my voice. "I once knew someone named Otto. Forgive me, I momentarily conflated you with him." The explanation was plausible, accounting for my familiarity without raising undue suspicion. Otto nodded slowly, half comprehending, yet the glint of deeper uncertainty lingered in his gaze. He lowered his head, murmuring softly, "Such a strange coincidence. I understand, it's your secret. And I'll tell no one." Gently I stroked his hair, my voice warm with quiet promise, but I'm truly glad you chose to tell me, sister. After walking some distance, Otto's steps grew heavier. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow, his breath came in shallow rapid bursts. Noticing I knelt down, come, let me carry you. It'll be faster and far less tiring. But, won't sister tire too? He hesitated, his eyes brimming with quiet maturity. I am a shinobi, my strength is more than enough. Carrying you is effortless. I smiled and patted my back. Hurry up, unless we want to reach the village after nightfall. Reluctantly Otto climbed onto my back, his small hands curling gently around my neck, careful not to press too hard. He weighed almost nothing. As I rose steady and sure, I felt his warm breath brush against my nape, faintly sweet like sugar. Sister Ryuhei, you're truly kind, he whispered near my ear. Mother used to carry me like this, but now. His voice trailed off thick with sorrow. My heart softened. I reached back and gave his back a gentle pat. It's all right, I'll carry you whenever you need me. Once the mission is complete, I'll take you to Konoha for the sweetest strawberry daifuku, and let you gaze upon the most breathtaking cherry blossoms. Would you like that? Otto paused, gripping my shirt tighter. His voice dropped to a whisper. Mother told me to deliver a box to the elder in the neighboring village, she said no one must know. He lifted his head, his emerald eyes earnest and unblinking. Sister Ryuhei, you're good, so I'm telling you. But you mustn't tell anyone else. I won't. This is another secret, just between us. I nodded solemnly and crinkled my eyes into a warm smile. Even though my mask concealed most of my face, I trusted he could feel my sincerity. I'll guard this secret fiercely. And I'll guard you too. My suspicion was confirmed. Their true target wasn't Otto himself but the box he carried. The appearance of scientific ninja tools complicated matters. Developed by Konoha or other great shinobi villages, these devices emitted energy interference capable of suppressing ninjutsu. Ordinary shinobi stood little chance against them. No wonder the escort guards had fallen so swiftly. Just then, a faint sharp whistle sliced through the air behind us. Instinctively I yanked Otto behind me and gathered lightning-release chakra, fingertips glowing with pale cerulean light. A flying thunder god seal instantly materialized on the nearby tree trunk. Gripping Otto's hand I teleported, barely evading a kunai wreathed in eerie black energy. Who's there? I barked, scanning the surrounding woods with razor-sharp vigilance. That black energy wasn't chakra, it was artificial interference, the hallmark signature of scientific ninja tools. This energy corroded chakra pathways, preventing ninjutsu from coalescing. No wonder the escort guards had crumbled so easily. Silence answered me, only the rustle of wind through leaves. They were hunting us, trained shinobi, not mere bandits. The ones we dispatched earlier had merely been scouts. The real danger had only just begun. Sister Ryuhei. Otto trembled behind me, his voice quavering on the edge of tears. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I tightened my grip on his hand, shielding him closer, while glancing sideways toward the dense thicket. Brother Sasuke, you must have already sensed the resonance of those scientific ninja tools, haven't you? Slowly I drew the kunai from my back and discreetly inscribed a flying thunder god seal upon its blade, calculating my next move. Scientific ninja tools disrupted ninjutsu, so brute force lightning release was unwise. But flying thunder god was spacetime ninjutsu, immune to such interference. That was my advantage. Otto's safety came first. I needed to extract us from danger immediately. For now I could perform the technique 2 more times. Timing would be everything. Show yourselves. Hiding like cowards, what kind of skill is that? I raised my voice, deliberately baiting them. You want the box Otto carries, come at me instead. At once 3 shadowy figures leapt from the trees, clad in black cloaks, faces masked with grotesque visages, each wielding identical kunai. At their weapon tips gleamed chips pulsing with ominous black light, the core components of scientific ninja tools. Hand over the child, or die. One figure spoke, his voice rasping like sandpaper, devoid of warmth, devoid of humanity. I sneered and pushed Otto farther behind a sturdy trunk. If you want him, you'll have to get past me first. Lightning release chakra coursed carefully through my veins. I held back from attacking outright, focusing instead on placing flying thunder god seals. I flung the marked kunai silently towards surrounding trunks, weaving a rudimentary teleportation network, never taking my eyes off the figures. Their assault relied entirely on scientific ninja tools. Each strike unleashed waves of black interference, throwing my chakra into disarray. The moment the first figure lunged, blade flashing, I activated flying thunder god, vanishing and reappearing behind him. Evading the interference, I slashed my kunai hard across his wrist. He twisted aside with astonishing speed, but still caught the edge of the blade. His scientific ninja tool clattered to the ground with a hollow clang. Annoying brat. He roared, prompting his 2 comrades to close in instantly. They formed a triangular assault, their weapons synchronizing black interference fields, chakra around me frayed, breathing grew labored, vision blurred at the edges. Gritting my teeth I teleported again, reappearing beside Otto, seizing his hand, hold on tight. Before he could react I triggered my final flying thunder god, launching us onto a distant hillside. 3 consecutive teleports drained me utterly. Dizzy and nauseous I sank to my knees, supporting Otto, blood rising bitter and metallic in my throat. The figures closed in swiftly. Seeing our exhaustion they laughed coldly, run all you like, now that your chakra's gone you're nothing but trash. I stood firm before Otto, weak yet unbroken in resolve. Then, like violet lightning cleaving darkness, a streak erupted from the thicket swift beyond sight. A chorus of agonized cries rang out, 3 figures collapsed, pierced clean through the chest by Chidori. Their scientific ninja tools lay shattered beyond repair. Brother Sasuke emerged from the forest, black eyes sweeping the corpses. Calmly he observed, users of scientific ninja tools rarely act alone, they answer to an organization. He approached, handing me a vial of chakra-restoring elixir. Replenish first. I drank it in one swallow, warmth and strength returning gradually to my limbs. From behind a tree Otto watched Sasuke's arrival, his emerald eyes widened slightly. His small hand crept unconsciously toward a hidden pocket at his waist, where something seemed concealed. Sasuke noticed. His brow furrowed. What lies inside that box at your waist? Otto flinched, bowing his head. It's Mother's research notes, on how to counteract scientific ninja tools. Sasuke and I exchanged a glance, understanding flashed instantly between us. So they sought not the boy, but the knowledge to neutralize the very weapons they wielded. No wonder they deployed such advanced tools. Sasuke looked at Otto, voice grave, the road ahead grows no safer. Will you still proceed? Otto lifted his head. In his emerald eyes burned unwavering resolve, I must deliver it, it was Mother's last wish. The setting sun stretched our silhouettes long across the earth. Gazing at Otto beside me, and at Sasuke ahead, I understood this escort mission ran far deeper than any of us had imagined. The shadow of scientific ninja tools loomed behind us, and what awaited ahead might be even deadlier foes and darker conspiracies. Let's go. Sasuke stepped forward first. We must reach the next village before nightfall. I took Otto's hand and followed closely behind him. Evening wind stirred the trees, carrying a cool hush. Otto's hand no longer felt icy, but still clutched my sleeve with quiet, unyielding trust. I knew the journey ahead would test us mercilessly, but with flying thunder god and lightning release I would shield this boy, bearer of a vital secret, until the mission's end. As dusk settled over the land they arrived at the quiet town. Sasuke chose a discreet, unassuming inn and secured 2 adjacent rooms. I settled Otto into his room, poured him a cup of warm tea and placed the last few tangerine candies into his small palm. Rest a while, I'll step next door to consult with brother Sasuke about our route ahead. Call me if anything arises. He nodded silently, yet his tiny fingers remained tightly clenched around the sweets, his emerald eyes fixed unwaveringly upon me. Sister Luiying, be careful. After a moment's hesitation he drew forth a delicate wooden box from a concealed pocket at his waist. Take this, the documents inside may aid you. I accepted the box, its surface was cool to the touch and beneath my fingertips I felt the subtle texture of parchment within. Thank you Otto, I murmured softly, gently stroking his hair. But this fulfills your mother's final wish, I must not open it lightly. We'll wait until danger strikes. With that I returned the box to him and turned to leave the room. In the adjoining chamber brother Sasuke stood by the window observing the town's movements with solemn black eyes. Those who pursued us answer to the Puppet Shadow Organization, a clandestine syndicate devoted to trafficking and developing scientific ninja tools. Ruthless. Unbound by consequence. If they fixated on Otto they will not relent. I asked, concern tightening my chest. My chakra remained depleted after relentless combat and their scientific ninja tools possessed uncanny countermeasures against my techniques. We rest tonight. At dawn we depart, taking mountain trails toward the neighboring village. He handed me a vial of chakra replenishment elixir. Complete the mission swiftly, and leave this region behind. Before I could reply a startled cry echoed from the next room. My heart lurched. In an instant I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing in the room to find its window shattered. Several figures cloaked in black surrounded the bed, their scientific ninja tools pulsing with eerie obsidian light, while Otto crouched trembling in the corner, clutching the wooden box to his chest. Hand over the box. The lead figure sneered, then unleashed several jagged beams of black energy straight toward Otto. Watch out. I lunged forward, erecting a shield from my dwindling chakra just in time. The black beams struck with a searing hiss, fracturing the barrier instantly. Gritting my teeth I shoved Otto behind me and drew a kunai, vanishing via Flying Thunder God to reappear behind the shadow, then drove lightning-infused chakra into his nape with lethal precision. A thunderous crack, and the figure exploded into scattered mechanical parts of puppet forged by scientific ninja tools. More shadows surged through the broken window, over a dozen in all, each wielding distinct weapons. Some fired concentrated energy bursts, others emitted disruptive magnetic fields, while still others gripped long blades embedded with microchips, clearly prepared for battle. Sister Luiying. Otto's voice trembled with tears, but he did not flinch. Shaking, he opened the wooden box and flipped urgently through its contents. Mother's notes say, the core chips of these scientific ninja tools are vulnerable to high-frequency resonance. Lightning release can shatter them. My eyes flared with sudden clarity. I grasped the key at once. Lightning's high-frequency current would precisely overload those chips. Otto, you're brilliant. I cried aloud, hurling kunai inscribed with flying thunder god seals across the room. Find cover, watch how your sister deals with them. Otto nodded sharply and crawled beneath the bed, not fully hiding but peering through the gap as he continued scanning the pages, third from the left. His weapon suffers energy overload after 3 shots. I locked onto the target and teleported before him, deliberately exposing an opening to bait his attack. The shadow took the bait, firing thrice in rapid succession. On the 3rd discharge his weapon shrieked with alarm before detonating violently, hurling him backward in the blast. The one on the right. His magnetic field only reaches 3 meters. Otto's voice rang out again, steady, guiding like a beacon in the storm. Following his directions I wove through the chaos with flying thunder god, evading interference zones while striking each foe's weapon core with surgical precision using lightning release. Pale blue lightning streaked across the chamber. Explosions of scientific ninja tools erupted in quick succession. Yet the puppet shadow organization's numbers far exceeded expectation. My chakra drained alarmingly fast. Exhaustion weighed heavy. A glancing energy strike seared my arm, burning with sharp stinging pain. Sister Luiying. Seeing my wound, Otto scrambled from beneath the bed and pulled a small jar of ointment from his pocket, the very healing salve I'd given him earlier. Apply it quickly. The moment he rushed toward me, a shadow dropped from the ceiling, blade drawn, aimed straight at Otto. My pupils contracted, desperate to activate flying thunder god, yet my chakra was too depleted for teleportation. With my last reserve of strength I threw myself forward, shielding Otto beneath me. No pain followed. Instead, a flash of violet lightning cleaved the blade mid-swing. Chidori crackled beside my ear. Brother Sasuke stood before us, his black eyes, glacial voice icy and absolute. Dare harm my sister, your death is certain. He flicked his wrist, several lightning-charged shurikens soared forth, striking each remaining shadow's weapon core with flawless accuracy. Realizing defeat, the puppet shadow operatives attempted retreat, only to be ensnared within Sasuke's lightning barrier, collapsing one by one in convulsive spasms. Silence fell. The room lay in ruin. I sat slumped on the floor, cradling Otto, breathing raggedly. My wounded arm throbbed with dull, persistent ache. Otto immediately unscrewed the salve and applied it with painstaking gentleness, afraid even to brush my skin too firmly. Sister Luiying, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Nonsense, child, it's no fault of yours. I smiled, brushing his hair back. Watching his earnest tender care warmed me deeply. And without you I never could have won. We triumphed, together. Brother Sasuke approached, his gaze resting thoughtfully on the documents Otto held. His tone softened just slightly. Your mother's research is invaluable. He paused, then looked directly at Otto. You are exceptionally perceptive, to discern the weaknesses of scientific ninja tools so swiftly. Otto lifted his head, astonishment flickering in his emerald eyes, before lowering it again, cheeks faintly flushed. I only remembered what mother taught me. Sasuke said nothing more. Turning, he began clearing the debris. We cannot linger here. Depart now. I rose, steadying Otto, who immediately clasped my hand, his small palm radiating quiet, steady warmth. Stepping outside, the night enveloped us. Moonlight silvered the narrow path ahead, illuminating our way forward. Otto walked with newfound steadiness, no longer stumbling. When the road grew rocky, he even reached up to support me. Does your wound still hurt, Sister Luiying? He asked repeatedly, eyes brimming with quiet concern. Not at all, your salve works wonders. I smiled in reply, heart full. This seemingly fragile boy had not faltered before peril. He protected me in his own quiet way. That bond had long since transcended mere escort and escorted. Brother Sasuke led ahead, strides measured and unhurried, deliberately matching our pace. During a brief rest he hunted a wild hare, roasted it carefully and offered the first portion to Otto. Restore your strength. Otto blinked, then accepted it softly. Thank you. He tore off the tenderest morsel and held it to my lips. Sister Luiying, you eat first. I opened my mouth and tasted it, the savory richness blooming on my tongue, mingling with the warmth of his palm, profoundly sweet. Sasuke watched us, a rare, almost imperceptible softness softening his dark eyes, his lips curving upward in the faintest trace of a smile. At dawn the next day we reached the neighboring village. The village elder awaited us at the gate. Overcome with emotion at Otto's safe arrival, tears streamed down his face. Otto handed over the wooden box, fulfilling his mother's final wish. At parting Otto clung to me fiercely, his emerald eyes shimmering with sorrow. Sister Luiying, will I see you again? Of course you will. I embraced him tightly, then unclasped one of my flying thunder god kunai and placed it in his small hand. This is our vow, when you grow strong come to Konoha. I'll treat you to strawberry daifuku and cherry blossom viewing. By the way, I sense your passion for invention. Next time we meet strive to become a great inventor. The words slipped out unbidden yet true. Otto nodded vigorously, gripping the kunai with fierce determination. I will, I promise. And you must stay safe, Sister Luiying. Watching him walk away with the elder, my heart ached with farewell, yet swelled with quiet joy for him. Brother Sasuke stepped beside me, voice calm but edged with quiet approval. You performed admirably. Brother Sasuke, thank you. I turned to him, gratitude shining clear in my eyes. Without his silent vigilance and decisive intervention, this mission would have ended in failure. He offered no reply, only turned toward the distant horizon. Let us go. We continue searching for traces of the Otsutsuki. I nodded and quickened my pace to follow. Sunlight bathed us, warm, golden, luminous. A lingering fragrance of lily of the valley clung to my collar, and in my mind's eye Otto's emerald gaze and earnest expression shimmered vividly. Though ambushed by the puppet shadow organization, this escort mission gifted me something far more precious than success, an unbreakable bond. I realized true strength lies not merely in mastery of jutsu, but in the unwavering resolve to protect others and in the courage to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Otto's presence had transformed this trial into a journey warmed by profound enduring memory. After the escort mission was completed, we did not linger and continued our journey deeper into the borderlands. On the second day after leaving the village, as we passed by a sizable town, Sasuke and I suddenly stopped and turned to me. Let's stock up here, he said. I was a little surprised. In the past, resupplying only meant hastily buying some compressed biscuits and healing ointments. We never made a point of entering a town. Still, I obediently followed him into the town's commercial street. Shops lined both sides, and the clamor of vendors hawking their wares was reminiscent of Konoha's market, making me think of father and Naruto and I. Sasuke and I didn't pause, walking straight into a clothing store. The shopkeeper, a kindly old woman, greeted us with a smile as we entered. Young man buying clothes for your child? Sasuke and I nodded, his gaze sweeping across the garments on the racks before settling on a set of light blue cotton linen training clothes and a thick cloak. These two sets, along with suitable undergarments and toiletries for her, wrapped them all up. His tone was calm, yet he accurately called out my measurements. Clearly he had long noticed that my clothes were covered in dust and grass clippings and even bore torn holes from battle. I stood frozen, watching Sasuke and I deftly pay and take the wrapped package from the shopkeeper, my heart warming. I hadn't paid attention to such details myself during our time roughing it together, but he had remembered. After leaving the clothing store, he took me to a confectionery, buying a large bag of strawberry daifuku and orange candies, which he pressed into my arms. For the road. Sasuke and I thank you. Holding the heavy parcel and sweets, my voice carried a hint of a sob. He was always like this, taciturn yet quietly caring for me through his actions. We found a clean inn to stay at, the most comfortable resting place we'd had in a long time. After washing up and changing into the new clothes, the cotton linen fabric felt soft and comfortable, much better than my old training gear. Sasuke and I sat on the edge of the opposite bed, watching me organize my belongings, when he suddenly spoke. You've been through a lot lately. I paused mid-motion and looked up at him. His dark eyes, usually cold, held a hint of softness now, along with a barely perceptible trace of guilt. Roughing it with me, not even a proper hot meal. It's not hard. I shook my head immediately, my tone resolute. Being able to learn ninjutsu from Sasuke and I and grow stronger, I don't feel it's hard at all. Besides, Sasuke and I has already taken good care of me. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the night sky outside the window. In a low voice he said, I've never taken care of anyone before. When I was a child there was Itachi and my parents, later on only revenge remained. His voice caught slightly at the name Itachi, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, pain, longing, and a trace of resignation. I knew Itachi would always be a knot in his heart. Though I still didn't agree with Itachi's method, seeing Sasuke and I's desolate expression at that moment stirred a pang of sympathy in me. Sasuke and I said hesitantly, my voice soft, you're not alone anymore. You have Naruto and Sakura, me, and everyone in Konoha. We're all your family. He turned to look at me, deeply, emotion surging in his dark eyes. After a long pause he finally spoke. I know. I used to think revenge was my only purpose. But then Naruto kept pulling me back. Kakashi-sensei never gave up on me, and now. There's you. He paused, a faint, barely there curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps I found something more important than revenge. The inn room was quiet, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects from outside the window. We sat there without saying more, yet an unspoken understanding flowed through the air. I knew Sasuke and I rarely opened up like this. Such an exchange was perhaps a rare moment of respite for him as well. The night grew late. Lying in bed gazing at the moon outside the window, I pondered the conversation from the day. Sasuke and I, for all his apparent aloofness, was softer inside than anyone. He had endured so much pain, yet he still chose to protect Konoha and those around him. I wanted to comfort him, but I didn't know what to say. Just then a song I had heard in my previous life surfaced in my mind, the ending theme of Ultraman Dyna, I Just Want to Protect You. Its melody was gentle, its lyrics filled with the resolve to protect, perhaps expressing what I felt at that moment. I quietly sat up, looked at Sasuke and I resting with his eyes closed on the opposite bed, and began to sing softly. My voice wasn't particularly melodious, but it carried my most sincere emotions flowing gently through the quiet room. As long as the blue sky exists, the wind will carry time. As long as courage exists, dreams will surely come true. With tears overflowing, hey. Hey. Run forward. Beyond the red horizon lies tomorrow. More than anyone, more than anything, I only want to protect you. Forever, no matter where, I only want to protect you. Hey. Hey. Charge ahead. More than anyone, more than anything, I only want to protect you. No matter when, no matter where, I only want to protect you. The song gradually faded and the room fell silent once more. I looked at Sasuke and I with some trepidation, unsure if he'd find it strange. He slowly opened his eyes, tears glistening in his dark gaze. It was the first time I had ever seen him cry. He didn't speak, only looked at me deeply, his eyes filled with emotion and a tenderness I had never seen before. That song was beautiful. It was a long moment before he finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. I understand the meaning of the lyrics. Sasuke and I gathered my courage and looked into his eyes. I will always stay by your side and protect everything you wish to protect with you. Just like the song says, I only want to protect you, to protect the ones we hold dear. He nodded, saying nothing more, but gently raised his hand and patted my head, his touch as tender as if he were caressing something fragile and precious. Get some rest. We still have a long journey tomorrow. I lay down obediently and closed my eyes, but my heart couldn't settle for a long time. In the darkness I could feel Sasuke and I's gaze resting on me, carrying a warm sense of protection. That night there was no battle, no traveling, only rare peace and heartfelt connection. Sasuke and I's quiet care, my song and feelings like a gentle beam of moonlight illuminated this arduous path of training. I knew that the bond between us had grown beyond that of master and student, more like family. And this song too had become a secret between us, a secret carrying protection and connection. The road ahead remained full of uncertainty, but I was no longer afraid because I knew I wasn't alone, and neither was Sasuke and I. We would walk forward side by side, protecting each other and the precious bonds we shared. Sasuke and I-san, are you there? I called out tentatively toward the dense, almost impenetrable forest before me. My voice echoed through the trees, but the only response was the rustling of leaves. My fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of my clothes, my heart filled with panic and bewilderment. I had no idea where I was. My mind raced back through the events that led here. Sasuke and I-san and I had been tracking the Otsutsuki's trail for months, finally locating our target in a desolate valley. That Otsutsuki shinobi wore foreign garments emanating an icy chakra, clutching a strange-looking treasure, which I later learned was a time-space tool called the plow. When the battle was about to erupt, knowing my strength was insufficient to face an Otsutsuki head-on, I volunteered to provide support from the rear so as not to hold Sasuke and I-san back. Though reluctant, Sasuke and I-san eventually nodded in agreement given the urgency of the situation. I held my breath, ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver supplies and disrupt the enemy at any moment. But that Otsutsuki proved cunning. In the midst of his struggle with Sasuke and I-san, he suddenly activated the treasure plow, and a blinding white light engulfed the entire valley. The world spun around me, my body wrenched by an overwhelming force. The wind howled in my ears alongside Sasuke and I-san's frantic shouts, and then, darkness. When I opened my eyes again, this unfamiliar forest greeted me. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the foliage to cast scattered patches of light on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of vegetation tinged with a faint trace of blood, utterly different from the atmosphere of modern Konoha. I tried to sense Sasuke and I-san's chakra, but the ambient chakra environment was abnormally chaotic, making it impossible to lock onto his familiar signature. Just then a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by the shouts of shinobi and the explosions of jutsu shattering the forest silence. My heart tightened. Whatever the situation, tracing the source of the sound seemed wise. I suppressed my chakra and, using the trees for cover, cautiously made my way toward the noise. After running for about half an hour, the forest began to thin and the view opened up before me. A vast plain stretched ahead. And on this plain a brutal battle was raging. Shinobi from opposing sides, clad in different garments, clashed with weapons in hand, blood soaking the earth beneath their feet while the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Instinctively I hid behind a thick tree trunk, my heart pounding violently. My gaze swept over the clan emblems worn on the chests of the battling shinobi and my pupils abruptly contracted. A chill ran down my spine. How can this be the Senju and the Uchiha? One side bore a fan-shaped emblem, the mark of the Uchiha clan, the other displayed an intricate swirl pattern, unmistakably the symbol of the Senju clan. These two clans' mortal enemies throughout history stood before my very eyes, locked in a life-or-death struggle. Combined with the primitive battlefield environment and the complete absence of modern ninja equipment, a terrifying conclusion took shape in my mind. I had been transported by the plow to an era before the founding of Konoha. This was an age of relentless warfare where the strong ruled, no familiar faces, no safe haven, and the constant threat of death. This was not good news. Just as my emotions churned, two distinct yet equally formidable chakras erupted from the center of the plain, causing the entire battlefield to freeze for a moment. Would release with dragon technique. A resonant battle cry rang out. From the Senju camp, a tall shinobi with long black hair formed hand seals. The ground beneath him split apart and a massive wooden dragon burst forth roaring as it charged toward the Uchiha lines. Each scale was clearly visible, wreathed in dense life energy. It was Hashirama Senju's signature jutsu. Then from the Uchiha camp a solitary figure soared into the air, black cloak billowing in the wind, crimson Sharingan spinning in his sockets, radiating an oppressive killing intent. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A deep penetrating voice echoed as a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, forming a sea of fire that collided with the wooden dragon. Boom! The flames and wooden dragon intertwined, the resulting shockwave sweeping across the entire plain and sending clouds of dust into the sky. Even from behind the tree trunk I could feel the scorching heat and the immense chakra fluctuations, my heart nearly leaping from my chest. It was Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. These two legendary shinobi, alive and real before my eyes. I clamped my hand over my mouth, not daring to make a sound. Watching the carnage on the plain, feeling the raw brutality of this primeval war, helplessness and fear consumed me. Sasuke and Aisan, where are you? Can we ever return to our own time? In this war-torn era where Konoha hasn't even been born, how can I possibly survive alone? The wind swept across the plain, carrying more shouts and screams. I curled up behind the tree trunk, gazing at those two towering figures in the distance, utterly at a loss. The shock of being displaced in time left me paralyzed, and all I could do was pray that Sasuke and Aisan was safe and that we would find a way back. The clamor of battle on the plain was deafening. Senju and Uchiha shinobi clashed like surging tides, blood staining the earth beneath their feet. I hid behind a boulder at the forest's edge, heart pounding wildly, my gaze locked on the western side of the battlefield, where two figures were engaged in a breathtaking duel. One was Tobarama Senju, clad in blue battle attire with eyes as sharp as blades. Pale blue water release chakra swirled around him, his steps nimble as a phantom, the prototype of the flying thunder god technique. The other was Izuna Uchiha, black short hair tousled in the wind, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan spinning at high speed, his kunai clashing against Tobarama's water release short blade, sending sparks flying. This was the pivotal duel that would decide the fate of both clans in history. Scenes from my memory flashed through my mind. Izuna would ultimately fall to Tobarama's flying thunder god slash, and his death would become the catalyst for reconciliation between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Izuna Uchiha, your time of death has come. Tobarama's voice was ice cold. He suddenly accelerated, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake, the body flicker mastery of the flying thunder god technique. Izuna's pupils constricted sharply as his Sharingan strained to track Tobarama's movements, yet still struggled to keep up with that blinding speed. No. He's about to use the flying thunder god slash. My heart seized. Tobarama's figure vanished from view, reappearing an instant later behind Izuna, his water release short blade brimming with destructive chakra, the edge glowing with a blinding blue light, slashing viciously toward the back of Izuna's heart, the very technique capable of instantly crippling an enemy. Flying thunder god slash. Izuna sensed the lethal threat behind him and tried to turn to defend, but it was too late. Despair flickered in his Sharingan. I could no longer stand by and watch. He was Sasuke and Aisan's ancestor, a pivotal figure in this history. I could not let him die here. Moreover, watching a living person die before my eyes, I couldn't bear it. Stop. I unleashed all my chakra, instantly inscribing a flying thunder god seal on the ground before Izuna. Just as Tobarama's blade was about to touch Izuna's back, I activated the technique. A flash of white light and I appeared beside Izuna in an instant, pulling him aside with all my strength. Tobarama's flying thunder god slash grazed past Izuna's shoulder, the water release chakra on the blade tearing through the air and carving a deep trench into the ground. Ugh. Though Izuna avoided the fatal blow, the water release chakra seared his shoulder, blood instantly soaking through his Uchiha garb. He staggered back a few steps, staring in shock at me who had suddenly appeared by his side. Tobarama froze as well, his hand holding the water release short blade pausing mid-air, his sharp gaze fixed on me, filled with disbelief. Who are you? How dare you counter my flying thunder god? I stood before Izuna gasping for breath. That split-second teleportation had nearly exhausted half my chakra. My name is Luying, I said, lifting my head to meet Tobarama's icy stare. On the battlefield, why must you deliver a killing blow to someone already worn down from fighting? Mind your own business. Tobarama's expression darkened, his killing intent intensifying. The Uchiha and Senju have been enemies for generations, locked in mortal combat. How dare a brat of unknown origin interfere? As he spoke, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, vanishing in an instant, clearly intending to strike at both me and Izuna. Watch out. His body flicker is fast. Izuna warned from behind me, gathering chakra to coordinate a defense with me. I had already secretly inscribed Flying Thunder God seals on the surrounding trees. Sensing Tobarama's chakra signature the instant he was about to appear to my left, I teleported again, carrying Izuna behind a thick ancient tree. Tobarama's water-release short blade struck the trunk with a resounding crack, splitting a deep gash into the wood. Your chakra is strange. Tobarama halted his attack, his gaze growing sharper as he fixed his eyes on me. It's neither Uchiha in release nor ordinary shinobi chakra, instead it carries a pure life essence. And that body flicker you used is remarkably similar to my Flying Thunder God. His gaze suddenly dropped to my chest as if sensing something, and his expression shifted slightly. This aura. It's astonishingly similar to Hashirama and Ayasan's chakra. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to the Senju clan? My heart skipped a beat. It was indeed because of the Hashirama cells. In order to execute that extreme teleportation, the Hashirama cells within my body had been fully activated, producing a faint resonance with the Senju bloodline flowing through Tobarama's veins. Just then Hashirama's voice rang out from the distance, Tobarama. Halt for a moment. Hashirama and Madara's duel had temporarily ceased, and both were racing toward us, evidently having sensed the anomaly. Izuna's face grew paler, blood still seeping from the wound on his shoulder. Gripping the tree trunk for support, he said to me in a low voice, "Thank you for saving me, but you shouldn't have gotten involved in the Senju Uchiha conflict. Leave now. Tobarama's true strength is far beyond what you've seen. Once Hashirama arrives, you won't be able to escape. Then we leave together." I shook my head and pulled a healing salve from my pack, pressing it into his hands. "Your wound is serious, treat it quickly." Just then Tobarama moved. He didn't use the Flying Thunder God slash this time, instead he gathered water-release chakra, forming a fearsome water dragon that swept toward us. "Since you refuse to leave, don't blame me for being ruthless." My heart raced as I tried to activate the Flying Thunder God technique again, but found my chakra running low. And Izuna, having just tended to his wound, had no time to form defensive jutsu. Just as the water dragon was about to engulf us, the Hashirama cells within my body suddenly surged violently. An unprecedented power erupted from my dantian, resonating powerfully with the Senju bloodline within Tobarama. This is... My eyes widened as I stared at my own hands. Countless emerald vines burst forth from the earth, instantly forming a sturdy barrier that firmly blocked the water dragon. The vines glistened with dewdrops emanating a rich life essence. This was the Senju clan's unique wood release. Wood release. Tobarama's pupils contracted sharply, shock appearing on his face for the first time. "A little girl like you, how can you use the Senju clan's wood release? And the purity of this chakra rivals even Hashirama and Ayasan's." Izuna was stunned as well, his Sharingan filled with disbelief. You can use wood release. How is that possible?" I was dumbfounded too. It had been purely instinctive. The Hashirama cells in my body, fully activated by the resonance of Senju blood at this critical moment, had awakened the power of wood release within me. This sudden power startled and thrilled me, yet it also made the situation far more complicated. "You are certainly not ordinary." Tobarama's tone grew even colder, his eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance. "A brat possessing the Senjus would release and a teleportation technique similar to the Flying Thunder God suddenly appearing on the battlefield to save Izuna Uchiha. What exactly is your purpose?" He slowly raised his chakra short blade, his chakra surging once more. "It seems I must capture you to get to the bottom of this." At this critical moment Hashirama, Senju and Madara Uchiha finally arrived. When Hashirama caught sight of the wood release vines around me, surprise flickered in his eyes. "This child can actually use wood release. And her chakra resonates strongly with mine. Brother, this child is highly suspicious. She may be an Uchiha spy who stole the power of wood release through some forbidden technique." Tobarama immediately interjected, his tone brooking no doubt. "She must be taken back to the clan for interrogation." Madara meanwhile walked over to Izuna. Seeing the wound on his shoulder, his expression darkened. His gaze then fell upon me, his Sharingan filled with curiosity. "You saved Izuna. Who are you? Why can you use wood release?" I stood in place surrounded by 4 legendary level shinobi, on one side Tobarama eyeing me with suspicion and hostility, on the other Hashirama and Madara studying me with probing looks, and Izuna wounded yet gazing at me with complicated eyes. The awakened wood release power had made me a target for all, and the secret of my future origin must never be discovered. The wind swept across the plain carrying the scent of war and blood. I clenched my fists, feeling the surging wood release chakra and the lingering traces of Flying Thunder God energy within me, one thought echoing in my mind: "Sasuke and Ayasan, where are you? What am I supposed to do now?" Hashirama looked at me, his tone relatively gentle yet carrying authority. Child, tell me, why can you use wood release? What exactly is your relationship with the Senju clan? I took a deep breath knowing I had to respond. If I claimed to be an ordinary shinobi, it would be impossible to explain simultaneously mastering wood release and a technique similar to the Flying Thunder God. If I told the truth, they probably wouldn't believe me anyway. While I hesitated, Tobirama suddenly stepped forward, his short blade pointing directly at me. Brother, enough talk with her. Capture her and everything will come to light. As a new conflict was about to erupt, I instinctively activated wood release. Vines coiled before me, forming a defensive barrier. And behind me Izuna gathered his chakra as well, clearly prepared to protect me. The situation became instantly tense. I knew that this storm, sparked by my saving Izuna and awakening wood release, had completely plunged me into the fateful battle that preceded Konoha's founding. And Tobirama's suspicion hung over me like a sword ready to fall at any moment. All I could do was silently pray, Sasuke and Aizen, find me soon. Only you can take me away from this time-space fraught with danger. The mingled sense of wood release vines and fire release chakra hung in the air, and the slaughter on the plain seemed to briefly pause due to the stalemate on this side. Tobirama Senju's short sword still pointed directly at me, his eyes filled with unwavering suspicion. Uchiha Madara stood protectively beside Izuna, his dark eyes fixed on Hashirama Senju, evidently waiting for his decision. Hashirama, this child must return with us to the Senju compound. Tobirama broke the silence first, his tone brooking no argument. She possesses wood release and uses a technique similar to Flying Thunder God. Her identity is unknown, yet she intervened in a deadly battle between our clans. If she is a spy for the Uchiha, the consequences would be endless. Humph, ridiculous. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his crimson Sharingan sweeping over Tobirama. She saved Izuna, and that makes her a benefactor of the Uchiha. Forcing a benefactor to leave, that's nothing but tyranny. He turned to me, his tone softening slightly. Luiying, is it? Come with me to the Uchiha compound. I guarantee your safety. I will never let the Senju interrogate you at will. Madara, don't be unreasonable. Hashirama frowned, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. This child's situation is exceptional. Wood release is the exclusive jutsu of the Senju clan, and her chakra resonates with mine. I must ascertain her identity before I can rest easy. He looked at me, his gaze gentle yet commanding. Luiying, I know you may have unspoken difficulties, but please trust me, the Senju compound will not harm you. We only wish to uncover the truth. On one side stood Tobirama, insistent on taking me back to the Senju and filled with suspicion. On the other, Uchiha Madara, eager to repay my kindness and protect me. I found myself caught in the middle, unable to advance or retreat, cold sweat beading on my palms. What should I say? Should I tell them that I am a shinobi from several hundred years in the future, fused with Hashirama's cells and having learned Flying Thunder God? Such an astonishing statement would not only be disbelieved but would likely label me a madwoman or even a heretic employing forbidden techniques. My situation would only become more perilous. I cannot go back to your compounds. I stammered, my voice trembling slightly. I am merely an ordinary shinobi. I learned wood release and the body flicker technique by chance. I harbor no ill intent, and I am certainly not a spy. By chance. Tobirama sneered. Wood release is my brother's unique talent, and Flying Thunder God is a technique I spent years developing. You, a nameless brat, claim to have learned them by chance. Preposterous. Tobirama, don't press her yet. Hashirama raised a hand to stop him, his gaze fixed on me as if scrutinizing something. After a moment he spoke, his tone laced with confusion. Luiying, the way your chakra flows when you use the body flicker and your reaction when facing danger. They give me a strange sense of familiarity. He turned to Tobirama, his eyes gradually brightening. Don't you think her tenacity and her insight into techniques resemble you? Especially the decisiveness she showed when evading Flying Thunder God / it's almost exactly like yours. Tobirama was taken aback, then frowned. Brother, what nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly resemble an unknown brat? No, think about it carefully. Hashirama's tone grew more serious. She uses a body flicker that resembles Flying Thunder God, a technique you invented. Hardly anyone else can grasp its essence. Moreover, she awakened wood release and her chakra resonates with mine. He paused, a bold conjecture forming in his mind. Tobirama, could she be connected to the Senju? Even a future clan member. A future clan member. Tobirama's pupils constricted. He was clearly startled by the guess. Brother, are you overthinking? Time and space cannot be crossed so easily. But there is no better explanation. Hashirama looked at me, his eyes full of inquiry. Though her Flying Thunder God differs from yours, it shares a similar core logic. This is no coincidence. Coupled with the awakening of wood release and the aura that resembles both you and me. Tobirama, have you considered that she might be your child from the future? What? The words struck like thunder, stunning everyone present. Tobarama's face flushed deep red, then turned ashen, clearly enraged by the absurd speculation. Brother. You are utterly unreasonable. How could I have a child like this? A child who suddenly appears out of nowhere. And at such a time. Uchiha Madara was also dumbfounded, his Sharingan filled with disbelief. He studied me, then glanced at Tobarama's flustered expression, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hashirama, your imagination is quite vivid. But if she really is Tobarama's descendant, that would be amusing. Izuna, clutching his wounded shoulder, looked at me in shock, apparently trying to piece together my relationship with Tobarama. I was even more dumbfounded, my cheeks burning as I inwardly lamented, what on earth is the first Hokage thinking? He actually guesses that I am Tobarama's child. That's too absurd. No. It's not like that. I waved my hands frantically, my voice almost tearful. Lord Hashirama, you've misunderstood. I have no relationship with Lord Tobarama, truly none. But the more anxiously I explained, the more it seemed I was trying to cover up the truth. Tobarama's expression grew even darker, his suspicion deepening, as if he were seriously considering Hashirama's guess. If not, how could you simultaneously master wood release and a technique similar to Flying Thunder God? And how could you possess my brother's chakra resonance? He stepped closer, his piercing gaze as if trying to see through me. Speak. Are you using some forbidden technique to travel back in time? What is your purpose? Has the future Senju encountered a crisis that sent you here to seek help? I haven't. I was forced back step by step, tears of panic welling up. This misunderstanding was monumental, but I couldn't reveal the truth. I could only stammer, I really just came here by accident. I have no purpose and no one sent me. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara stepped forward to block Tobarama, staring coldly at him. Tobarama, even if she were your descendant, you should not force a child like this. She saved Izuna, the Uchiha owe her a debt. Today I will never let you harass her. Madara, this is a Senju family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Tobarama shouted angrily. She is a benefactor of the Uchiha, so it concerns me. Uchiha Madara did not yield, a glint of killing intent flashing in his Sharingan. Seeing that the conflict between Senju and Uchiha was about to erupt again because of me, Hashirama quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, let's not act rashly. He looked at me, his tone softening. Luiying, whether or not you are Tobarama's descendant, we will not harm you. How about this, we find a neutral place and you can speak slowly. There's no need to rush. If you tell the truth, we will believe you. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. But it must be within my sight. I do not trust you, Senju, with her. Though reluctant, Tobarama gave a cold snort of acquiescence under Hashirama's eye. Thus, under the escort of these two legendary shinobi, I followed them to an abandoned village on the edge of the plain. Izuna was placed in a room to treat his wounds, while I was surrounded by Hashirama, Tobarama and Madara, subjected to a three-way interrogation. Now can you speak? Tobarama began, his tone still cold. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you here? I sat on a crude wooden stool, my hands clutching the hem of my clothes as an internal battle raged. Should I speak or not? Would they believe me? Would they treat me like a monster? But if I didn't, the misunderstanding of being Tobarama's descendant would never be resolved, and Tobarama's suspicion would only deepen. Just as I hesitated, an image of my brother Sasuke flashed through my mind. I wondered where he was now, whether he was also searching for me, and whether he was in danger. A wave of sorrow surged up, and finally my tears could no longer be held back. I really don't know how to say this. Whatever I say, you won't believe it. Seeing me cry, Hashirama's expression softened considerably. He comforted me gently. It's alright, speak slowly. We will believe you. No matter where you come from or what difficulties you face, we will help you. Even Uchiha Madara for once did not urge me. He simply watched quietly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I sniffled, lifting my tear-streaked face to look at the three legendary figures who had changed the shinobi world. Finally I made a decision. Perhaps telling them part of the truth was the best choice. I am indeed not from this era. I choked out, my voice small but clear. I come from several hundred years in the future. I was accidentally sent here by the Otsutsuki treasure, plow. Just as I finished speaking, the three legendary shinobi froze simultaneously, shock written on their faces. Hashirama opened his mouth as if to say something, but found himself momentarily speechless. Tobarama's pupils contracted sharply, clearly shaken by the truth beyond his comprehension. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan bulged wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the abandoned village a profound silence fell, broken only by the faint echoes of war in the distance. I knew that by revealing this truth I would face an even more complicated situation, but I had no other choice. I prayed silently in my heart, hoping they would believe me and that I would soon find my brother Sasuke and return together to our own era. On the clearing of the abandoned village after my words fell, silence descended like a tide enveloping everyone. Hashirama was the first to recover, his face full of amazement. From several hundred years in the future, the Otsutsuki treasure can actually cross time and space. This is beyond my imagination. Humph, mere words are no proof. Who knows if you are fabricating lies to deceive us? Tobarama's sharp eyes locked onto me. The Otsutsuki clan is a myth and their treasures are even more legendary. How can you prove that you are not a spy from the future or a ninja using some illusion to confuse us? I can't prove it. I lowered my head, my voice barely audible. But everything I said is true. I was researching the plow in the lab when I was suddenly transported here. I don't know how to go back, nor do I know where my brother is. Lab. Brother. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. You mentioned a brother earlier. Who is he? I hesitated for a moment, then decided to continue, revealing part of the truth. My brother. His name is Sasuke. He is a powerful shinobi and he also possesses the Sharingan. He is the last descendant of the Uchiha clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Uchiha Madara's expression flickered. Last descendant of the Uchiha? What do you mean? I realized I had let something slip. In the era of the Warring States, the Uchiha clan was still flourishing and last descendant was a taboo subject. I hurriedly tried to remedy it. I mean, in the future the Uchiha clan has declined, but my brother is the strongest among them. He is a very important person. Hashirama stroked his chin, deep in thought. If what you say is true, then the future must be very different from now. But you mentioned that you have wood release and chakra resonance with me. Could it be that you are related to the Senju as well? I shook my head desperately. No, I have no blood relation to the Senju. I gained wood release by fusing Hashirama's cells. Fusing cells? Tobarama's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. You actually used such a taboo method. Do you know that tampering with a ninja's body is a forbidden technique in any era? I know, but... I bit my lip, tears welling up again. I had no choice. If I didn't do this, I would have died. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered. He seemed to think of something. Your situation is indeed special. But since you possess wood release and the Sharingan's bloodline limit and even carry the chakra of Hashirama and Tobarama, it's no wonder people get confused. He paused, then looked at Hashirama. How about this? Since she saved Izuna, I will take her back to the Uchiha compound for protection. Your Senju can investigate, but you cannot detain her. That's not acceptable. Tobarama immediately objected. She has too many secrets and wood release is related to the Senju. She must be brought back to the Senju for a thorough investigation. Lying between the two, I could feel the pressure of their auras. If this continued, I might really be torn apart. I took a deep breath and mustered my courage. Please, both of you, stop arguing. I will go with Lord Hashirama to the Senju compound, but I have one condition: you must promise to help me find my brother. Hashirama was slightly surprised, then a warm smile appeared on his face. All right, I promise you. If your brother is really in this era, the Senju clan will do their utmost to find him. But you must also promise me that you will tell us everything you know about the future. Tobarama Senju quickly suppressed his shock, his gaze still sharp as a blade. If you want us to believe you, you'll have to provide proof. He stared at me, his tone carrying a hint of probing. You can use Flying Thunder God and wood release. Are you interested in a spar with me? I want to see if your future ninja techniques are truly genuine. My heart tightened. Tobarama was the legendary Second Hokage, his mastery of ninjutsu unfathomable, especially Flying Thunder God and water release, which he wielded with divine skill. How could my meager abilities possibly match his? Tobarama, why must you put a child through this? Hashirama Senju frowned, trying to dissuade him. She's just experienced a time-space jump and saved Izuna. She's exhausted both physically and mentally. There's no need for a spar. Brother, this isn't about putting her through something. Tobarama Senju shook his head, his eyes fixed on me. She possesses unusual ninjutsu and an unknown identity. Only through personal testing can we determine if she truly harbors no ill intent and also uncover the origin of her techniques. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. It will be a simple spar, nothing more. Madara Uchiha stood with his arms folded, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I'd like to see just how capable this brat is, mastering both wood release and Flying Thunder God. With matters already settled, I had no room to refuse. I took a deep breath, stood up and clenched my fists. Fine, I accept the spar. But I've only just crossed over and my chakra is somewhat depleted. I may not be able to perform at my full strength. That will suffice. Tobirama Senju nodded, then vanished in a flash, reappearing on the other side of the open ground. You make the first move. I looked at his tall upright figure, my heart trembling with unease, but I forced myself to calm down. Tobirama's flying thunder god was far more refined than mine. Wood release could counter his water release, but I had only just awakened wood release and was still unskilled. Perhaps I could only counter by using flying thunder god in combination with water release. I formed hand seals chakra surging within me and launched a water release toward Tobirama, water release water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water surged from the ground, coalescing into a massive water dragon that roared toward Tobirama Senju. This was my most proficient water release technique, though its power was inferior to Tobirama's. It excelled in speed. A flicker of surprise crossed Tobirama Senju's eyes. He quickly formed hand seals, water release water formation wall. A solid wall of water rose instantly, blocking the dragon's charge. The water dragon slammed into the wall, exploding with a thunderous roar, sending countless droplets of water into the air. Not bad water release, and your chakra control is quite precise. Tobirama Senju's voice drifted from behind the water wall, carrying a note of approval. But this level of power won't harm me. No sooner had he spoken than the water wall burst apart. Tobirama's figure appeared directly before me, a pale blue water release chakra gathering in his hand, water release water severing wave. My heart seized. I instantly activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting to the other side of the ground to evade his attack. The water blade grazed past the hem of my clothes, leaving a deep trench in the earth. Quick reflexes, but your use of Flying Thunder God is a bit rough. You'll need more practice. Tobirama Senju watched me, his gaze growing increasingly complex. But evading with teleportation alone won't let you defeat me. He launched another technique, his hand seals forming with astonishing speed, water release water bullet wave. A massive volume of water gushed from his mouth, surging toward me like a flood, instantly engulfing most of the open ground. I had no time to think. I activated Flying Thunder God once more, teleporting to a tree to escape the flood's impact. I can't stay on the defensive. I gritted my teeth, forming hand seals while simultaneously channeling the power of Hashirama's cells, would release Great Forest technique. Countless sturdy trees burst from the ground, twisting toward Tobirama Senju in the center of the flood. The trees grew at an astonishing speed, threading through the deluge and reaching Tobirama's side in an instant. Tobirama's expression shifted slightly, he clearly hadn't anticipated such a large-scale wood release. He immediately abandoned his water release, flickering away from the vine's entanglements, then launched a water release technique as he charged toward me, body flicker technique. His speed was terrifying, leaving a mere afterimage in his wake. My pupils constricted. I hastily invoked Flying Thunder God, teleporting to another tree. But no sooner had I steadied myself than Tobirama appeared behind me, the gleam of his short sword mere inches away. Not good. I instinctively spun around, formed hand seals and unleashed a water release hard vortex water blade. A spinning water blade took shape, instantly hurtling toward Tobirama's short sword. With a resounding boom, the water blade and the sword collided, the resulting shockwave blasting through the surrounding trees, sending leaves raining down. I was knocked back several steps by the shockwave, a metallic taste rising in my throat. Tobirama Senju also retreated half a step, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The hand seals for this water release and the flow of chakra. Tobirama muttered to himself, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. How is it so similar to the hard vortex water blade I developed? Even more refined than my own version. He suddenly lifted his head to look at me, his eyes brimming with inquiry and a trace of self-doubt. How did you learn this water release? Who taught you? A thought struck me. Hard vortex water blade was a unique technique created by Tobirama Senju. I had learned it because I had studied the relevant theories at the Ninja Academy in Konoha, and after integrating Hashirama's cells my chakra control had improved enough to barely execute it. I learned it from books. I answered vaguely. In the future the Ninja Academy has many records and studies on the techniques of the past Hokage. Past Hokage? Hashirama Senju's eyes lit up. Do you mean that in the future Konoha will honor Tobirama as a Hokage? Yes. I nodded. Lord Hashirama is the first Hokage, Lord Tobirama is the second Hokage. You founded Konohagakure, ended the era of war, and are legends of the ninja world. A gratified smile spread across Hashirama Senju's face while Tobirama's expression grew even more complicated. He stared at me, his eyes clouded with confusion and self-doubt. Records from books. But this hard vortex water blade is a technique I only recently developed and haven't yet disclosed. That future books would contain it is plausible. And your hand seals and understanding of water release are strikingly similar to mine. A thought suddenly struck him, recalling Hashirama's earlier speculation, and a storm raged within him. Could it be that this brat really is my descendant from the future? Otherwise why would she be so similar to me, even mastering a technique I just invented? Once this notion took root it grew like wild weeds, impossible to suppress. Tobarama Senju's gaze gradually shifted from suspicion to complexity tinged with a hint of curiosity and gentleness he himself hadn't noticed. Madara Uchiha also sensed the change in Tobarama. He raised an eyebrow looking at him. Tobarama, what's wrong? Don't tell me you actually believe Hashirama's nonsense that this brat is your descendant. Tobarama Senju didn't respond. He simply stared at me deeply and after a long pause spoke slowly. Whether you are my descendant or not, your talent in ninjutsu is truly remarkable. And your feelings for Konoha do not seem false. He paused, his tone softening considerably. I will believe you for now, but until we find a way to send you back you must stay by our side. You are not to leave without permission. I breathed a sigh of relief. Tobarama had finally stopped suspecting me. Though he still harbored some self-doubt, at least he wouldn't trouble me for the moment. Hashirama Senju stepped forward with a smile. That's more like it. Lu Ying is a friend from the future. We should help her find a way back. Besides, she can tell us about the future. That's absolutely fascinating. Madara Uchiha also nodded. Since Tobarama trusts you, I won't press further. But you saved Izuna, and the Uchiha owe you a debt. If you ever need anything, just ask. Just then a powerful surge of chakra emanated from afar, the unmistakable aura of an Otsutsuki. My expression shifted. Could it be that the Otsutsuki who used the artifact, had also come to this era? Not good, it's an Otsutsuki. I said immediately. It's the one who sent me here. He might have followed. Hashirama, Tobarama and Madara's faces instantly turned grim. Though they were not fully aware of the Otsutsuki's power, anyone capable of using a time-space artifact was not to be underestimated. It seems our spar will have to end here for now. Tobarama Senju's eyes sharpened. No matter what kind of Otsutsuki this is, if he dares to intrude upon our era, he must pay the price. That's right. Hashirama Senju nodded. Powerful would release chakra surging around him. Lu Ying, do you know how strong this Otsutsuki is? What are his weaknesses? I looked at the chakra fluctuation growing closer, a sense of urgency rising within me. He's very strong, skilled in various bloodline net limit techniques, and his artifact, has a bizarre ability to manipulate time and space. His weaknesses? I'm not sure yet. I only know his goal seems to be collecting powerful chakra. Bloodline net limit. Manipulating time and space. Tobarama Senju frowned. Seems like a troublesome opponent. Madara Uchiha's lips curled into a battle-hungry smile. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting. I'd like to see just how formidable an enemy who can cross time and space truly is. A new crisis loomed. The Otsutsuki from the future pitted against the legendary First and Second Hokage and Madara Uchiha, who would emerge victorious in this time-crossing duel. And could I, amidst this crisis, find Sasuke and I and return together to our own era? I clenched my fists, my eyes filled with resolve. No matter how many obstacles lay ahead, I would not give up. Because I knew I was not fighting alone, I had these legendary ninja by my side and the Sasuke and I had always yearned for. The wind swept through the abandoned village carrying the Otsutsuki's chakra, a breathtaking heart-pounding duel across time. The chakra aura of the Otsutsuki descended like a suffocating storm cloud, bearing an oppressive weight that transcended eras. The ground of the abandoned village trembled faintly as a warped spatial rift tore open at its center. After a blinding flash of white light, an Otsutsuki shinobi emerged, clad in a pallid flowing robe and wearing a bone-white mask, his figure wreathed in cold ashen black chakra. He was the very one who had hurled me into the temporal maelstrom. Otsutsuki Takumi. Never imagined crossing time itself would bring me face to face with such rare chakra treasures, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Takumi's voice rasped harshly through the mask. And this brat, fused with Hashirama's cells and already grasping the nascent form of Flying Thunder God, alongside Tobarama Senju. Today I shall claim 4 priceless gifts in one fell swoop. So you're the Otsutsuki who sent Ryuho here? Hashirama Senju's would release chakra surged violently, thick roots erupted from the earth beneath him. His gaze hardened with solemn resolve, and fierce unyielding battlelust. To trespass upon our era and dare covet our chakra. Such arrogance knows no bounds. Arrogance. Takumi sneered, raising a hand to forge a jagged blade of ashen black energy. Before the bloodline limit net, your legends are but lambs awaiting slaughter. Before the words faded, he slashed downward, the energy blade cleaving sky and earth alike, hurtling toward us in a cataclysmic arc. Tobarama Senju reacted instantly, teleporting beside me via Flying Thunder God and shoving me aside. Take cover. Simultaneously his hands flew into seals, water release, water encampment wall. A towering wall of water rose, but shattered effortlessly beneath the blade's edge. At the critical moment, Madara Uchiha leapt skyward, his Sharingan shifting into the Mangekyo pattern, Susanoo. A skeletal Susanoo of pale violet coalesced instantly, its massive blade intercepting the energy slash. A thunderous detonation shook the ruins, and even the Susanoo's arm cracked under the impact. Incredible power. Madara's pupils contracted sharply as the Susanoo evolved further, muscle and armor surging over its frame. Hashirama, now. Join me. As I intended. Hashirama slammed his palms onto the earth, would release with human technique. A colossal wooden titan rose, fist raised high, crashing down upon the Otsutsuki. Takumi vanished in a blur, evading the titanic blow, then unleashed successive energy slashes clashing against Susanoo's blade and the wood human's fists. The shockwaves flattened the entire ruined village into dust. Seizing the chaos, I gathered chakra and inscribed flying thunder god marks onto nearby boulders, shouting to Tobarama, Lord Tobarama, I'll draw his focus. Activating the technique, I teleported behind Takumi and channeled lightning chakra to my fingertips. Lightning released Chidori. He sensed the strike and twisted aside, yet the Chidori grazed his shoulder, sending ripples across his ashen black chakra barrier. Annoying brat. He struck back with a palm thrust. I barely teleported behind a distant boulder to evade it. This body flicker technique truly captures the essence of flying thunder god. Tobarama watched my movements, his expression deepening with approval. Then he called out, Ryuho, mark him. I'll lead the assault. Understood. I drew a kunai, inscribed the mark and reappeared before Takumi, driving the blade precisely into his flowing robe. Before he could wrench free, Tobarama materialized behind him, blinding azure light erupting, flying thunder god slash. The slash struck Takumi's back full force, his chakra barrier shattered instantly. He spat black blood and staggered backward. Hashirama's wooden titan followed, immediately slamming him into the earth, while Madara's Susanoo blade descended in tandem, only to be halted by a sudden spatial barrier. Damn, outnumbered and outmatched, retreat for now. Takumi hadn't anticipated such coordinated might. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes behind the mask. He activated his divine artifact, the plow, ripping open another rift. Next time we meet, I shall take every drop of your chakra. Think you can flee? Madara's Susanoo blade severed the spatial barrier, but only sliced through a fading afterimage. Takumi had vanished into the rift. Hashirama attempted to seal it with would release, only to recoil from the backlash of temporal energy. The immediate threat lifted, everyone exhaled in quiet relief. Then a familiar black silhouette burst from the forest, crimson Sharingan blazing with urgency and lethal intent. Brother Sasuke. Brother Sasuke. I sprinted toward him, only to be swept into a tight embrace. His voice trembled. Ryuho, are you unharmed? I searched everywhere for you. I'm fine, Brother Sasuke, thanks to Lord Hashirama and the others. I looked up at him, only to find his gaze locked on Madara Uchiha, edged with quiet hostility, the complex legacy of blood, awe, kinship and foreboding for the ancestors' fated path. Madara noticed the stare and arched a brow, his Mangekyo Sharingan rotating slowly. This child is also Uchiha. His chakra affinity is exceptional, and his aura resonates deeply with mine. Sasuke said nothing, only stepped forward shielding me, then nodded respectfully to Hashirama and Tobarama. Thank you, elders, for protecting Ryuho. His tone remained reserved, yet gratitude shimmered beneath its cool surface. Hashirama stepped forward smiling warmly. You must be the Sasuke Ryuho speaks of so often. Truly an outstanding shinobi. That battle turned solely because Ryuho's flying thunder god kept Takumi off balance. Without her he'd never have withdrawn so hastily. Tobarama studied Sasuke intently. Your chakra blends Uchiha's in release with a unique yang release signature, one reminiscent of Ryuho's Hashirama cell resonance. Madara suddenly interjected, Hashirama, this fight has shown me plainly no single clan can withstand threats that transcend time. The shinobi world has bled for too long. Perhaps, we truly can unite, to found a village where all shinobi may dwell in peace. Hashirama froze, then broke into radiant unrestrained joy. Madara, you've finally agreed. Yes, only unity can safeguard all we hold dear. Though surprised, Tobarama nodded thoughtfully. Founding a village is indeed the only enduring solution, consolidating strength while sparing future generations from endless war. Even Izuna, moved by the shared struggle, lowered his guard in silent assent. Sasuke watched, his hostility softening, dissolving into quiet reverence. He knew this history well, and chose not to intervene. This was the Uchiha clan and Senju clan destiny, the very genesis of Konoha. In the days that followed, Hashirama and Madara began drafting the village's foundations, while Tobarama sought me out. On the training ground he observed me practicing flying thunder god, then spoke, Ryuho, your technique shows promise yet remains incomplete. Lord Tobarama, are you offering guidance? I paused, eyes alight with hope. He nodded, serious yet softened by quiet warmth. Your chakra control is precise. Your reflexes sharp. You remind me of myself. Whether or not you descend from my bloodline, I wish to pass on the complete principles of Flying Thunder God. Stepping beside me he explained, the heart of Flying Thunder God lies not merely in marks and teleportation, but in instantaneous chakra eruption and flawless spatial perception. Your prior leaps were swift, but inefficient, draining excess chakra, and your marks faded too quickly. Watch closely when inscribing a mark, infuse it with your chakra, let it resonate with your life force. Then even across continents you'll sense it with absolute clarity. Distance matters less than timing, striking unseen delivers true devastation. As dusk painted the sky in gold, I absorbed each word like sacred scripture. Tobirama corrected my stance and seals with surgical precision. His instruction elevated my mastery of Flying Thunder God to an entirely new plane. Flying Thunder God may also fuse with other techniques, he continued. Demonstrating, he teleported to a distant tree trunk, and simultaneously unleashed water release, striking it mid-transit. Flying Thunder God / merges water and teleportation for decisive impact. Since you carry Hashirama's cells, experiment fusing would release with Flying Thunder God, you may uncover unprecedented effects. Tobirama watched me execute refined jumps with newfound grace, and offered rare praise. Well done. Progress is remarkable. Take this scroll, it contains my full research on the technique. Should questions arise, come to me anytime. Thank you, Lord Tobirama. I accepted the scroll, heart swelling with gratitude. He regarded me, eyes gentle yet layered with quiet complexity. You suit me well, child. Wherever you hail from, should hardship arise, seek me. As for whether we share blood, perhaps that matters little. What matters is that you are worthy, truly worthy, of inheriting this art. I nodded fiercely, tears glistening. Sasuke joined me, bowing deeply to Tobirama. Thank you, Lord Tobirama, for entrusting Ryuho with Flying Thunder God. No thanks needed. Tobirama met Sasuke's gaze steadily. You are also exceptional, guard her well. And when you return home, tell the future Konoha did it become what we dreamed, peaceful, strong, enduring. It will, Sasuke vowed, resolute. In the distance Hashirama and Madara sketched village blueprints, their silhouettes stretched long by the setting sun. A new era stirred at dawn's edge, Konoha's first breath taking shape upon this soil. And Sasuke and I, within this crucible of time, forged bonds unbreakable and power indelible. Though the hour of our return remains unknown, uncertainty no longer shadows me. For I know, so long as Sasuke stands beside me, backed by these legendary shinobi, I can overcome any trial. And this journey across time, this tapestry of courage, trust and sacrifice, will forever remain our most treasured memory. Night deepened, stars of Konoha gleamed softly overhead. I closed my fingers around the Flying Thunder God scroll, glancing at Sasuke beside me, hope burning steady and bright within my chest. The road ahead stretches far, but I am ready. Armed with Tobirama's teachings, bound by bonds forged beyond time, I walk forward, unflinching, unwavering, alive. After the Otsutsuki's escape, Uchiha Madara and Izuna voluntarily offered us temporary residence within the Uchiha compound. In these turbulent times, abandoned villages offer no safety. Though our compound is modest, it provides shelter from wind and rain, and a place for you both to rest and recover. Izuna's shoulder had been properly bandaged. A sincere smile softened his features as he gazed at me, eyes brimming with gratitude. And there is much I wish to tell you. The Uchiha compound nestled deep within a valley, its wooden houses arranged harmoniously amid dense ancient forests, smoke from hearths curling gently into the crisp air. Contrary to expectations of stern austerity, the clansmen regarded us, two outsiders, with quiet curiosity rather than hostility, occasionally offering fresh fruit or steaming meals. Madara and Izuna settled us in a spacious, well-kept wooden house, simple yet immaculate, furnished with clean bedding and fresh toiletries laid out with deliberate care. Thank you, said brother Sasuke, inclining his head slightly, his tone still reserved, yet the wariness in his eyes had softened considerably. He placed his pack in the corner, then glanced instinctively toward the window, where several Uchiha youths practiced fire release techniques. The familiar clan crest and the subtle pulse of chakra stirred a complex bittersweet emotion in his gaze. As dusk fell, Izuna arrived bearing an oil lamp and a plate of freshly steamed rice balls, fragrant and golden brown. These were made by the women of our clan, try them. A true Uchiha specialty. He handed me one, his expression warm with sincerity. Ryusei, I've been occupied all day finalizing plans for the village. I hadn't yet thanked you properly. Had you not intervened, I would have fallen to Tobirama's Flying Thunder God / leaving only Madara behind. I accepted the rice ball, its gentle warmth spread from my fingertips, stirring a tender ache in my chest. Lord Izuna, there's no need for such formality, I merely did what was right. I took a bite, the sweet nutty fragrance of rice mingled with delicate umami evoking vivid memories of Aunt Hinata's lovingly crafted rice balls. To you it may seem trivial, but to Madara and me it is a debt beyond measure. Izuna sat across from me, earnest and unguarded. Our brothers have fallen one by one. Now only Madara and I remain, bound not just by blood but by duty to our people, and by the singular truth that each other is all we have left. If I were gone, Madara would. He trailed off, but the tremor beneath his words spoke volumes. At that moment Uchiha Madara entered without knocking, holding a clay wine jug. Seeing us conversing he strode forward, his gaze locking onto brother Sasuke with undisguised scrutiny. Sasuke, your eyes are extraordinary. Neither ordinary Sharingan nor Mangekyo, yet they radiate power surpassing both. Brother Sasuke lifted his head meeting Madara's gaze squarely as his crimson Rinnegan rotated slowly. This is the Rinnegan, the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. The Rinnegan. Madara's eyes flared with sudden intensity. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. You have awakened them. His voice held awe-edged with disbelief. He leaned closer studying Sasuke's irises intently. Your chakra bears the Uchiha's in release, but also an unfamiliar yang signature, reminiscent of Hashirama's would release yet profoundly distinct. It is the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke replied calm and unadorned. Wielded solely to protect those I hold dear. Madara studied him long and deeply, then a rare flicker of approval lit his eyes. Well said. A true Uchiha, protecting what matters most. That is the Sharingan's true purpose. He paused then added your strength is formidable. When time permits I would test it, let us see how far a Rinnegan-wielding Uchiha can ascend. Sasuke nodded once, neither refusing nor promising, simply acknowledging. Watching these two legends, Madara and Izuna, side by side, a quiet sorrow washed over me. Had history remained unchanged, would Izuna have died on that battlefield, leaving Madara's eyes forever shadowed by grief? Would he ever have truly embraced the idea of founding a village with the Senju? Only now did I grasp the weight of my choice. That moment of compassion had irrevocably altered fate. Izuna, who should have perished beneath Tobirama's blade, sat before me alive, whole, planning the future alongside Madara. What unforeseen ripples might this change unleash? Would the future Konoha, indeed the entire shinobi world, unfold along a radically different path? Yet I recalled the Otsutsuki's arrival itself had shattered temporal equilibrium. Their presence forced the Senju and Uchiha to witness a threat transcending generations, revealing that no single clan could stand against such peril. Perhaps it was precisely this shared enemy, and Izuna's survival, that tempered Madara's bitterness, allowing him to lay down hatred and walk hand in hand with Hashirama toward Konoha's founding. In that light this divergence felt like grace, not tragedy. At least Madara need not endure solitude's slow erosion nor descend into despair after losing his brother. With Izuna beside him his heart would hold warmth, devotion, purpose, perhaps sparing future generations from the tragedies born of isolation. Lord Izuna, I said, meeting his gaze with solemn resolve, promise me, you will cherish your life and stand steadfast beside Lord Madara. You are each other's most precious bond, never surrender that lightly. Izuna paused, then smiled, tender and genuine. I understand now. Once I believed dying for the Uchiha was honor enough. But having stared death in the face I realize only by living can I truly safeguard my clan, and those I love. Rest assured, I will live fully and build that peaceful village with Madara so every shinobi may know peace beyond war. Madara watched Izuna, his usual sternness softening into something rare and tender. He placed a firm, affectionate hand on his brother's shoulder. Well spoken. We shall accomplish it, together. Watching them exchange that quiet, radiant smile, a bond pure, unwavering and profound, I felt a surge of warmth unlike any other. Yet in that same breath my thoughts drifted home, to Kakashi-sensei, whose kindness enveloped me like sunlight, to Naruto and Hinata, bright and boundless as dawn, to Hinata-san, whose cooking warmed the soul, and to Boruto and Sarada, mischievous, brilliant, endlessly dear. How were they faring now? Were they still searching for me? Was Naruto and Hinata even now racing through the streets calling my name? Did Kakashi-sensei still buy strawberry mochi, only to find no one waiting to claim it? Did Boruto still pester me to spar? A tide of longing rose swiftly, blurring my vision. I ached to return, to Konoha, to that home woven with warmth and belonging to Kakashi-sensei and everyone who loved me. Here, though cared for by Madara and Izuna, shielded by Hashirama and Tobirama, I belonged to another era. This was not my home. Ryusei, what's wrong? Brother Sasuke noticed the shift in my mood, his voice low and gentle, his eyes clouded with concern. Nothing, I whispered, brushing away tears with a shaky smile. Just, missing home. Missing everyone in Konoha. He fell silent for a moment, then reached out, his palm resting softly atop my head. His voice softened further, don't worry. We will find our way back. Once the Otsutsuki threat is ended, and Konoha stands secure, I'll take you home. Madara and Izuna watched me, their expressions filled with quiet understanding. Madara spoke, then, voice resonant and steady, Ryusei, I feel the depth of your love for that, Konoha. When our village rises we will help you seek the path home. You saved us, our debt is yours to command. You are not strangers. You are friends, and honored guests. We will not let you linger in a time that is not yours. Thank you, I murmured, gratitude swelling in my chest, easing the knot in my heart. As night deepened, Madara and Izuna departed, leaving only Sasuke and me in the quiet house. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in silver serenity. Lying in bed I tossed and turned, every memory of Konoha vivid, luminous, inescapable. Sasuke too seemed wakeful, seated by the window gazing up at the star-dusted sky, lost in thought. Perhaps he too longed for Konoha, for those who anchored his heart. I knew the road home would be long, fraught with the Otsutsuki's shadow and the uncertainty of temporal rifts yet to reopen. But I would not yield. For I trusted Sasuke, and I believed in Madara and Hashirama who stood ready to aid us. One day I would return, to Kakashi-sensei, to Naruto and Isekai, to tell them all of my journey of meeting the legendary Hashirama and Madara, of witnessing Konoha's genesis of love and sacrifice written anew. Moonlight bathed the Uchiha compound in gentle luminescence, just as it cradled my yearning for home. Closing my eyes I whispered inwardly, stay safe everyone in Konoha. Wait for me, I will return. Meanwhile in Konoha. A tranquil afternoon bathed Konoha in golden light. In the Hokage Tower office Kakashi sat by the sunlit window, a mission report in hand, yet his gaze drifted endlessly outward. Below, streets bustled with life, children chased each other near training grounds, the scent of rice balls mingled with the faint hum of chakra. All appeared as it always had, peaceful, familiar. Yet unease coiled quietly within him. His fingers absently traced the edge of the report, while his mind conjured her image, Ryusei, his daughter, small and perfect, already half a year gone from Konoha. That girl, why hasn't she returned yet? He murmured, voice thick with unspoken longing. After her initial departure with Sasuke, anxiety had given way to disciplined restraint. Sasuke's brief messages, always just 2 words, all is well, had been enough to steady him. But as days stretched into months, from late spring to early autumn, leaves turning from emerald to amber, reassurance faded, replaced by deepening tenderness and dread. He remembered her tear-filled eyes at parting, the farewell letter hidden inside a shadow clone, her stubborn little face during training, the way she'd cling to him outside the sweet shop begging for strawberry mochi. Once her constant chatter had felt overwhelming, now silence pressed upon him like absence made tangible. On his desk sat an unopened strawberry mochi, bought automatically, habitually, as he passed the confectionery that morning. Before he'd return home to find her bounding toward him, snatching the treat and devouring it with cheeks dusted pink, eyes crinkling shut in pure delight. Now it sat untouched, no eager hands, no joyful chaos. Kakashi-sensei, this document requires your signature. Shikamaru entered, sighed softly at the sight of Kakashi's distant gaze. Thinking about Ryusei again. Kakashi blinked back to reality, accepting the papers, his fingers stiff. Yes, nearly 6 months. Not a single concrete word. Sasuke-senpai is meticulous. And Ryusei-chan is stronger, and more resilient, than we imagined, Shikamaru offered gently. Besides, he sends occasional updates. They're safe, just traversing a longer path of growth. I know. Kakashi nodded, yet the weight in his chest remained. But fathers worry. Always. She's only 5, traveling with Sasuke, enduring harsh training. Is she eating well? Has she been injured? Does her chakra hold steady? Once opened, the floodgates of paternal anxiety spilled forth, transforming the stoic copy ninja into a man trembling with love. Shikamaru watched, moved, not by weakness but by the quiet revolution of a heart unguarded, the aloof legend undone by love for his daughter. Just then Naruto burst in, waving a scroll, eyes blazing with excitement. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke sent word, and Ryusei-chan's handwriting is on it. Kakashi shot upright, striding forward, hands trembling as he seized the scroll. Sasuke's message was terse, all is well. Tracking the Otsutsuki. Beneath it a child's script, crooked, earnest, radiant, daddy, I'm fine. I've learned so many jutsu, I'll show you when I get home. Miss you, Naruto and Isekai and strawberry mochi. Tears welled instantly in Kakashi's eyes. 6 months of fear, yearning and quiet anguish dissolved, replaced by a wave of pure golden relief. He traced the letters again and again, a soft unbidden smile blooming across his face, banishing every shadow. She's okay. Ryusei-chan's safe. Naruto exhaled, grinning broadly. See? I told you she'd be alright. When she returns I'll treat her to ramen, 10 slices of chashu. She mentioned strawberry mochi, Kakashi whispered, voice tender as silk. When she comes home, I'll buy her one every day. Shikamaru shook his head, smiling wryly. Enough worrying. She's gifted, protected and returning, just give her time. Kakashi carefully folded the scroll and placed it inside his desk drawer, where a thick stack of past messages rested, each a testament to his unwavering devotion. He looked out the window once more, the sunlight warmed the village, vibrant, yet now his heart held certainty instead of doubt. Little one, he murmured inwardly, train well. I'll be here, waiting. When you return we'll watch cherry blossoms together. Eat strawberry mochi. Train under the same sky. No matter how far you wander, Konoha is your home. And I will always be here. Warmth settled into the office, soft, abiding, as the last trace of unease melted beneath the light of his daughter's words. He resumed his seat, picked up the report and met its contents with calm focus, though the gentle curve of his smile lingered unbroken. Konoha's breeze carried sakura petals, and whispers of love across time. Far away Ryusei chasing strength beneath alien stars was never alone in Konoha, hearts beat in unison, holding space for her return. Tracking the trace of Kagaya Otsutsuki took a full 7 days. With the aid of Madara and Hashirama we followed the residual spatial temporal energy all the way to an ancient volcanic ruin on the border of the Land of Fire. Here magma churned violently, the air hung thick with scorching sulfurous fumes, and spatial temporal energy surged chaotically, truly an ideal sanctuary for concealment. I didn't expect you to find this place. Kagaya Otsutsuki emerged from a spatial rift beside the molten lava, gray-black chakra swirling around his form while his divine artifact the plow glowed with an eerie unsettling light. But no matter, it won't be so easy to restrain me this time. Clearly prepared for escape, the plow's energy surged rapidly, warping the very fabric of space around him. Think you can run? Not so fast. Brother Sasuke's gaze hardened instantly, his Rinnegan blazed with sudden intensity. Shinra Tensei. In that instant he swapped positions with Kagaya Otsutsuki. I gathered lightning nature chakra at my fingertips, the sharp crackling sound of Chidori pierced the air as I struck Kagaya squarely in the back. Kagaya grunted in pain, the plow's energy fluctuated erratically. Now. I had long inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal upon his artifact. Seizing the moment I activated the technique, teleporting directly beside him, gripping the edge of the plow, and shouted to Sasuke, "Brother Sasuke, hold on tight." Without hesitation Sasuke seized my wrist, his chakra flooded into me, synchronizing with mine to amplify the Flying Thunder God's power. Kagaya Otsutsuki stunned roared in terror, "You're insane. Forcibly traversing spacetime will tear you apart in the temporal maelstrom." Yet retreat was no longer possible. The plow's spatial rift yawned wide open, a monstrous vortex of suction drawing us irrevocably inward. I clutched Sasuke's hand tightly, enduring the searing agony of my body being rent by temporal forces, my mind fixated on a single burning thought: home, back to Konoha, back to Father Kakashi. After who knew how long the blinding white light faded. Beneath my feet was no longer scorching magma, but the familiar gentle scent of fresh grass. I snapped my eyes open, to behold the towering ancient tree at Konoha's village gate, the Hokage tower gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight and the fragrant mingling of cherry blossoms and ramen drifting through the air. Konoha. We're home. Hinata, are you alright? Brother Sasuke released my hand, his voice edged with quiet concern, his eyes shimmering with profound relief. I shook my head, but tears spilled uncontrollably as I choked out, "Brother Sasuke, we're really back." Watching me weep, Sasuke offered a faint tender smile. "This journey has taught me one truth: Kagaya Otsutsuki's methods are far more intricate than we imagined. Spacetime traversal Kekiaimora. I cannot guard you every moment." He paused, his tone turning solemn. "I'll escort you safely back to Konoha. What follows, the rest, is for me and the other shinobi to handle." "I understand," I nodded quietly, knowing his reservations and acknowledging my own limitations. "Be careful, Brother Sasuke." Sasuke said nothing more, only gently ruffled my hair before vanishing in a blur of Shunshin, guiding me toward Konoha's great gate. Meanwhile in the Hokage's office Kakashi sat lost in thought, tracing the creased corner of Hinata's jutsu notes, his longing unwavering, undimmed. "Lord Kakashi. Urgent news from the village gate, Miss Hinata. Miss Hinata has returned. And she's with Lord Sasuke." "What?" Kakashi shot upright, the notebook slipped from his hands with a soft thud. He didn't pause to retrieve it, instead he strode swiftly toward the door, his usually composed gait now urgent and unsteady, his flapping coat catching the wind. All reports, meetings, duties, none mattered anymore the moment those 5 words struck him: Hinata has returned. His sole desire was to see the little girl he'd missed for half a year, to hold her, to confirm she was safe unharmed. At that very moment Naruto sat in Ichiraku ramen with Boruto and Sarada slurping noodles, when his phone rang. The moment he read the message he slammed his palm onto the counter, rattling the ramen bowl. "That's amazing. Hinata-chan is back." Wiping broth from his lips he grabbed Boruto's arm and called to Sarada, "Sarada, hurry. Let's meet Hinata-chan at the village gate. Big sister's home. Finally she can train with me." Boruto leapt up, bursting with excitement. The 3 dashed toward the gate, their joy and urgency palpable to every villager they passed. Before the great wooden gate I had just stepped inside when 2 familiar figures came sprinting toward me. Leading them was Father Kakashi, his silver hair radiant in the sun, his ever-smiling face now etched with anxious urgency, his eyes locked onto me as if fearing I might vanish at the blink of an eye. "Father." I broke into a full sprint toward him. Kakashi swept me into a fierce embrace, so tight it felt as though he meant to fuse me into his very bones, his voice trembling just slightly. "My girl, you're finally home." "Finally home." He lowered his gaze, scanning me intently, his hands brushing my cheeks, my arms, searching for any wound, any sign of suffering. "Are you hurt? Did you suffer? Did Sasuke look after you properly? I'm fine, father, I'm perfectly alright. I buried myself in his chest, breathing in that familiar warmth and safety, tears streaming like rain. I missed you so much, father. And I missed you too, every single day. Kakashi's voice wavered too. Gently wiping my tears, then dabbing his own eyes, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. Just come home, that's all that matters. Next time never leave without saying goodbye. Hinata-chan. Naruto arrived with Boruto and Sarada, his voice booming with unrestrained joy. He stepped forward, ruffling my hair with affectionate vigor. Welcome home. You vanished for half a year, we were all frantic with worry. Brother Naruto. Seeing his familiar cheerful grin filled me with deep quiet warmth. Boruto lunged forward, clutching my arm. Big sister. You're finally back. Tell me, what happened out there? Did you fight powerful enemies? Sarada approached with a gentle smile. Welcome home, Hinata-san. We've all missed you deeply. Sasuke stood quietly aside, observing our reunion, his eyes softening ever so slightly. He walked to Kakashi's side and gave a slight bow. Teacher Kakashi, I entrust Hinata to you. The threat of Kaguya Otsutsuki remains, I'll continue the pursuit. Thank you, Sasuke, Kakashi replied, placing a firm, grateful hand on his shoulder. Thank you, for watching over Hinata. Sasuke said nothing further, merely turned and vanished in a swirl of Shunshin, his silhouette proud as ever, yet carrying a newfound quiet ease. Clutching Father Kakashi's hand, I chattered eagerly about my journey across time. Father, I met the first and second Hokage. Hashirama-sama's wood release was astonishingly powerful, and Tobirama-sama even taught me the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God. I also met Uchiha Madara and Izuna. They were kind, and together we fought Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kakashi listened patiently, nodding occasionally, his eyes shining with quiet pride. Naruto leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. You really met the first Hokage and Madara? Were they as legendary as the stories say? Hinata-chan, did you spar with them? Brother Naruto, Madara-sama's Susanoo was absolutely incredible. I gestured animatedly. But Brother Sasuke, Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama and I joined forces, and drove Kaguya Otsutsuki away. As the sun sank low, golden twilight bathed Konoha streets, stretching our silhouettes long and warm across the cobblestones, laughter and shared joy rising like music into the evening air. Let's go home, Kakashi murmured, looking down at me, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I bought your favorite strawberry daifuku and Hinata prepared your favorite meal. Yes. I nodded vigorously, heart overflowing with happiness. Half a year of temporal pilgrimage, through war, peril, life and death trials, had forged bonds, strength and wisdom. Yet no matter how far I wandered, Konoha would always be my home, and Father Kakashi, Brother Naruto and everyone else would forever remain the people I cherished most. Hand in hand with Father, walking down those beloved streets surrounded by smiling faces I knew so well, I knew without doubt I was truly home. And this extraordinary journey across time would become the most treasured memory of my life, inspiring me always to grow stronger, to protect this hard-won warmth and peace. On the first day back in Konoha, I fell asleep almost the moment I touched the bed. The exhaustion from crossing time and space, the life and death battle with Otsutsuki and the constant vigilance in that war-torn era all exploded the instant I stepped through the door. Father Kakashi had prepared a clean, soft bed for me. I didn't even bother to wash up. I wrapped myself in the familiar blanket and sank into a deep sleep, dreaming only of Konoha's cherry blossoms and the sweet taste of strawberry daifuku. That sleep lasted a full 12 hours. Had Kakashi not gently patted my shoulder to wake me for a meal, I might have slept through the entire day. Hataru, get up and eat something before you go back to sleep. Hinata made your favorite miso soup and strawberry daifuku. His voice was as soft as a feather, as if afraid to disturb my pleasant dream. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and sat up. Sunlight streamed through the curtain gap onto the headboard and the air was filled with the aroma of food, familiar and reassuring. Dad. I yawned, my voice still hoarse from just waking up, but my heart felt warm. This was what home felt like, a cozy bed, delicious food and family waiting for me to wake. The next few days were fulfilling and pleasant. During the day I trained with Boruto and Sarada at the practice grounds. Boruto was the same as always, clamoring to spar with me only to be defeated each time when I teleported behind him and tapped his head. Sarada focused more on her Sharingan training and occasionally asked me for advice on lightning release control. When our Chidoras clashed, the sparks lit up half the training ground. But aside from training, a scolding was also a must. After all, I had left without a word with Sasuke, which scared everyone half to death. That day Naruto specially called me to his house. Aunt Hinata brought fruit, but instead of peeling a tangerine for me as she usually did, she looked at me with red-rimmed eyes, her voice full of heartache. Hataru, you can't just leave without telling us again. We were so worried. Naruto kept talking about going to find you. Naruto also dropped his usual playful demeanor and spoke seriously for once. Hataru, I know you want to become stronger and protect yourself and those around you, but you have to tell us at least. You're only 5, following Sasuke to such a dangerous place alone. If something happened, how could we explain to Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi sat quietly off to the side, not saying much, but the worry and reproach in his eyes weighed heavily on my heart. I lowered my head, twisting the hem of my shirt with my fingers, and obediently admitted my mistake. I'm sorry, Naruto, Hinata, and Dad. I was too willful and didn't consider your feelings. I won't do it again. Seeing my sincere expression, Aunt Hinata softened first and patted my head. It's good that you realize your mistake. From now on, if you have any ideas, you must tell us. Naruto sighed and pulled a candied hawthorn stick from his pocket, handing it to me. Alright, I know you're a stubborn kid. When you train with Sasuke, be careful. If you run into trouble, send a message. Konoha will always back you up. After the scolding, I also went to see Guy. During my time training outside, I had kept up some practice, but without systematic guidance my physical fitness and taijutsu had slipped a bit. When Guy saw me, his eyes lit up like the sun and he hugged me tightly, shouting, "The flames of youth are burning anew. Hataru, this journey must have been full of gains, right?" He took me running dozens of laps around the training ground and taught me several new taijutsu moves. He was full of energy the whole time, shouting youth and passion at the top of his lungs. Though exhausted and drenched in sweat, looking at Guy's passionate expression, I felt my own blood boil and all fatigue seemed to vanish. As days passed and I adapted to Konoha's peaceful life, Kakashi asked me to talk one evening. After dinner that day, he sat on the wooden veranda looking at the stars and suddenly said, "Hataru, how would you like to attend a ninja academy?" I was taken aback. Ninja academy? Kakashi nodded, turning to me with gentle eyes. You've been training outside for half a year, missing out on the life that kids your age should have. There are many children your age at the academy. You can study and play together without having to think about training and combat all day. I was silent, head down. Admittedly, after this period of training my strength far exceeded that of my peers. With Hashirama's cells integrated, my chakra reserves rivaled a Jonin's. Tobirama-sama personally taught me the Flying Thunder God technique, which I could use for short-range teleportation and tactical coordination. Combined with the Chidori stream and Kirin that Sasuke taught me, plus my newly awakened wit style, such power was far beyond the ordinary student at the academy. Sending me to the academy to learn basic jutsu and practice kunai throwing did seem out of place. Dad, my current strength. I might not need to go to the academy anymore, right? I hesitated, then continued, my jutsu and combat experience are already at Jonin level. Wouldn't going to the academy be a waste of time? Kakashi smiled and reached out to ruffle my hair. I know you're incredibly talented, even more so than I was back then. But the academy isn't just about learning jutsu, it's about experiencing childhood and making friends. I was a prodigy too, but didn't I still finish the academy? He paused, his tone turning serious. You've been training with Sasuke and fighting with us, so you've matured too quickly. You should have a carefree childhood with friends to mess around with and days without constantly being on edge. I don't want your childhood to have regrets. When you grow up and look back, I don't want it to be all training and fighting without any joy shared with peers. I looked into his eyes filled with hope and affection. He was right. All these years I had been focused on becoming stronger and protecting those around me, but I had indeed forgotten that I was still a child. I had never attended classes or played games with kids my age, never experienced a normal school life. Perhaps that truly was a regret. But I still hesitated. If I go to the academy, won't I feel out of place? They're all learning basic jutsu while I already know with style and Flying Thunder God. What does that matter? Kakashi said with a smile, the teachers at the academy are excellent. They'll arrange suitable lessons based on your level. Besides being with your peers, you can teach them little tricks and also learn different things from them. Most importantly, you'll experience the true joy of childhood, something no amount of jutsu or power can buy. A gentle evening breeze blew across the courtyard carrying the scent of bellflowers. I looked at the stars, then at Kakashi's tender gaze, and the conflict in my heart gradually faded. Maybe going to the academy wasn't such a bad idea. I wouldn't have to constantly worry about the Otsutsuki threat or stay on edge every second. Like Dad said, experiencing a normal childhood, studying and playing with friends, might also be a form of growth. Okay. I nodded with a smile. Dad, I want to go to the academy. A flicker of relief passed through Kakashi's eyes and he ruffled my hair again. That's the spirit. Tomorrow I'll take care of your enrollment. I hope you have a wonderful time at the academy. I leaned against his shoulder, gazing at the stars, my heart full of anticipation. Perhaps my academy life won't be as quiet as that of ordinary kids, but to experience such a childhood once and feel that regret, that would be enough. And the jutsu I learned and the growth I gained during my training would become the foundation for protecting this happiness. Konoha's night was serene and warm. I knew that starting tomorrow my life would enter a new chapter, a chapter filled with joy and hope belonging to Hataru, the academy student. The next morning Kakashi took the day off specially to accompany me to the academy for enrollment procedures. Konoha's morning carried a faint scent of dew. Cherry blossom petals drifted on the wind, landing on streets, rooftops, and even in my hair. I wore a brand new academy uniform, a white top with a dark blue skirt, a small ninja tool pouch at my waist containing only a few kunai and a slip of paper with the Flying Thunder God seal mark, an emergency trick taught by Tobirama-sama. I felt nervous yet excited. Don't be too nervous. The teachers are all kind and the students are good kids. Kakashi walked beside me carrying a gift for the principal and said in a relaxed tone of comfort, I was even more timid than you when I first went to the academy. I couldn't help but laugh. Dad, you were timid. I thought you were a fearless prodigy from the start. Even prodigies get nervous. He ruffled my hair, his eyes full of mirth. But you'll adapt quickly. Look at Boruto and Sarada, they're having a great time at the academy, aren't they? As we talked, the academy gate appeared before us. The red torii-style gate was striking with many parents sending their children and kids hopping around. Boruto and Sarada were already waiting there. Boruto wore the same uniform as mine and held a colorful pinwheel. Seeing us, he ran over. Hatarune. You're finally here. Starting today we're classmates. Sarada also walked over with a smile, straightening my slightly messy collar. The principal has already assigned you to our class. Our homeroom teacher is Shino-sensei, he's very kind. Following them into the campus, sunlight filtered through the cherry blossom branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. On the playground, some kids were practicing shuriken throwing while others chased each other playfully. Laughter filled the air. This was completely different from the war-torn era I had experienced. No slaughter, no blood, only pure joy and innocence. My nervousness gradually dissolved. The staff member handling enrollment was an old man with gray hair. When he saw me, his eyes brightened. You're Hatake Hataru, aren't you? Kakashi has spoken of you. I hear you're very talented. But the academy is more about learning to get along with your peers. I understand, Grandpa. I nodded obediently, though doubts churned inside me. I wondered if my classmates would find me strange once they knew my strength. The moment I stepped into the classroom, all eyes turned to me. The room was filled with neat desks and chairs, the walls adorned with Konoha's emblem and basic ninjutsu charts. Over 20 kids sat in their seats eyeing me curiously. Boruto and Sarada looked at me, cheering me on. Hello everyone, I'm Hatake Hataru. I'm officially joining your class today. Please take care of me. Following Kakashi's advice, I introduced myself at the podium. My voice was a little soft but clear. Wow. She's Kakashi-sama's daughter. I heard she went training with Sasuke-sama, so cool. Her eyes look like Kakashi-sama's. Whispers filled the room, eyes gleaming with curiosity and admiration, not the exclusion I had feared. I breathed a sigh of relief. Our homeroom teacher was a female instructor named Yamaguchi Mei. She had long black hair and a gentle smile. She clapped to quiet everyone down. Hataru is our new classmate. Let's all get along and help each other. Hataru just came back and might not be familiar with the academy curriculum. Boruto and Sarada, please take good care of her. Don't worry, sensei. Boruto immediately raised his hand and patted his chest in assurance. We'll take great care of Hatarune. The purpose of Ninja Academy was not to learn the most powerful jutsu but to experience childhood. During break time, a few brave little kids approached me on their own. A little girl with pigtail braids handed me a piece of candy. Hikari, classmate, my name is Sato Nana. I heard you know Flying Thunder God. Can you teach us? Flying Thunder God is quite difficult. You're still too young, I said with a smile as I took the candy. But I can teach you some tips for throwing shurikens so you'll be more accurate during practice. The children immediately gathered around, chattering excitedly with question after question. I patiently explained how to grip and throw the shuriken, demonstrating several times while deliberately controlling my strength and precision to hit only the center of the target, using nothing beyond basic techniques. Watching their eyes light up with understanding warmed my heart. The feeling of learning together with friends was truly wonderful. The afternoon practical class focused on physical training and basic jutsu practice. The teacher had everyone practice the clone jutsu, a fundamental course at Ninja Academy. Most children could only create one or two blurry clones that wouldn't last long. When it was my turn, I hesitated for a moment before creating just a single clone. If I had produced a dozen perfect clones, it would have frightened both the teacher and classmates. Wow! Hikari's clone is so clear. It looks even more real than the teacher's. The classmates exclaimed in amazement and the teacher nodded approvingly. Hikari's chakra control is very precise. Keep it up. Boruto leaned close to me and whispered, Sister Hikari, you're being too modest, aren't you? With your strength you could probably create 100 clones without any trouble. Dad said I should be an ordinary Ninja Academy student, I told him with a smile. Besides, it's really fun to grow and improve alongside everyone. When school let out, the setting sun had already painted half the sky red. Dad Kakashi had been waiting at the school gate long before, and as soon as he saw me come out he hurried over. How was your day? Are you getting used to it? Yes. It was so much fun. I held his hand and excitedly told him about my day. The other students are all really nice and the teacher is very kind. I even taught everyone some shuriken techniques. Boruto and Sarada followed behind us and Boruto eagerly chimed in, Sensei Kakashi's sister Hikari did amazing today. She was the best at the clone jutsu and she even helped the teacher take care of the other students. Dad Kakashi looked at my excited expression, his eyes full of warmth. That's good. I knew you'd adjust just fine. Walking home, cherry blossom petals continued to drift down and the evening breeze carried a faint floral scent. I looked at Dad Kakashi beside me and at Boruto and Sarada walking shoulder to shoulder and my heart swelled with happiness. Perhaps Dad Kakashi was right. Though life at Ninja Academy was simple, it held a different kind of joy. Here I didn't have to face the threat of the Otsutsuki or stay constantly on guard. I could simply be an ordinary child studying, playing and growing up alongside my friends. Life at the Ninja Academy was more pleasant than I had imagined. Every day I attended classes and fooled around with Boruto and Sarada, making my days fulfilling and joyful. It wasn't until the third week after enrollment that I finally encountered that familiar figure on the school's cherry blossom path, Mirai. He wore the pale purple academy uniform, his sleeves neatly rolled up to his forearms revealing clean, well-defined wrists. His soft fluffy light brown hair reached his shoulders and the stray strands on his forehead swayed gently in the breeze, making his finely drawn features appear even more handsome. His eyes were clear amber, his pupils like colored glass soaked in warm water. When he smiled, shallow dimples appeared at the corners of his eyes and his voice was gentle, perfectly balanced, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant. Compared to when we were children, he had grown considerably taller. His posture was straight without being frail and he walked with steady steps. From a distance he looked like the warm autumn sun carrying a reassuring presence. Hataru. Mirai spotted me first, his amber eyes instantly lighting up as he strode quickly toward me, his voice clear and amiable. You finally came to the academy. I heard from Sarada that you were back. I wanted to find you but I was afraid of disturbing your rest. Mirai. I ran excitedly toward him and grabbed his arm. The faint scent of cedar lingered around him, the familiar fragrance of his laundry detergent, reassuring and comforting. I missed you too. I've been busy adapting to academy life since I returned and haven't had the chance to come find you yet. We sat side by side on a bench beneath the cherry blossom tree, chattering endlessly like we did as children. Mirai was as considerate as ever. He patiently listened to my stories about my time-space training. When he heard about the dangers I'd encountered, he would furrow his brows slightly, his eyes filled with concern, earnestly cautioning me to protect myself. When he learned I'd mastered with style and the flying Raijin technique, he was genuinely happy for me, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he repeatedly praised my abilities. You're still so impressive, Hataru. Mirai smiled and raised his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then gently patted my head, his fingertips as soft as feathers. But please don't go to such dangerous places alone anymore. We'd all worry about you. I know. I'll tell you next time. I nodded, warmth spreading through my heart. No matter how long we were apart, Mirai could always accurately sense my emotions and care for me in the gentlest of ways. This bond transcending gender and distance had never faded in the slightest. When the class bell rang, we reluctantly said goodbye, promising to go eat ramen together after school. Mirai's class was right next to ours. During breaks he would often take a detour to visit me, handing me a delicately wrapped fruit candy or lending me his neatly organized notes. Boruto would always joke, calling us inseparable clingy kids, but Sarada would glare at him until he backed off. Mirai would then give a helpless smile and pull Boruto aside for a heart-to-heart. When they returned, Boruto would be quiet and even proactively offer me a bottle of juice. This week's practical lesson was on summoning jutsu. Instructor Konohamaru stood on the training ground explaining the principles and hand seals. The key to summoning jutsu is establishing a contract with your summon beast, using your own chakra as a medium to summon them through hand seals. Don't be nervous. It's fine if you can't summon anything on your first try, just keep practicing. Boruto was eager to try and raised his hand to go first. He formed hand seals rapidly and shouted, summoning jutsu. After the smoke cleared, only a tiny toad appeared on the ground. Before he could even cheer, the toad let out a ribbit and hopped away, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Sarada also gave it a try. A pure white bird appeared in the smoke, landing on her shoulder and affectionately nuzzling her cheek, bringing a rare smile to her face. When it was my turn, I took a deep breath and recalled the sequence of hand seals for the summoning jutsu. To be honest, I had no idea what I would summon. This contract had been formed by chance during my time-space training. I had discovered an ancient scroll glowing faintly in a forest. Driven by curiosity, I dripped a drop of blood onto it and the scroll dissolved into specks of light that merged into my body, leaving only a vague message, contract established. The feeling of the unknown was both tense and exhilarating, making my fingertips tingle. Summoning jutsu. As my chakra flowed and I completed the hand seals, a puff of white smoke burst in front of me, carrying the faint scent of grass and wood. When the smoke dissipated, a round plump orange cat appeared before everyone's eyes. Its body was chubby like a fluffy orange tangerine. Its legs were short and its belly was so round it nearly touched the ground. It waddled as it walked like a rolling ball of fluff. Its eyes were a deep gold with slightly upturned corners that carried an air of laziness and arrogance. A tuft of hair stuck up from the top of its head and a small bell hung around its neck, emitting a crisp jingle with every movement. This cat is adorable. Wow. Its eyes are so beautiful like jewels. I think it's a bit ugly but so unique. The students immediately gathered around, curiously examining this unusual summon beast. Even Instructor Konohamaru couldn't help but step forward, his eyes full of surprise. Hataru's summon beast is truly a rare sight. But the orange cat cast a disdainful glance at everyone, let out a huge yawn, scratched its belly with its paw and spoke in a hoarse yet haughty tone, "Humph, a bunch of inexperienced brats. You're all making too much noise for this old man. A summon beast that can talk." Boruto's eyes widened as he reached out to pet its head, only to have the orange cat swat his hand away. "How dare you? Do you think you can just touch this old man's head?" The orange cat bared its teeth at Boruto, showing its small sharp fangs, but its round chubby frame hardly looked intimidating. It only made it more adorable. "Only the girl who formed the contract with me is somewhat presentable. Otherwise this old man wouldn't have bothered waking from his slumber to see you little ones." I was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. I crouched down and carefully extended my hand, tentatively stroking its back. Its fur was as soft as clouds and it began to purr contentedly. "Hello," I said softly. "My name is Hataru. Please take care of me from now on." The orange cat narrowed its eyes, nuzzled my palm, and its tone softened a bit. "Not bad, girl. Much more sensible than that fidgety yellow-haired brat. This old man's name is Madara. Remember that name. With me watching over you, no one will dare to bully you. Madara. That name sounds so cool." Boruto's eyes lit up as he leaned in to ask, "Hey old cat, what powerful jutsu do you know?" Madara cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring him entirely. Instead he lifted his paw and said with a hint of pride, "Hataru, these little ones here are too noisy. Let this old man take you over there to bask in the sun, and while we're at it, let's see if you've prepared any dried fish for me." "But we're still in class." I looked at Instructor Konohamaru with some hesitation. Instructor Konohamaru smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. The core of summoning jutsu is building trust with your summon beast. As long as you get along well, that's what matters." Just then Mirai walked over. Unlike the others who crowded around, he pulled a small, delicately wrapped pack of dried fish from his pocket and handed it to me. "My mom prepared these snacks for me. I think Mr. Madara might like them." Catching the scent of dried fish, Madara's eyes immediately lit up. All his earlier haughtiness vanished as he trotted over, eagerly rubbing his head against Mirai's hand. His voice turned sycophantic. "Oh my, this one is quite sensible. Much better than that fidgety yellow-haired brat." Mirai smiled gently, crouched down and carefully placed the dried fish in front of Madara. He then turned to remind me, "Don't let him eat too much or he'll get indigestion." Watching Madara wolf down the fish and seeing Mirai's gentle profile, my heart was filled with joy. I never expected my first summon beast to be so amusing. Despite its peculiar name, my academy life had become even more vibrant with the companionship of my dear friend and this proud yet adorable summon beast. After school I sat beneath the cherry blossom tree with Mirai, Boruto and Sarada. Madara curled up in my lap, dozing in the sun, his bell occasionally letting out soft chimes. Mirai handed me a strawberry daifuku and said softly, "Hataru, with Madara by your side you won't be lonely at the academy anymore." I took a bite of the strawberry daifuku, the sweet flavor spreading through my mouth just like my mood at this moment. "With you all and Madara I'm truly happy." After the summoning jutsu class I walked home, cradling the round fluffy cat in my arms. The sunset stretched our shadows long across the path. Madara lay nestled in my arms, belly full and round, occasionally licking his paws. The bell around his neck chimed merrily with each step, drawing frequent glances from the villagers passing by. But as I walked, a nagging worry began to grow in my heart. Back at the ninja academy, when Boruto heard the name Madara, his eyes had lit up. He had muttered something about how formidable the name sounded, just like Uchiha Madara. At the time I hadn't thought much of it, but the more I pondered the more unsettling it became. Uchiha Madara, that legendary figure who had once shaken the entire ninja world and struck terror into the hearts of the Shinobi Alliance. Almost every elder in Konoha had lived through that war, and their memories of that name ran deep. If I went around telling people my summon was named Madara, who knew what misunderstandings might arise? If Kakashi-sensei's colleagues heard it, or if those veterans who had survived the Fourth Great Ninja War, like Naruto Mizun's generation, came across it, they might think I was deliberately provoking them, inviting unnecessary trouble. I couldn't help but stop in my tracks and look down at the orange tabby in my arms. Madara blinked up at me, displeased. "Little girl, why have we stopped suddenly?" "Well, Madara." I hesitated, gently scratching him behind the chin. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Madara yawned lazily, lifting his head. His golden eyes were filled with impatience. Don't keep an old cat waiting. I'm eager to get home and continue basking in the sun. It's just. I bit my lip, choosing my words carefully. Could I stop calling you Madara from now on? Ha! What nonsense is this, young lady? Madara's round body stiffened instantly, his voice dripping with disbelief. I've gone by this name for countless years. You expect me to change it on a whim? No. I waved my hands frantically, afraid he might take offense. It's not that I dislike the name, it's just. It happens to be the same as someone else's. Madara paused, tilting his head. The same name? Which brazen fool dares to share a name with this noble cat? Uchiha Madara. I lowered my voice. The famous Uchiha Madara of Konoha, the one who helped found this village alongside the first Hokage and later sparked countless wars. I watched Madara's expression carefully as I continued. The people of Konoha have such deep impressions of that name, especially the elders. Whenever it's mentioned they grow solemn. If I told others my summon was named Madara, there would surely be misunderstandings. Some might think I was joking, or even deliberately taunting them. Madara fell silent for a moment as if digesting this information. He lowered his head and began grooming his paw, his tone softening considerably. Humph. So it's that brat. I wondered who you meant. I'd heard the name back then, but I didn't expect it to remain so famous after all these years. He looked up at me, his golden eyes carrying a hint of pride, though the earlier anger had faded. Truly unfortunate. But since this old cat possesses a magnanimous heart, I suppose I won't hold it against you youngsters. If it causes confusion, then changing the name is acceptable. My eyes lit up immediately. Really? Then what would you like me to call you? Madara narrowed his eyes, appearing deep in thought. His head tilted slightly and the tuft of fur on top of it wobbled back and forth. This old cat holds a noble status, so my name must match my dignified aura. After pondering for a long while, his eyes suddenly sparkled. I've got it. From now on you shall call me Teacher Cat. How does that sound? It reflects my wisdom and perfectly suits my appearance, how fitting. Teacher Cat. I repeated the name and couldn't help but laugh. The name suited his tsundere yet dignified personality perfectly, both adorable and tinged with an inexplicable authority. Well, isn't it quite suitable? Madara raised his chin proudly, his tail gently swatting my arm. From now on, when we're outside, call me Teacher Cat. No one will misunderstand. Yes. All right, Teacher Cat. I nodded enthusiastically, hugging him closer as we continued walking. All my worries vanished. The sunset's warm glow bathed us and the bells chiming sounded especially pleasant. Madara let out a satisfied purr and settled back into my arms, closing his eyes as if preparing for a nap. He muttered grumpily, "That's more like it. Remember this from now on, never call this old cat's name incorrectly again. Oh, and after we get home make sure to prepare some dried fish as compensation for this name change." Understood, Teacher Cat. I replied with a smile, my steps lightening. With this new name there would be no more misunderstandings, at the Ninja Academy or anywhere else in the village. And Teacher Cat sounded especially endearing. When I returned home with Teacher Cat in my arms, Kakashi had already come home from work early. Cherry blossom petals blanketed the ground beneath the tree in the courtyard. He was sitting on the engoa reading. Upon seeing me return, he immediately set down his book and rose to his feet, a gentle smile on his face. How was the summoning jutsu class today? Did you successfully summon a familiar? Of course, Papa. I ran over quickly and held up Teacher Cat for him to see. Look, this is my summon. Teacher Cat opened his eyes at my movement. Seeing Kakashi, he first narrowed his golden pupils warily, then haughtily turned his head away. He began grooming his fur with his palm, muttering, "Humph. So this is your ninja father. He appears somewhat more composed than that blonde brat. Oh, so it's a talking cat." Kakashi looked genuinely surprised. He reached out to pet Teacher Cat's head, but the cat deftly dodged his hand. Presumptuous. Does this old cat's head permit just anyone to touch it? Teacher Cat bared his teeth at Kakashi. His round body paired with his serious expression made for a comical sight. I couldn't help but laugh and quickly explained, "Papa, his name is Teacher Cat. The previous name was inconvenient, so we just decided to change it. He has a bit of a tsundere personality, but he's quite powerful." Teacher Cat. Kakashi repeated, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. What an endearing name. It seems you two have gotten along very well. He turned and walked inside. I saved some strawberry daifuku for you along with freshly cut fruit. Come in and eat. I carried Teacher Cat into the house and set him down on the tatami mat. He immediately began exploring, curiously sniffing around. Then he strode straight toward the dining table, fixating on the plate of dried fish. His tail wagged cheerfully, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanishing. "Teacher Cat, these are the dried fish prepared as your name change compensation." I smiled and pushed the plate closer to him. He immediately fell upon them, devouring them voraciously with audible crunching sounds. Kakashi sat across from me, watching Teacher Cat with amusement. "This summon is just like you, fond of sweets and dried fish." He paused, his tone growing serious. "By the way, I have some good news to tell you." "What good news?" I took a bite of the strawberry daifuku, its sweetness spreading across my palate. "Naruto is about to be inaugurated as the 7th Hokage." Kakashi's eyes were filled with warmth and pride. "The village has already set the date, it'll be at the beginning of next month. A grand inauguration ceremony will be held." "Really?" I looked up in astonishment, nearly dropping the daifuku in my mouth. "Naruto Nizan is becoming Hokage. That's wonderful." Naruto Nizan had dreamed of becoming Hokage since childhood, to be acknowledged by everyone. Now he was finally achieving his dream, and I was genuinely happy for him. Images of Naruto Nizan wearing the Hokage cloak flashed through my mind. He would look so magnificent. "Yes, it's true." Kakashi nodded with a smile. "He has given so much to Konoha over the years, whether protecting the village or maintaining peace across the ninja world. He has excelled in every endeavor. He is fully capable of serving as Hokage." Teacher Cat finished his dried fish, looked up and lazily licked his paw. "Hokage? You mean the leader of this village? Sounds like a decent position. I wonder if that little brat you mentioned can handle the role." "Naruto Nizan can definitely do it." I immediately defended him. "He's incredibly powerful and extremely responsible. He'll surely become an outstanding Hokage." Kakashi watched my enthusiastic expression, his eyes soft with affection. "Yes, he will. We'll attend the inauguration ceremony together and celebrate with him." "Yes, yes." I nodded vigorously, my heart brimming with anticipation. Next month Konoha would welcome a new Hokage. And I had Teacher Cat by my side. My life at the Ninja Academy was becoming more exciting every day, and the future filled me with hope. Teacher Cat let out a massive yawn, walked over to me and curled up on my lap. He closed his eyes, preparing for a nap, and muttered, "Since it's a leader's inauguration, there will surely be plenty of delicious food, I imagine. This old cat certainly cannot miss such an opportunity." I gently stroked his soft fur, warmth spreading through my heart. The evening sun cast a golden glow over the room. Life in Konoha felt peaceful and full of promise. The night breeze of my scattered the last traces of the celebration's clamor, and the street lamps cast flickering halos on the stone pavement. Naruto slumped on a bench by the roadside, his sake gourd rolling at his feet. His cheeks were flushed with drunkenness, yet his eyes still held a lingering warmth. The teasing from Kakashi dad, the reminders from Xiaoying's sister, the painting gift from Suijing-san, all swirled into a current of warmth and weight that surged through his heart. He raised his hand to rub his throbbing temples, attempting to stand, but his legs gave way and he nearly stumbled to the ground. "Mingren Gage, be careful." I quickly reached out to support his arm, my voice unconsciously softening. I was wearing a light purple dress with a small daisy tucked in my hair, having come specifically to pick him up. During the day I had been helping organize the inauguration documents at the Huiying office. Hearing that Mingren Gage had been dragged out for drinks by old friends, I stayed nearby, afraid he might have an accident after drinking too much. Mingren Gage squinted to see who I was, then grinned, his voice thick with alcohol. "Sorry I kept you waiting." He tried to break free from my grip and walk on his own, but I held his shoulder firmly. "Don't be stubborn. How can you get home like this?" Chu Tianjie took Xiangriki and Boren back to rest first, and she specifically asked me to come get you. "Go home." Mingren Gage muttered, staggering forward as I half supported, half helped him along. "Actually, I'm a bit scared. About becoming Huiying." The night wind lifted his cloak, revealing the faint scars of the 6 paths on his back. When I was a kid, I always thought that once I became Huiying, everyone would acknowledge me. But now that the day is here, I realize there's so much to bear. The village, family, peace in the Renjia. What if I don't do well? I slowed my steps, looking sideways at the confusion in his eyes, and said softly, "Mingren Gage, you've always been working hard for these things. From saving Sunigakure, quelling the Pain Rebellion, to establishing the Shinobi Alliance, you've never let anyone down. And you're not alone. Chu Tianjie's Weju Gage, Kakashi dad, and all of us whom you've protected, will always be here supporting you." Mingren Gage was taken aback, then a relieved smile spread across his face. "Yeah. You're all here." He thought of the days when he was isolated as a child, and his eyes grew warm. Thank you. You've always believed in me, just like you supported Kakashi-sensei. I should be the one thanking you." My cheeks flushed slightly. "You made me realize that true strength doesn't come from powerful ninjutsu, but from protecting the people you want to protect." Now even though I can't become Huiying like you, I will protect in my own way and protect everything you hold dear. The two chatted all the way from childhood experiences to changes in the Renjia, from hopes for the future to reflections on the past. Mingren Gage grew more intoxicated and talkative, imitating Kakashi dad, hiding his face while reading a book, then complaining about Sueju Gage always leaving without a word, drawing light laughter from me. Passing a small Odin shop, Mingren Gage suddenly stopped, his eyes sparkling as he looked at me. I want to eat Odin. Will you eat it with me? I shook my head helplessly, taking his hand and pulling him forward. You've already drunk so much, eating Odin will make you feel worse. Tomorrow you're supposed to become Huiying. We need to get back and rest, we can't afford any slip-ups. When we arrived home, Chu Tianjie had already put Xiangriki and Boren to bed. I quietly helped Mingren Gage to the study bed and tucked him in. Looking at his sleeping face, my heart tightened. I remembered that in the original story Mingren Gage drank heavily that night, and the next morning Xiangriki accidentally hit his pressure point, causing him to miss the important moment of becoming Huiying. No, I couldn't let that happen. I pulled a chair over and sat by the bed, watching Mingren Gage quietly in the moonlight streaming through the window. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he was having an uneasy dream, murmuring, Sueju, my, and everyone. I reached out and gently smoothed the crease between his brows, silently praying, Mingren Gage, you've given so much to my. Tomorrow must go without a hitch. You must become Huiying successfully. In the middle of the night I heard soft footsteps in the living room. Turning around I saw Xiangriki rubbing her eyes, her little face full of confusion. She was obviously looking for her father. I quickly stood up and walked over, lowering my voice, Xiangriki, Papa drank a lot tonight and is already asleep. If there's something you can tell Jijia and I'll pass it on for you, okay? Xiangriki blinked her big watery eyes and whispered, Jijia, is Papa going to become Huiying tomorrow? Yes. I gently stroked her head. Tomorrow your Papa will put on the handsome Huiying cloak, receive everyone's blessings and become the greatest Huiying of my. So we can't disturb him now. He needs to rest well so he can face everyone in top form tomorrow, right? Xiangriki nodded in half understanding, a look of anticipation on her small face. I want Papa to be the strongest Huiying. She took my hand, her voice soft, Jijia, I want to draw a picture for Papa as a gift. Sure. I smiled and nodded. Jijia will draw with you. Tomorrow when Papa wakes up we'll give him a big surprise. We went to the living room and I took out paper and pens to draw with Xiangriki. Xiangriki drew Mingren Gage wearing the Huiying cloak with Chu Tianjie, Mi Boren and herself standing beside him against the backdrop of the Huiying building with the My flag flying. The strokes were childish but full of love. I drew a blooming daisy next to it, symbolizing the peace and hope of my, and wishing that Mingren Gage's path as Huiying would be smooth. On the eve of the inauguration, an uninvited guest. At dawn Mingren woke up. The hangover headache had eased considerably. He looked at me asleep by the bed and the painting on the table, a warm and relieved smile spreading across his face. He got up quietly, trying not to wake me, but accidentally knocked a paintbrush off the table. I startled awake and saw Mingren Gage already up. I quickly stood. Mingren Gage, you're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Great, thank you, Ing. Mingren Gage picked up the painting from the table, studying it carefully, his eyes full of joy. Did Xiangriki draw this? It's beautiful, worthy of being my daughter. Yes, she came in the middle of the night to give you a gift, so I drew with her. I smiled. It's getting late now. You should wash up quickly, put on the Huiying uniform and prepare for the inauguration ceremony. Mingren Gage nodded and turned toward the bathroom. Just then there was a steady knock at the door, accompanied by the sound of orderly footsteps. Chu Tianjie quickly opened the door. Outside stood several people in formal attire, led by a golden-haired blue-eyed man with an elegant bearing. Behind him were several guards holding samurai swords, giving an air of importance. Excuse me, is this the residence of Uzumaki Mingren? The golden-haired man asked, his voice gentle but with an undeniable authority. Mingren Gage, having just finished washing, came out. I looked up at the sound. When I saw the golden-haired man at the front I was momentarily stunned. The visitor was Aotua, whom I had met during a previous mission. Aotua saw Mingren Gage and me, gave me a slight smile, then turned to Mingren, a polite smile on his face. He bowed slightly. Uzumaki Mingren-san, I am Aotua, the envoy of the Fire Country Daimyo. I have been sent by the Daimyo to congratulate you on becoming Huiying today, and I bring the Daimyo's personal letter of congratulations and gifts. The moment Otto finished speaking, before Naruto could respond, his gaze swept past the others and landed on me. Those familiar emerald eyes brightened slightly, shedding the polite distance he had shown toward Naruto, now holding a warmer smile. His tone carried a hint of recognition and delight. Miss. Could you be Hatake Hataru? I was taken aback for a moment before realizing, back when I escorted him I wore a tanuki mask and used the alias Ruiying, yet he still recognized me. Perhaps it was because I hadn't changed much over the years, or perhaps because the bond forged through fighting side by side was so deep that he had memorized my voice and silhouette. Mr. Otto, it's been a long time. Regaining my composure, I smiled and nodded, my eyes filled with surprise and emotion. I never expected to meet you here, let alone see you as the daimyo's envoy now. Naruto looked at us with confusion. You two know each other. We met years ago during a mission. I explained with a smile, turning to Otto. I escorted Otto through an important mission back then. We're old acquaintances who shared hardships. Otto's smile deepened, his gaze carrying nostalgia. Old acquaintances. If not for Sister Ruing's rescue and her protection throughout the journey, I might never have fulfilled my mother's last wish. He paused, his voice softening. You once said that when I grew up you'd take me to Konoha to eat strawberry daifuku and watch the cherry blossoms, and that you'd witness me becoming a great inventor. I've kept that promise in my heart ever since. His words instantly brought back memories of that journey, fighting side by side in the mountains, staying vigilant in the inn at night, and the way he clutched the flying thunder god kunai with a determined nod at our parting. Every scene was clear as if it were yesterday. Now he had shed his youthful immaturity, dressed in formal attire, and become a trusted envoy by the daimyo's side. Yet he still remembered the promise from back then, warming my heart. Naruto laughed heartily upon hearing this. So that's it. Hotaru, I didn't know you had such a past. He patted my shoulder and said to Otto, Mr. Otto, since you're Hotaru's friend and the daimyo's envoy, you're a distinguished guest of Konoha. Otto bowed slightly, his tone sincere. I came here for two reasons. First, to present my congratulations and gifts to Mr. Naruto. Second, to fulfill the promise I made to Miss Hotaru. I've been busy with affairs all these years and never had the chance to visit. Now, taking advantage of this diplomatic mission, I'd like to trouble Miss Hotaru. If it's convenient, could you show me around Konoha after Mr. Naruto's inauguration? I've been curious about the village you described as full of life and warmth. I want to see what it's really like. Seeing the genuine expectation in his eyes, recalling the promise at our parting, and considering his status as the daimyo's envoy, befriending him would not only fulfill our promise but also strengthen ties between the Fire Country and Konoha. There was no reason to refuse. I nodded seriously and smiled. Of course. I've never forgotten that promise. I just never thought we'd meet again like this. Once Naruto finishes handling his initial duties, I'll definitely take you on a proper tour of Konoha. I'll take you to try the most authentic Ichiraku ramen, to see the cherry blossom grove beneath the Hokage rock, and to visit the ninja academy and training grounds. You'll see the daily life and vitality of Konoha, and finally taste the strawberry daifuku you've been longing for. That would be wonderful. Otto's eyes showed obvious delight, and he bowed again. Thank you, Miss Hotaru, and thank you, Mr. Naruto, for your kindness. Naruto waved his hand and said heartily, no need to be so formal. Hotaru's friends are my friends, and Konoha's gates are always open to you. He accepted the congratulatory letter and gifts Otto handed over, then read the letter carefully with a solemn expression. The handwriting in the letter was neat and strong, filled with the daimyo's recognition and expectations for Naruto, hoping he would lead Konoha toward a more prosperous future and maintain peace between the Fire Country and the ninja world. The gifts were a chest of precious silk and medicinal herb specialties of the Fire Country, both practical and sincere. Please thank the daimyo for his great kindness on my behalf. Naruto finished reading the letter and said with gravity, I will live up to that trust, fulfill my duty as Hokage, and protect Konoha and the Fire Country. I'll be sure to convey your determination to the daimyo. Otto replied with a smile, his gaze returning to me with a hint of anticipation. Miss Hotaru, it's settled then. When you're available, I'll get in touch. All right. I nodded with a smile, anticipation swelling in my heart. The boy who once gripped my sleeve and guided me through danger had grown into an independent envoy, and our promise spanning time was finally about to be fulfilled under the sunlight of Konoha. Otto exchanged a few more pleasantries, then took his leave with his guard, citing that he didn't want to disturb Naruto's preparations for the inauguration ceremony. Watching his retreating figure, I recalled how he clutched the flying thunder god kunai at our parting, and his firm declaration that he would become a great inventor. A smile unconsciously curved my lips. Naruto stored the letter and gifts, then patted my shoulder with a gratified tone. Hotaru, you did well. Mr. Otto is an important envoy of the daimyo and a trusted old friend of yours. This bond should be cherished. I nodded firmly, warmth spreading through my heart. The sun rose higher and golden light flooded the entire courtyard. Naruto changed into his Hokage uniform, and the seventh Hokage's cloak glistened brilliantly in the sunlight. Our group walked out of the house and headed toward the Hokage's office building. Villagers lined the streets cheering. My heart was filled with joy for Naruto, and also with quiet anticipation for the promised tour with Otto. Those memories of fighting together, those promises that spanned time, were finally about to bloom with warm light on this protected land. The spectacle of the Hokage succession ceremony far exceeded all expectations. The plaza before the Hokage's office building was packed with villagers, banners fluttering and applause thundering. Brother Naruto, clad in the red Hokage Hiyori, stood atop the high platform accepting the Hokage hat proffered by Father Kakashi. At that moment sunlight bathed him as if gilding him in a layer of golden light. In his eyes there was no trace of the previous night's confusion, only resolve and tenderness remained. He swore to protect Konoha before all the villagers, his voice piercing through the crowd and echoing over the entire village. Standing among the crowd watching brother Naruto surrounded by a throng of admirers, I felt my eyes grow slightly warm. From the orphan ostracized by the entire village to the Hokage who now bore the hopes of everyone, the path he had walked was strewn with thorns, yet he had always carried a pure kindness and unwavering determination. I recalled how he protected me when I was little, how he fought with all his might time and again to defend the village, and the unease he had drunkenly confessed last night. Now he had finally realized his lifelong dream. And I was fortunate enough to witness it all, to stand by his side as his junior. How wonderful that was. Otto stood beside me, his gaze warm as he looked at brother Naruto on the high platform and murmured with emotion, "Miss Hataru, Mr. Naruto is truly remarkable. To earn the love and trust of the entire village, such a Hokage will surely lead Konoha to a brighter future." I nodded and replied with a smile, "He has always been like this, treating everyone with sincerity." After the ceremony, brother Naruto was swamped with official duties and couldn't get away for the moment. I turned to Otto, my eyes brimming with laughter. "Mr. Otto, how about I take you for a stroll around Konoha now? Just like I promised back then. I wouldn't miss it for the world." A glint of anticipation flashed in Otto's eyes. "Then I'll trouble Miss Hataru. But from now on just call me Otto, no need for Mr. It makes things too formal." I hesitated for a second, then nodded slightly. I led Otto along the streets of Konoha, enthusiastically introducing the sights along the way. This is Konoha's shopping district, full of unique little shops. Their ninja tools and snacks are very famous. I pointed at the bustling street ahead. A little further ahead is a Chiraka ramen, where brother Naruto's favorite ramen is served. The taste is absolutely authentic. We'll have some later. Otto listened attentively, nodding from time to time, occasionally asking questions, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "You once said Konoha was filled with the warmth of everyday life. Now I see it truly lives up to its reputation." He watched the children playing and laughing by the roadside, the villagers greeting each other, and a gentle smile curved his lips. Such peace and warmth, that is the true meaning of what the shinobi protect. I smiled and agreed, yes, what Konoha treasures most is this bond between people. Just as we were speaking, a crisp young voice came from ahead, "Hataru." I looked up and saw Sarutobi Mirai walking quickly toward us carrying a small lunchbox. He wore the uniform of Konoha's Ninja Academy, his short hair neat, a bright smile on his face, but a hint of barely perceptible expectation hid in his eyes. "Hataru, I knew I'd find you here." Mirai ran up to me, his gaze unconsciously falling on Otto, carrying a hint of the wary scrutiny peculiar to youth. "And who is this?" "Mirai, long time no see." I smiled and greeted him, reaching out to ruffle his hair. He had grown taller since our last meeting. "This is Mr. Otto, an envoy from the Land of Fire's daimyo and an old acquaintance of mine." "Otto, this is Sarutobi Mirai, son of Uncle Asuma and Aunt Kurenai. He's been close to me since childhood." Otto nodded politely. "Young Master Sarutobi, hello." But Mirai only gave a curt nod, offering no further pleasantries. Instead he thrust the lunchbox toward me, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. "Hataru, I made matcha cookies with Mom. I brought them specially for you. Please try them and tell me if they're good." "Wow, thank you, Mirai." I took the lunchbox and opened it. The cookies, though not particularly refined in shape, were clearly made with great care. A faint aroma of matcha wafted up. They looked delicious. "I'll definitely have a good taste later." A triumphant smile flashed across Mirai's face. He was about to say something else but saw me turn to Otto and say, "Mr. Otto, let's keep moving forward. Up ahead is the Hokage Rock, where you can see the entire Konoha from above." The smile on Mirai's face instantly faded. A flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes and he said in a low voice, "Hataru, are you busy today? I was hoping to take you to the training ground. I recently learned a new wind release jutsu from Dad and I wanted to spar with you." My heart softened. Mirai had always been clingy with me since he was little. Whether he learned a new technique or received some reward, he always wanted to share it with me first. But my promise to Otto came first, and as the daimyo's envoy his stay was probably limited, making it hard to change plans on the spur of the moment. "I'm sorry, Mirai." I crouched down to his eye level, my tone gentle but firm. "Mr. Otto and I had already arranged to tour Konoha. I'm afraid I can't go to the training ground with you this time. Once I'm free I'll definitely come find you, okay?" Mirai bit his lip, his fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes. He nodded reluctantly. "All right. Have fun with Mr. Otto." He glanced at Otto again, the wariness in his eyes more pronounced, then turned and jogged away, his back looking somewhat dejected. Watching him run off, I felt a twinge of unease. Otto sensed the subtle tension and said softly, "Miss Hataru, did I spoil the young man's fun? If it's convenient we could accompany him for a while, or we could visit another day." "No, no. I quickly waved my hand and said with a smile, Mirai is just acting like a child. He'll be fine in a little while. He's always been clingy with me. He doesn't like seeing me get close to others. He'll get over it in time. But even as I said that, I still felt concerned for him. However, a promise was a promise, so I had to stay with Otto for now. Secretly I resolved that after we finished visiting the Hokage Rock I would go to Aunt Kurenai's house to apologize to Mirai. Mirai walked home quickly carrying the empty lunchbox. When he pushed open the door, the disappointment on his face could no longer be hidden. He trudged into the living room, slumped onto the sofa and sat in silence. Kurenai was preparing lunch in the kitchen. She heard his footsteps and came out. Seeing her son like this, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She walked over, sat down beside Mirai and gently ruffled his short hair. Mirai, what's wrong? A moment ago you were so excited about bringing cookies to Hataru. Why are you back looking so gloomy? Mirai looked up, his eyes slightly red, his voice tinged with grievance. Mom, I gave Hataru the cookies, but there was a man named Otto with her. She had to show him around Konoha and wouldn't come watch me demonstrate my jutsu. Kurenai looked at her son's aggrieved expression and understood. She had long noticed that Mirai's feelings for Hataru were different from others. Other children simply saw her as an older sister, but Mirai was different. He always wanted to give Hataru the best of everything, always wanted her attention to be focused solely on him. This dependency concealed a concern that went beyond ordinary friendship. Kurenai gently pulled Mirai into her arms and comforted him. Silly child, Hataru didn't mean to ignore you. Mr. Otto is an envoy from the daimyo and also an old acquaintance of Hataru's. She had to honor the promise she made back then and also fulfill her duty as a host to entertain a guest. That's the courtesy expected of a Konoha shinobi and also a matter of keeping faith with a friend. But Mirai bit his lip, his tone stubborn. I just don't like that Mr. Otto. He seems strange and because of him Hataru ignored me. Kurenai smiled, wiped the moisture from the corner of his eye and said seriously, Mirai, do you think Hataru should be good only to you and that you don't want her to have any other friends? Mirai was taken aback, his cheeks instantly flushing. He lowered his head, his voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. I don't know. I just feel uncomfortable when I see Hataru getting close to others. I always want her to pay attention only to me. Kurenai looked at her son with gentle eyes, her tone calm but profound. Mom knows that Hataru has been good to you since you were little. No matter what trouble you got into, she would protect you, and no matter what wish you had, she would do her best to fulfill it. It's perfectly normal for you to depend on her and trust her. But you have to understand that Sister Hataru is an independent person. She has her own friends, her own promises. She can't always revolve around you. She paused and continued, moreover, the concern you feel for Hataru is probably more than just friendship. Do you really like her? Do you want her to always be kind to you and for her eyes to always hold you? Mirai's cheeks grew even redder, his heartbeat quickening. He suddenly looked up, his eyes full of confusion. Mom, is this wrong? It's not wrong. Kurenai shook her head and gently patted his back. Liking someone is a beautiful thing. No matter who it is, that feeling deserves respect. But you have to learn to respect Hataru's choices, and you also have to learn to grow up. True love is not about possession, it's about wanting the other person to be happy and fulfilled. Hataru has her own life and you have your own path of growth. You can't bind someone because of love, and you can't deny the bond between you just because of a moment of disappointment. Mirai nodded, half understanding, and leaned into Kurenai's arms. The grievance in his heart gradually dissipated. He looked at the sunlight outside the window and silently thought, I really do like Hataru. I want to be with her forever. Meanwhile, I was taking Otto to stand beneath the Hokage rock. Gazing at the enormous rock carved with the faces of the successive Hokage, Otto's eyes were filled with admiration. This is the soul of Konoha, isn't it? Each Hokage protected this land with their lives. This legacy is truly moving. I nodded, my gaze resting on Brother Naruto's statue, a gratified smile on my face. Yes, Brother Naruto is now one of them. He will surely carry on this legacy and protect everyone in Konoha. Seeing the determination and pride in my eyes, Otto smiled. Hataru, thank you for showing me so many places. Every scene in Konoha is filled with warmth and strength. No wonder you once said this is the place most worth protecting. I'm glad it pleases you. I replied with a smile, but my mind again wandered to Mirai's disappointed retreating figure. I couldn't help quickening my pace. Let's go eat ramen first. After that I'll take you to see Konoha's training grounds. We might even run into Mirai there. The twilight of Mai was always exceptionally gentle, the setting sun cast long shadows of the Huaying rock and cherry blossom petals drifted with the wind carpeting the path we had walked. I walked side by side with Aotua toward the village entrance, carrying a takeout box of Yao ramen, a gift I had specially prepared for him, hoping he would take the taste of Mai with him. After a long silence, Aotua suddenly stopped, his gaze falling on the villagers working in the distant fields. His voice carried a hint of heaviness. Missing during this visit to my besides fulfilling our promise, there is something I have always wanted to tell you. I turned to look at him only to see that the warmth in his emerald eyes had faded, replaced by a blend of complexity and guilt. Do you know? On the surface the Hua country appears prosperous and peaceful, but the remote villages beyond the village are already in dire straits. The daimyo indulges in pleasure, officials embezzle public funds, and the heavy taxes have reduced farmers to struggling for mere survival. Once during an inspection I saw children too weak to rise from their beds and elderly people selling their only farming tools to get a bite of food for their grandchildren. His voice gradually faded and his fingers trembled slightly. As an envoy of the daimyo receiving a salary from the Hua country, I witnessed all this yet could do nothing. Every time I faced those hopeful eyes I felt utterly ashamed. I did not even dare to tell them that I was a close aide of the daimyo. The wind blew through the cherry trees and petals fell on his shoulders, but he remained oblivious, only lowering his head, his voice filled with self-condemnation. I'm sorry. I know the Mai you protect is peaceful and warm, but other parts of the Hua country have long fallen into disarray. I haven't been able to do anything, and even my apology seems feeble. Looking at the pain and struggle in his eyes, a wave of sorrow rose in my heart. I recalled the time when I escorted him, how he curled up behind me yet remained calm in danger, reporting the weaknesses of scientific ninja tools. I remembered the firm look in his eyes as he clutched the flying thunder god kunai at our parting, vowing to become a great inventor. The person before me was no longer the boy who needed protection, his heart bore the suffering of the common people. This kindness and sense of responsibility were far more precious than any title. I gently reached out and patted his shoulder, my voice tender yet resolute. Aotua, you don't need to apologize. He looked up sharply, his eyes filled with surprise. That decay and suffering were not caused by you. I looked into his eyes and spoke each word deliberately. You are merely an envoy, yet you feel pain for strangers and guilt for the situation you cannot change. That already makes you far better than those high-ranking officials who turn a blind eye. I took out a small metal piece engraved with the flying thunder god seal, a piece I had carefully polished using lightning release chakra, inlaid with a tiny blue gem reminiscent of the small blue flower he once showed me. Do you remember? At our parting back then I said I hoped you would become a true great inventor the next time I saw you. I placed the metal piece into his hand, looking into his emerald eyes with a warm smile. In my heart you have never been just an envoy delivering orders. You are intelligent, kind, perceptive of people's hearts, and always considerate of others. You could quickly find the weaknesses of scientific ninja tools from your mother's notes and maintain calm in danger. That wisdom and courage are the most precious qualities of a great inventor. Don't punish yourself for the faults of others, I continued. You don't need to apologize for the daimyo's corruption nor blame yourself for the suffering of the present. Seeing these problems and feeling pain for them is already the first step. True change never happens overnight, it requires courage and even more perseverance. Aotua clutched the metal piece tightly, the cool touch of the metal sending a warmth that spread through his fingertips to the depths of his heart. Seeing the unreserved trust and encouragement in my eyes, his eyes reddened slightly. You will always be my great inventor, I interrupted him, my smile growing gentler. No matter what you do in the future, no matter where you stand, I believe in you. I believe you will not forget the suffering you have witnessed today, and you will not betray the kindness in your heart. Cherry blossom petals fell on our hair and the evening breeze gently blew, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Aotua was silent for a long time, then suddenly lifted his head. A glint of unprecedented determination flashed in his emerald eyes, a resolve that had broken free from confusion and guilt. He slowly clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, his voice heavy yet forceful. You are right. I can no longer wallow in guilt nor let the current situation continue. He looked toward the direction of the Hua country capital, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. I want to show you a truly harmonious Hua country, a land without exploitation, without suffering, where all people can live in peace and prosperity. I was stunned, looking at the fire burning in his eyes, and vaguely guessed what he intended. The seat of the daimyo should not be occupied by those corrupt and incompetent individuals, Aotua said with a voice of irrevocable determination. I will ascend to that position and change everything in my own way. I will abolish oppressive policies, severely punish corrupt officials, and ensure that resources truly benefit every citizen. I will use my knowledge to develop tools to help farmers cultivate the land and defensive installations to protect the villages, just as you said, to become a true, great inventor, but my inventions will be for the peace and tranquility of the entire Hua country. He turned to me, his emerald eyes full of anticipation and solemnity. Wait for me. Once I have cleared the decay of the Hua country and established true harmony, I will return to Mai to find you. By then I will take you to see those once suffering villages bloom with flowers of hope. I will show you that the great inventor you spoke of has not let you down. Looking at the unprecedented light in his eyes, I felt both moved and admired. The young man before me had completely shed his immaturity and confusion, he had found his direction and taken up a heavy responsibility. I nodded firmly, my eyes slightly moist. Good, I will wait for you. I will stay in my using my flying thunder god to protect the peace here, and I will always cheer for you, I said with a smile. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, never forget that I will always be your support, forever your friend. Aotua took a deep breath, carefully tucked the metal piece close to his body, then bowed slightly and gave me a respectful salute. Thank you, Ing. The carriage at the village entrance had been waiting for some time with guards standing respectfully to the side. Aotua gave me one last look, his eyes filled with reluctance and determination, then turned and stepped into the carriage. The carriage began to move slowly. Aotua lifted the curtain and waved at me. Ing, take care. Wait for my return. Safe journey. I stood under the cherry blossom tree waving vigorously in response, watching the carriage gradually fade into the afterglow of the setting sun. Cherry blossom petals continued to fall and the metal piece in my hand seemed to still retain Aotua's warmth. I knew this farewell was not an end but a new beginning. Aotua left me with his oath. And I would stay here guarding our promise, protecting the peace of my, waiting for the day he fulfills his vow, waiting to see a harmonious country and to see the young man who will always be my great inventor shine with his own light. The daimyo's mansion of the Land of Fire was never lacking in wealth and splendor. Carved beams and painted rafters, silk and satin garments, delicacies from land and sea, yet none of these had any bearing on me, or so it seemed in everyone's eyes. I was unworthy of them. Since childhood I had been frail, shorter than other children my age. A few steps of running or jumping left me gasping for breath, let alone wielding swords or practicing ninjutsu like the other noble scions. My mother said it was her weak constitution passed on to me, but in the daimyo's eyes this was synonymous with uselessness. He had over a dozen children, all healthy and clever. As for me, a son who looked so thin even when standing, I naturally failed to catch his attention. My mother had not married the daimyo willingly. Only when I grew older did I learn that my grandfather, for the sake of family interests, had sent my learned mother into the palace in exchange for tax exemptions on their fief. The daimyo needed a scholarly woman to adorn his doorstep, my mother needed the family's protection. There was not a shred of affection between them, only a cold exchange of benefits. Thus my mother was out of favor, and I, the son born of this accident, became even more dispensable in the mansion. The servants, quick to read the wind, fawned over the favored young masters and ladies but always treated me perfunctorily. My meals were often cold, my clothes never fit properly, and some stewards even secretly skimmed the allowance my mother left for me. Countless times I hid behind the rockery in the garden watching my siblings laugh and play in the sunlight, while I could only crouch in the shadows hugging my knees, listening to their laughter pierce my heart like needles. The daimyo hardly ever came to see me. On the rare occasions we met he would just frown and toss out a line like, "Take care of your health, don't disgrace the mansion," before turning away. He never asked what I liked or what I wanted. In his eyes I was simply the most insignificant and worthless among his many children. In those sunless days the only thing that could bring me joy was tinkering with various parts and tools. My mother was a woman of great wisdom. She was well versed in mechanics and pharmacology. People in the palace said she was neglecting her proper duties, but she imparted all her knowledge to me without reservation. "Aotua, look at this gear. As long as you turn it, it can drive the entire mechanism," she said. My mother sat by the window, sunlight spilling through her hair. Her slender fingers deftly assembled a tiny mechanical bird. Everything has its laws. The meaning of invention is to discover those laws and then use them to create beauty. I leaned over the table wide-eyed, watching as the mechanical bird came to life in my mother's hands, flapping its wings and chirping crisply. At that moment I seemed to see a light that belonged only to me. From then on I became obsessed with invention. I saved up the allowance my mother gave me, secretly went to the market to buy all kinds of discarded parts, metal sheets and tools, and hid in my Spartan room, trying assembling and modifying over and over again. I made a self-watering flower pot, a lantern that could glow in the dark, and a whistle that could mimic bird calls. But these works, which I regarded as priceless, were deemed worthless by others. My favored eldest brother saw the parts in my room and sneered, "Aotua, you're such a weirdo. Being the daimyo's son, instead of learning how to govern the domain, you fiddle with these scraps. You're a disgrace to our family." The stewards also gossiped privately, "The second young master is really hopeless. He spends all his time on these useless things. No wonder the daimyo doesn't like him." Once my eldest brother deliberately smashed the mechanical clock I had painstakingly worked on for half a month. Looking at the scattered parts, he said contemptuously, "This trash. You think it's worth your effort?" I crouched down, picking up the broken pieces one by one, tears streaming down my face. But every time my mother would come over, gently wipe away my tears and say softly, "Aotua, don't listen to them. Your talent is not something everyone can understand. You have inherited my wisdom. These inventions are your unique treasure. One day you will use them to prove your worth and make everyone look at you in a new light." My mother's words were like a warm sunbeam dispelling the gloom in my heart. She was the only one who believed in me and encouraged me, the only driving force that kept me going. I engraved her words in my heart, became even more obsessed with invention, and wanted to create better works to make her proud. But the good times did not last. When I was 10, my mother, worn out by illness, left me forever. As she lay dying, her face pale, she still held my hand and whispered, "Aotua, in the wooden box in my study there are my research materials and my unfinished blueprints. They are the life's work of your mother. You must keep them safe, take them back to our hometown and give them to the elder there. Only he can understand the value of these materials. And don't give up your inventions. You will surely become a remarkable person. Her words became the last wish she left me. In my grief I secretly sneaked into her study and found the small wooden box. When I opened it, inside were thick research materials mostly about methods to counter scientific ninja tools. My mother had long seen through the daimyo's ambition and foreseen the disasters that scientific ninja tools might bring, so she had devoted her efforts to studying these countermeasures. After my mother passed away, the daimyo paid even less attention to me. The people in the mansion grew colder toward me and some even wanted to drive me out. I knew this place was no longer my home. I had to fulfill my mother's last wish and bring the wooden box back to our hometown. I made the request to the daimyo. He waved his hand impatiently, casually assigned a few chunin as guard escorts and sent me on my way. I knew he didn't care whether I arrived safely or not, nor did he care about my mother's last wish. He just wanted to get rid of this burden. Those guard escorts obviously didn't take this mission seriously either. Along the way they were perfunctory, often slacking off, leaving me alone at the inn while they went off to drink and have fun. I didn't complain. I just clutched that wooden box tightly, carefully protecting my mother's life's work and also protecting the faint hope in my heart. I thought that as long as I reached our hometown safely I could fulfill my mother's last wish and escape the predicament of the daimyo's mansion. But I never imagined that danger was already waiting ahead. That day we arrived at the entrance of a desolate mountain forest. The guard escorts lagged lazily behind me, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly a group of bandits wielding long blades rushed out. Their weapons glowed with an eerie light, looking exceptionally sharp. The guard escorts, caught off guard, immediately drew their swords to resist. But to my shock their ninjutsu was completely useless. Those bandits' weapons seemed to be able to counter ninjutsu, and the guards' attacks landed on them like stones sinking into the sea. Before long several guard escorts lay on the ground covered in wounds and unable to fight. Trembling I shrank into a corner, clutching the wooden box tightly. The bandits approached step by step, greedy smiles on their faces. Their target was clearly the box in my hands. I thought in despair, am I going to die here? Is my mother's last wish going to fail? I haven't become a remarkable inventor yet, I haven't proven my worth. Just then a flash of light blue lightning streaked by so fast that only an afterimage remained. I only heard a bang, and the bandit closest to me suddenly fell. I looked up and saw a girl wearing a black raccoon mask standing behind the bandit, lightning gathering at her fingertips, her gaze unwavering. Her movements were swift and agile, her body nimble. With each teleportation she felled a bandit. The paralyzing effect of lightning release made it hard for the bandits to resist. In just a moment she had taken down over a dozen bandits. She walked over to me and said softly, "It's all right, the bandits are dealt with." I looked up and through the gap in the mask I saw the smile on her lips. That smile was warm and resolute, like a firefly's glow in the darkness, instantly illuminating my despairing heart. She brushed the dust off my clothes and told me her name was Blueying, and that she was the escort ninja for this mission. At that moment, looking at the kindness in her eyes and the figure she cut while fighting to protect me, I suddenly felt that perhaps this lonely and dangerous journey was not meaningless. I clutched her sleeve tightly as if holding on to a lifeline. I didn't know why she had appeared here nor why she was willing to protect an insignificant boy like me. But I knew that she had given me hope at my most desperate moment. She had given me the chance to continue fulfilling my mother's last wish and to persist in my dream of invention. At that moment I silently told myself that once I fulfilled my mother's last wish and became a remarkable inventor I would definitely repay her well. And I never imagined that this chance encounter would become the most precious bond of my life, the greatest source of strength to endure hardship and keep moving forward in the days to come. The journey out of the mountain forest with Sister Ing was the most peaceful time of my life. She would slow her pace to match my short legs, press tangerine candy into my hand, crouch down to brush the grass clippings from my trousers, and listen intently as I spoke of my mother's inventions. When I nervously recounted the weaknesses of the bandits' weapons, the surprise and approval flashing in her eyes coursed through me like a warm current, suffusing my entire being. My mother was the first to recognize my talent for invention. Her encouragement was a faint light in my darkness. But Sister Ing was different, a stranger who came only to complete a mission, yet she was willing to listen to my thoughts and believe in the useless knowledge that everyone else mocked. When the inn was attacked I lay under the bed watching her precisely destroy the scientific ninja tools according to my instructions, watching her stand in front of me even as her chakra was depleted. A feeling I had never experienced surged within me, the sensation of being valued, of being needed, a recognition more intense than any I had felt even when my mother was alive. "Aotua, you're amazing." After the battle she ruffled my hair, her smile radiant. "Did you figure out all this knowledge on your own? You truly have a talent for invention. One day you'll become a great inventor." Those words like a seed took root and sprouted in my heart. So my talent was not junk or worthless, it was something that could protect others in critical moments. At that moment, seeing the gentle eyes beneath her mask and hearing her sincere praise, my cheeks burned uncontrollably and my heart raced. I dared not meet her gaze, so I lowered my head and clutched the candy she had given me. Yet in my heart a tender seed had been quietly planted. I think I had fallen for Sister Ing. This feeling was strange yet unmistakably clear. I began to long for her glance, her praise, and even hoped to stay by her side forever if only to silently watch her. But I couldn't help feeling inferior. I was merely an unloved frail second son lacking power and status, while she was a ninja of Konoha, a strong woman capable of standing alone, as dazzling as a firefly. Was I worthy of her? When we parted, she pressed the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal into my hand and made a promise I should come find her in Konoha when I grew up. I gripped that kunai tightly, watching her figure gradually fade into the distance, and silently vowed I must become better, become outstanding enough to deserve Sister Ing. I would make everyone understand that she had not misjudged me. I would not only become a great inventor but also someone who could protect her and stand shoulder to shoulder with her. With that obsession I successfully delivered my mother's materials to the elder of my hometown, then returned to the daimyo's mansion. This time I was no longer the frail bullied boy who cowered in corners. Sister Ying's recognition gave me boundless courage. I began to actively use my intelligence, no longer hiding my talent for invention. At that time the daimyo was troubled by the transportation of provisions to the border. The mountain roads were rugged, supply convoys were often ambushed by bandits, and the grain suffered heavy losses. The other young lords and ladies either had no solutions or offered only empty advice. Only I recalled the mechanical blueprints left by my mother, and combining them with my own research designed a transport carriage equipped with an automatic defense system. This carriage had hidden wheels at the bottom to reduce resistance on mountain roads and mechanisms installed on the sides that could automatically deploy spikes for defense when encountering bandits. A gear-driven system could quickly close the carriage doors, protecting the grain. When I presented the design to the daimyo, his initially dismissive expression gradually turned serious. He ordered craftsmen to build 3 prototypes according to my blueprints and sent them to the border for trial. Within less than a month news came from the border: the supply convoy's losses had been reduced by 70% and no more bandit raids occurred. For the first time the daimyo looked at me with genuine attention, his tone filled with incredulous surprise. "Aotua, did you design this yourself?" "Yes, father." I straightened my back, no longer timid as before. I combined the mechanical knowledge mother left behind and made some improvements. After that day the daimyo's attitude toward me changed completely. He no longer regarded me as a useless second son, but often summoned me to the palace to ask for my views on governance and the welfare of the people. I knew this was my chance to prove myself. So I recounted the hardships I had witnessed in the villages outside the city and the grievances I had heard from the common people, and offered many practical suggestions: improving farming tools to increase efficiency, using simple water purification devices to solve drinking water problems in remote villages, and installing mechanical warning systems to guard against mountain bandits. My proposals were all practical and low cost and were soon adopted by the daimyo. After implementation the livelihood of the fire country improved to some extent, and the daimyo's trust in me deepened day by day. He began to involve me in important affairs such as inspecting territories, receiving envoys, and even helping manage some of the mansion's assets. Those who once mocked me now treated me with utmost respect. Even my elder brother, who had always bullied me, no longer dared to look down on me casually. I knew that all of this was because of Sister Ing. Her recognition gave me the courage to show my brilliance. My obsession with her compelled me to constantly push myself to become better. I kept the Flying Thunder God kunai close to my chest. Whenever I faced difficulties or felt like giving up, I would touch the kunai, recall her smile and our promise, and be filled with renewed motivation. Days passed and my talent gradually gained renown in the fire country. The daimyo valued me more and more. Then came the news that Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha was about to become the Hokage. According to protocol, the fire country needed to send an important envoy to offer congratulations and conduct a friendly visit to strengthen bilateral relations. When I heard the news my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Konoha. Sister Ing was in Konoha. This was my closest chance to see her, and I had to seize it. But I soon learned that the daimyo had originally planned to send my elder brother as the envoy. My elder brother was skilled in diplomatic rhetoric, and being the eldest son was indeed the most suitable candidate. Unwilling to accept this, I racked my brains day and night to find a way to take over the task. I knew that although my brother appeared impressive, he was actually vainglorious and careless in his work. So while he was preparing the envoy materials, I accidentally revealed some of Konoha's recent diplomatic taboos and inadvertently placed a wrong etiquette procedure on his desk. As expected, during a mock reception my brother made a serious etiquette mistake and also misstated Konoha's taboos, greatly displeasing the daimyo. Just as the daimyo was hesitating about whether to replace the envoy, I stepped forward and explained my views on this mission. Father, the new Hokage's inauguration is not only an occasion for congratulations but also an opportunity to deepen cooperation between our two nations. I believe that in addition to the customary gifts and pleasantries, we can also bring the recent achievements of the fire country's livelihood projects to show our sincerity while also learning from Konoha's advanced experience. I also detailed my plan: bring samples of my improved farming tools and water purification devices to demonstrate the fire country's development and show Konoha the potential for cooperation. Moreover, I had previously interacted with a Konoha ninja referring to Sister Ing, so I was more familiar with Konoha's ways and could better accomplish this mission. The daimyo nodded repeatedly after hearing my words and made the decision on the spot. Good. You shall be the envoy. I trust you to handle this well. Although my elder brother was unwilling, he had nothing to say. He could only watch helplessly as I took the envoy's token. I suppressed my inner ecstasy, maintaining a calm exterior, but my palms were already drenched with sweat. I knew that this time I would finally see Sister Ing again. Before departing, I prepared meticulously for a long time. I put on my most formal attire, rehearsed the etiquette repeatedly, and specially brought a small mechanical bird I had improved myself, based on my mother's blueprints and incorporating the blue flower pattern that Sister Ing liked, intending to give it to her as a gift. When the carriage arrived at Konoha and I saw that familiar figure standing beside Mr. Naruto, my heart skipped a beat. She was more mature and dazzling than I remembered, wearing a light purple dress with a daisy tucked in her hair, her smile still gentle. In that moment all the waiting and all the effort had meaning. I forced myself to suppress the urge to rush over, immediately greeted Mr. Naruto according to protocol, but my gaze couldn't help drifting toward her again and again. When she recognized me and called my name with a smile, I felt the entire world light up. So this is how beautiful a long-awaited reunion can be. This time I was no longer the frail boy who needed her protection. I came to her side with my achievements, with my full sincerity, and with my obsession for her. I knew this was only the beginning. I would continue to strive to become a better person. One day I would have the courage to tell her my feelings, and with my own strength protect her, protect the Konoha she cherished, and protect the peace we both yearned for. Sunlight bathed Konoha in golden warmth. Cherry blossoms drifted gently onto his shoulders, carrying a delicate lingering fragrance. I followed Hataru, my gaze never straying from her. She stood on tiptoe, pointing animatedly towards Tsunade's statue carved into the Hokage rock, her voice brimming with youthful exuberance as she recounted the legendary Kage's extraordinary deeds. Daisies nestled in her hair swayed softly with each movement, stirring a tender ache deep within my chest. Otto, look at Lady Tsunade's statue. Don't her eyes and brow resemble yours? She turned to me with a smile, her gaze sparkling with playful mischief. I faltered, instinctively lowering my head to hide the flush rising across my cheeks, only for her to gently grasp my wrist. There's no need to be shy. You both possess those beautiful emerald eyes, and both are extraordinarily brilliant. Her fingertips radiated warmth, soft, tender, and a gentle heat surged from my wrist through my entire being, quickening my breath. In the daimyo's estate no one had ever held my hand so intimately, and no one had ever praised me so openly. I clenched my fist, quietly savoring the sensation of her touch, silently vowing so long as she wished it I would walk every street of Konoha beside her, forever. We strolled slowly down the commercial district and she enthusiastically introduced me to each little shop. When we passed a confectionery her eyes lit up. She tugged me inside. Their strawberry daifuku is absolutely divine. I used to come here all the time with brother Naruto. She ordered 2 portions with practiced ease, then handed one to me, gently wiping stray mochi powder from the corner of my mouth. Eat slowly, no one's rushing you. I took a bite. The sweet velvety strawberry filling melted upon my tongue, yet I realized nothing could rival the sweetness of her smile. She sat across from me, nibbling daintily, glancing up every few moments, her eyes alight with eager anticipation. Delicious, isn't it? I knew you'd love it. I nodded vigorously, words stumbling from my lips. Why yes, delicious, it's the finest confection I've ever tasted. What I truly longed to say was that it wasn't the dessert that tasted exquisite, it was sharing it with her. Passing a ninja tools shop I paused, drawn by a modified kunai displayed in the window. Hataru noticed my lingering glance and leaned in curiously. You're interested in ninja tools too? I nodded and pointed to the kunai. Its center of gravity is poorly balanced. If the angle were adjusted slightly, and anti-slip grooves added to the handle, it would feel far more natural in motion. I expected her to dismiss my observation as trivial, yet instead her expression sharpened with genuine interest. She pulled me inside and asked the shopkeeper to hand me the kunai. Then try sketching your improvements. I trust your judgment. Her faith struck me like sunlight piercing shadow, illuminating a long dormant corner of my heart. I accepted the kunai, fingers tracing its cool metal surface. In an instant the refined design bloomed in my mind. I seized paper and ink and sketched swiftly. She stood beside me in quiet stillness, offering no haste, only occasionally handing me a cup of water. When I lifted my head after finishing the diagram, her gaze met mine, radiant with admiration. Otto, you're truly extraordinary. With these modifications the kunai's practicality improved significantly. Her affirmation brought me greater joy than any title or wealth. She was only the second person who had ever truly seen my talent, and the sole one who inspired me to reveal myself, unreservedly. As we walked, rain began to fall, gentle and sudden. She reacted instantly, pulling a compact umbrella from her pack and opening it, tilting it firmly toward me. Come closer, don't get soaked. The canopy was small to shield me fully. Half her shoulder remained exposed, the rain darkened her dress, clinging tightly to her silhouette. My chest tightened, I hurriedly pushed the umbrella toward her. Don't get wet, you'll catch cold. Yet she firmly guided it back, voice resolute. I'm a shinobi. My constitution is stronger, I won't suffer from a little rain. Watching droplets cling to her damp hair, my heart swelled with tenderness and gratitude. After a moment's hesitation I reached out, drawing her gently beside me beneath the shelter, ensuring the umbrella enveloped us both. She stiffened briefly, but did not pull away, only a faint blush rose to her cheeks as her gaze drifted elsewhere. Rain pattered softly, the space beneath the umbrella felt intimate, warm and infinitely still. I caught the faint floral scent of cherry blossoms clinging to her skin, and felt the quiet warmth radiating from her shoulder. My pulse raced wildly. In that suspended moment I wished the rain would never cease, wished time itself would pause, so that we might remain forever thus, just the two of us sheltered beneath this fragile dome, leaning close-bound together. Without realizing it, my dependence on her had seeped into my very bones. Wherever I went I instinctively sought her gaze, to know her thoughts. Whenever confusion arose my first impulse was to ask her. Even while walking I found myself drifting nearer, drawn irrepressibly closer to her. Once I had lived in solitude, bearing every burden alone. Now I craved her presence, yearned for her care, longed to dwell beside her always, not as a guest but as her most steadfast anchor. Gazing at her profile in the rain I swore silently, Hataru, thank you for entering my life. Thank you for recognizing me. For caring. For your sake I will grow stronger, strong enough to ascend to the daimyo's seat, and forge the land of fire into a realm of harmony and peace. And when that day comes I shall speak my heart aloud, boldly without reservation, begging the honor of becoming the one who guards you, whom you may always rely upon. The rain softened, then ceased. Sunset pierced the clouds, gilding Konoha in amber light. We walked side by side toward the village gate, slower now, neither speaking, the air thick with unspoken farewell. The carriage sent to escort me waited patiently at the threshold, guard standing respectfully aside, yet all I wished was to linger beside Hataru just 1 minute longer. In my pocket rested the mechanical bird I had crafted for her, a delicate replica of her beloved blue flower, its wings inlaid with tiny sapphires that chimed with the slightest motion. I had rehearsed the words countless times, yet now they lodged stubbornly in my throat. It's growing late, you should depart. Hataru broke the silence first, her voice tinged with quiet melancholy. Travel safely, the daimyo's duties are weighty. Please take good care of yourself. I nodded, throat tight, speechless. Watching the concern in her eyes, watching the glistening beads still clinging to her damp hair, I felt my devotion surge, nearly overwhelming. I longed to tell her I didn't want to leave, I wanted only to stay beside her. That this single day had become the most treasured memory of my life. That my feelings for her had long since transcended friendship. Yet the words dissolved before reaching my lips. I knew, clearly painfully, that I was not yet strong enough. Not yet worthy of making promises. So I buried that longing deep, transforming it into resolve. Hataru, this is for you. At last I summoned courage, drawing the mechanical bird from my pocket and offering it to her with reverent care. I made it myself, modeled after your favorite blue flower. I hope you'll keep it. She accepted it, lightly brushing the wings, its crystalline chime ringing clear in the air. Her eyes sparkled, a delighted smile bloomed across her face. How utterly charming. Thank you, Otto, I adore it. She tucked it carefully into her pack as though safeguarding a priceless relic. Seeing her joy filled me with warmth, and a quiet bittersweet ache. I drew a slow breath, steadying my voice. In the land of fire I shall carry you in my thoughts. I'll remember the strawberry daifuku you shared with me, the Hokage rock we admired together, every word you spoke. I paused, holding her gaze with unwavering intensity. Hataru, you said you would always be my friend. And I wish to tell you, once I have restored order to the land of fire, once I stand as a man capable of bearing true responsibility, I will return. Then I ask you to guide me again through every corner of Konoha, and to tell me more of its stories. Her eyes shimmered faintly, she nodded fiercely, voice trembling. Yes, I'll wait. No matter how long, Konoha's gates will remain open for you, and I will be here waiting for your return. She slipped a wristband from her own arm, a slender cord of crimson thread strung with a tiny silver bell bearing a miniature flying thunder god seal woven by her own hands. Gently taking my hand she fastened it around my wrist. This is for you, a token of our vow. When you see it, remember me. Whatever trials you face, never abandon hope. The band felt warm against my skin as the bell chimed softly as it shifted. Clenching my fist I held that bracelet as if gripping her promise itself, our bond tangible and unbreakable. I will. I met her eyes, solemn and certain. I will carry your vow, and your trust, with me as I strive to make the land of fire whole and just. And when I return you will see a land at peace, a testament to your faith in me. The guards urged departure. Reluctantly I stepped into the carriage. I leaned from the window, fixated on Hataru standing motionless below, her eyes locked on mine, waving softly, her smile tender and unwavering. The carriage rolled forward, her figure shrank, fading until she vanished beyond the horizon. Still pressed to the window I stared toward Konoha, my chest hollow as though something vital had been carried away. The bell on my wrist chimed faintly, echoing our vow. The sweetness of strawberry daifuku lingered on my tongue. The mechanical bird mirrored her beloved bloom, her laughter, her voice, her warmth, filled every corner of my mind. I knew this parting was not an ending, but the first step of a new beginning. My affection for Hataru, my quiet devotion had taken root deep within me, now the unwavering compass of my soul. I would carry that faith through every storm the land of fire unleashed, honoring our vow, hastening my return and preparing for the day I might finally speak my heart, without fear, without reserve. When the cherry blossoms fall, our promise remains unbroken. Hataru, wait for me. The meeting room of the 5 great ninja villages was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. On the round table lay the symbolic tokens of each village, while the wind outside swept the shadows of clouds across the ground, casting flowing dark patterns. Naruto sat in the main seat, his Hokage cloak lending a composed air to his brow. Beside him Kakashi, still wearing his black mask, tapped his fingers on the table, breaking the silence. First, today I have called you all here to propose a special arrangement, to hold a rank-skipping Jonin exam for Konoha's ninja Hatake Hataru. As soon as the words fell, Reikage Darui's brow furrowed sharply. He slammed both hands onto the table, causing the tea in the cups to ripple with waves. He was tall and imposing, his muscles taut beneath his ninja wear, his gaze piercing like lightning. A special exam. Kakashi, Naruto, are you taking this too lightly? Hatake Hataru, a mere 10-year-old brat, Darui's voice carried an undeniable pressure. Promotion to Jonin should follow due process. Yet you want her to challenge any Kage. This is not only a desecration of Kage-level strength but also a destruction of the ninja system. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled leaders, his tone growing more severe. I know your intentions. Konoha wants to nurture the next Hokage. I've heard of this child's talent, indeed it's impressive. But age and experience are her fatal flaws. The position of Kage bears the lives of an entire village. It cannot be filled by mere momentary strength. Naruto did not retort immediately but said calmly, Reikage Hataru's abilities have already surpassed those of ordinary Jonin. She is proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, deeply skilled in lightning release and wood release, and has demonstrated tactical acumen and a sense of responsibility far beyond her peers in numerous missions. We are not elevating her without reason, we are proposing based on her actual capabilities. Actual capabilities. Darui sneered, punching the edge of the table. The wooden surface immediately split with a deep crack. A Kage-level duel tests not only the power of jutsu but also the decisiveness in crisis and the wisdom to balance all sides. She hasn't even experienced true life-or-death battles more than a few times. How could she possibly understand these things? At that moment Gaara's voice slowly rose. He sat to one side, grains of sand gently floating around him, his gaze calm but resolute. I disagree. I trust Naruto and Kakashi's judgment. Gaara looked at the Reikage, his tone steady. Hataru has clashed with members of the Otsutsuki clan and escaped unscathed. That courage and ability are beyond what many Jonin possess. He continued, age has never been the sole measure of capability. When Naruto became Hokage, many questioned his experience, but he proved himself through action. Since you two hold her in such high regard, she must have exceptional qualities. I believe this exam is worth a try, and it will let us see how much potential the junior Konoha has placed its hopes on truly possesses. Kuratsuchi rested her chin on her hand, her fingertip tracing the edge of her teacup, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips. Interesting. A 16-year-old challenging a Kage, that's an unprecedented novelty. Her eyes shifted with a hint of curiosity. I have some impression of this child. I've heard her Flying Thunder God is as agile as the 4th Hokage's. Since Konoha is willing to bet on it, I have no objection. Let's see just how formidable Konoha's prodigy really is. Anoki sat at the far end, leaning on his staff, his aged face revealing little emotion. He coughed twice and said slowly, I have lived long enough to see many talented brats, but this is the first one to receive simultaneous endorsements from Naruto and Kakashi. He paused, his gaze clouded yet sharp. However, if she challenges a Kage, the rules must be clear. Stop at the point of injury, no lethal harm. As for the outcome, I will wait and see. Mei Terumi sat beside Chojuro, nodding slightly in agreement. Anoki is right. This match is indeed intriguing. Kirigakure has no objections. We respect Konoha's proposal and look forward to seeing Miss Hataru's performance. Chojuro also nodded slightly. The Reikage observed the attitudes of the others. His expression remained grim, but he knew opposition was futile. He took a deep breath and said coldly, fine, I can agree to this exam. But I have one condition, her opponent must be a Kage-level ninja from Kyomogakure. I will make her understand that Kage-level power is not something a brat like her can easily touch. Darui's eyes held a hint of challenge. If she loses, she must follow the rules and start over as a genin, accruing experience from scratch and no more special treatment. Naruto nodded, agreed. As long as it's a fair match, the opponent can be sent voluntarily by any village. Kakashi added, the exam will be held at the Konoha training grounds 1 week from now. We will implement safety measures to ensure the match is fair and just. After the meeting concluded, the Reikage was the first to rise and leave, his footsteps heavy, clearly still dissatisfied. Gaara walked over to Naruto and said softly, prepare well. Don't let us down. Miss Hataru, she shouldn't shame either of us. Naruto smiled, of course. She never lets those who trust her down. At that moment back in Konoha, Hotaru was still at the training ground practicing sealing techniques. She was unaware that a Kage-level trial affecting the 5 great ninja villages had already been finalized. Sunlight fell upon her, sweat trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto the ninjutsu scroll on the ground, spreading a small patch of ink. On it lay the Kage-level ninja information she had compiled late into the night, a testament to her determination for this challenge. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. Konoha. The low voice carried a trace of uncertainty. Uchiha Madara raised his hand to press against his slightly heavy chest, his scarlet Sharingan eyes rotating beneath his lids as he surveyed the utterly different village before him. In his memory, Konoha still bore the rustic simplicity of its founding days, scattered wooden houses and curling cooking smoke. But what now met his gaze were rows upon rows of towering buildings, ceaselessly flowing crowds, children laughing and chasing one another, and the aroma of food drifting from street-side shops. It was a scene of prosperity and tranquility. It seems, this is no longer the Konoha from my time with Hashirama. He couldn't help but cough twice, a dull ache radiating from his chest. The battle with the Otsutsuki still lingered vividly before his eyes. That foe's artifact possessed astonishing power, even his prized Susanoo had been shattered with ease. Amid the dazzling light, he and Hashirama had been forcibly torn apart into different timelines. If not for the residual warmth of chakra still lingering in his body, he would have nearly convinced himself this was an impossibly vivid illusion. I never expected Susanoo to be broken so easily. Madara murmured softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the calluses on his palm, marks left by years of wielding his blade. The Otsutsuki's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Where was Hashirama now? Was he safe? And then there was. Could Firefly also have been scattered into this timeline? Lost in thought, he had already stepped across Konoha's barrier by instinct. There was no resistance as expected. Though the villagers cast curious glances at his striking long black hair and commanding aura, none harbored hostility. Watching the peaceful smiles on people's faces and the pure joy in children's eyes, the tight line of Madara's jaw softened ever so slightly, the scene he and Hashirama had risked everything to create. Hadn't this very vision been what they had fought for? So their dream had truly taken root in later generations, blooming into such a beautiful form. Just as he stood lost in contemplation, a female voice filled with surprise and wariness rang out from behind. You're an Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. Madara turned around to find a woman with pink hair standing not far away, a distinctive diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her chakra was steady and refined, clearly a formidable ninja. Madara's heart stirred. When he had left Konoha, there had been no figure among the younger generation quite like her. How could she recognize him at a glance? Had Tobirama Senju after his death spread unfavorable rumors about him, causing later generations to harbor fear and caution? Before he could dwell on it, Sakura stepped forward quickly, her tone urgent. Why are you here? What brings you to Konoha? I merely wish to see what Konoha had become in later ages. Madara replied coolly, his voice betraying no emotion. He was genuinely curious. What form had the village he and Hashirama had laid the foundations for taken after the wash of years? As for the wariness in the woman before him, though he found it puzzling, he did not take it to heart. Uchiha Madara had never felt the need to explain himself to anyone. After a moment of silence, Madara decided to ask the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Never mind, it's irrelevant. I wish to find someone in Konoha. Her name is Firefly. Do you know where she is? Firefly. Firefly. Sakura's eyes widened sharply, her earlier wariness instantly replaced by astonishment. Firefly, wasn't she Sasuke's disciple, the dearest senior sister of his own daughter Sarada? That gentle girl whose chakra carried a peculiar warmth, how could she possibly be connected to the legendary Uchiha Madara? She suppressed her inner confusion and quickly said, wait here. I'll help you ask. With that, Sakura swiftly took out her communication device and made a call. Meanwhile, you were sprawled on a soft couch by the window, fast asleep alongside Nikomata-sensei. Recently, in preparation for the Ninja Academy's upgrade examination, you had been training and studying day and night until you were utterly exhausted. The shrill phone ring suddenly pierced the air. Groggily you answered, but the moment you heard the keywords, Uchiha Madara, and, looking for Firefly, from Sakura's voice, all sleepiness vanished in an instant, your eyes snapping wide open. It was Brother Madara. You activated the Flying Thunder God seal on your wrist almost immediately. Chakra erupted, and in the next moment you had already appeared beside Sakura. The familiar long black hair, the towering figure, and that overwhelming presence that could be felt even from a distance, there was no doubt this was Uchiha Madara. Brother Madara. You actually made it to Konoha. You hurried forward, unable to conceal your excitement. Who would have imagined that the promise made at the time of parting would be fulfilled in such a manner, spanning across timelines? He still remembered that night before departure. The moonlight was brilliant. Madara, awkwardly wishing to repay the favors you had repeatedly shown him, had offered to acknowledge you as his younger sister, saying, "No one dares bully the sister of Uchiha Madara." You had found it both amusing and delightful. To have Uchiha Madara as your older brother was practically a guarantee of safety, and without a second thought you had agreed. Yet you never expected that this parting would span such an immense stretch of time. Seeing him again, he remained exactly as you remembered, imposing and majestic, yet with a certain softness in his gaze when it fell upon you. Madara looked at the radiant you before him, the corners of his lips lifting into the faintest curve. The distance and exhaustion in his eyes dissolved significantly, his tone carrying a hint of gratification. "You appear to be in better spirits than before, my younger sister." "It has been a long time." A low resonant voice, softened just slightly, brushed against my ear, and Sakura beside me instantly froze rigid as stone. Her pupils contracted sharply, even her cherry-pink hair seemed suspended mid-air, her lips parted in silent breathless astonishment. Surely Sakura's mind was erupting in chaos at this very moment. Before us stood none other than Uchiha Madara, the legendary demon of the shinobi world, who once wielded the colossal Susanoo to cleave the heavens and nearly plunged the entire world into eternal illusion with the infinite Tsukimi. Yet this fearsome figure now gazed upon me, not with a trace of malice, but with an almost indulgent tenderness. And more astonishing still, he called me little sister. What surreal time-defying turn of fate this was. I remained far calmer than Sakura. After all, memories of walking beside Madara were etched deep into my bones. I met his gaze steadily, my tone effortlessly warm as though greeting an old friend. "Aniki Madara, how did you come here?" Madara gave a slight nod. A flicker of contemplation passed through his deep-set eyes, and the invisible pressure radiating from him instinctively softened. "I see. So we must remain vigilant after all," I murmured unsurprised. "Once again the Otsutsuki." He paused, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon tinged with quiet inquiry. "I wonder where Hashirama has vanished to. We should have faded together, most likely swept into the same temporal maelstrom." Hearing that quiet concern for Hashirama, I couldn't help but inwardly muse. Truly their bond transcended life and death, even time itself. In my past life, countless fanfictions imagining Madara and Hashirama together had flooded my thoughts. Had one of them been female, perhaps the millennium-long enmity between Indra and Azura would have found its resolution in another, gentler way. There would have been no further turmoil. Shaking off those whimsical notions, I smiled and suggested, "In any case, Aniki Madara, shall we go grab something to eat? This era boasts many sweets, I'm certain they'll suit your taste." A subtle softening touched Madara's sharp gaze. He reached out his calloused yet warm palm, gently ruffling my hair, the roughness of his knuckles grounding and reassuring profoundly so. Then I'll leave it to your judgment." I led Madara to my favorite confectionery shop and ordered the classic dango and milk. Watching him lift a skewer of dango with deliberate grace, savoring each bite while the lines of his brow gradually eased into quiet contentment, I couldn't suppress a gentle smile. Indeed, Uchiha men were utterly defenseless against sweetness. Sasuke and I was no exception, nor was Madara Aniki. I turned, and there stood Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura not far away. Their expressions varied. Naruto wore open curiosity, Kakashi rested a hand atop his forehead protector, his gaze watchful and guarded. Sakura, however, looked shaken, staring at Madara as if he were some monstrous apparition. My heart leapt into my throat. Instinctively I stepped forward, gently placing myself before Madara. I knew what they saw in him, the villain who nearly destroyed the world. But the Madara standing here had not yet endured those later tragedies. He was simply the man who worried over Hashirama, and who treated me with quiet familial warmth. I could not let them misunderstand him, and certainly not act rashly against him. The air thickened, freezing in place. The easy atmosphere shattered, replaced by palpable gravity. Patrons nearby sensed the shift, glancing over with wary curiosity. Meeting Kakashi's and Naruto's gazes head-on, I held my ground, my eyes unflinching, speaking wordlessly, "Madara Aniki is my family. And I will protect him." Kakashi halted at the confectionary's threshold, his hand slowly settling on the kunai at his hip, his fingertips whitening with tension. His ever half-lidded eyes now snapped fully open. Beneath his black mask the Sharingan spun coldly, a hawk's unwavering stare locked onto Madara, radiating raw vigilance and sovereign duty, the instinctive wariness of a mortal enemy, the solemn burden of Konoha's guardian. "Uchiha Madara." His voice was gravel-thick, each syllable drawn taut between clenched teeth. "How did you appear here?" Naruto's expression shifted from curiosity to stern focus. His hands subtly formed seals, golden chakra shimmering faintly in his palms. He stood beside Kakashi, resolute, but held back. He trusted Ing. Yet he also knew the peril embodied in this man, the power capable of shaking the entire shinobi world to its core. Madara lifted his gaze, sweeping coolly over Kakashi and Naruto. The ambient pressure plummeted. Invisible chakra surged like a tide, wooden tables and chairs trembled faintly, sending patrons scrambling away in alarm. He did not answer Kakashi. Instead his eyes settled upon me, calm, commanding, irrefutable. "Ing. Step aside. No. I straightened my spine unwavering, and shifted slightly, shielding Madara more completely. Madara Aniki bears no ill intent. He arrived here only because he was caught in a temporal rift. No ill intent. Kakashi's voice sharpened, edged with incredulous disbelief. Have you forgotten what he did? The infinite Tsukuyomi. His ambition to obliterate Konoha, these are wounds written in blood. His gaze pierced mine, not with hostility but with desperate paternal anguish, as if confronting a daughter straying down a perilous path. You're too naive. He is Uchiha Madara, the man who nearly annihilated the world. I knew Kakashi acted out of care, for Konoha. But I knew too the man standing before me. He had not yet tasted betrayal's poison, his heart had not yet been devoured by hatred. He was simply the Uchiha Madara who cherished his dearest friend, and whose brow relaxed at the simple pleasure of a sweet. Kakashi father, I bit my lip, voice steady, I know what he did in the past, but he is different now. Family. Kakashi laughed, a hollow disbelieving sound, his breath ragged beneath his mask. He's deceived you. There is no family in Uchiha Madara's lexicon, only power, only ruin. He advanced a step, chakra flaring sharper, deadlier. Step aside, or I won't hold back. Madara's hand settled lightly on my shoulder, its warmth seeping through fabric, easing the tension coiled tight within me. He stepped forward, drawing me behind him. His long black hair stirred without wind, his crimson Sharingan igniting abruptly, the ghostly silhouette of Susanoo surging into view within its depths. A descendant of Senju Tobirama, just as verbose as your ancestor. Madara's voice was glacial, killing intent coalescing into visible dread. Do you truly believe the two of you can stand in my way? Madara Aniki. I seized his sleeve urgently, urging calm. The air grew razor thin, tense as lit gunpowder awaiting only the smallest spark to detonate. Naruto frowned, striving to defuse the crisis. Mr. Madara, we mean no harm. We only wish to understand why you're here. If this truly is a temporal anomaly, Konoha can offer temporary sanctuary, but you must abide by our laws. Laws? Madara scoffed, disdain curling his lips. I, Uchiha Madara, obey no rules set by others. Kakashi's chakra erupted, crackling lightning splitting the silence. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Kakashi father. I stepped once more between them, between the elder I revered and the kin I swore to shield. Tears welled, yet my jaw remained clenched, unyielding. I've said it, he will harm no one here. If you insist on battle, then face me first. Kakashi stared into my unshaken eyes, his own filled with unbearable complexity. His hand trembled, yet did not strike. A heavy sigh escaped him as the lightning dimmed. Think carefully. The person you shield now is a bomb waiting to shatter Konoha. Madara watched my stubborn silhouette, the storm in his eyes fading, replaced by something softer, quieter. Gently he patted my back, his voice now markedly gentler. Enough. Don't trouble yourself with children. He turned to Kakashi and Naruto, tone carrying reluctant concession. I will abide by your laws, for now. But I demand one condition: help me find Hashirama. Slanting afternoon sunlight pierced through the lattice window of the Hokage's office, casting delicate patterns across the tatami floor, where a low table held a freshly brewed cup of matcha, its pale green steam curling softly into the room's hushed atmosphere. Tsunade's fingers paused mid-air above her tea bowl as her gaze swept over Uchiha Madara seated opposite her. The dark clan robes he wore shimmered faintly with cold light, and his fingertips idly traced the edge of the table. Though his chakra was tightly reined, its latent pressure made Shikamaru instinctively furrow his brow, his fingers tapping an unconscious rhythm against the wood. So you summoned me merely to confirm the Otsutsuki's movements. Madara's voice was low, laced with habitual arrogance. Is such a trivial matter truly worthy of the Hidden Leaf's highest council convening in secret, away from the other Kage? Kakashi leaned against the windowsill, his masked expression calm. Mr. Madara's status is exceptional. Should word reach Suna or Iwa, needless suspicion would inevitably arise. After all, your name in the shinobi world. Humph! Madara scoffed, a thread of crimson chakra flaring momentarily at his fingertip before dissolving into air. Mere short-sighted fools. Naruto, seated beside Kakashi, leaned forward, palms braced on the table. Uncle Madara. No matter what others think, we believe you're truly helping Konoha this time. And you're incredibly strong. With your help we'll surely defeat those villains in no time. His vibrant voice broke the tension like sunlight piercing storm clouds, and Shikamaru quietly exhaled. Such knife-edge standoffs were always the most troublesome. Shikamaru reclined in his chair, arms folded behind his head, his usual lazy demeanor masking razor-sharp clarity. Mr. Madara, we didn't come here solely for intelligence. He glanced at the lingering aura of battle clinging to Madara's frame. During your clash with the Otsutsuki, you must have sensed the unique nature of their chakra. This power, capable of rending spacetime, if left unexamined it will spawn far greater complications down the line. He paused, then sighed faintly. Dealing with these matters is taxing enough, but if it triggers mistrust among the 5 great nations, coordination alone would drive one to despair. Madara lifted his eyes toward Shikamaru's, scrutiny deepening in his gaze. This young man appeared carefree yet spoke with surgical precision. He bore echoes of Hashirama's brother Tobirama, steady, incisive, yet unburdened by rigidity. At that moment the shoji door slid open just a crack, and a slow deliberate orange blur slipped inside. Nienko-sensei swished her luxuriant tail as she tiptoed across the tatami, her round golden eyes sweeping the room before settling, unmistakably, on Madara. She'd only wandered in out of boredom, slipping past the guards unnoticed, yet now she froze, ears pricking upright. Madara. Nienko-sensei narrowed her eyes, murmuring under her breath, so the human who shares my noble name is this fearsome-looking fellow. She padded to Naruto's feet and nudged his pant leg with her head. Naruto instinctively bent down and scooped her up. Hey there, Nienko-sensei, what brings you here? Madara's gaze lingered on the orange cat, one brow arching. This feline bears my name. Yes. Naruto grinned, scratching beneath her chin. She's incredibly powerful. She's helped us resolve countless crises. Nienko-sensei wriggled free and leapt onto the low table, arching her back toward Madara as if asserting dominion. Humph. Though our names match, I'm infinitely more charming than you. She extended a paw and tapped the matcha bowl, splashing droplets of emerald liquid, prompting Shikamaru to snatch it upright with swift reflexes. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his temples. What a nuisance. The discussion was already delicate enough, now we've got an interloper stirring chaos. Yet his tone held no reproach, only a quiet, indulgent amusement, as though watching a long-anticipated spectacle unfold. Kakashi shook his head, a faint smile lifting the corner of his masked mouth. It appears today's meeting has acquired a rather unexpected participant. Madara studied the self-assured feline perched upon the table, then after a beat of silence a faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. Amusing. He reached out a finger toward her head, only for her to dodge nimbly, raking his knuckles with a sharp claw. Don't touch me so casually. Nienko-sensei puffed up her fur and sprang onto the windowsill, surveying them all from above. Carry on with your talk, I'll observe from here. The room's palpable tension had softened considerably. Tsunade watched the cat from her seat and sighed not unkindly. An uninvited guest indeed. Shikamaru brushed aside a stray lock of hair, observing the peculiar standoff between man and cat, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Still, far preferable to stalemate. He turned back to Madara, voice regaining its measured gravity. To return to the matter at hand, Mr. Madara, could you elaborate on the precise sensory impressions you gathered from the Otsutsuki's spatial ninjutsu? Outside the Hokage Tower, cherry blossoms swirled on the breeze, brushing past vermilion pillars, and alighting upon my shoulder with a whisper of cool fragility. Leaning against a wooden pillar beneath the eaves, I traced the engraved patterns of my Flying Thunder God bracelet with my thumb, my gaze fixed on the closed door, my heart heavy with remorse. I could enter, not a single barrier barred me. The Flying Thunder God seal had long been etched into every beam and column of this tower, a single thought would transport me instantly into the office. Yet today I chose to wait outside. Brother Madara's identity was inherently sensitive. Kakashi-sensei and Naruto's wariness was both justified and understandable, yet I had impulsively stepped before him, confronting them with bared teeth. That was undeniably reckless. Letting them speak with him in peace, while I stood guard here, was my quiet way of making amends. From afar rose the cheerful clamor of Konoha's marketplace, children's laughter mingling with merchants' calls, making the Hokage Tower's courtyard feel profoundly still. I gazed down at my own shadow, thoughts swirling. When I step inside I must apologize to Kakashi-sensei first. They acted solely for Konoha, for my sake. I shouldn't have let personal loyalty blind me. Then, a brisk radiant stride approached, accompanied by a familiar booming laugh cutting through wind and mist. Ha ha ha. Konoha's little ones, I'm back. I snapped my head up. Dust swirled at the end of the path as a dazzling golden figure surged forward, propelled by chakra. Her signature golden hair gleamed under the sun, her emerald coat outlined a tall, elegant silhouette, the sake gourd at her waist swung gently with each stride. It was Tsunade-sama returned at last. Her speed was breathtaking. Within moments she stood before the Hokage Tower. Spotting me leaning against the pillar, she halted abruptly. Emerald eyes flickered with surprise, then softened, imbued with something tender and ineffable, as if greeting a long-lost comrade. Your Heim. Tsunade stepped before me, her voice warm and effortless, no trace of formality, her gaze tracing my face with quiet intensity as though confirming a cherished memory. I straightened, instantly bowing slightly. Lady Tsunade, honored to meet you. My cheeks warmed. I knew she'd already heard of Brother Madara and of my earlier outburst. Yet Tsunade said nothing of the office. Instead she leaned against the pillar beside me, arms crossed, her green eyes alight with gentle curiosity. I hear you clashed with Kakashi and Naruto over that old mule Uchiha Madara. My throat tightened with guilt. I acted too rashly, ma'am. Foolish girl, she interrupted, placing a warm firm hand on my shoulder, her touch seeped through fabric radiating startling comfort. I never blamed you. Her gaze held mine, softening further. Strange, I've never met you before, yet you feel astonishingly familiar. She brushed aside a strand of hair from my forehead, her fingertips gentle and warm. Like looking at my younger self, just as stubborn, just as fiercely protective. I blinked, lifting my eyes to hers. Tsunade's smile was radiant and sincere, her warmth unmistakable, her affection unfeigned. It felt extraordinary, as if years had dissolved between us, leaving no distance, no pretense, only kinship pure and certain. "Mine this." I faltered, warmth blooming in my chest. Tsunade chuckled, shaking her head with quiet wonder. "Perhaps it's fate." She glanced toward the Hokage Tower's entrance, a knowing glint in her eye. "That Madara, back when he and my grandfather founded Konoha, he was as stubborn as a mule. Seems he hasn't changed a bit." Then without warning she seized my hand and strode toward the doors, her grip warm, unwavering, utterly commanding. "Come on, let's go in and see what's happening." As she pulled me forward, my guilt and anxiety melted away like morning mist. Tsunade-sama's kindness was a sunbeam, dispelling shadows I hadn't realized weighed so heavily upon me. Guards bowed deeply as Tsunade approached, swinging the great doors wide. Muffled voices from within drifted out, they were still discussing the Otsutsuki's chakra signatures. Tsunade glanced back, her smile luminous. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." A girl whom Madara himself regards highly, whom Kakashi and Naruto both trust implicitly, she cannot possibly be ordinary. Watching her golden hair catch the light, a sudden surge of confidence rose within me. Perhaps this inexplicable bond truly was destiny's design. Walking in beside Tsunade-sama, this encounter across time, once fraught with tension, might yet yield understanding, grace, and unforeseen turning points. As the wooden door of the conference room was gently pushed open, it carried the faint scent of cherry blossoms from the Konoha courtyard. Tsunade, clad in her emerald cloak, her golden hair loosely tied behind her head, wore her habitual bright smile. "Apologies for the wait. I just finished coordinating supplies at the border. I hope I haven't delayed anything important." She raised a hand and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, her gaze sweeping over the core members present before finally settling on the figure in the corner whose aura was distinctly different, Uchiha Madara, clad in his dark clan robe, his jet black hair falling over his shoulders. Though his crimson Sharingan was not fully open, it still exuded an oppressive pressure that made one reluctant to meet his gaze. Tsunade's steps faltered slightly. In her memory, her grandfather Hashirama Senju's hearty smile overlapped with the face before her, similar in features but colder and harder, and a wave of complex emotions surged within her. She spoke cautiously, her tone tinged with a hint of probing. "Madara-san, it's been a long time. I wonder. How is my grandfather Hashirama doing lately?" Uchiha Madara, who had been idly tapping his fingertips on the table, frowned slightly at the question. The pressure around him dropped several notches, clearly having no intention of answering such a trivial question. Yet when his crimson eyes met the genuine concern in Tsunade's gaze, he recalled the days he fought alongside Hashirama, that friend who always smiled and said, "We'll build the greatest village." In the end he softened a little. "He's just the same as ever," Madara said, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with impatience, yet he didn't refuse to answer. "He stays in his forest, content with himself." Tsunade sighed in relief, a relaxed smile spreading across her face as she turned toward the conference table. "That's good to hear." Kakashi, seeing this, adjusted his forehead protector and slid the sorted documents to the center. "Konoha's defensive deployment has been updated. Given Madara-san's special status, we initially considered the Uchiha compound as his residence, its familiar terrain and convenient for clan members to look after him." As soon as the words left his mouth, I rose quickly and looked at everyone with sincerity. "I don't think that's a good idea." All eyes turned to me and I continued, "Even though Madara-san is an Uchiha, so many years have passed. The compound is no longer what it used to be, and it would only make him feel alienated and lonely. Besides, I've already come to regard him as my older brother. My home has a spacious and comfortable guest room with plenty of space, so why not let him stay at my place for now?" Kakashi frowned and was about to object. After all, Madara's power was unfathomable and placing him in a private residence seemed difficult to monitor. But the words caught in his throat as he pondered carefully. If Madara stayed at the Hatake residence first, the siblings' bond between me and Madara would reduce his resistance. Second, close contact would allow more direct observation of his words and actions, and any anomaly could be responded to immediately. Indeed, it was more secure than leaving him alone in the Uchiha compound. He deliberated for a moment, then looked at Madara. "Madara-san, what do you think?" Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze, swept it over me and then the others, and with an expressionless face uttered two words flatly, "No objection." Tsunade, seeing this, smiled and made the final call. "If that's the case, it's settled. We'll have the Umbu keep watch nearby in secret. They won't disturb Madara-san's life but will ensure Konoha's safety." The tension in the conference room eased as everyone began discussing the details. I looked at Madara's calm profile and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. at least he wouldn't have to face those unfamiliar gazes alone. After the meeting everyone dispersed one by one. I followed Madara out of the Hokage's office. Cherry blossom petals fell on his jet black hair, softening the cold lines of his profile. The Umbu were already waiting nearby per Tsunade's instructions, keeping an appropriate distance, neither intrusive nor lax. "Where is your home?" Madara asked, first, his tone still flat, revealing little emotion. I quickly stepped forward to lead the way, my fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of my clothes. "It's in the residential district behind the shopping street, about 10 minutes on foot." Along the way many villagers cast curious glances at Madara, for his iconic black clan robes and commanding presence were too conspicuous. Yet no one came forward to disturb him, presumably because the Umbu had informed them in advance. Madara paid it no mind, walking straight ahead with steady steps as if everything around him was irrelevant. At the door of my home I pushed open the wooden gate. The yard was planted with a few daisies, exactly the kind I liked. "Madara and I come in. The guest room is clean, it's on the east side with great sunlight." Madara stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping around before landing on the training post in the corner. A barely perceptible flicker passed through his eyes. Without a word he followed me into the guest room, spacious and bright with clean tatami mats, a low table by the window and a cabinet in the corner for clothes. "Is it to your liking?" I asked nervously, for Madara and I had once been the head of the Uchiha clan, accustomed to grand mansions, and I wondered if he might find this place too humble. Madara gave a faint nod, a tacit acknowledgement. He set down his short sword and turned to look at me, his crimson Sharingan glinting in the sunlight. "Did you say earlier that you regard me as your brother?" I was taken aback, then my cheeks flushed slightly as I nodded. "You agreed before you left. Since we're siblings, staying here isn't too much trouble." Madara paused, his tone still tinged with a hint of pride. "But I, Uchiha Madara, never owe anyone a favor. While I stay at your home I'll teach you ninjutsu as repayment." My eyes flew wide open in disbelief. "Madara and you're going to teach me ninjutsu? What, you don't want it?" Madara raised an eyebrow, a hint of subtle probing in his tone. No. I waved my hands hastily, joy surging uncontrollably within me. "I really want to learn. It's just..." I bit my lip, speaking a little sheepishly. "I'm about to take the Jonin exam and my opponent is a Kage-level shinobi. I was just worrying about how to boost my strength." Madara's gaze sharpened instantly. "Kage-level?" He mused for a moment, then a faint smile tugged at his lips. "Interesting. In that case you'll have to accept this favor even more." He walked to the training post in the courtyard, raised his hand to gather a wisp of crimson chakra and ran his fingertip across the post. A deep gash appeared instantly. "Your flying thunder god and lightning release fundamentals are solid, but you lack the ruthlessness of real combat and the tactics to face a Kage-level opponent. Starting tomorrow I'll teach you Uchiha close combat techniques, the basics of high-level fire release and observation skills." "Huh?" I gasped in surprise. Those were the Uchiha's trump card techniques. Even Sasuke and I had once needed a great deal of time to fully master them. "No need to be surprised," Madara said calmly. "With your chakra reserves and talent you can master most of them. The Jonin exam is unlike ordinary missions. Your opponent won't hold back. What you need isn't just the power of your techniques but the resolve to win in one decisive strike." His words were like a bucket of cold water, quenching my agitation and making me calm down instantly. I knew Madara and I's teaching would be strict, but this was also the best chance for me to improve my strength. I bowed to him solemnly. "Thank you Madara and I'll study hard and won't let you down." Madara looked at my resolute gaze, a glint of approval flickering in his eyes, but he still said stubbornly, "Just don't waste my time." He turned and walked toward the guest room, leaving behind, "Meet here tomorrow morning. Be 1 second late and the training doubles." Watching his back I couldn't help but smile. This Tsundra older brother clearly wanted to help me, yet insisted on using repaying a favor as an excuse. I clenched my fist, my heart brimming with motivation. With Madara and I's guidance and my own efforts I would definitely pass the Jonin exam, living up to everyone's expectations and Madara and I's kindness. The Umbu outside the courtyard watching this scene quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that housing Uchiha Madara would be full of complications, but unexpectedly this legendary shinobi of the warring era had become a personal mentor for a girl preparing for her exam in such a manner. And all of this was merely because of a Tsundra obsession with not owing anyone a favor. The corridor's amber light glowed softly, yet failed to dispel the heavy shadow weighing upon my heart. Upon returning home my feet moved as though tethered by invisible threads, again and again halting before father's door, yet that simple wooden threshold felt heavier than 1,000 jin. My fingertips hovered just above the door panel, each time poised to knock, only to retreat into silence. Guilt churned violently within my chest, threatening to drown me. I stood there like a child who had committed an unforgivable transgression, stripped of all courage to face my parents. Indeed, was that not the truth? From father's perspective perhaps I truly was a willful and disappointing daughter. Uchiha Madara, the man who nearly shattered father's life and undermined the very foundations of Konoha, I had out of sheer selfishness dragged him back into our world, forcing father into reluctant compromise. All the distress I had deliberately ignored, the unspoken burdens father bore, now pierced my heart like countless sharp thorns. I was profoundly immature, consumed by my own obsessions, blind to the weight father carried, the safety of the entire village, the solemn duty of the Sixth Hokage. Just as guilt pressed down so fiercely I could scarcely breathe and the sting of tears burned behind my nose, a soft click echoed, the door swung inward from within. Father stood before me in loose pale-hued sleepwear, strands of hair fell untidily across his forehead. The warm ever-smiling gaze I knew so well now held a subtle weary depth. He looked down at me, frozen and flustered in the doorway, and sighed gently. His voice hoarse with sleep remained tender, "Come in." Turning, he stepped back into the room and sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes resting on me, not with reproach but with quiet patient expectation. After a moment he rose and shifted to a low stool beside the bed, then patted the spot he'd just vacated, his tone still calm, reassuring, "Sit here." As if activated by some silent command, I moved mechanically forward and sank onto the mattress. The sheets still held the faint clean scent of soap, and a lingering warmth that seeped gently through my skin. He had left it warm for me. That was father, always thoughtful, always gentle, even when I had placed him in such impossible difficulty. The ache behind my nose overwhelmed me. My eyes flooded, and clutching the hem of my sleeve I summoned every ounce of strength to utter the words rehearsed endlessly in my heart, my voice breaking with suppressed sobs, "Father. I'm sorry." Before the last syllable faded, a warm hand settled lightly atop my head, fingers tracing slow soothing strokes through my hair, father's touch familiar and steady, easing a fragment of my unrest. "You needn't apologize," Kakashi murmured above me, his voice both gentle and unwavering. "Without you the chasm between us and Madara would have been endless hostility, no path to reconciliation. If battle had erupted, someone, whether villagers or ourselves, would surely have fallen, perhaps even died." He paused, his fingertip brushing my crown, his tone softening further, "So Hotaru, you did nothing wrong. But father doesn't like Madara-san, do you?" I lifted my tear-blurred gaze to meet his, my voice trembling with quiet uncertainty. I knew father had yielded for my sake, but I also knew Madara remained in his heart the man who had inflicted immeasurable pain. Kakashi gazed at my reddened eyes, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face before settling into serene honesty. He nodded openly, "That's true, I don't." Then with the quiet clarity of one who has weathered decades of storms he added, "But that chapter is closed. What matters is the present. As Sixth Hokage I bear responsibility for protecting Konoha's people. Yet as your father I wish only for your happiness. So long as war remains absent, and no more innocents bleed, that is enough. Father." Gazing into the profound weariness and boundless compassion in his eyes, I collapsed into his arms, clinging tightly to his waist as tears surged, soaking his sleepwear. He understood everything, my stubborn conviction, my childish impulsiveness, and silently shouldered every strain my choice imposed upon him. Tears fell unceasingly like pearls severed from their string. I buried my face against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the comforting warmth of his body, guilt and tenderness warring within me, choking me into silence. Father said nothing, only cradled me, his palm moving gently up and down my back, tender as if soothing a wounded fawn. His hands were broad and warm, calloused faintly from years gripping kunai, yet they always knew precisely how to soothe away my tremors. After a long while my sobs subsided. I lifted my head and hastily wiped my cheeks with my sleeve, my nose red and swollen like a little rabbit's. My tears had soaked a wide patch of his sleepwear, yet he paid it no mind, only brushed away the last glistening droplets beneath my eyes with his thumb, his expression brimming with indulgent affection. "Father," I sniffled, my voice still raspy, "I know, you've borne so much pressure, for Konoha and for me." Watching the persistent fatigue etched deep within his eyes, my throat tightened with sorrow. Father was always like this, bearing every burden alone, never revealing his exhaustion. Yet I knew he too grew weary. He too faced moments of doubt. Madara-sama's return must have made things difficult for you before the other Kage, and perhaps the villagers whisper behind your back. I bit my lip, continuing softly, "It was all my selfishness, I pursued only my own desires, never considering your position." Kakashi blinked, genuinely surprised. After a beat he chuckled softly and ruffled my hair, "What nonsense are you thinking?" "I'm not overthinking," I shook my head, meeting his gaze earnestly. "Father is the greatest Hokage, and the finest father anyone could ask for. You give me everything best, shielding me from every storm. But now that I've grown I want to stand beside you, to share your burdens, not watch you carry them alone." I reached out, slipping my arm around his and leaned my head against his shoulder, my voice hushed yet resolute, "Whatever comes next, tell me. I'll face it with you. And I'll watch Madara-sama closely, ensuring he brings no trouble to Konoha." I paused, then let a quiet smile bloom, "Besides, Father, you've already done magnificently. You protect Konoha, and us, in your own way. Everyone sees it. Everyone holds it close. Those whispers. They mean nothing. I met his eyes speaking each word with quiet certainty. In my heart, father is the most extraordinary Hokage, and the father I am proudest to call mine. So please, don't carry such weight. Don't feel trapped by difficulty. Whatever unfolds, I will stand with you, supporting you, walking beside you. Kakashi watched me, his eyes shimmering with quiet emotion. After a silent moment he sighed softly and drew me close, holding me tight. All right, father understands. His voice caught barely, a warm breath grazing my temple. Hearing you say that makes every hardship worthwhile. Pressed against his chest, feeling the strong steady pulse beneath his ribs, warmth bloomed deep within me. To comfort father, this was what it felt like, tender, aching, and deeply fulfilling. I vowed inwardly from now on I would grow wiser, strive harder, hasten my passage through the Jonin examination, become a truly formidable shinobi, so I might one day stand as father's true pillar, guarding all we hold dear. The room's amber light remained soft and mellow, no longer oppressive but gentle, embracing. Father and daughter clung close, bathed in quiet warmth. Past grudges, present pressures, all dissolved in that suspended moment, leaving only profound devotion and unconditional love. As consciousness slowly returned the next morning, the first thing I detected was an unfamiliar scent lingering at the tip of my nose. It wasn't the familiar smell of laundry detergent from my own pillow, but a faint woody fragrance, warm and enveloping. I rubbed my bleary eyes, and as my vision slowly cleared I found myself looking at the familiar beige bed canopy of Dad's bedroom, lying on the soft thick silk quilt beneath me. It turned out I had somehow ended up sleeping in Dad's bed last night. Beside me Dad was still fast asleep, his breathing even and long. Oddly enough, ever since I could remember, Dad always wore that dark cotton mask when he slept, covering most of his face, leaving only his sharply defined jawline and a pair of expressionless eyes exposed. I propped myself up on the pillow, staring at his quiet profile, and my curiosity began to stir again. I recalled that in the original story Kakashi was quite a handsome man, but even after all these years I had never once seen his bare face. The more I thought about it, the stronger my anticipation grew, like a little claw gently scratching at my heart. Holding my breath, I cautiously reached out my hand. The moment my fingertips touched the edge of the mask I paused, confirming Dad showed no signs of waking, before slowly pulling the mask down a little. First, a section of his tall straight nose bridge came into view, its lines smooth and elegant, the tip of his nose slightly flushed with a hint of delicate refinement. That glimpse drove my curiosity completely beyond control. My fingers itched to probe further, to see what the brows and eyes beneath that nose bridge looked like. Just as my fingertips were about to touch the lower part of the mask, a voice suddenly sounded by my ear, hoarse from just waking yet still gentle. "Oh dear, our little lazy pig, what mischief are you trying to get up to so early in the morning?" I was so startled that I quickly withdrew my hand, my cheeks flushing hot. I turned over and buried myself in Dad's arms, pressing my face against his warm chest, and protested in a muffled voice, "It's not mischief at all." My arms wrapped tightly around his waist, my head gently nuzzling against his chest as I began to act spoiled. "Dad," I looked up, blinking, my moist eyes tugging at his shirt, my voice full of grievance and curiosity. "I've never seen what you look like since the day I was born. I just wanted to sneak a peek, it's really just pure curiosity." As I spoke I deliberately pouted a little, mimicking the way I used to act cute, maximizing my adorable factor. "Heh heh." Dad let out a low chuckle, the vibration of his chest transmitting through the skin where we touched, carrying a reassuring power. But he didn't say much, only gently patted my back with his hand. Seeing that he hadn't relented, I decided to push my luck, burrowing deeper into his arms, my cheek against his warm neck, searching my mind for every soft sweet word I could think of. "Dad, you're the best. Just let me see, okay? Just one glance. After that I'll be good. I won't secretly cause any more trouble, all right?" No sooner had I finished speaking than I felt Dad's body stiffen slightly. Then he gently pushed me away a little. I was puzzled, but I caught a glimpse of his ears above the mask turning red, and even his jawline was tinged with a faint blush. All right, he sighed helplessly, his tone full of doting surrender. "I give in." Before I could fully react to his sudden surrender, I watched Dad raise his hand and slowly remove the mask from his face. Stunning, those two words instantly consumed all my thoughts. Sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtain, spilling across his face, outlining his distinct brows and eyes. His eyebrows were thick and well-shaped, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned with a gentle curve, not a single fine line beneath them. His nose bridge was high and straight, his lips full, his skin a healthy honey tone, and he had a beauty mole by the corner of his mouth. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome face belonged to a 40-year-old father. Time seemed to have been especially kind to him, leaving few traces on his features, instead tempering them with a mature and steady charm. I was somewhat lost in staring until Dad's voice rang out again, snapping me back to my senses. His tone carried a hint of earnestness, his gaze turning serious. "You're a grown girl now. In the future, when you interact with others, you need to understand how to maintain proper boundaries. And, about matters of physical development, your father should also talk to you about that. I didn't expect you to reach this age so quickly. If something happens in the future, for example if you wake up in the morning and notice bleeding on your body, don't be afraid. You must tell me immediately, understand?" It was only then that I belatedly realized why Dad had blushed and pushed me away earlier. It was because I had been pressed too close and the developing curves of my chest had accidentally brushed against him. At that thought my cheeks burned as well. As far as I knew, Dad in this lifetime had at most experienced a kiss. He had never gone through any other matters between men and women. It was only natural that he would feel shy and at a loss in such a situation. But understanding was one thing, yet a small mischievous thought couldn't help but surface in my heart. A shy dad like this seemed quite fun to tease. I suppressed my little scheme, obediently nodded and said in a soft voice, "Dad, I know. I'll take care of myself and won't let you worry." I believe you." He raised his hand and gently ruffled my hair. I took the opportunity to lean closer to him, tugging at his hand and giving it a gentle shake, my tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Dad, it's been so long since I've properly hugged you like this. I want to hold on a little longer, just a little while, okay?" Dad's movements paused, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes. In the end he gently shook his head, his tone mixed with helplessness and doting indulgence. "There will be plenty of opportunities later." The moment he finished speaking, a sudden knock 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 at the door broke the warm atmosphere in the room. Then Madara's low steady voice came through, carrying an almost imperceptible sense of rhythm. "Time to get up. Breakfast is ready." Dad and I both froze, exchanging a glance, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. I was the first to react, unable to help muttering, "Big brother Madara actually knows how to make breakfast." In my impression, Madara had always been the lofty Uchiha clan leader. Let alone cooking, he probably rarely even entered the kitchen. Dad also put away his earlier gentle expression, put the mask he kept by the pillow back on, straightened his pajamas and said softly to me, "Get up first. Don't let him wait too long." There was an indescribable complexity in his tone, probably reflecting that he hadn't expected the legendary shinobi of the Warring States to have such a domestic side after moving in with us. I nodded and followed Dad out of bed. As we reached the door I couldn't help glancing back at the bed. The morning light had already flooded across most of it and I felt a warmth in my heart. When I opened the door I saw Madara wearing a simple plain outfit, his jet black long hair loosely tied behind his head. He appeared less sharp than usual and more tranquil, like a man of the house. In his hands he held a tray with 2 bowls of warm miso soup and a few rice balls, their aroma wafting gently with the steam. "Taking your time," Madara said, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly when he saw us, though there was no reproach in his tone. "The breakfast will get cold if you wait too long." With that he stepped aside to make way for the doorway, signaling for us to go out. His gaze swept over Dad with a faint hint of scrutiny, but he didn't say anything more. I leaned in close to the tray and took a sniff. The aroma was even stronger. My eyes lit up involuntarily. "Wow, big brother Madara, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled cook." Dad followed behind me, watching the scene, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes. He gently patted my shoulder. "Come on, let's go eat first and then we'll train afterwards." Sunlight streamed in through the corridor window, falling on the three of us. The anticipated tension never materialized. Instead there was an unexpected sense of rare harmony. I walked in the middle with my gentle dad on one side and Madara, who showed his care in his own awkward way, on the other. I suddenly felt that a morning like this wasn't so bad after all. The setting sun dyed the rocks of the training ground a dark red, echoing the background color of the Uchiha clan's emblem. Madara stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the open ground, his long black hair slightly stirring in the evening breeze, his gaze fixed on Ing before him, carrying an irrefutable authority. The essence of fire release is the condensation and explosion of chakra, but without sufficient physical endurance to support it, even the most exquisite ninjutsu is just an empty shell. From today onward, fire release training will go hand in hand with Uchiha Taijutsu. I do not keep the weak. Ing clenched her fists, the lingering fire marks on the distant rock wall reflected in her eyes, and nodded firmly. Madara's words had barely faded when his figure suddenly closed in the moment his toes lightly touched the ground. A faint crimson ripple of chakra emanated around him. He did not throw a punch but precisely brushed the side of Ying's shoulder with the edge of his palm. The force was not heavy yet carried an undeniable pressure. Uchiha Taijutsu emphasizes instantaneity and precision. Your footing must be steady, your gaze sharp, you must be able to swiftly close in on the enemy while also dodging attacks in the gaps between ninjutsu. Watch closely. As the words fell, Madara's figure swiftly darted across the training ground, his steps shifting without any hesitation. Each footfall landed precisely on the stress points of the rocks, and even when he kicked up fragments of stone his posture remained as steady as a rock. Occasionally he would suddenly halt, using his elbow for a backward strike or his toes for a sudden kick, movements clean and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary flourish, yet exuding a ruthless precision aimed at vital points. Ing held her breath and concentrated, imitating him. At first her steps were unsteady, often failing to keep up with the rhythm, and she nearly tripped over the scattered stones several times. Madara observed but said nothing. Only when she made her third mistake did a wooden stick precisely tap her ankle. Lower your center of gravity, feel the force under your feet. Uchiha footwork is not about running, it's about turning every step into a foundation for attack or defense. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, but it instantly cleared Ying's mind. She took a deep breath, slowed down, deliberately lowered her center of gravity and slightly infused chakra into the soles of her feet. Gradually her steps were no longer frantic. Though far from Madara's fluidity, she could barely keep up with the basic rhythm. Half an hour later, fine beads of sweat appeared on Ying's forehead, her breathing became rapid and her legs ached unbearably. "Stop!" Madara's voice rang out at the right moment. "Now combine fire release with footwork and release the great fireball technique. Remember, taijutsu is for finding the right moment to output in combat, not for compensating for the shortcomings of fire release. Your foundation in fire release is solid enough, what you lack is the seamless transition of executing techniques while moving." Ying straightened up as instructed, her footwork continuing while her hands swiftly formed hand seals, fire release great fireball technique. Chakra flowed smoothly through her meridians, and as she expelled it from her throat she subtly adjusted her stance, allowing the orange-red fireball to hurtle straight toward the rock wall. With a loud boom, the fireball exploded, instantly scorching a deep pit into the rock wall, and a wave of scorching heat rushed toward them. "The fire release itself is fine," Madara's tone remained flat, unreadable. "But when you formed the seals, your footwork was half a beat slow. If you were facing a Kage-level opponent who can close in quickly, that half beat would be enough to make your fire release miss." As he spoke, his figure flickered and reappeared in front of Ying. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said sternly, "Try again. This time I want to see your footwork and hand seals perfectly synchronized. The moment you release the fire release, you must anticipate the next direction of movement, achieving an integration of offense and defense." Ying gritted her teeth, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and this time showed no hesitation. Her footwork instantly accelerated, her figure weaving agilely among the scattered stones while her hand seal speed became a blur. Almost at the moment her footwork steadied, she released the great fireball technique again. The orange-red flame roared out with a powerful gust of air, larger in volume than before and even hotter. When it struck the rock wall, it even scattered sparks, heating the surrounding stones until they were scalding. "Not bad." Madara finally nodded slightly, offering a hint of recognition. "Next I will attack you with taijutsu, and you must find opportunities to release fire release while dodging. Remember, in a real battle no one will wait for you to be ready. Ninjutsu and taijutsu must be integrated." As soon as the words fell, Madara's figure moved again. This time his attack was no longer a demonstration, it carried a tangible pressure. His palms, elbows and toes struck alternately, each aimed at Ying's vital points. Ying's heart tightened and she hurriedly used the footwork she had just practiced to dodge. At first she could only defend passively, looking clumsy, and nearly got hit several times, relying on instinct to awkwardly sidestep or retreat. "What's the panic?" Madara's voice carried a hint of severity. "Keep your eyes on my movements, anticipate my attack direction, and start forming seals while using footwork to create distance." Ying took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She stared intently at Madara's movements, predicting his attack trajectory from the rotation of his shoulders and the shift of his feet. Her footwork became unpredictable, dodging quickly while completing hand seals mid-motion. Finally, after evading Madara's sweeping kick, she seized a fleeting gap. Her body suddenly spun sideways, simultaneously unleashing the fully condensed chakra, fire release great fireball technique. The scorching orange-red fireball shot straight at Madara with a howling gust, the edges of the flames even tinged with a pale purple core, indicating the temperature had been pushed to the extreme. A flicker of imperceptible surprise flashed in Madara's eyes, then his figure sidestepped like a ghost, the fireball grazing his clothes and crashing into the rock behind him, exploding into a blazing inferno, dyeing the entire rock wall red. "Your reaction and the power of fire release are both good." Madara stopped attacking, looking at Ying, who was panting heavily, her clothes soaked with sweat, and his tone held a bit more recognition. "But the connection with taijutsu is still not smooth enough. Against a Kage-level opponent this slight flaw could be fatal. Starting tomorrow, add an extra hour of taijutsu in the morning, practice focusing on polishing the rhythm of executing techniques while moving, and combat simulations in the afternoon." Ying nodded. Although her physical energy was greatly depleted, hearing Madara's recognition stirred a surge of motivation within her. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her face, looked at the flames burning on the rock wall, her eyes resolute. As long as she polished the integration of taijutsu and fire release, she was confident she could handle the Kage-level opponent in the upcoming Jonin exam. The wind across the training ground carried residual heat, brushing against his cheeks and stirring faint ripples of chakra in the air. Under Madara Uchiha's guidance these past days his progress had been nothing short of meteoric, his mastery of fire release sharpened to razor precision, enabling him to ignite flames mid-sprint. Even more remarkably, he had begun fusing lightning release with fire release, forging composite techniques that merged explosive force with piercing lethality. And Madara Uchiha, the legendary prodigy whose gaze once dismissed all but the most exceptional, had for the first time offered quiet acknowledgement, declaring him naturally attuned to the untamed chakra of fire and lightning, a rare talent indeed. That praise bestowed by a figure whose name echoed through legend warmed him from within, fortifying his resolve for the Jonin examination. Even more unexpectedly, he had broken through in wood release. Though not a native wielder of wood release, Madara Uchiha possessed an encyclopedic understanding of its principles and applications, honed over decades of fierce rivalry with Hashirama Senju. With unflagging patience he deconstructed the chakra pathways of wood release from the foundational technique of tree binding death to the advanced wood dragon technique, each nuance explained with crystalline clarity. Now his chakra reserves were more than sufficient to sustain high-tier wood release, and the wood dragon technique flowed from him with increasing fluency. He still remembered the moment he first summoned a complete wood dragon, the emerald serpent coiling skyward, radiating overwhelming vitality and palpable pressure, so potent that even Tsunade stationed far away in the Hokage tower felt its surge and came rushing to investigate. She stood at the edge of the training ground watching as he guided the dragon in elegant aerial spirals. Her golden hair stirred softly in the breeze, her jade-green eyes shimmered with layered emotion, astonishment, quiet pride, and something else, hesitation veiled in unspoken words, as if guarding a secret too delicate to utter. He had always felt an inexplicable closeness to Tsunade, a tender instinctive bond like a fledgling drawn to its parent, yet this affection never blurred his reverence. With solemn composure he ceased the jutsu and approached, bowing deeply. Tsunade merely placed a hand on his shoulder, offering vague praise, truly formidable for one so young, before swiftly averting her gaze. That lingering pause, that unvoiced wait planted a small seed of quiet curiosity in his heart, but he asked no questions. "Sister Hataru." A bright energetic cry shattered the stillness of the training ground. He turned, and there they were, Boruto holding Sarada's hand, Himawari beside them, and Naruto smiling warmly as he strode forward with the three children. Sunlight gilded their silhouettes, bathing their youthful faces in warmth. At the sight of them his chest swelled with quiet joy, fatigue from days of relentless training dissolved like mist at dawn. Himawari darted forward first, clutching his hem with tiny fingers, tilting up her round radiant face. "Sister Hataru, your great wood dragon was amazing." Boruto and Sarada crowded close, Boruto's eyes wide with open admiration, Sarada studying the fading traces of wood-based chakra behind him with thoughtful analytical focus. Naruto stepped forward, ruffling Himawari's hair before turning to him, voice direct and earnest. "Hataru, I'd like to ask you something. Are you interested in learning the Rasengan?" "Rasengan?" The word struck him like lightning. The signature technique of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a chakra-based sphere of pure rotational force, devastating in its simplicity and limitless in its evolution, from the wind release Rasen Shuriken to the Ninetales chakra mode Rasengan. He had attempted it before during training, but his chakra reserves had been insufficient, allowing only a fleeting unstable core before he set it aside, intending to revisit it once his body matured and his chakra deepened. Now his chakra reserves were vastly greater, and under Madara Uchiha's tutelage his control had grown exquisitely refined. This was the perfect moment to master the Rasengan. A fierce unmistakable yearning flashed in his eyes. He bowed slightly forward, voice trembling with earnest anticipation. "I want to learn it. Please, teach me, brother Naruto." Seeing his fervent resolve, Naruto's eyes softened with quiet pride. He laughed, a rich resonant sound, and clapped his shoulder with steady reassuring strength. "Leave it to me. Starting tomorrow I'll guide you through every step, formation, rotation, control. You'll grasp its essence in no time." The next morning he arrived punctually at the training ground, awaiting Naruto. Naruto appeared just as effortlessly cheerful, diving straight into instruction. A pale blue Rasengan spun in his palm, the whirlwind of chakra causing nearby leaves to tremble. At its core the Rasengan demands ultradense chakra compression and flawless rotational velocity. Begin by gathering chakra in your palm, and mirror this motion. He followed the instruction, but the instant chakra gathered in his palm resistance flared. His chakra bore the volatile signatures of fire and lightning, advantages in combat yet liabilities here. The moment he attempted rotation it erupted chaotically, either detonating with stinging recoil or dissipating into feeble unfocused eddies, refusing to coalesce. "No, contain it." Frowning, Naruto stepped closer, guiding his hands to recalibrate the chakra flow. "Imagine your palm holds an invisible vessel, confine the chakra within it and spin it there, not let it rage unchecked." Gritting his teeth he tried again and again, yet the chakra refused to settle into stable rotation. Half an hour passed. Not a single coherent core formed, not even a flicker of sustained rotation. Naruto watched his growing frustration with mounting helplessness. His own Rasengan affinity was innate, later fused seamlessly with Kurama's chakra. His control had long become instinctual. Now he struggled to translate intuition into precise instruction, repeating only, "Try again," and "Steady your mind," words that offered no tangible anchor for disciplined chakra manipulation. Even Boruto and the others fell silent, their earlier playfulness replaced by quiet concern as they watched him wrestle with the unseen current. Just as tension thickened, a familiar voice cut through the air. "Brother Naruto, sister Hataru, are you practicing the Rasengan?" He turned. There stood Konohamaru, flanked by several genin trainees, pausing as he passed the training ground, and smiling as he approached. Now a seasoned jonin, Konohamaru carried himself with newfound gravity, yet his warmth remained unchanged, softening the lines around his eyes. Naruto seized the moment like a lifeline, waving him over eagerly. "Konohamaru, you're just in time. Hataru wants to learn the Rasengan, but my approach isn't clicking. Could you take a look?" Konohamaru immediately shifted into focused mentorship, observing closely as Hataru attempted chakra formation, and then gently probing, "How does it feel when you try to rotate it?" "I see." Konohamaru nodded thoughtfully, turning to Hataru. "Sister Hataru, your chakra is inherently turbulent. Brother Naruto's guidance, though heartfelt, is too broad. Phrases like contain your chakra, steady your mind, or try again offer no concrete foothold for someone who needs precision. Try mine instead. First trace the spiral path with fine chakra threads in your palm, then let chakra follow that visible track, rotating slowly. Stabilize the shape first, then gradually intensify the flow." As he spoke, Konohamaru extended his hand. Delicate chakra filaments streamed from his fingertips, weaving a miniature luminous spiral pattern in his palm, deliberately slowed, each motion clear and deliberate. Step 1, outline the path, transform intangible chakra into a visible rail. Step 2, divide chakra into slender streams, guiding them along the track, like a carriage following rails unlikely to stray. Step 3, once both path and rotation hold steady, incrementally increase chakra output. Each explanation was matched with meticulous demonstration, breaking down complexity into lucid, actionable stages. Far clearer than Naruto's broad directives, it aligned perfectly with Hataru's need for granular control. His eyes lit up, he grasped the crux instantly. Before, Naruto's instruction, "Contain your chakra," had left him adrift, searching blindly. But Konohamaru had dissected the process down to its atoms: how to partition chakra, how to bind it to trajectory. Without hesitation he began anew. At first, tracing the chakra filament was clumsy, the spiral dissolving almost as soon as it formed. Yet with Konohamaru's patient repetition and gentle correction, he soon held the pattern steady in his palm. Then with infinite care he channeled chakra along the path, and this time the wild energy obeyed. No explosion, no collapse, only a faint unwavering vortex taking shape in his palm. "Yes, that's it. Hold the path, then steadily increase chakra." Konohamaru coached in real time, adjusting his pace the moment rhythm faltered, infinitely more precise than Naruto's hands-off approach. He drew a slow centering breath, and following Konohamaru's cadence amplified the chakra flow. The vortex grew sharper, denser, the air itself hummed with gathering resonance. At last, a pale blue sphere of chakra coalesced in his palm, compact, unwavering, thrumming with contained power. "The Rasengan, complete." "Wonderful, Sister Hataru." Konohamaru beamed, clapping. Naruto grinned, proud yet faintly sheepish, as he stepped forward to clap Hataru's shoulder. "You truly are extraordinary. Turns out Konohamaru's method suits you better. My teaching was too simplistic, I didn't give you what you actually needed." Hataru gazed at the Rasengan glowing softly in his palm, heart brimming with gratitude. Bowing deeply to Konohamaru, he said sincerely, "Thank you, brother Konohamaru. You broke it down so clearly, I understood at once. Without you I'd still be stranded." Konohamaru scratched his head, chuckling bashfully, "No need for thanks, it's enough to know I helped. Truth is, I struggled with the Rasengan too, for a long time. Only after repeated failure did I distill this step-by-step method, the slow, steady, scaffold way. I know exactly what beginners need." Sunlight flooded the training ground once more, weariness and frustration washed away, replaced by the quiet elation of mastery and the deep comfort of shared presence. Watching Naruto's easy laughter and Konohamaru's patient guidance, Hataru silently cherished his fortune, to have two such generous mentors willing to share their wisdom without reserve. The morning mist still clung faintly to the air as the entrance to the forest of death outside Konoha buzzed with voices and anticipation. Today marked the final round of the Jonin examinations. Grand stands had been erected at the gate, packed tightly with Kage and elite shinobi from every hidden village. I smoothed my Chunin vest fingertips, brushing lightly over the flying thunder god bracelet on my wrist, then swept my gaze across the other examinees, puppet masters from Suna, earth release users from IWA, and a lightning-wielding youth from Kyomogakure, each face taut with solemn focus while a subtle knowing smile lingered at the corner of my lips. This Jonin examination had long transcended its original purpose as a mere promotion trial. To avoid squandering talent, the five great nations jointly decided to invite outstanding Chunin from all villages, transforming it into a generational proving ground for the next generation of shinobi. Upon the grandstand sat the Kage of each village in solemn alignment. Tsunade-sama's golden hair gleamed vividly beneath the sun. When her eyes met mine she gave a gentle nod, her gaze warm with quiet expectation. Meanwhile Madara leaned back in his seat, ink-black hair spilling loosely over his shoulders, eyes closed, radiating an aura of detached indifference that warned all others to keep their distance. To Madara the exam was nothing short of absurdly dull. These Chunin below struck him as little more than children playing at war, scarcely worth the effort of opening his eyes. Yet even as he reclined his thoughts betrayed him, drifting unbidden to Hashirama Senju. Since that temporal anomaly the man had vanished without trace. Madara and Konoha's shinobi alike had scoured every village yet found no sign of that familiar figure, no doubt wandering some forgotten corner of the world, carefree and untethered. His fingers tapped idly against the armrest, releasing faint undulating chakra ripples, subtle enough to go unnoticed by most yet sharp enough to draw the wary attention of several Kage, especially Inoki, who frowned slightly, sensing something eerily familiar. On the opposite side of the stands the mood shifted entirely. Boruto, Himawari and Sarada squeezed into the front row, waving paper signs emblazoned with "Goheim Senpai" and bouncing with unrestrained excitement. Himawari cradled a fluffy orange ball in her arms, the very same feline sensei reluctantly drafted as an official morale booster. The cat sensei's round face was gently squished against Himawari's chest, golden eyes half-lidded in resigned despair. Though bound by the girl's boundless enthusiasm, he endured his role as living pillow with stoic grace, occasionally flicking his tail in muted protest, his expression a perfect blend of reluctant compliance and profound existential weariness that drew chuckles from shinobi nearby. I waved back, warmth rising in my eyes, my already steady heart settling deeper into serene calm. While others braced themselves for battle, my mind replayed last night's meticulous scheming, a grand spectacle conceived precisely for this inter-village contest. After all, if we were to stage a contest, it ought to be unforgettable. At that moment a Konoha Jonin stepped onto the elevated platform, cleared his throat and projected his voice across the field via chakra-amplified resonance. Attention all examinees. Phase 1 of the Jonin examinations, the pursuit trial, is now underway. Each Kage accompanied by 3 Jonin will enter the forest of death disguised as masked black-cloaked examiners. Examinees must evade capture for 1 full hour. Counterattacks against examiners, and among yourselves, are permitted, but lethal force is strictly forbidden. Should all examinees be apprehended, the trial ends immediately. Examiners shall treat all examinees equally, favoritism is expressly prohibited. The rules were crisp and unequivocal. As the final syllable faded, the barrier sealing the forest entrance shimmered with soft cerulean light. In a blur of motion the Kage and their Jonin aides vanished, reappearing moments later as hooded masked figures clad in black cloaks, melting silently into the forest's depths, leaving behind only a palpable pressure of chakra. The examination begins. At that command every examinee shot forward like arrows loosed from bowstrings, some instantly vanishing behind smoke or earth barriers, others forming tight-knit squads. Only I remained rooted where I stood, unhurried, hands weaving a single seal. Transformation technique. Chakra surged, and my form reshaped itself with seamless precision. Pale yellow hair cropped neatly, the iconic Fourth Hokage's crimson cloak billowing in the wind, the flame insignia at its collar blazing with unmistakable authority, even the subtle tilt of my brow echoing his legendary poise. A living, breathing Minato Namikaze emerged in an instant. Those who just dashed into the forest felt the chakra shift behind them, turned, and froze mid-stride. That's the Fourth Hokage. But he's been gone for years. Murmurs rippled through the trees, and even deep within the forest several black-cloaked examiners paused, startled by this impossible apparition. I flexed my wrist, adopting Minato's easy, confident tone, and flashed a bright open smile. Then with a burst of explosive force I darted into the forest like a phantom, speed befitting the legend I now embodied. This pursuit trial would not betray the weight of that name. The Fourth Hokage's cloak snapped sharply in the wind as I raced deeper into the forest of death. Just after evading a concealed trap laid by fellow examinees, a sharp whistle sliced the air. Kyumo's Jonin examiner cloaked in black surged forward, trailing violet lightning drawn irrevocably by the sudden appearance of the Fourth Hokage. Halt! You're not the Fourth Hokage. His voice rang with suspicion as lightning chakra coalesced in his palm into a jagged spear aimed straight for my spine. Without breaking stride I spun sharply sideways, barely dodging the strike, then glanced back with a warm, effortless grin mimicking Minato's signature blend of kindness and quiet certainty. Oh. You saw through it already. Still, speed doesn't diminish with imitation. Before the words fully left my lips, azure chakra swirled at my fingertips, the newly mastered Rasengan. Rasengan. With a clear ringing cry I hurled the spiraling sphere forward. Wind roared, leaves spiraled upward in its wake, the sheer presence of the technique commanding awe. The Kyumo Jonin's pupils contracted. He slammed his hands together, lightning release, lightning wall. A wall of crackling purple energy erupted, but shattered under the Rasengan's impact, sending shockwaves that forced him stumbling backward. How does that power measure up? I stepped forward smiling, just as the flying thunder god bracelet on my wrist blazed with golden light. Long before confronting the examiners I'd inscribed its seals across tree trunks and boulders throughout the forest. Now they awaited only my will. Now, it's my turn to take the lead. Flying thunder god technique. In the heartbeat between breaths my body dissolved into a streak of gold, and reappeared behind the examiner. He sensed danger too late, already turning to counter, yet my fingertip brushed the designated elimination point at the nape of his cloak. My voice held gentle amusement. Apologies, you've been eliminated. With the first examiner neutralized, the faint whisper of puppet strings rasped through the air. Asuna Jonin examiner controlled 3 puppets, their threads unfurling like a gossamer web to seal every escape route ahead, while 2 Iwa Jonin closed in from either flank, clearly intent on surrounding me. 3 against 1. Admirably bold. Instead of retreating I surged forward, flying thunder god seals igniting in rapid succession, as I wove effortlessly between puppet blades and earthen jutsu, my blue cloak slicing clean arcs through the dappled light. Mid-dance I called out, voice carrying effortlessly, for examiners to gang up on a single examinee hardly reflects well on your honor. Why not race instead, who's faster? The moment the words hung in the air, chakra flooded my legs, propelling the flying thunder god to its zenith. Through the forest I became a seamless chain of afterimages. Did you see that? Flying thunder god technique. As I blurred between threads I pinpointed the gap, then halted abruptly behind the Suna puppet master Rasengan already coalescing in my palm. It's over. He cried out, frantically commanding his puppets to intercept, but it was too late. My Rasengan grazed his cloak and I declared, Flying Thunder God second stage. My form vanished again, reappearing just beyond the blast radius of an IWA Earth flow bomb, then in one fluid motion I tapped both Jonin on their shoulders. Three figures stiffened then slowly removed their masks, eyes wide with stunned admiration. No wonder you can mimic the fourth Hokage. The Suna Jonin admitted with a rueful smile. I waved lightly, echoing Minato's gentle humility. Please don't call me Hokage. I'm merely a passing shinobi. Rest well, the rest of the exam awaits. No sooner had I spoken than a chakra surge, vastly greater than any before, rippled from deep within the forest. A Kage-level examiner had entered the fray. My gaze sharpened, fists tightening, the Hokage's cloak snapping taut in the wind. So, the true contest begins at last. I murmured softly, a spark of exhilaration in my voice. I mustn't let this name down. Far above Madara, previously lost in idle repose, opened his eyes. Crimson Sharingan flared with sudden intrigued intensity. This girl's flying thunder god bears more than a passing resemblance to his. Below, Boruto, Himawari and Sarada were already leaping with joy, brandishing their signs and shouting, Go Heim-senpai. Even the cat sensei, still serving as unwilling pillow, rolled his eyes then lifted his golden gaze toward the forest's heart, curiosity glinting faintly in their depths. The forest breeze abruptly stilled, dense chakra surged like a tide over the treetops, carrying the unmistakable aura of Konoha's seventh Hokage, a pressure so profound it weighed upon the very air. I froze mid-step, nerves instinctively tightening as my gaze lifted. There, perched silently on the gnarled branch of an ancient locust tree, stood a familiar figure clad in black windbreaker. Naruto had shed his examiner's cloak, his radiant golden hair gleamed vividly amid dappled woodland light, and those clear cerulean eyes held both palpable exasperation and the unshakable composure of a Kage-level shinobi. He stood alone, no other examiner's chakra signatures lingered nearby. He had deliberately distanced himself from his peers. As the seventh Hokage he could not, would not, violate the sacred principle that examiners treat all candidates with absolute impartiality. Yet facing me, his cherished younger sister whom he had watched grow since infancy, he simply could not bring himself to unleash full force. That inner conflict shimmered plainly in his eyes. Hataru. I didn't expect to meet you here first. Naruto leapt down lightly, his feet brushing leaves without sound. His voice carried layered complexity. Give up. Your progress is astonishing, but escaping my grasp. You're not quite there yet. I knew it instantly. An open combat victory was impossible. Naruto's Ninetales chakra flowed inexhaustibly, his Rasen Shuriken could obliterate mountains. A direct confrontation would end only in unequivocal defeat. I dispelled my transformation jutsu. In that flash of thought a bold idea ignited. I clenched my fists and stepped forward, raising my voice. Nisan, let's make a pact. Naruto arched a brow, clearly surprised. A pact? Exactly. I advanced another step, gaze unwavering, voice resounding with conviction. I'll land just one strike. If it draws blood, even a single drop, you release me to proceed deeper into the forest. If it fails I surrender immediately, no protest, no appeal. What do you say? This proposal offered me a slender lifeline, and neatly resolved Naruto's dilemma. I knew him well, he dreaded harming me in battle. Now, regardless of outcome, neither dignity nor principle would be compromised. Indeed, a flicker of relief crossed Naruto's eyes, the offer had struck home. After a moment's quiet reflection he nodded, solemnly agreed. I accept. At once he deliberately suppressed his chakra's oppressive weight. Feet shoulder-width apart he assumed a purely defensive stance, no intent to counterattack. He would absorb my single technique wholly and unflinchingly. The observation stands fell utterly silent, not even breath dared stir. Boruto stamped impatiently at the railing, shouting, Dad. Why on earth would you agree to such a deal? Sarada adjusted her glasses, eyes locked intently below. Hatarune never acts without preparation. If she proposes this she must have a decisive countermeasure. Obito reclined in his seat, crimson Sharingan narrowing slightly, amusement glinting deep within. Oh. What technique does this girl intend to wield? Her mastered flying thunder god? Or perhaps that colossal wood dragon technique? Even the Nikomata sensei, cradled tightly between Himawari and Sarada like a living pillow, straightened his plump round body. His golden eyes fixed intently on the two figures in the woods, his fluffy tail swaying unconsciously. Every eye turned toward me, each spectator speculating which trump card I would unveil. Yet my next move plunged the entire arena into eerie stillness. I formed a rapid, deceptively simple series of hand seals, a mischievous knowing smile curving my lips as my clear voice cracked through the forest ninjutsu. Sexy technique. Chakra flared, and my form reshaped itself. A delicate lavender off-shoulder gown accentuated a slender graceful silhouette, raven black hair cascaded like silk over my shoulders, its ends curling softly in the breeze. My features softened, gone was the usual sharpness, replaced by Sasuke's signature cool serenity, now subtly warmed with gentle allure. My eyes tilted upward ever so slightly, radiating quiet, captivating charm. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha rendered in flawless feminine form. Naruto. I mimicked Sasuke's voice precisely, cool, restrained yet laced with an almost imperceptible softness, as my gaze met his, tender and piercing as a feather tracing the heart's deepest chamber. Boom. Naruto stiffened instantly, pupils dilating wide. His cheeks flushed crimson, deep vivid as if blood itself were rising to the surface. In the next heartbeat, whoosh. Two bright red streams erupted from his nostrils, splattering onto the grass before him in twin crimson blooms. His vision blurred, focus dissolving entirely. Muttering half-coherent yet unmistakably clear, Sasuke. It's really Sasuke. Before I, or anyone in the stands, could react, he collapsed backward with a heavy thud onto the mossy earth. Just before impact he managed one final ragged whisper, drenched in disbelief and quiet defeat never imagined. I'd fall to this technique. Silence swallowed the forest whole. The stand stood frozen, no gasps, no murmurs, only stunned, speechless awe. Boruto's cry shattered the hush. Dad. How utterly useless. Defeated by that. Sarada sighed, rubbing her forehead with weary resignation. Of course, the 7th Hokage's fatal weakness remains as ever, his own father. Nearby the 12 rookie genin seating section erupted in cheerful chaos. Naruto's sudden collapse left his childhood comrades equal parts astonished and delighted. Sakura blinked, then sighed, hands lifting to her temples in amused exasperation. Predictable. No matter how many years pass, Naruto's Achilles heel will always be Sasuke-kun. And Hataru-chan. Brilliantly perceptive, she struck the exact nerve. Shikamaru, chewing lazily on a blade of grass, shook his head, though his lips betrayed a quiet smile. An utterly unexpected tactic, seemingly absurd yet devastatingly precise psychological warfare. This girl's mind moves faster than lightning. Sai lowered his brush, intrigue lighting his eyes, an inventive transformation, far more targeted than mere physical allure. Ino rested her chin on her palms, grinning. Hataru-chan truly understands leverage. This trick won't work on others, but against Naruto. Absolute annihilation. Kakashi sat nearby, fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest, the curve of his hidden smile unmistakable to identify an opponent's core vulnerability, and dare execute it with such audacity. Hataru's battlefield adaptability grows increasingly refined. Though, he added, voice laced with fond familiarity, Naruto's reaction remains utterly unchanged. Beside him Choji crunched potato chips between bites. Haha, Naruto's hilarious. Hataru's amazing. Others chimed in, praise for Hataru's brilliance, gentle teasing at Naruto's enduring legendary weakness. Konoha's shinobi whispered among themselves, some chuckling, others shaking their heads in wry admiration. Truly Naruto-sama, Hokage or not, he remains defenseless against anything tied to Sasuke-senpai. Hataru Dano is astonishingly clever. Who else would think to deploy this against Naruto-senpai? Honestly, her feminine rendition of Sasuke Dano bears uncanny resemblance. Obito leaned back listening, then laughed low, and rich amusement dancing in his gaze. Fascinating. A truly ingenious technique. This girl grasps her opponent's vulnerabilities more keenly than I anticipated. A remarkably shrewd young mind. Tsunade, seated beside him, paused, then burst into hearty laughter, her golden hair bouncing. Ha ha ha. That brat Naruto still falls flat for Sasuke-related matters. Hataru-chan, she's got my full approval. Even Nikomata-sensei, still cradled between Himawari and Sarada, sat upright, gave his fluffy tail a dismissive flick, rolled his eyes dramatically, and muttered begrudgingly, that move is underhanded, yet undeniably precise. I barely stifled my laughter as I dispelled the transformation, gazing down at Naruto, sprawled motionless on the ground, and finally let out a delighted giggle. Stepping forward I nudged his arm playfully, voice brimming with triumph. Nisan, consider yourself bested. Naruto sat up slowly, still clutching his nose, cheeks still flushed. His eyes held helpless resignation, yet unmistakable affection as he looked at me. You little fox, using that trick on me. That's downright cheating. Still he waved dismissively, voice softening. Fine fine, I yield. Go on, get moving. Others await deeper in the forest, the Kage-level examiners from foreign villages. Stay vigilant. I offered him a crisp formal shinobi salute, eyes sparkling. Thank you, Nisan. I'll be careful. With that I spun and sprinted into the forest's heart-carving joyful arcs through the wind, his muffled sigh still trailing behind me. Privately I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank the heavens I recalled this technique. After all, against Naruto and Isekai nothing surpasses the irresistible power of the feminine Sasuke sexy technique. The wind in the forest suddenly turned biting, carrying the peculiar numbing sensation of lightning release chakra, causing a fine prickling pain as it swept across the skin. I had just skirted around a dense thicket when a tall figure loomed ahead. Beneath his deep blue short hair a pair of sharp hawk-like eyes glared with pale purple lightning flickering around his body. It was the Raikage Darui. I halted my steps, a hint of helplessness welling up inside. I had only just dealt with brother Naruto and now I had to face another Kage-level powerhouse. It clearly seemed like a deliberate attempt to exhaust my chakra by sending them in waves. Fortunately brother Naruto had been easily taken care of by my seduction technique, costing little chakra. My current state should still be enough to endure a tough battle. Darui crossed his arms, looking down at me with a mixture of contempt and lecturing tone. Little girl, I know you have some skill, it's not easy to escape from Naruto. But I won't go easy on you like he did. Take my advice, go back to your ninja academy and stay there. His gaze swept over me, tinged with a hint of frivolity. With such a pretty face you can do anything in the future. There's no need to suffer as a ninja. Attempt to persuade me. I raised an eyebrow, a cold sneer rising in my heart. I admit that truly top-tier female ninja in the shinobi world are few and far between, but how fortunate I am to be born in the care of Father Kakashi, to have a powerhouse like Brother Madara guiding me, and to inherit the rare would release bloodline. With such unparalleled advantages it would be a true waste not to strive with all my might toward the pinnacle of being a ninja. Moreover, from the moment I chose to become a ninja I had already resolved to face danger and bear responsibility. How could I back down just because of a few flippant words from him? Sorry, but I don't think you've already won. I lifted my chin, meeting his gaze with unwavering eyes, my tone brimming with undisguised fighting spirit. In terms of strength you're far behind brother Naruto. I indeed am no match for Naruto, Darui admitted frankly, yet his tone remained arrogant. But it seems you haven't taken my advice to heart at all. In that case forgive me. The lightning around his body suddenly surged, crackling currents weaving a net in the air. If you get hurt, don't cry. Ha! A cold laugh escaped my throat and the anger in my heart was fully ignited. This condescending attitude, it was as if my persistence was nothing but childish stubbornness in his eyes. He probably would never know that I was no longer the teenage girl I appeared to be. With my past life and this one combined I had lived over 30 years, having seen more storms and endured more setbacks than he could ever imagine. Since he wanted to underestimate me, I would use my strength to make him understand that my will of fire could not be easily shaken. Ninja art. Would release, would clone technique. I quickly formed hand seals and chakra surged like a tide into the ground. 3 thick wooden bodies instantly rose up, 3 lifelike wood clones. Before Darui could react, I and the 3 wood clones formed hand seals simultaneously and shouted in unison, transformation technique. As chakra surged, the 4 figures transformed simultaneously. The one in red armor with a gentle yet imposing demeanor was the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the one in deep blue with sharp knife-like eyes was the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, the one draped in a brown Hokage cloak looking aged was the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the familiar fourth Hokage cloak with a cheerful smile was the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who had appeared earlier. The Hashirama Senju I had transformed into stepped forward, dense would release chakra swirling around him, a green radiance dispelling the surrounding shadows. Darui's expression finally changed, his pupils contracting. His voice was filled with disbelief. Hashirama Senju. And the second, third, fourth. How is this possible? Let's go Hokages. I shouted in a low voice, carrying the unique calm and domineering aura of the first Hokage. Before the words faded, the 4 figures moved in unison. This was the combined attack technique I had long envisioned, without relying on the true several thousand hands that even Hashirama himself had to exert full power to activate. The coordinated strength of the 4 shadows was enough to crush the opponent before us. The first to strike was the Hashirama I had transformed into. As he formed hand seals, several thick wooden vines shot out from the ground like agile pythons, tightly binding Darui's limbs and firmly anchoring him in place. Darui's pupils contracted, lightning around him flared wildly, and he roared as he tried to break free. Lightning release, thunderclap dance. A massive lightning blade condensed in his hand, attempting to cut through the wooden vines. But the resilience of Hashirama's wood release was far beyond his imagination. The lightning blade only left shallow marks on them, completely unable to break free. Just as Darui was struggling, the second Hokage Tobirama appeared behind him like a phantom. Pale blue chakra gathered in his palm into a sharp flying thunder god slash, and without hesitation he struck Darui's back, not a fatal blow but with a powerful impact that instantly dispersed the lightning release chakra around him. At the same time, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, wielding his adamantine staff, leaped up and delivered a powerful sweeping strike to Darui's shoulder. The 2 attacks combined sent the bound Darui flying. Darui grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his body uncontrollably flew into the sky. Before he could adjust his posture, the fourth Hokage Minato used Flying Thunder God technique to instantly teleport above him. His white cape fluttered in the wind as he reached out his hand, precisely grabbing Darui's collar like picking up a little chick, and continued ascending with him, his tone playful. No matter how fast you are once bound, you're helpless. The crowd on the distant stands were stunned by this seamless combination, rising to their feet, their eyes fixed on the figures in the sky. Now is, shouted the Hashirama I had transformed into, simultaneously controlling the previously summoned wood clone to leap up. The huge wooden palm opened in the sky like a giant net that blotted out the sun. Minato seized the moment and released his grip. Darui's body began to freefall while the wood clone's giant palm with overwhelming destructive force slammed down hard toward him. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the giant palm struck Darui's body, smashing him violently into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust cleared, Darui lay face down on the ground, covered in wounds, unable to move. His eyes were filled with despair and shock. He finally understood that the little girl he had underestimated not only possessed a powerful bloodline limit but also had tactical acumen and coordination awareness far beyond her peers. The dust gradually settled as I dispelled my wooden clone, its form dissolving into wisps of chakra that receded back into my body. No sooner had the synchronized jutsu concluded than an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed over me, my limbs grew heavy, my movements sluggish. Earlier I had expended chakra recklessly to end the battle swiftly, now the 4 Kage joint technique had drained nearly half my reserves, leaving even the simplest transformation unstable. As chakra ebbed from my veins, I released the first Hokage Hashirama's transformed guise and returned to my true form, leaning wearily against the trunk of a nearby tree, breathing deeply, fingertips pressing gently against my temples to ease the dizziness. Fortunately for the remainder of the exam I encountered no other Kage-level proctors, only Naruto and Iai-san and Reikage Darui. When the overseeing Jonin announced the conclusion of the pursuit trial, this tense, exhilarating assessment finally ended without incident. Dragging my exhausted body out of the forest of death, I emerged at the entrance, and there stood my father waiting. He stood tall at the edge of the crowd, his familiar mask unchanging, his gaze piercing through the clamor of returning genin, locking onto me with unmistakable concern. "Himari," he said softly, stepping forward and lightly patting my back. "You must be utterly spent." "Not too bad, Papa." I leaned against his arm and the tautness in my nerves melted away, fatigue too seemed to soften at his presence. Then a voice laced with grievance cut in, "Himari. You're finally out." I turned to see Naruto and Iai-san standing a short distance away, arms crossed, cheeks still flushed, eyes brimming with wounded pride, like a child who'd just been scolded unjustly. "That technique was completely unfair. You used it on me, in front of everyone, and humiliated me on the spot. Now the entire shinobi world knows I fell to the cross-dressing Sasuke." His voice grew increasingly plaintive, thick with accusation. "You've shattered the Hokage's dignity beyond repair." I couldn't help but laugh, stepping forward to tap his arm playfully, my tone teasing. All right Naruto and Iai-san, I had no choice. I couldn't match you head-on, so I resorted to subterfuge. And truly, this only proves how deeply you and Sasuke and Iai-san trust one another. People will envy your bond, not mock it." "Exactly." Boruto popped up behind Naruto, flashing him a mischievous grin. Dad's defeat was hilarious, but Himarine's strategy was absolutely brilliant. Tsunako nodded eagerly beside him, tugging gently at Naruto's sleeve. "Papa, Himarine is amazing." Naruto stood speechless, then sighed long and resigned, ruffling my hair with warm affection. Fine. I surrender, to you, little one. But no more of that trick next time." My father watched our banter, his eyes crinkling with quiet tenderness as he murmured, "Let's go home and rest. Tomorrow's exam demands full focus and fresh energy." Just as we turned to leave, a steady voice called from behind, "Young lady, wait a moment." I glanced back to see Darui approaching slowly, not with arrogance but with the sober gravity of hard-won respect. He stopped before me, his gaze steady and deliberate. "In the forest just now, I admit I underestimated you. Your tactical acumen, chakra control and unwavering courage in facing overwhelming strength, these are the hallmarks of a true shinobi." I paused, then straightened my spine and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your recognition, Reikage-sama. There's no need to address me as Sama. Tomorrow's exam awaits, give it your all. I look forward to seeing what you'll do." A faint rare smile touched his lips. With that he turned and walked away, the crackle of lightning chakra around him softened, its oppressive weight replaced by something open, unguarded and sincere. Watching his retreating figure, Naruto and Iai-san raised an eyebrow, voice laced with quiet pride. "Not bad, Himari. Earning Darui's respect means your performance today truly shone." My father nodded, his expression filled with quiet satisfaction. "Well done." The setting sun bathed us in golden light, stretching our silhouettes long across the earth. I clenched my fist, heart swelling with resolve. Supported by Papa and Naruto and Iai-san, affirmed by the Reikage, I would rise even higher tomorrow. We hadn't taken more than a few steps when a flash of gold approached, a figure unmistakably Tsunade-sensei. She wore her signature emerald coat, her golden hair catching the last warmth of sunset, her face no longer stern as it had been atop the observation stand, but soft and tender, deeply attentive. "Himari, come here," she beckoned, her voice gentler than usual. I hesitated, then hurried forward. Papa and Naruto and Ai-san paused nearby, giving us space. Tsunade-sensei studied me carefully, her gaze lingering on my trembling arms and pallid cheeks, her brow furrowing slightly. "That battle took a heavy toll, didn't it? Chakra depletion is never trivial. Soak in a hot bath tonight, and drink a nutrient elixir to restore your strength." Her tone brooked no argument. From her ninja tool pouch she withdrew a small vial of pale green liquid and handed it to me. "This is my custom chakra revitalizing serum, drink it before bed. It will accelerate your recovery. Tomorrow's exam matters, but your body is your foundation. Never push past its limits." I accepted the vial, its cool glass sent a ripple of warmth through me. Tsunade-sensei, outwardly boisterous and unrefined, always noticed the smallest things. The way she paused, almost speechless upon witnessing my use of wood release, now this meticulous care for my well-being, this profound quiet warmth stirred something deep within me, the longing for a mother's love, a feeling I'd never known. I tightened my grip on the vial, lifting my gaze to meet hers, hesitating only a heartbeat before whispering, voice trembling with hope and vulnerability, "Tsunade-sensei, you're so kind to me." Then softer still, trembling with quiet courage, "May I call you Mama?" The words hung in the air. I held my breath, watching her face, every muscle stilled. Papa and Naruto and Ai-san froze where they stood, turning toward us in stunned silence. Tsunade-sensei's pupils widened, shock flickered across her features, quickly giving way to layered emotion, astonishment, deep emotion, and a tenderness so subtle it shimmered like dawn light. She remained silent for a breath, then reached out, her fingers brushing my hair with gentle radiant warmth. "Foolish child." Her voice soft as the evening breeze carried a delicate tremor. "If that's what you wish, then yes, you may." At those words my vision blurred. I threw myself into her embrace, clinging fiercely to her waist. Her scent, clean, herbal, comforting, wrapped around me like sunlight. Her arms were solid, safe, infinitely warm, the first true taste of maternal love I had ever known. "Mama." I choked out, tears spilling freely as years of buried yearning surged forth. Tsunade-sensei stiffened, just for an instant, before gathering me close, her hands soothingly stroking my back. Papa watched from afar, his eyes alight with quiet joy. Naruto and Ai-san grinned and gave me a thumbs up. The golden light of sunset enveloped us, warm, luminous, eternal. As night deepened, the streets of my village shed their daytime bustle, with only a few scattered streetlights casting a warm yellow glow. I had just finished the chakra recovery potion given by Mama Gangsho and was about to rest when a familiar chakra fluctuation drifted in from outside. It was Brother Ban. I quietly pushed open the door and sure enough saw Brother Ban leaning against the old locust tree in the courtyard. His jet-black long hair cascaded like a waterfall in the night, his scarlet Sharingan shimmering faintly in the shadows. His aura still carried a hint of aloof coldness, yet it lacked the sharpness of his usual demeanor. "Brother Ban." I stepped forward, my tone tinged with a hint of excitement. Earning his recognition for my performance in the Forest of Death during the day was what I eagerly anticipated most right now. Brother Ban looked up at me, a faint, barely perceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, but his tone remained somewhat stern. "Your performance during the day was decent enough. You accurately seized Naruto's weakness, and the foreshadow combined attack showed some brains." His voice shifted, growing heavier with clear criticism, "But your chakra control is terrible. You held the transformation jutsu for too long and wasted chakra on unnecessary movements. Had you not encountered no other Kage-level examiners at the end, you wouldn't have made it through the exam at all." I lowered my head, scratching it sheepishly. "I know, Brother Ban. Next time I'll be more mindful of conserving chakra." Brother Ban snorted coldly, his gaze resting on me, his tone softening a bit. "Your wood release is getting more and more proficient." As he spoke there was a subtle complexity in his tone, even a faint trace of jealousy, perhaps because he felt I'd been too focused on wood release lately, neglecting the Uchiha techniques he taught me. I instantly caught the anomaly in his tone and a sly smile welled up inside me. I raised my head, my eyes firm as I looked at him. "Brother Ban, for tomorrow's match I plan to use the Uchiha techniques you taught me. I won't rely on wood release anymore." Brother Ban's figure visibly paused, his scarlet Sharingan narrowing slightly as he stared at me for a few seconds as if verifying the truth of my words. After a moment he took two items from the ninja tool pouch behind him, an ancient-looking Yuzebo war fan, its clan emblem gleaming with a dull luster under the moonlight, and a black Yuzebo clan attire with delicate red flame patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs, the fabric soft yet resilient. "This is..." I widened my eyes in surprise. "I had a sudden idea to customize them for you." Brother Ban handed the items to me, his tone carrying a stiffness that seemed unnatural, but his gaze drifted into the distance, his voice low. "After I came to this world I learned that the Yuzebo clan had long since vanished into the river of history. Since you're learning the Uchiha techniques with me, you deserve proper attire. I always want to do something to let this world know that the Uchiha legacy isn't over." Moonlight fell upon his face, outlining his chiseled profile. At that moment he seemed less like the ruthless shinobi no shinobi, and more like a man carrying the obsession and melancholy of his clan. I extended both hands and solemnly accepted the war fan in clan attire. My fingertips touched the cold edge of the fan, yet a scorching warmth surged within my heart. Clutching the clan attire tightly, I looked up at Brother Ban, my eyes filled with determination, and said word by word, "Brother Ban, I promise you in tomorrow's match I will give it my all and live up to the Yuzhibo name." Brother Ban looked at my resolute expression, a flicker of approval passing through his eyes, then he reverted to his usual tsundere demeanor, letting out a soft, "Humph, remember what you said. Don't disgrace the Uchiha." "I will." Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps nearby. We turned to see Papa Kakashi standing under the corridor holding 2 cups of warm tea. He looked at the war fan and clan attire in our hands, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes and a slight smile curved his lips. "Looks like tomorrow's exam is going to be a show worth watching." Brother Ban glanced at him, said nothing but didn't drive him away either. I took the tea from Papa, the warmth sliding down my throat and spreading through my whole body. In the moonlit courtyard the 3 stood quietly. The moonlight was gentle and the air was filled with the faint aroma of tea and a wordless understanding. I looked down at the Yuzhibo clan attire in my hands, my heart brimming with drive. Tomorrow I would not only win the match but also make everyone see that the glory of the Uchiha had never faded. The next morning the arena for the Jounin exam was buzzing with noise as examinees and spectators from various villages had gathered. When the barrier of the entrance passage slowly opened, a figure in a deep blue silhouette stepped out with steady strides, instantly drawing the attention of the entire venue. It was me, wearing the Yuzhibo clan attire. The deep blue clan attire fitted perfectly, the red flame patterns on the collar and cuffs shimmering brightly under the sunlight. The ancient Yuzhibo war fan was slanted across my back, its clan emblem solemn and striking. I had dyed my long hair jet black and tied it into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead. My originally soft features now carried a hint of sharpness. Though I lacked the Sharingan, the chakra around me exuded the unique oppressive presence of the Uchiha as I walked step by step toward the center of the arena. Is that the Yuzhibo clan attire? And the Yuzhibo war fan? What's going on? Murmurs from the stands rose and fell, all eyes locked on me, some surprised, some curious, and some even respectful. Mama Gangsho sat in the judge's seat, her eyes full of confusion. Brother Mingren smiled and nodded, expectation shining in his eyes. Brother Ban leaned in a corner of the stands, a faint barely noticeable curve on his lips and a glint of approval flickered in his scarlet Sharingan. I stood at the center of the arena, stopped and slowly raised my head, sweeping my gaze across the entire venue. My voice, amplified by chakra, echoed clearly and firmly, "Today in the name of the Uchiha I accept the challenge." The moment the words fell, my chakra surged abruptly. Black chakra currents swirled around me, contrasting with the flame patterns on my attire, radiating an overwhelming dominance. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Everyone understood that this match was bound to be spectacular. At the center of the arena Shikamaru stood upon the elevated platform, clad in his official referee uniform, holding a scroll with solemn composure. As he stepped forward, he cleared his throat, his voice amplified by chakra-enhanced speakers resonated across the stadium, silencing the surrounding clamor. "All examinees and honored spectators, prepare to hear the rules for the final stage of this Jounin examination." Instantly the arena fell into hushed stillness, every gaze converged upon Shikamaru. This match shall follow a one-on-one elimination format, the pairings determined by random draw. Shikamaru unrolled the scroll and recited each clause with deliberate precision. The top 4 finalists shall be promoted to Jounin without further review, and the champion shall earn a rare once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to challenge any Kage-level shinobi from any hidden village. A wave of astonished murmurs surged through the stands. Flames of fierce ambition ignited in the examinees' eyes, not only for the Jounin title but for that unparalleled chance to test themselves against a Kage. Having concluded the proclamation, Shikamaru rolled up the scroll and gestured for staff to bring forth the lottery apparatus. Rules delivered. Now the first round of draws begins. Examinees stepped forward one by one to draw their lots while I remained motionless, my black Uchiha clan attire rippling softly in the breeze, the fan strapped diagonally across my back perfectly still. As fellow examinees passed me they instinctively quickened their pace, casting wary glances my way and deliberately widening the distance between us. After all, yesterday's confrontation in the Forest of Death, where I faced 2 Kage-level shinobi Naruto and Darui, had already been broadcast live to every corner of the arena, and no one wished to draw me this formidable opponent in the opening round. I paid it no mind, maintaining the Uchiha signature hauteur, lips tightly pressed, silent and unyielding, dark eyes half-lidded, sweeping coldly over the crowd, radiating an aura that forbade approach. This was a pose I had carefully adopted, not only as homage to Brother Madara's legacy but also to deter unwelcome entanglements. From the judge's dais Tsunade watched me with a faint furrow in her brow, turning toward Kakashi beside her, voice laced with quiet bewilderment. "Kakashi, this girl was perfectly composed yesterday. Why does she stand like this today? Did something happen between you two yesterday?" Kakashi offered a faint enigmatic smile, declining to answer directly. Instead he tilted his chin subtly toward the arena center. "Let's watch the match first, Elder Tsunade. Hikari has her own intentions. Hikari has her own intentions." Tsunade sighed inwardly, rolling her eyes in gentle exasperation before returning her gaze to me. her expression softening almost imperceptibly tinged with quiet indulgence. No matter how many generations past, the Senju and Uchiha are fated to intertwine, by blood, by destiny, by endless echoes of the past. Her whisper carried the weight of memory, catching the ears of several Kage nearby who exchanged knowing contemplative glances. The draw progressed swiftly. Soon the electronic display unveiled the first-round matchups. When my name appeared alongside my opponent's, I lifted a brow, softly uttering the name, Shinki. I raised my eyes to his portrait on screen, a youth in black Suna uniform wreathed in faint magnetic chakra, face impassive, gaze sharp as honed steel. The name, and that stark shadowed silhouette, struck me instantly. Wasn't he the final adversary in Boruto's climactic battle? Fragments of fire shadow clips I'd glimpsed in my past life surfaced vividly, the obsidian black garb, the unique magnetic chakra, etching his image deep into my memory. My mind raced through what I recalled of Shinki, adopted son of Gaara, fifth Kazekage of Suna, bearer of the magnet release bloodline limit, master puppeteer whose art fused seamlessly with magnetic chakra, offense and defense woven into a single relentless whole. I clenched my fist silently, resolving that having pledged to Brother Madara to fight solely with Uchiha techniques I would not rely on would release. This duel demanded utmost caution. Just then a cold, piercing gaze locked onto me. I turned, and there in a distant corner stood Shinki, watching me without flinching, his stare unwavering and direct. His eyes held no fear, only fierce burning anticipation, as if facing me were a long-awaited culmination. Looks like I haven't arrived too late. A hoarse, chilling voice cut through the air near the judge's dais, drawing Naruto's and the other Kage's immediate attention. All turned to see Orochimaru materialize at the edge of the stands, his signature white robe flowing, golden slit-pupiled eyes scanning the arena with eerie calm, a faint inscrutable smile playing upon his lips. Naruto rose instantly, eyes narrowing with guarded vigilance. Orochimaru, what brings you here? His history remained too tangled, his motives too ambiguous to trust. Relax, I bear no ill intent, Orochimaru murmured, tilting his head lazily. I've merely come to witness whether the fruit I planted long ago has finally bloomed to my satisfaction. His words hung cryptic and veiled like riddles wrapped in mist. Then he fell silent, settling into a secluded corner, his gaze fixed unerringly upon me. Naruto exchanged glances with the other Kage, still wary yet unwilling to provoke openly. In public Orochimaru would not act rashly. The first round commenced swiftly, successive pairs ascended the battlefield. Yet their clashes proved lackluster, crude technique, sluggish pacing devoid of tactical finesse or explosive ninjutsu exchanges, lulling even seasoned observers into drowsy disinterest. Standing in the waiting area I glanced briefly, then turned away unimpressed. Such battles offered nothing worth studying. So I closed my eyes, entering quiet repose, while mentally reviewing the Uchiha techniques Brother Madara had taught me, rehearsing counter-strategies against magnetic chakra and puppetry. Though my eyes remained shut, my finely honed chakra sensing ability, forged through years of disciplined cultivation, allowed me to track every fluctuation in the arena, ensuring I would never miss my turn. After an indeterminate span, Shikamaru's voice pierced the stillness. Hikari, you're up. I opened my eyes, dark irises flashing with razor-sharp intensity, as my aura of icy aloofness surged anew. I straightened my spine and strode forward with measured, unhurried steps, each footfall echoing with quiet authority, onto the central arena. Opposite me Shinki advanced in perfect synchrony, our gazes met mid-air and the air itself seemed to thicken with unseen tension, crackling like storm-charged silence. A duel between Uchiha fire and Suna's magnetic chakra was about to ignite. Begin. The moment Shikamaru's voice rang out, the very currents of air at both ends of the arena tightened like drawn bowstrings. Without hesitation Shinki launched his assault, hands blurring through seals at impossible speed, magnetic chakra surging from his palms with a metallic chill as he intoned, magnet release iron sand rain. Before the final syllable faded, torrents of pitch-black iron sand erupted from his sleeves, coalescing midair into a dense lethal barrage of needles, each shrieking through wind with razor-edged precision, magnetically guided to converge upon me from every angle. My dark eyes sharpened like forged blades. With chakra perception refined over years of relentless training, I charted every needle's trajectory, feet unmoving, hands sealing in flawless unison, chakra coiling fiercely within my chest as I commanded, fire release, great fire annihilation. Scorching flames roared from my mouth, erupting into a searing wall of fire, wide, incandescent and unyielding, rushing headlong to intercept the iron sand rain. Uchiha fire techniques were famed for their blistering heat and explosive velocity. The instant this jutsu ignited, ambient temperature soared, and where flame met iron sand, a deafening sizzling hiss filled the arena as steam erupted violently. The iron needles, glowing cherry red under the inferno's wrath, lost momentum rapidly, melting mid-flight like molten slag, raining down in droplets that struck the arena floor with hollow pings, leaving scorched craters and billowing plumes of black ash. Unfazed, Shinki's fingers twitched, triggering the puppet concealed behind him. Forged entirely from obsidian alloy, its joints braided with hair-thin iron sand filaments, its hands transformed into gleaming metal blades, and its torso studded with jagged cannon-like muzzles, it lunged forward with predatory swiftness. Simultaneously the still warm iron sand on the ground reanimated, twisting into slender serpentine chains that slithered silently from all directions aiming to bind my limbs before the puppet delivered its killing strike. Trivial tricks. I scoffed coldly, leaping backward in a single fluid motion then drawing the Uchiha war fan from across my back. As its surface unfurled chakra surged along the haft like lightning. This fan was Brother Madara's gift, a treasured Uchiha heirloom capable of amplifying wind release and channeling chakra with surgical precision. Wind release pressure damage. I swept the fan downward, releasing a torrent of compressed gale that slammed outward as an invisible crushing wall. The gale twisted and shattered the encircling iron sand chains, scattering them like brittle twigs, while simultaneously forcing the charging puppet backward in staggering retreat, its joints vibrating under the sheer force of the wind. This was Brother Madara's personal refinement, melding the Uchiha war fan with elemental jutsu to elevate ordinary wind release beyond its natural limits. Shinki's eyes narrowed, not faltering but commanding the puppet to stomp hard. Its chest cannons flared with ominous light, magnet release iron sand cannon. Simultaneously he sealed rapidly, magnet release iron sand barrier technique. The ground trembled violently as iron sand surged upward, coalescing into a towering circular wall that sealed us both inside, cutting off escape. A calculated trap, an enclosed arena designed for attrition. Unperturbed I launched myself skyward, evading the cannon fire effortlessly, then swung the fan again, compressing chakra to a razor's edge along its rim, wind release wind blades. Several translucent and possibly thin wind blades sliced forth, lightning swift and lethally precise, aiming directly at the puppet's control filaments. A series of crisp metallic snaps echoed, severing multiple filaments. The puppet's staggered movement suddenly sluggish, its lethal advance grinding to an abrupt halt. Seizing the opening I wasted no time, hands weaving seals with practiced grace, chakra igniting into flickering crimson flames at my fingertips, fire release phoenix flower fire technique. Dozens of compact fireballs streaked toward Shinki, disrupting his next sequence of seals and compelling him to divert chakra toward defensive iron sand shielding. Shinki frowned slightly, concentrating remaining iron sand into a thick layered shield to absorb the fireballs, all while recalibrating puppet control to regain dominance. Now, it is my turn to attack. My gaze hardened. I landed lightly, then surged forward using Brother Madara's Uchiha swift step, each stride placed precisely within the shifting gaps of flowing iron sand, my form darting like a phantom toward Shinki. Shinki reacted instantly, commanding iron sand to surge upward beneath my feet, attempting to anchor my movement. Anticipating it I swept the fan horizontally, blasting the iron sand aside, then sealed again, fire release great fireball technique. A colossal fireball roaring with radiant heat hurtled toward Shinki, forcing him to reinforce his iron sand shield once more. At the exact moment the fireball detonated, engulfing the arena in thick concealing smoke, I slipped sideways, evading the puppet's final lunge, then formed the advanced Uchiha fire seals, concentrating blazing chakra into my right palm, fire release dragon flame release technique. A high-tier Uchiha art personally taught by Brother Madara, its flames burned hotter than standard fire releases and could shift shape at will, guided by chakra intent. I leapt, right hand trailing fire, and aimed the dragon-shaped flame directly at the puppet's core nexus, the vital node governing all control. Destroy it and the puppet would fall inert. Danger. Shinki's expression shifted, hastily retracting the puppet while flooding my arm with iron sand, seeking to smother the flame. But such a flame, forged with immense chakra investment, could not be so easily quenched. It incinerated the incoming iron sand in an instant, unrelenting in its descent. With a thunderous boom the dragon flame struck true, obliterating the core. The puppet collapsed, power severed, lying lifeless upon the scorched earth. Undeterred Shinki refused surrender, hands sealing with renewed urgency, magnetic chakra flaring violently as iron sand churned anew across the arena floor, magnet release iron sand spears. Thick barbed spears erupted from the ground, shrieking through air like falling meteorites, aimed straight at my heart. My dark eyes remained serene. Raising the Uchiha war fan I angled its surface directly at the oncoming spears, Uchiha secret art war fan, reflection. The fan's core ability, absorbing an opponent's chakra-based technique and hurling it back with amplified force. The iron sand spears struck the fan's surface, and vanished absorbed in an instant, only to erupt outward moments later, propelled by intensified chakra bearing down upon Shinki himself. Shinki's pupils contracted, clearly unprepared for such reflection. He barely managed to erect a last-minute iron sand barrier. Boom, the barrier shattered under impact. Shinki staggered backward, blood welling at the corner of his mouth, lightly wounded but still standing. Regaining his footing he stared at my Uchiha war fan and the lingering embers of my fire release, respect flickering in his gaze yet defiance still burning bright. His hands resumed sealing chakra, swirling with increasing turbulence. At that very moment of escalating tension a sharp rending sound, shrrk, pierced the heavens and earth. Instinctively all eyes lifted skyward. Above the arena the heavens themselves split open like cloth slashed by a blade, a vast pitch-black fissure tearing across the sky. Violent spatial turbulence churned within its jagged edges and an oppressive force thick as storm-laden clouds poured forth from the rift, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield, so suffocating that even the air seemed to freeze solid. In the next heartbeat a figure clad in crimson battle armor plummeted from the rift, crashing violently onto the empty center of the arena with a thunderous boom, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. As the dust settled, the onlookers gasped in unison. It was Senju Hashirama. His scarlet armor bore deep gashes, savage wounds marred his shoulder and abdomen, blood seeping through the fabric to stain broad swathes crimson. His face was deathly pale, his hands braced against the ground as he drew ragged heaving breaths, his chest rising and falling with desperate urgency, clear evidence of a recent brutal near-fatal battle. Hashirama. From a corner of the stands Madara shot upright, his languid posture vanishing in an instant. His crimson Sharingan locked fiercely upon the rift as chakra erupted from him like a volcanic cataclysm. Behind him the skeletal frame of Susanoo coalesced in deep azure, arms clenched into fists, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. Before anyone could react, another figure emerged calmly from the rift, golden eyes glacial and detached, surrounded by a faint violet aura. Kagaya's descendant Momoshiki. Trailing behind him stood a tall poised warrior gripping a gleaming golden blade, his presence equally frigid and lethal. Kinshiki. Senju Hashirama. I confess, I did not expect you to endure this far, Momoshiki murmured, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over the crowd below before settling upon Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and that pure unmistakable Uchiha chakra. How delightfully unexpected. Momoshiki. Naruto instantly activated his Nine-Tails chakra mode, the golden chakra surging around him like molten sunlight, as he blurred forward, positioning himself squarely before Hashirama, eagle-sharp and vigilant. How did you get here? Dare harm my dearest friend, you court death. Madara's roar shook the very foundations of the arena. His Susanoo surged to full height, towering dozens of meters, wielding a colossal katana. With earth-shattering strides it charged Momoshiki, the great blade cleaving the air with a shriek as it descended in a blow meant to unmake reality itself. My heart clenched. Abandoning my assault on Shinkai, I whirled toward Niji and shouted, Uncle Niji, evacuate everyone. The Otsutsuki seek chakra, the arena is no longer safe. Even as the words left my lips I formed hand seals, releasing my chakra without restraint, channeling it violently into the earth. Mokuton wood human technique. A titanic wooden colossus erupted from the ground, tens of meters high, its sinewy limbs thrumming with raw pulsing life force. I leapt onto its broad shoulder and steered it headlong toward the heart of the maelstrom. Naruto simultaneously forged his bond with Kurama, the golden chakra coalescing into the colossal roaring visage of the Nine-Tails, standing shoulder to shoulder with Madara's Susanoo. He turned to me and cried, Hataru. Hold Kinshiki at bay, I'll handle Momoshiki with Master Madara. Understood. I barely finished speaking when Kinshiki became a golden blur, blade raised high, hurtling toward my wood human. Clang. The golden blade struck the wood human's fist with cataclysmic force, deafening, reverberating. The colossal figure staggered backward several steps and I felt the tremor jolt up through my feet. Eyes narrowing, I commanded the wood human to cross its arms in defense, then sent thick serpentine roots erupting from the earth, coiling like living vipers toward Kinshiki's limbs. Kinshiki scoffed, spinning mid-air, the golden blade tracing a blinding arc, shink. Severing every vine in a flash. In the same motion he launched himself skyward, blade aimed straight for the wood human's head, where I stood. Anticipating the strike I wrenched the wood human's head down, then sealed hand signs and fired razor-sharp wooden spears from its shoulders, Mokuton piercing spears technique. The spears hissed through the air, forcing Kinshiki to twist aside mid-leap, breaking his momentum. Elsewhere Madara's fully manifested Susanoo swung its massive katana, each stroke carving trenches deep into the arena floor. Naruto hurled tailed beast balls with precision, ever mindful of civilian safety. Golden chakra blasts collided with Momoshiki's violet energy spheres, their explosive shockwaves rattling the arena's protective barrier and cratering the earth beneath. Hashirama, though grievously wounded, pressed his palms together, Mokuton Shinju no Koryu. Countless colossal trees erupted from the ground, vines lashing like hungry serpents surging toward Momoshiki to bind and immobilize him, creating openings for Madara and Naruto to strike. Momoshiki's expression darkened. He formed seals, violet chakra coalescing into a titanic hand that slammed down, shattering the encroaching forest, while evading both the Susanoo's blade and Kurama's barrage. Yet Madara and Naruto fought in seamless synchrony, and Hashirama's relentless pressure gradually forced Momoshiki onto the defensive. His violet chakra flickered, growing unstable. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Kinshiki pinned down by Hataru's wood human, unable to intervene. His face tightened with displeasure. It seems today is ill-suited for lingering. With a contemptuous snort Momoshiki unleashed a concussive wave of violet chakra, sending Madara, Naruto and Hashirama staggering back, then whirled and shot upward toward the rift. Kinshiki, retreat. You think you can just leave? Naruto roared, launching Kurama into pursuit. Madara followed close behind, the Susanoo-OS great sword arcing once more. I responded instantly, driving the wood human into a furious assault against Kinshiki, fists flying in rapid succession, forcing him into full defense, delaying his departure. As Momoshiki fled, he twisted midair to fire violet energy blasts back at his pursuers. Madara's Susanoo absorbed several impacts, then landed a devastating slash across Momoshiki's back. A choked grunt escaped him, blood spraying, but his flight never faltered. He surged onward toward the rift. Naruto's tailed beast ball struck Momoshiki's leg, causing him to stumble, but he vanished into the rift nonetheless. Damn it! Naruto clenched his fist, staring helplessly at the closing void. On the battlefield, Kinshiki, seeing Momoshiki's escape and finding himself utterly overwhelmed by Hataru's wood human, grew visibly anxious, attempting to break free only to be ensnared tighter. With Madara and Naruto returning, Kinshiki's fate was sealed, crushed beneath a single shattering blow from the Susanoo-OS fist, rendered unconscious and powerless. Jinchur was struck full force by Susanoo-OS colossal fist, his body crashing violently onto the ground and sending up a plume of dust. The golden long blade slipped from his grasp and embedded itself into the earth nearby. He struggled weakly, only to be immobilized completely by Madara's chakra, bound fast, unable to move an inch, his eyes burning with cold defiance and bitter resentment. Beyond the arena, the evacuated crowd had not yet fully dispersed. Distant cries and murmurs still faintly echoed through the air. At that very moment, a streak of violet light tore across the sky and landed instantly at the arena's edge, his cloak billowing fiercely in the wind. Itachi's elder brother Sasuke had finally arrived. Having just concluded an external patrol, he still bore the dust of travel upon him. His Rinnegan swept rapidly across the battlefield, and when his gaze fell upon Madara and Hashirama, his pupils contracted sharply. He froze, stunned for a fleeting instant. Yet he quickly noticed Jinchur's restrained form and the lingering spatial distortion suspended in the heavens, and in that instant the truth unfolded before him. His brow furrowed as he spoke gravely. Was it the Otsutsuki who orchestrated this? Naruto stepped forward beside him and nodded. Yes. Momoshiki and Jinchur emerged suddenly from a spatial rift. Hashirama-sama was injured. Sasuke's gaze flickered over Hashirama's wounds, seeing that though his chakra was weakened, his life was not in danger. He exhaled softly, then moved silently to Jinchur's side, his Rinnegan emanating a subtle but commanding pressure to prevent the Otsutsuki from attempting any treachery. Tsunade had already rushed to Hashirama's side, kneeling down to examine his injuries, her brow deeply furrowed. The wound is deep and blood loss is significant, but fortunately no vital organs were struck. As she spoke, she drew out a healing elixir and instantly gathered dense emerald green medical chakra within her palms, precisely applying it to Hashirama's wounds. Hashirama gazed at the unfamiliar blonde woman before him, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes, but he made no move to resist, only asking softly, "Young lady, who are you?" Her hands never paused. Lifting her eyes, she offered him a wry yet tender smile. "I'm hardly a young lady, great-grandfather. I am your granddaughter Tsunade." "My granddaughter?" Hashirama blinked, studying Tsunade's features intently, the shape of her eyes, the curve of her brow, especially the unmistakable signature of her chakra. His initial doubt gradually dissolved, replaced by quiet conviction. "No wonder you look familiar. So you truly are my descendant. And your medical ninjutsu is truly extraordinary." Tsunade smiled and intensified her chakra flow. "Rest easy, I'll have you back on your feet in no time." Her mastery of medical ninjutsu was peerless, and combined with Hashirama's innate senju regenerative prowess, his wounds healed before the eye could follow. Ragged lacerations sealed swiftly beneath scabs, his pallid complexion flushed with renewed vitality, and within moments he stood upright once more, stretching his limbs with a broad, untroubled grin. "Thank you, Tsunade." Hashirama expressed his gratitude, then turned his gaze toward me, curious, warm and gently inquisitive. Noticing his attention, Tsunade gently pulled me forward and introduced me. "Great-grandfather, this is Hataru, my daughter." "Your daughter?" Hashirama's eyes widened. He looked between me and Tsunade, then recalled the wood release I'd wielded moments earlier, and realization dawned like sunrise. His voice brimmed with pure delight. "Ah, I see. No wonder this child commands the wood release. It truly flows from our Senju bloodline." Before I could speak, a hoarse chuckle sounded from the corner. He guessed correctly, Hashirama-sama." All turned toward Orochimaru, seated quietly in the shadows. He rose slowly, golden slit pupils gleaming with quiet amusement. "Indeed, her lineage traces directly to the Senju. She is Tsunade's biological daughter, and also inherits the refined genetics of the Hatake clan. A perfect fusion of bloodlines." Orochimaru's words confirmed the truth beyond doubt. Hashirama's joy deepened. He strode forward, gazing at me with profound tenderness and pride. "Good, excellent. Never imagined I, Hashirama Senju, would one day behold such an exceptional great-granddaughter." Warmth bloomed in my chest as I met his sincere smile, and whispered softly, "Great-grandfather." Hashirama laughed heartily, nodding vigorously. Once kinship was affirmed, he turned immediately to Madara, voice edged with playful challenge. "Madara, look what the Senju line has produced. Had I not exhausted myself battling Momoshiki first, I'd have subdued him myself." no need for you to step in. Madara scoffed, withdrawing Susanoo, yet his expression had softened considerably. He tilted his head, disdainful but affectionate. Humph. If I hadn't intervened, you'd already be his chakra vessel, still boasting and reuniting families. Don't waste breath. Their banter instantly resurrected their timeless rivalry, so spirited and familiar that even bystanders broke into laughter, dissolving much of the arena's tension. Amid his mirth, Hashirama's gaze drifted unconsciously toward distant Konoha, towering buildings arranged in harmonious order, bustling streets alive with motion, children's laughter drifting on the breeze, and his eyes shimmered with quiet wonder. He approached me eagerly, voice rich with genuine anticipation. Hataru-chan, is this today's Konoha? Even more prosperous than I ever envisioned. Would you do us the honor of guiding Madara and me through the village? We'll use transformation jutsu to conceal ourselves, no disturbance will occur. Of course. I nodded without hesitation. Madara remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes. Consent granted. I helped them choose suitable disguises. Hashirama became a dignified, gentle, middle-aged man, shedding the imposing aura of the first Hokage, embracing warmth. Instead, Madara transformed into a stern yet unassuming young shinobi, his formidable presence carefully muted, blending seamlessly among Konoha's ranks. Walking together along Konoha's lively streets, I pointed out each landmark. This is the Konoha Ninja Academy, where children learn both theory and technique. Ahead lies the commercial district, brimming with delicious food and fascinating ninja tools. And further on stands the Hokage Monument, carved with statues of every Hokage, including yours and Tobirama-sama's. Hashirama listened with rapt enthusiasm, pausing often to watch children playing, villagers going about their day, his eyes alight with quiet reverence, his smile unwavering. Beneath the Hokage Monument he gazed upward at his own stone visage, then outward at the thriving village, and murmured, voice thick with emotion, so Konoha has endured across so many generations, grown so strong. How beautiful. His tone carried deep reverence, for this legacy, this peace. Madara stood beside him in silence for a long moment, then placed a hand firmly on Hashirama's shoulder, voice rare in its softness, enough, reminiscing. As long as we stand united, the Konoha we rebuild will surpass even this. Watching the hope kindling in their eyes, I nodded resolutely, yes. With brother Madara and great-grandfather Hashirama leading the way, it will happen. But the words had barely left my lips when harrowing visions from my past life surged unbidden. Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness during the third Hokage era, Danzo Shimura's cunning treachery, both eroding the foundation Hashirama and Tobirama had built, nearly shattering Konoha beyond repair. The Senju's gradual decline. The Uchiha massacre. My grandfather, the White Fang of Konoha, dying unjustly disgraced. Each tragedy plunged Konoha into prolonged turmoil, threatening annihilation time and again. My heart sank. Hesitating only briefly, I reached out and gently grasped Hashirama's sleeve, speaking with solemn resolve, great-grandfather, I must warn you of something. He turned eyes questioning. Oh. What is it? I drew a slow, steadying breath, and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Please watch closely over Tobirama-sama's students, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura. They will rise to become central figures in Konoha's future, but if misdirected they may stray into darkness, bringing catastrophe upon the village. The Senju's fading, the Uchiha's tragedy, my grandfather's death, all trace back to them. Hashirama's smile vanished instantly, his expression hardened into grave intensity, clearly unprepared for such a warning. Madara whirled toward me, crimson Sharingan narrowing slightly, his gaze sharp, searching, weighing the truth behind my words. The atmosphere grew heavy and still, the light-hearted tour dissolved entirely, replaced by a hushed, somber gravity. The morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting mottled shadows on the tatami floor. I leaned over the desk, my fingertip tracing the date-marked scroll. Counting on my fingers, I suddenly slapped the table in realization. Today was New Year's Day. In my original world this was a day when every household hung lanterns and gathered together for reunion dinners. But looking at Konoha, the streets still showed ninjas hurrying past and shops remained open as usual. Clearly there was no tradition of celebrating New Year's Day here. Wind blew in through the open window, carrying a hint of winter chill, yet a thought stirred in my heart. Even without tradition we should still celebrate joyfully. With this idea in mind I first went to find Papa Kakashi, who was airing out books in the courtyard. Papa, let's have a barbecue party today. I sidled up to him and tugged at his sleeve. Papa Kakashi slowly removed his eye patch, revealing those black eyes tinged with amusement, a half-read novel still pinched between his fingers. Oh. Barbecue, you say? Good idea. Since I've retired I have plenty of time and grilled skewers do suit my taste. With his support secured I hurried off to the Hokage's office to find Naruto and II. He was frowning at a pile of paperwork, but his eyes lit up at the suggestion. He scratched his head and grinned. It's been a while since I spent proper time with Hinata, Boruto and Himawari, this is a perfect chance to relax. Finally I found Sasuke and II just as he finished sword practice with Sarada. He was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Sarada and Sakurane's expectant eyes and gave a slight nod. Alright, let's accompany them for a walk. The gathering spot was set in Papa Kakashi's courtyard where several tall cherry blossom trees stood. Though they weren't in bloom now, their sprawling branches provided ample space. By afternoon everyone arrived one by one. Naruto and I carried a large crate of ingredients. Hinata held Boruto's hand with a basket of washed fruit. Sasuke and I followed behind while Sarada with her small ninja pouch bounced ahead. I had already set up the small tables and chairs and placed the charcoal brazier in the center of the courtyard. Naruto and I and Papa Kakashi volunteered for the grilling duty. Papa Kakashi pulled out specially made barbecue sauce from his ninja pouch while Naruto skillfully threaded pork belly, chicken wings and vegetables onto skewers. The blue smoke from the charcoal carried a faint aroma of meat slowly drifting across the courtyard. The two chatted casually while flipping the skewers, at times sharing amusing stories about Boruto's mischief, at times reminiscing about past missions. Hinata sat on a bench nearby watching Boruto and Sarada chase each other with gentle eyes, occasionally offering them pieces of fruit, her face full of smiles. Sasuke and I was called over to keep Sakurane company, making up for all the time they'd been apart. Meanwhile I busied myself at a small side table preparing to make the tengyuan that must be eaten on New Year's Day. Glutinous rice flour that had been soaked for 3 hours was piled in a ceramic bowl. I added warm water bit by bit, stirring with my hand until the flour turned fluffy, then kneaded it repeatedly into a smooth dough. After covering the dough with a damp cloth to rest for 10 minutes, I pinched off thumb-sized pieces, rolled them into balls in my palm, then gently pressed a small well in the center with my thumb and filled it with sweet red bean paste, prepared specially according to my hometown's recipe. After filling, I slowly sealed the opening with my fingers, then gently rolled it smooth in my palm, making sure the filling wouldn't leak out. Before long rows of plump round white tengyuan lined the plate, their surfaces so smooth they reflected faint shadows while the distinctive fragrance of glutinous rice drifted in the air. "Inge, the dumplings you made are so cute." Sarada ran over, crouched by the small table, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the tengyuan on the plate. Hinata approached as well, gazing warmly at my handiwork, and praised softly, "Ying's technique is very skilled. The dumplings are round and neat, they look delicious." I wanted to correct them, but in Konoha there was no such thing as tanyuan, so I decided to follow local customs. What mattered most was that we were all together. As evening fell, the setting sun painted the sky in shades of orange. Lanterns in the courtyard were lit, casting a warm yellow glow over the entire yard. I pulled out fireworks of various sizes from my ninja pouch, bought earlier at the commercial street, and arranged them along the open space at the edge of the courtyard. The charcoal fire Papa Kakashi had started grew warmer, the aroma of grilled skewers more intense. Chicken wings were roasted golden with glistening oil, pork belly sizzled, and after a sprinkle of cumin the fragrance wafted far and wide. I set a pot beside the charcoal fire, poured in hot water, and once it boiled carefully dropped the tengyuan in, gently stirring with a ladle to prevent them from sticking to the bottom. Before long the tengyuan floated to the surface, one by one plumper than before. I quickly scooped them into bowls and thoughtfully added a spoonful of honey to each. "Fireworks are here." I wiped my hands, picked up a match and lit the fuse. With a sharp whistle the first firework shot into the night sky, exploding into a brilliant red blossom. More fireworks followed in quick succession, pink, yellow, purple, blooming across the darkness, illuminating every smiling face below. Everyone sat around the charcoal fire holding steaming skewers and eating sweet tengyuan. Boruto took a bite, his eyes lighting up instantly as he shouted excitedly, "Wow! These dumplings are so good. Soft and chewy with sweet filling that isn't greasy at all." Naruto also tried one and nodded in approval. "Indeed, the texture is very fine, more special than any sweet I've ever had." Sasuke chewed the tengyuan slowly. Though he didn't say much, his gaze toward me softened slightly as he gave a quiet of acknowledgement. Papa Kakashi leaned against the cherry blossom tree eating tengyuan and grilled mushrooms, saying with a smile, "Ying's skills are truly impressive. These tengyuan with grilled skewers, a perfect combination." Boruto and Sarada waved small sparklers, their sparks tracing beautiful arcs through the night. Naruto and I placed a grilled chicken wing on Hinata's plate and passed her a bowl of tengyuan. Sasuke and I quietly peeled oranges for Sarada and Sakurane. The entire courtyard was filled with laughter and warmth that dispelled the winter chill. Looking at the warm and lively scene before me, I bit into a soft tanyuan, the sweet red bean filling melting in my mouth, yet my eyes grew slightly hot. Amidst the fireworks filling the sky, I couldn't help but think of my family in another world, the days when I used to make tengyuan and watch fireworks with my sister. Raising my head to the brilliant night sky, I whispered softly in my heart, "Sister, Happy New Year. Though we are in different worlds, this warm memory will never fade." Konoha may not share my homeland's New Year traditions, but it offered something equally precious, companionship. This was my first warm and lively New Year's memory in Konoha. In the underground laboratory on the other side, a cold and damp atmosphere perpetually lingered, mingled with the faint scent of chemicals and the smell of rusting metal. The cold fluorescent lights on the stone walls emitted a ghastly white glow, stretching shadows long and short. Kakashi stepped into this area for the first time in a long while, the hem of his black trench coat brushing against the dust-covered floor with a soft rustle. Dashyun was already seated upright at the stone table in the center of the laboratory, his iconic white robe draping to the floor, his golden vertical pupils glinting with an eerie luster under the cold light. He seemed to have anticipated Kakashi's arrival. A set of exquisite tea utensils was arranged on the stone table, a pot of steaming strong tea slowly releasing wisps of white vapor. Seeing Kakashi enter, Dashyun curled his lips into an ambiguous smile, picked up a teacup, poured a cup of dark brown tea and gently pushed it across the table. Kakashi, long time no see. This is a strong tea I specially prepared for you. It relieves fatigue and refreshes the mind just to your taste. Kakashi did not exchange pleasantries, he walked straight to the stone table and sat down, his fingertips grasping the warm teacup, taking a few sips. The tea was mellow with a hint of bitter aftertaste, indeed the flavor he was accustomed to. But he had no mind to savor it at this moment. Setting down the teacup, he pressed his fingertips slightly, his tone as heavy as the laboratory air. The other mother of Ing, where did you obtain her genes? As his words fell, his gaze locked onto Dashyun. Though his Sharingan had long vanished, his eyes still carried an undeniable sharpness and pressure. It seems you've already found out. Dashyun leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, his tone as flat as if discussing a trivial matter. After all, you and she were comrades who faced life and death together. That bond is not easily erased. Answer my question. Kakashi's voice turned colder, laced with clear accusation. His fingers instinctively pressed against the ninja tool pouch at his waist. He had never truly trusted Dashyun, especially when it came to Ying's origins. Relax, I'm not that insane. Dashyun chuckled softly, lightly licking the corner of his mouth. I admit I did have the intention of collecting excellent bloodlines for research. The genes of Yayu and Lin were originally part of my plan. But someone got there before me. Could it be? Kakashi's pupils abruptly contracted. A familiar yet distant name surfaced in his mind. In an instant a storm of shock surged within him, only to be covered by a layer of understanding and heaviness. He should have thought of it earlier. That person's obsession with Lin would never allow her body to remain in my cemetery, let alone let her vanish completely. It's Uchiha Dai-2. Dashyun spoke the name precisely, a hint of amusement in his tone. He never intended to leave Yayu and Lin's body in Mai's public cemetery from the very beginning. He found an extremely hidden place and used a special technique to preserve Lin's body perfectly, as if she were merely in a deep sleep. If I hadn't stumbled upon a clue back then and spent considerable effort tracking it down, I would never have found that place. Dai-2. You really are. Kakashi murmured in a low voice, his tone extremely complex, filled with emotion, helplessness and an indescribable bitterness. He recalled the days when the three of them stood side by side as youths, the image of Lin at her final moment and the despair of Dai-2 falling into the abyss. That once sunny and cheerful youth had ultimately been trapped by his obsession for a lifetime. To be honest, I've always been curious too. Dashyun set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, a flicker of curiosity in his golden vertical pupils. What special charm does a girl have that can make Uchiha Dai-2 love her to the point of being willing to destroy the entire ninja world? But the results of my research surprised me a bit. Yayu and Lin was essentially just an ordinary medical ninja with no special talent in her bloodline, a gentle personality, even overly kind. He paused, then continued, when I reached this conclusion and was about to abandon the experiment, I thought of you, Kakashi. Me? Kakashi frowned deeply, his tone full of confusion. There's no friendship between us, Dashyun. You don't have to do this for me. Between him and Dashyun there had only ever been opposing stances and mutual wariness, no affection at all. It's not just for you. Dashyun shook his head, his tone unusually serious. It's also for your father, Chimu Shuamao, Mai's white fan. When I was still young he took good care of me. I remember he often talked about you between missions, saying you had outstanding talent but were too stubborn, and he always lamented that because he was constantly busy with tasks he missed many opportunities to celebrate your birthdays with you and regretted not being able to accompany you as you grew up. Dashyun's words stunned Kakashi. He never expected that his father had such a connection with Dashyun. Those regrets that his father never voiced were actually remembered by Dashyun. As a gesture for that old friendship, I decided to do a favor for your Chimu family. Dashyun's voice brought Kakashi back to his thoughts. So I used your and Lin's genes to cultivate a child, allowing the Chimu bloodline to continue. So that's how it is. Kakashi whispered in reply. The shock in his heart gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribably complex emotion. He had never imagined that he could have a child connected to Lin. However, things weren't that smooth. Dashyun added, at that time simply combining your genes and Lin's genes couldn't stabilize. A child cultivated that way would be frail and sick from birth with chaotic meridians and would never live past 20. That was not the result I wanted. So I set my sights on Gangsho. The bloodline of the Qiansho clan possesses extremely strong vitality and recovery ability, which could exactly neutralize the unstable factors in your genes, allowing this child to grow up healthy and happy. Kakashi finally understood. So Ying's birth involved the pasts of so many people. Gang Shou's bloodline not only saved Ing but also allowed the bond between him and Lin to continue. Kakashi, do you have any more questions? Yuan asked. One more. Kakashi raised his head, his gaze still serious. When Ing was just born, I sensed her chakra up close. That chakra faintly revealed a hint of cold, sinister aura. Why is that? Well. Yuan drew out his tone, a glint of understanding in his eyes. I think it should be because of Dai Tu. In order to keep Lin's body from decaying for a long time, he implanted some of his own Jujian cells into her body. And his Jujian cells, after being fused and modified by the Uchiha bloodline themselves, carried a hint of Ing cold aura. So it can also be said that Chimu Ing is actually the continuation of your Shuemen squad. The continuation of Shuemen squad. These words flowed through Kakashi's heart like a warm current. All doubts, vigilance and heaviness transformed at this moment into indescribable joy and cherishment. His comrades, himself, their lives, all converged upon Ing in such a wondrous way. Kakashi slowly clenched his fist, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Dai Tu Lin. I will definitely protect our child. Let her grow up safely under the sun and not let down the obsessions and hopes of all of you. Kakashi pushed open the heavy stone door of the laboratory and a crisp, cool breeze rushed in, dispelling at last the stifling scent of medicinal reagents that had clung to the air within. He had barely steadied himself when his gaze fell upon a familiar figure standing beside a distant colonnade. Tsunade, clad in her signature emerald windbreaker, arms crossed, her golden hair rippling softly in the breeze as she watched him with serene composure, clearly having waited for some time. I suppose there's no need for me to repeat myself. Orochimaru has already told you everything, hasn't he? Tsunade spoke first, her tone calm and unruffled, yet laced with quiet knowing certainty. She knew Orochimaru all too well. If Kakashi had come seeking answers, then Orochimaru, ever the opportunist, would have laid bare every truth without hesitation. At her words, Kakashi exhaled softly, raising a hand to rub the bridge of his nose, his voice layered with quiet complexity. Honestly, I still don't know what to say. Shock. Bewilderment. And, above all, profound, unshakable joy. He spoke candidly of his inner turmoil, the initial shock upon learning of Hataru's true lineage, the disorienting unraveling of cause and consequence, and finally the deep resonant warmth that settled in his chest. The bond forged with his comrades had endured, not through memory alone but reborn miraculously in flesh and blood. I see, Tsunade murmured, nodding gently, her expression softening before shifting with deliberate intent. After all, we are Hataru's parents, however unconventional, so tell me, when do you plan to tell her the truth? Hataru is no longer a child. She deserves to know her origins, Kakashi replied after a thoughtful pause, his voice steady and resolute. Let us choose the right moment, and tell her together. This truth would shape Hataru's entire life. He refused to bear that weight alone. He wished instead to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade, to deliver the revelation not as a secret but as a shared vow. Fair enough, Tsunade conceded, then let a wry teasing smile curl at the corners of her lips. Never imagined I'd live to have a daughter with you, Kakashi Hatake. Word of it would drop every jaw in Konoha. Lady Tsunade. Kakashi stiffened instantly, a cold bead of sweat nearly springing from his nape as he waved his hands in flustered protest. We really ought to keep things strictly professional. Tsunade was his elder, a revered figure, and the lifelong object of Jiraiya-sensei's devotion. Without this unforeseen experiment, such a connection between them would have remained impossible. The mere thought of Jiraiya-sensei sent a shiver down his spine. Hastily he steered the conversation away from that perilous terrain. All right, I'll stop teasing. Tsunade chuckled, her laughter light and genuine, the mirth in her eyes gently easing the weight of years past. Hataru, accompanied by my great-grandfather, must be nearing the end of her stroll through the village. Let's go meet them now, we'll arrive just in time. Kakashi breathed easier, quickening his pace to match hers, yet after several steps he paused, hesitating before speaking again. May I ask something? Go ahead, what would you like to know? Tsunade turned her head toward him, her expression now warm and unhurried. Why did you agree to Orochimaru's experiment, and why did you give him your blood sample? It was the last lingering question in his mind. Tsunade had always loathed Orochimaru's methods, she would never cooperate lightly. Yet here she stood, having made an extraordinary concession, for a child she'd never met. Ah! Tsunade slowed her step, her gaze drifting toward the horizon as memory softened her voice. The moment I first saw that child, I simply couldn't refuse. She recounted quietly. Orochimaru summoned me to his lab without warning. You know how much I detest those cold, oppressive spaces. My first instinct was to decline outright. But he told me a newborn awaited my aid. Impulsive as I am, I'm not heartless, so against my better judgment I went. The moment I entered I saw her, a tiny infant suspended in a nutrient tank. Tsunade's eyes grew tender as though gazing once more upon that fragile life. As Konoha's foremost medical nin, I recognized her condition instantly. Her chakra pathways were chaotic, her chakra so faint it barely flickered, like a candle flame trembling on the edge of extinction. Then Orochimaru proposed using my blood, drawn from the Senju lineage, to stabilize the genetic instabilities threatening her life. Tsunade sighed softly. My first impulse was refusal, after all it was his experiment. Who could say what hidden motives lay beneath? Yet I looked into that tank, at that small silent form, eyes still sealed shut, untouched by sunlight, unwarmed by human touch, and destined to fade before ever knowing the world. It broke my heart. In the end I became her mother, not by design but by quiet reluctant consent. Tsunade's gaze returned to the present, her voice settling into quiet serenity. Looking back, I'm grateful I said yes. Otherwise Hataru, the vibrant living girl she is today, would never have existed. I see. Kakashi's final doubt dissolved, replaced by profound wordless gratitude. He halted, bowing deeply before her. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Without you Hataru might have. Enough of that. Tsunade waved a dismissive hand, her eyes crinkling with gentle amusement. What matters now is finding those three, before grandfather and Madara decide to turn Konoha upside down. Kakashi straightened, nodding, then for the first time in many years allowed himself a rare unguarded smile. Without another word they walked side by side into the heart of Konoha. Sunlight filtered warmly through the canopy above, dappling their path with gold. Before long, at the corner of the commercial district, they spotted her, Hataru holding the hand of Hashirama, who wore the guise of a middle-aged man, patiently introducing him to street-side delicacies. Madara stood nearby, stoic, aloof, yet unmistakably patient, his gaze occasionally softening as it rested upon her. Hinata. A familiar voice sounded from behind me, warm and gentle. I turned my head to see Father Kakashi standing at the alley's entrance, softly beckoning me with a wave of his hand, the black windbreaker fluttering faintly in the breeze. I smiled instantly and was about to step forward when Mother Tsunade hurried over, opened her arms and tenderly drew me into her embrace. The sudden embrace startled me for a moment. The subtle scent of medicinal herbs mingled with warmth filled my nostrils. Her arms were soft yet firm, filled with profound care and tenderness, as if determined to dispel every trace of my unease. Regaining my composure, I gently returned her embrace, savoring this long-lost, deeply genuine maternal love. Hinata, let's go home first, Father Kakashi said softly as he approached. Though puzzled, wondering why we were rushing home, I nodded, obediently moved by their solemn expressions. Uncle Hashirama and Brother Madara beside me asked no questions, simply fell into step behind us, since moving into our home their trust in me had taken root deep and unshakable. Back home Uncle Hashirama immediately brooded over titles again, frowning as he leaned close. His voice carried a plaintive edge. Little Hinata, why do you call Madara brother, but me uncle? We're practically the same age. I blinked thoughtfully before replying earnestly, in my understanding a man who has children is rightly called uncle. Brother Madara hasn't married yet. His shoulders slumped as if all vitality had drained away, grayish mushrooms seemed to sprout around him as he sank disconsolately into a corner, drawing circles on the floor in silent despair. Brother Madara stood at first with arms crossed, lips curving upward in quiet satisfaction, clearly pleased with the title, but seeing Hashirama's pitiful state he sighed helplessly, stepped forward and awkwardly patted his shoulder in consolation. Watching these two endearing figures I couldn't help but laugh aloud. This perhaps was the deepest bond Konoha ever knew, quarrelsome, tender and forever softened by love for one another. After Uncle Hashirama and Brother Madara retired to their rooms I turned toward the living room, and froze upon opening the door. The living room overflowed with people, Father Kakashi and Mother Tsunade of course, but also Brother Naruto, Brother Sasuke, Sister Hinata, Sister Sakura, and even Orochimaru, Karen and Suigetsu had come. Father Might Guy stood proudly in the center, clad in his signature green jumpsuit radiating boundless energy. The already modest space now felt even more crowded, yet brimmed inexplicably with warmth and liveliness. I only invited Orochimaru, Father Kakashi murmured, pressing a hand to his forehead in weary resignation. What are you saying, Sensei Kakashi? Brother Naruto retorted firmly. Hinata is someone I've watched grow up since she was little. If you're about to tell her something so momentous, and she might struggle to accept it, I and Hinata are here to comfort her immediately. Exactly, Kakashi. Father Guy declared, thumping his chest with youthful vigor. Hinata is practically my daughter too, how could I possibly miss such a pivotal moment? Brother Sasuke gave a slight steady nod. Hinata is also my disciple. Her affairs demand my presence. Sister Sakura added beside him, we came because we care, we wanted to be here for her. My apologies, Kakashi, Orochimaru shrugged, golden slit pupils glinting with mild exasperation. I met Naruto en route and mentioned I'd be coming, then somehow this entire entourage followed along. Enough, Mother Tsunade stepped forward, clapping Father Kakashi's shoulder with hearty cheer. This truth will reach everyone sooner or later anyway. Her slap landed hard, nearly toppling him sideways, and sent waves of laughter rippling through the room, dissolving much of the earlier tension. What is it, Father? I walked beside him and looked up, curiosity shimmering in my eyes. Such a gathering of cherished souls could mean only one thing, a matter of utmost gravity. Father Kakashi took a slow deep breath, his gaze grew solemn and unwavering. He guided me to the sofa and sat beside me while Mother Tsunade settled gracefully on my other side. With measured clarity he recounted my origins, from Orochimaru's experiments to my conception through the fusion of his and Mother Rin's genes to how Mother Tsunade sacrificed her own blood sample to stabilize my volatile genome and even the subtle influence of Uncle Obito's Hashirama cells, every detail laid bare with quiet reverence. I listened in silence, memories surging like floodwaters, countless lingering confusions now resolving into perfect luminous coherence. When the full arc of my origin settled within me, I suddenly recalled the yellowed photograph in Father Kakashi's study, the young woman's gentle eyes, her radiant smile. A jolt ran through me. I bore an uncanny resemblance, 7 out of 10, to Mother Rin in that faded image. You truly resemble Mother Rin, especially when you smile, Father Kakashi murmured, his voice rich with tender reflection. As you grew, that likeness deepened, becoming impossible to ignore. Yet I never spoke of it, not because you are anyone's echo but because you are uniquely Hinata, my daughter. And Mother Rin departed long ago, telling you too soon would have burdened your childhood with sorrow instead of light. Now you've grown, not just in years but in strength and grace. You're ready to bear this truth. It's time. Hinata, Mother Tsunade whispered, her warm strong hand closing gently over mine, her gaze brimming with hope and tenderness. Though Mother Rin is gone, I am your mother, now and always. From this day forward I shall love you not only with my own heart, but with hers as well. Will you become my true daughter? My eyes welled instantly, warmth flooded my chest, thick and sweet as honey. For years I had yearned, for this wholeness, for the right to call her mother, without hesitation. Nodding fiercely, my voice trembled, but resounded with absolute certainty, yes. I've wanted it, for a very long time. As the words left my lips, Mother Tsunade pulled me close once more. This time I embraced her without reserve, holding on as if anchoring myself to life itself. Around us the others watched in quiet, radiant smiles. Sunlight streamed through the windows, gilding each face, transforming every past wound and lingering regret into the most precious bond of all, belonging here now together. With the outstanding achievements of assisting in defeating Otsutsuki Kinshiki and containing powerful enemies, Ichimuing earned the title of Jonin without any doubt. This should have been a cause for joy, but the benefit that came with this glory was being forced by everyone to rest at home for 2 days. Naruto patted my shoulder and said in an unyielding tone, "You've been in intense battles continuously. If you don't rest you'll be exhausted. You must stay at home for these 2 days." Kakashi even directly took away my ninja tool pouch, leaving only daily necessities, saying, "Rest assured, don't worry about missions." Even Madara, who always advocated that the strong should keep advancing, rarely sided with them, folding his arms and saying calmly, "The body is the foundation of battle. It's not too late to train after you've regained your energy." Hashirama even went overboard, stuffing the kitchen with ingredients and vowing to nourish my body. With no way to resist, I obediently stayed at home. At first I could pass the time by flipping through ninjutsu scrolls, but before half a day passed boredom overwhelmed me like a tide. The house was quiet. Kakashi had been dragged away by Guy early in the morning for a youthful morning workout. Hashirama and Madara were sparring in the yard, practicing their ninjutsu with each other. The spacious house was left with only me. Feeling extremely bored, I decided to do a thorough cleaning. Usually Dad and I took turns cleaning the house, but now I had to do it myself. I rolled up my sleeves and started from the living room, wiping tables, sweeping the floor and tidying up clutter. Before long the first floor was spotless. My gaze moved upward and finally landed on the door of Dad's study, the only forbidden zone in the house. Dad always said a man needs his privacy, and never allowed me to enter his study casually. But I had already noticed that this place hadn't been cleaned for at least a month. A thin layer of dust had settled on the doorknob, so the dust inside was probably even worse. After hesitating for a few seconds I couldn't help but push open the door. Just a simple sweep and wipe shouldn't cross Dad's bottom line, right? The study was simply furnished: a dark wooden desk, a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf and a comfortable armchair. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor. A faint scent of ink and old books drifted in the air, unexpectedly soothing. I glanced around and saw nothing special. Just as I was about to pick up the broom, my gaze was drawn to a corner on the lowest shelf of the bookshelf. There was a book with a flashy cover hidden there. On the red cover were several large gilded characters, Ika Ika Paradise. I wasn't interested in books with such strange titles, but for some reason my feet involuntarily walked over and I reached out to pull it out. The book felt thick and substantial, the cover was a bit rough to the touch. I stood still holding the book torn inside. Dad had hidden it so well he definitely didn't want me to see it. But precisely because of that it made me even more curious. After a long internal struggle, curiosity finally triumphed over reason. I quickly glanced at the door, confirmed no one was coming, and carefully opened the pages. Just a few lines and my cheeks suddenly flushed and my heartbeat quickened inexplicably. The pages were filled with intimate descriptions between men and women, including many explicit scenes that made me blush. I instinctively wanted to close the book, but my gaze couldn't help being drawn to those strange action descriptions. As someone who had never experienced love in either my past or present life, let alone intimate contact, this content was completely new territory for me. A series of questions popped into my mind. Can girls really perform such difficult movements? Does that incredibly pleasurable feeling described really exist? As my fingertips unconsciously traced the pages, I stared at the text, my cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. In my past life I was a boy and never thought about these things, but now I am chimuing a genuine girl. This realization made me even more curious. Almost subconsciously a bold idea arose in my mind. Since no one is home now, why not try it out? I quickly closed the book, carried it to the armchair in the corner of the study which could block the view from the door, giving me a sense of security. I took a few deep breaths to calm my racing heart, then opened the book again, found the action description I had just read and carefully studied it word by word, simulating the movements in my mind. First I tried to imitate the simplest seated twist. I sat upright on the chair, placed my hands on the seat, slightly engaged my core and slowly twisted to the left. At first it went smoothly, but when I twisted to a certain angle I felt a slight soreness in my side muscles, completely different from the relaxed stretch described in the book. I frowned, adjusted my sitting posture and tried again, slowing down to feel the muscle engagement. This time it was smoother, but I still didn't experience the so-called comfort. Not satisfied, I turned to the next page, which depicted a bending forward movement. I stood up, walked to the desk, spread my feet shoulder-width apart and slowly bent forward. Because I had been training ninjutsu for years, my flexibility was good, so bending over wasn't too difficult. My fingertips easily touched the floor. But after holding this position for a few seconds, my lower back began to feel heavy and fine sweat beads formed on my forehead. There was no sign of the comfort described. I straightened up and rubbed my back, filled with confusion. Was I doing it wrong? Or did these movements require two people to feel a different sensation? Just as I was about to flip through the book for other simple moves, I heard the sound of a key turning in the lock outside the door. It was Kakashi returning. I was so startled that my body stiffened. I clumsily closed Ika Paradise, shoved it into the gap of the armchair, covered it with a cushion, then patted my hot cheeks, feigned calmness, picked up the broom and pretended to be cleaning. Footsteps approached, steadily drawing nearer until they halted before the study door. Father Kakashi pushed it open and froze upon seeing me inside, his brows furrowed instantly. Hinata. What are you doing here? I expressly forbade anyone from entering this room without permission. His gaze swept across the chamber, then settled on my hand, clutching the broom rigid and tense, his eyes sharpening with quiet scrutiny. I thought it was too dusty, so I came in to clean for you. I kept my head bowed, voice trembling, refusing to meet his gaze. My heart hammered violently within my chest, terrified he might discover the book hidden in the crevice of the armchair. Father Kakashi remained silent and stepped inside calmly. His eyes drifted over the desk, the bookshelves, and finally paused upon the armchair in the corner. When I'd hastily concealed the book earlier, the cushion had lifted slightly, revealing a sliver of its spine. My breath seized in my throat, cold sweat slicked my palms as my mind raced frantically, devising an excuse. What's this? Indeed, he'd noticed the anomaly, and took a step toward the chair. In that instant I raised the broom high, blocking his path, and blurted out, "Dad. Quick, look up at the top shelf. It's covered in dust and I can't reach it, please help me." As I spoke I urgently gestured upward, desperate to divert his attention. Father Kakashi paused mid-step, glanced where I pointed, then turned back to my taut expression, suspicion deepening in his gaze, yet he acquiesced and walked over. "You're always meddling where you shouldn't." He stretched upward, brushing dust from the highest shelf with his fingertips, traces clinging to his skin. "It truly needs cleaning, but leave this to me. You needn't lift a finger." I exhaled in relief, believing for a fleeting moment that I'd slipped past unscathed, only to hear him ask with deliberate slowness, "What were you doing beside that armchair just now? Why is the cushion askew?" My pulse plummeted anew. Forcing composure I hurried forward, straightened the cushion with exaggerated care, and pressed down firmly to conceal the book's spine. And nothing at all, must have brushed against it while cleaning. "Dad, I've nearly finished sweeping the study, let's go out now. I'll pour you a glass of water." And with that I reached for his hand, eager to steer him away. But Father Kakashi stood rooted, and bent low, reaching for the cushion's edge. Terrified I lunged forward, wrapping my arms around his arm and pressing my cheek against his shoulder, deploying my most potent weapon, childish charm. "Daddy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sneaked into your study, don't be angry please. I'll leave right now, and never enter again." As I pleaded, my peripheral vision stayed locked on the armchair, silently begging him to drop the matter. Caught off guard by my sudden affection, Father Kakashi stiffened, then looked down at me and sighed, defeated. All right, I'm not angry. Just let go first." I hesitated, then sensing his tone soften, slowly released my grip, yet kept my eyes fixed on his every movement, ready to intervene once more. Still he knelt, and with gentle fingers lifted the cushion. There it lay, exposed, make out paradise, its crimson cover blazingly conspicuous. My face drained of color, I stood frozen utterly speechless, my thoughts collapsing inward. It's over. There's no hiding it now. Father Kakashi picked up the book. The moment his eyes fell upon its cover even his ears flushed faintly. He turned to me, his expression layered astonishment, awkwardness, resignation. Did you read what's inside? I bit my lip, unable to nod or shake my head, until steeling myself I whispered, I only glimpsed it by accident. I mistook it for a forbidden ninjutsu manual, opened it, realized my error and immediately returned it. To bolster my claim I scrunched my nose in feigned disappointment. The content was bizarre, utterly useless. Far less fascinating than any official jutsu scroll. Father Kakashi blinked, clearly unprepared for such a reply. He studied my carefully composed expression, then the book in his hand, before sighing again, deeply resigned. He slid it back into the deepest recess of the shelf and sealed it with a subtle shimmering word, you are forbidden from reading such material, or entering this study, ever again. Understand? Understood. I nodded vigorously, overjoyed as if pardoned, and spun to flee. Wait, he called after me, retrieving a candy from his pocket and offering it. Let's pretend today never happened. You've worked hard cleaning, have this and rest well. I accepted the sweet, startled, then smiled warmly, thank you, Dad. And with that I dashed from the study, only slowing once safely back in my own room where my racing heart gradually stilled. I touched the candy in my pocket, then recalled the harrowing encounter, and instinctively stuck out my tongue. Thankfully Dad hadn't scolded me. Next time I'd never dare such recklessness again. Yet that solemn vow crumbled entirely within 2 hours. After dinner Father Kakashi sat in the living room studying a ninjutsu scroll while Uncle Hashirama and Brother Madara lingered outside chatting beneath the evening sky, the house settling once more into tranquil silence. Lying in bed I couldn't banish the images from Makeout Paradise, its strange postures and blunt descriptions hooked my curiosity like fine insistent filaments, keeping me restless and sleepless. Just one more glance, just a single passage. Then I'll return it immediately. No one will ever know. I repeated the plea inwardly, until temptation overpowered resolve and I slipped from bed, tiptoeing barefoot to the study door. Fortunately Father wasn't inside. The minor seal he'd placed posed little challenge. I gathered a wisp of chakra at my fingertip, flicked it deftly and retrieved the book from its hidden niche. This time I dared not linger. Clutching the volume I sprinted back to my room, locked the door behind me and drew the curtains tight, only then exhaling in relief, seated at my desk opening the cover with reverent caution. No longer rattled by afternoon panic I studied the illustrations with focused intensity, sketching simplified posture diagrams on paper, determined to replicate them with greater precision. I chose the pose described as side-lying expansion, reclining on my soft mattress and adjusting each limb according to the text's meticulous guidance. Just as I found the precise tension point, and began sensing subtle shifts within my body, a voice broke through the stillness, Hinata. Are you asleep? I've prepared a midnight snack, come eat something. Startled I jerked, dropping the book with a sharp thud. Its crimson cover glared up unmistakable. Before I could conceal it Mother Tsunade eased the door open, likely concerned by my silence. She took in my flustered scramble from the bed, and the book lying openly on the floor. Her gaze lingered on its cover, then she arched a knowing brow, her tone laced with playful irony. Well well, little Hinata, what delightful treasure have you unearthed? My face burned scarlet, like boiled shrimp, as I stood paralyzed, torn between snatching up the book and fleeing the scene. Stammering I managed, I was only browsing, absolutely not intentional. Mother Tsunade stepped forward, bent and flipped through 2 pages, then laughed soft and warm. Never imagined Kakashi would stash that kind of literature, and have his own daughter stumble upon it. But for someone your age this sort of reading isn't quite appropriate. She closed the book gently, set it aside on my desk, and extended the bowl she held. Eat first. Silvereater fungus soup, slow simmered just for you. Nourishes the body. I accepted the bowl, bowing my head as I sipped, my cheeks still fever warm. Expecting reprimand I was instead met with gentle reassurance. Curiosity is natural, but much in these pages is stylized exaggeration, not reality. When you grow older, and meet someone you truly cherish, you'll understand these things intuitively. For now rest well. That's what matters most. I nodded earnestly, finishing every drop of soup, before watching her lift Makeout Paradise with a wry smile. I'll return this to Kakashi myself, and perhaps tease him thoroughly about it. Go to sleep now, and no more wandering thoughts. With that she stepped out, closing the door softly behind her. Lying back I touched my still warm cheek, and felt a quiet, genuine ease settle within me. Though caught again, Mother Tsunade's kindness had dissolved my anxiety completely. Closing my eyes I let the chaotic impressions fade. Some truths I realized must wait for maturity. For now I'd savor every peaceful moment of my holiday. Rest days were already dull, and ever since Father Kakashi had completely banned me from reading rough story, that curiosity only burned fiercer like a flame fed with oil. I figured that if I couldn't find it at Father's place, perhaps someone else had a copy. The first person who came to mind was senior brother Naruto. He was close with father, so maybe he kept one hidden somewhere. The next morning I set off for senior brother Naruto's house with a scheme in mind. It was senior sister Hinata who answered the door, her gentle smile beckoning me inside as she offered me fruit. Senior brother Naruto was still at his desk in the living room finishing up the last of his paperwork. When he spotted me, he set down his pen and asked, "Ing, what brings you here today?" I scratched my head, too embarrassed to ask directly. Just then Boruto came running out of a room with Sarada close behind, and an idea immediately struck me. I slipped over and tugged at both their arms, whispering, "Boruto, Sarada, let's play hide-and-seek in the yard. I'll treat you to 3 flavored dango when we're done." The two kids eagerly agreed at the mention of snacks. I deliberately expanded the hiding range and subtly steered them towards senior brother Naruto's study. "I'll count to 100 and then come find you." I turned around counting while keeping an ear out for any movement. Sure enough, I heard the study door creak open. Once I finished counting, I made a beeline for the study. There were Boruto and Sarada crouched by the bookshelf curiously examining a volume with a flashier cover than father's. "What's this? It looks so special." Boruto reached out to touch it, but I grabbed his hand. I leaned in to get a better look. The red cover bore the words "Rough Story Collector's Edition" in bold letters, and my eyes lit up instantly. I'd found it. "This book looks fascinating. Let's read it together," I suggested in a hushed tone. Boruto and Sarada, already curious, nodded right away. The three of us huddled on the carpet in the corner of the study. I carefully opened the book, and the descriptions were far more detailed than father's copy, complete with exquisite illustrations. We all held our breath, unable to tear our eyes away. "What do you think you're doing?" A familiar roar erupted from the doorway, freezing all three of us in place. The book slipped from my hands and fell to the floor with a sharp snap. Senior brother Naruto stood in the doorway, his face dark as he glared at us, with senior sister Hinata and senior brother Sasuke hurrying over behind him. "And Naruto, senior brother," I stammered, unable to form coherent words. Boruto cowered behind me in fear, while Sarada kept her head down, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Senior brother Sasuke walked over, his brow furrowed as he glanced at the book on the floor and then at Sarada. "Sarada, come home with me," he said sternly. Senior brother Naruto picked up the book, his expression grim as he looked at me. "Ing. How could you drag Boruto and Sarada into reading this kind of book? Is this how I've taught you? And you, Boruto? No more meddling in things that don't concern you." He tucked the book into his robe and turned back to me. "I need to tell Kakashi about this. He should keep a closer eye on you." The consequences were inevitable. I not only received a harsh scolding from Father Kakashi, but was also added to senior brother Naruto's blacklist for the study. Senior brother Sasuke also forbade Sarada from misbehaving with me anymore, and Boruto was made to copy the family rules 10 times by senior sister Hinata. From that day forward, I could no longer lay hands on rough story at either Father Kakashi's or senior brother Naruto's place. I was completely cut off from the book that had captivated my curiosity. Though I felt a bit resentful after being reprimanded, I gradually understood that some books simply weren't meant for someone my age. During my free time, I began studying medical ninjutsu under Mother Tsunade or seeking advice from Brother Madara and Uncle Hashirama on ninja techniques. My holidays suddenly became fulfilling. I realized life could be just as interesting without those inappropriate books. These days had been extraordinarily leisurely, yet beneath the surface a tense undercurrent lurked. Every morning I accompanied Brother Madara and Father Guy in sparring and training on the practice field. Strangely enough, these two seemed to be temperamentally incompatible, and their views on taijutsu were worlds apart. Father Guy believed in the ultimate youthful passion with fierce and vigorous techniques, each strike infused with a tenacious will to burn bridges. Brother Madara, on the other hand, emphasized the fusion of skill and chakra, his movements precise and ruthless, carrying the unique decisiveness of the Uchiha clan in battle. Yet despite their stark differences, they always found resonance in combat, and as they talked they began to explore the art of merging their techniques. Naturally, I became their exclusive test subject for new moves. Uncle Hashirama sat on the stone steps beside the training field, leaning against a tree trunk, laughing heartily. He waved a bottle of juice in his hand, occasionally clapping and cheering. "Haha, Firefly, hang in there a little longer. This fusion is not bad. Madara, don't go easy on her." Seeing his spiteful delight, I could only silently curse these wretched adults, yet I had to focus on dealing with the relentless attacks from both sides. A moment of carelessness and I would be swept by Father Guy's leaf hurricane or pinned down by Brother Madara's taijutsu. As for Kinshiki, whom we had captured alive a few days ago, we didn't bother to interrogate him harshly. For one, he bore an absolute loyalty to the Otsutsuki clan etched into his very bones, impervious to any persuasion. For another, his formidable defense made ordinary ninjutsu and torture utterly useless against him, let alone prying information from his mouth. In the end, Brother Sasuke took action, using his Rinnegan to forcibly read his consciousness. Only then did we grasp the Otsutsuki clan's operational patterns. Subsequently, Kinshiki was sealed into a specially crafted barrier. Thanks to this intelligence we were able to deploy defenses in advance. The Kage of each village quickly reached a consensus, mobilizing troops and preparing, thoroughly awaiting the next onslaught from the Otsutsuki. Father and Mother Tsunade also returned to the life of ninjas, often going on reconnaissance missions together to track the Otsutsuki's traces and ensure the border defenses were secure. As for me, Father Guy, Brother Madara and Uncle Hashirama, we stayed behind in Konoha to guard against a sudden enemy attack. Momoshiki seemed to have sensed our precautions and remained unusually quiet these days without any movement. Yet this calm only made me more uneasy. I kept worrying that he wasn't retreating but had gone back to summon reinforcements. After all, in the original story there was also the formidable Ishiki Otsutsuki. If Momoshiki joined forces with Ishiki, the situation would only become more perilous. For this reason I dared not slack off in the slightest. Every day, besides training with Father Guy and Brother Madara, I would also study ninjutsu on my own, pushing myself to the limit in the pursuit of greater strength so that when crisis struck I would have a bit more confidence. Firefly. A clear, gentle voice suddenly came from behind, interrupting my thoughts. I turned around and saw that it was Yuenfei Mirai. Now he was much more composed than in my memories, having shed the greenness of youth. His entire being exuded the reliable aura of one tempered by countless missions. It seemed that these years of arduous tasks had honed him into this form. I looked at his features and couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion, though it was somewhat disrespectful to Uncle Asuma. Mirai's appearance was too reminiscent of Uchiha Shisui. The gentleness and sharpness in his eyes were exactly like the legendary ninja known as Shisui of the body flicker. Firefly, I have a request to make of you. Mirai's expression was unusually serious, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. I instinctively looked back at the group by the training field. Uncle Hashirama had put away his smile, Brother Madara gave a slight nod, and Father Guy gestured to me with a go-ahead sign. Seeing this, I nodded and followed Mirai as he turned and left the training ground, heading toward the forest path in Konoha. We arrived at a stone bench under the shade of a tree and each opened a bottle of soda. With two soft pop sounds the refreshing bubbles burst at the bottle's mouth. Mirai took a silent sip of his soda, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the bottle, his expression somewhat dejected. Firefly, I want to become stronger. I'm too weak. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with undisguised helplessness and self-mockery. You know. Last time when you and the Seventh Hokage fought against the Otsutsuki, I was watching from the spectator area. I saw you fighting bloodily on the battlefield, saw our comrades in danger, but I could do nothing. I could only stand there, not even qualified to step forward and help. Mirai, you are actually already very strong. I was about to comfort him, telling him that we had all seen his growth, but he gently interrupted me. Firefly. Mirai reached out and gently placed his hand on my shoulder. The warmth of his palm carried a certain resolve. He looked up at me, his eyes churning with unwillingness and persistence. I know I'm pathetic right now, unable to even protect myself, let alone those I want to protect. But the only person who can help me become stronger is you. My mother. She wants me to live a peaceful, smooth life, not to walk the dangerous path of a ninja. But I know that this is not the life I want. I understood instantly, reading the conflict within Mirai and the concerns of Aunt Hong. Aunt Hong had experienced the pain of losing Uncle Asuma and had long seen through the cruelty of the ninja world. She only wanted her only son to stay away from conflict and live a stable life. This sentiment I completely understood. But Mirai had grown up with his own thoughts and aspirations. He didn't want to live under protection forever. He wanted to stand on his own feet, to become a ninja who could protect others. I was silent for a moment, seriously considering feasible methods. Then I looked at Mirai and spoke slowly. I can help you, but I have to ask you one thing. Even if in the end you become completely different from your former self, even if you have to endure unimaginable pain, are you willing? Mirai didn't hesitate for a second. He nodded slowly, the confusion in his eyes fading away, replaced by unwavering determination. I am willing. Good. I also nodded, having made up my mind. Follow me. Then I led Mirai directly to Orochimaru's secret laboratory. What I was looking for was Hashirama cells. Although acquiring Hashirama cells would be easy given my relationship with Uncle Hashirama, the power of Hashirama cells was too overwhelming. Direct injection would easily lead to backlash, even loss of self. But Orochimaru, who had long studied genes and cells, must have mastered relatively safe injection and adaptation methods. Only by utilizing his techniques could we minimize the risk and help Mirai realize his wish to become stronger. After hearing our request, Orochimaru leaned against the lab bench, a glint of amusement flickering in his golden vertical pupils. He smiled knowingly. I see, I understand. He turned, walked to the reagent rack and picked up a vial with a faint green glow. His tone was calm. The method you want, I do have it. But I must warn you, Yuenfei Mirai, even with my optimized injection protocol, the adaptation to Hashirama cells still carries risks. If anything goes wrong, the cells could backfire, leaving you paralyzed or even losing consciousness. Mirai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. His gaze grew even more resolute without a hint of retreat. His voice was filled with long-suppressed obsession. I've already made up my mind. I never want to be protected by others again. I don't want to remain the man who can only hide behind the girl he likes helpless. I want to become strong, to become a ninja who can stand on his own and protect everyone. No matter how great the risk, I can bear it. I stood by, and when I heard this my heart skipped a beat. A faint blush instantly spread across my cheeks. I instinctively turned my face away, my fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of my clothes. So the care he showed during our joint missions, the small gestures of instinctively stepping in front of me when danger came, and the evasive glances he occasionally cast my way, all of them hit such feelings. I stole a glance at him. Seeing that his jaw was tight, his eyes fixed on the reagent in Orochimaru's hand, completely unaware of my reaction, I let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet a complex warmth stirred in my heart, a mix of being cherished, a pang of sympathy for his determination, and a silent vow to help him through the adaptation process smoothly so he could achieve his wish. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his interest deepening. He placed the reagent on the lab bench. Interesting. Since you've made up your mind, we can begin preparations. But before that, prepare yourself mentally. The adaptation process is quite painful. Mirai nodded firmly without a trace of hesitation. His eyes held only the desire for strength and unyielding resolve. At least do something like this with your mother's knowledge. A calm and gentle voice suddenly came from the laboratory entrance. It was Kakashi's father. He walked in slowly, followed by Aunt Hong. Her eyes were red-rimmed, glistening teardrops clinging to her lashes, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. She had clearly hurried over, both heartbroken by her son's decision and harboring unspoken worries. Wei Lai turned at the sound, and the moment he saw Aunt Hong his eyes flickered, but his voice remained firm without a trace of hesitation. I'm sorry, Mom. But I am ready. I want to become stronger to protect you all, and I don't want everyone to worry about me anymore. Aunt Hong could no longer hold back. She rushed forward and pulled her son into a tight embrace, tears finally spilling down her cheeks, soaking the front of Wei Lai's clothes. She did not scold him, only overwhelming tenderness. Her voice choked. Silly child, Mom isn't against you becoming stronger, I'm just afraid something will happen to you. She held Wei Lai for a long time, and only after Kakashi's gentle soothing did she gradually calm down, leaning on him as she sat down on a nearby chair. Kakashi's father also gave me a look, signaling me to sit down. Fortunately, the fusion process of Hashirama's cells went more smoothly than expected. Inside the laboratory, Wei Lai curled up in the cultivation capsule, his body wrapped in a pale green chakra glow. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his teeth clenched tightly. Even as the excruciating pain of cell adaptation surged through him, he never uttered a single groan, only gripping his fists with unyielding tenacity until it passed. Aunt Hong stood guard outside the capsule, watching her son intently, her hands clasped in silent prayer. Only when the capsule door slowly opened and Wei Lai opened his eyes, weak but conscious, did she finally release all her tension, letting out a long sigh of relief as the weight lifted from her heart. She turned to look at me, her gaze complex and tender, gratitude mingled with the considerations of a mother. After Wei Lai had rested a while, Aunt Hong sat beside him, gently stroking his hair. Then she raised her eyes to me, her voice calm yet carrying unmistakable seriousness. Wei Lai likes you, Ing. I understand, I replied softly, my fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of my clothes, a surge of bitterness and panic rising in my chest. The memory of my past life as a man still lingered. I knew all too well the kind of cherished affection and fluttering hidden in his eyes. The way Wei Lai looked at me held a careful tenderness, a wordless concern. I saw it all and I remembered it all. But I truly did not dare to respond. I had not yet fully adjusted to my identity as a girl, let alone prepared to open my heart and give love to a boy. Moreover, the shadow of Otto still lingered in my mind. That bond spanning across time made it even harder for me to easily accept another's feelings. Aunt Hong saw the hesitation in my eyes and sighed softly, her voice gentle yet earnest. I've watched you grow up too, Ing. You are steady and kind-hearted. It's only natural that Wei Lai likes you. Aunt Hong doesn't want to force you, and I know feelings cannot be compelled. But I hope you can give Wei Lai a chance for you both to understand each other. Even if you try sincerely and still feel nothing for him, then when you frankly refuse him, Aunt Hong will have no complaints. I will only respect your choice. Hong. Kakashi sat nearby, watching his former comrade set aside all her pride and plead for her son's feelings, his own heart filled with complexity. He understood Hong's feelings, and he also felt for my inner conflict. Yet he knew that matters of the heart could only be decided by us, and he could not interfere too much. He simply patted Hong's shoulder gently, offering silent comfort. I lifted my eyes to Aunt Hong's hopeful gaze, then glanced at Wei Lai, who was weak but looking at me with sincere eyes. After a moment of silence, I slowly nodded, my voice solemn. I promise you, Aunt Hong. But I need time. For now the threat of the Otsutsuki has not been resolved and we are all in danger. I cannot afford to be distracted by matters of the heart. At least until this crisis is completely over and the world is at peace, I will calm my mind and seriously consider the matter between Wei Lai and me. Aunt Hong's eyes instantly warmed, a relieved smile blossoming on her face. She nodded gently. Thank you, Ing. Aunt Hong will wait and I will tell Wei Lai to be patient. Wei Lai also let out a sigh of relief, the anxiety in his eyes replaced by gentle anticipation. As long as there was still a chance, he was willing to wait until the crisis passed and I was ready. Just as the laboratory atmosphere settled into relief and hope, a light and cheerful footstep sounded from outside the door, accompanied by a familiar laugh. Haha, I heard Wei Lai is here, so I came to see him. Before the words faded, Naruto walked in wearing his iconic Hokage robe, holding a carved wooden box in his hands with a solemn expression. Behind him followed Sasuke, whose face was cold and composed, a faint aura of chakra swirling around him, clearly accompanying him intentionally. Seventh Hokage. Wei Lai instinctively tried to sit up, but his body was still weak from the recent fusion of Hashirama's cells, and the movement made him wince. Naruto strode over and pressed a hand on his shoulder, his touch firm yet gentle, carrying an undeniable authority. Don't move. Rest well and recover. He leaned down to examine Wei Lai, then turned to Orochimaru, his tone concerned. Did the fusion of Hashirama's cells go smoothly? No signs of rejection. After receiving Orochimaru's reply that the compatibility exceeded expectations, he sighed in relief and smiled, handing the wooden box to everyone. That's good. It seems my gift comes at the perfect time. Aunt Hong looked at the box with confusion and Kakashi raised an eyebrow, signaling Naruto to explain. Naruto slowly opened the box. The deep blue velvet lining made the contents even more dazzling. A Mangekyo Sharingan glowing with a faint purple light rested quietly inside its eye, pattern swirling with mysterious and powerful chakra. The unique pattern was unmistakably Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan. This is Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan, carrying his ultimate genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami. Naruto's smile gradually faded, his tone turning exceptionally solemn. His gaze swept over everyone before settling on Wei Lai. Shirsue-senpai once willingly gave up this power to protect Konoha and prevent civil war. His dying wish was for this eye to be used for the protection of Konoha. Now with the Otsutsuki threat looming, Momoshiki is likely plotting in the shadows, perhaps even gathering allies. Konoha needs every ounce of combat strength it can muster. And this eye, after much thought, I believe it is best suited for Wei Lai. Sasuke leaned against the doorframe of the laboratory, arms crossed, and added, Wei Lai is agile and skilled in the body flicker technique. His fighting style is already similar to Shirsue's. Combined with his recent fusion of Hashirama's cells, he can stabilize the chakra consumption of the Sharingan and avoid backlash from its power. Koto Amatsukami can influence a person's will without their awareness. It can be used to restrain powerful enemies on the battlefield and resolve internal conflicts in times of crisis. It is a power that combines offense-defense and strategic value. He paused, looking at Wei Lai, his eyes carrying both the expectation and warning of a senior. But you must remember, the power of Koto Amatsukami was never meant for killing or control. Shirsue's will was to protect. If you inherit this eye, you must uphold that original intention. Wei Lai stared at the Sharingan in the box, then instinctively raised a hand to touch his own brow. A turmoil of emotions churned in his heart, all before this immense power, admiration for Shirsue-senpai and a heavy sense of responsibility for this legacy. He lifted his eyes to Naruto, his voice carrying an unmistakable mix of excitement and trepidation. Lord Hokage, am I truly worthy of inheriting Shirsue-senpai's power? Of course, Naruto said with a smile, gently pushing the wooden box toward Wei Lai. This is not a reward but a responsibility. I believe in you. I believe you can use this power to protect those around you, to protect Konoha just like Shirsue-senpai did. Moreover, you are so alike, perhaps it is the bond of fate that his will can continue through you. He turned to Aunt Hong, his tone sincere. Aunt Hong, I know you care about Wei Lai, but these are extraordinary times. Only by helping the young grow quickly can we truly withstand the threat of the Otsutsuki. I promise you I will help Wei Lai master this power and ensure he does not repeat the same mistakes. Aunt Hong looked at the glowing eye in the box, then at the unprecedented determination and light in her son's eyes. She sighed softly, her voice gentle yet resolute. I understand, Lord Hokage. Wei Lai mom supports you. But you must always remember, no matter how powerful you become, never lose yourself. Hold on to the bottom line of a ninja. I walked over to Wei Lai and looked at the light in his eyes, my heart filled with emotion. I reached out and patted his arm gently, saying with a smile, Wei Lai, Hashirama's cells will help you perfectly adapt to the Sharingan. From now on I'll practice with you to help you master this power. Together we'll grow stronger and stand shoulder to shoulder against the Otsutsuki. Wei Lai clenched his fist, his eyes burning as he gazed at the Mangekyo Sharingan, then looked at everyone around him. He nodded heavily, his voice carrying an unprecedented solemnity. I will never let everyone's expectations down, nor Shirsue-senpai's will. I will use this power to protect Konoha and to protect everyone I want to protect. Kakashi watched the scene before him, his eyes filled with deep satisfaction. He murmured softly, Shirsue, if you can see this from the afterlife, seeing this I find a worthy home, you must be at peace. The atmosphere in the laboratory was a blend of anticipation for the great power and the profound emotion of carrying on a predecessor's will. This power, forged with trust and resolve, added a solid foundation of confidence for the coming great battle. Everyone's gaze was still fixed on the Mangekyo Sharingan in Wei Lai's hand, but Kakashi suddenly turned to look at Orochimaru, his tone calm yet concealing a fierce determination akin to burning bridges. Orochimaru, prepare a set of Hashirama cells injection for me as well. At these words the laboratory fell into an instant silence. Aunt Hong was the first to frown and dissuade. Kakashi, what nonsense are you up to? Your Sharingan has been a heavy burden for years and Hashirama cells are extremely overbearing. The risk of merging them is even higher than for Wei Lai. If you make the slightest mistake you'll be doomed beyond redemption. Naruto stepped forward, his tone earnest. Kakashi-sensei, your strength is already among the top in my. There's no need to take this risk. Kakashi gently shook his head, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over his left eye, the bond once gifted by Obito and a long-held obsession in his heart. I'm betting on a possibility, he said in a low voice, his eyes reflecting memories of the past and considerations for the future. After Obito sacrificed himself, the power of the Kamui Sharingan departed with him. Now the Otsutsuki are eyeing us covetously. If Momoshiki and Ishiki join forces, we need a power to break the deadlock. Hashirama cells can stabilize the burden of the Sharingan and perhaps allow Kamui to reappear or even advance further. A flicker of excitement gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes, his golden slit pupils shining brightly as he circled around Kakashi. An interesting gamble. You've been adapted to the Sharingan for a long time, so your tolerance for heterogeneous chakra is far beyond ordinary people. The success rate is indeed a few points higher than for Wei Lai, but there is still the risk of falling into consciousness, sinking and being devoured by the cells. I understand, Kakashi nodded, his tone unshaken. Proceed. Dad, I tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. It's fine, Kakashi patted me. Naruto wanted to persuade again but was stopped by the determination in Kakashi's eyes. Orochimaru moved swiftly, quickly preparing the optimized Hashirama cells reagent. The pale green liquid flowed through the tube and was injected into Kakashi's body. In an instant the scarlet chakra of the Sharingan clashed with the emerald chakra of Hashirama cells on his body surface. The intense pain made Kakashi's whole body tense, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He gritted his teeth hard and finally closed his eyes, his consciousness falling into darkness, and was promptly placed into the cultivation tank by Orochimaru. Kakashi's consciousness settled in a familiar training ground, the place where Lin and Obito trained together in their youth. The wind carried the fragrance of Mai and sunlight cast dappled shadows through the leaves. Not far away two figures stood side by side. Lin was wearing a light purple ninja outfit, her smile as gentle as ever. Obito's face bore faint scars and his eyes no longer held past resentment, only relief. Kakashi, Lin turned around, her voice as soft as the wind. Obito stepped forward, raised his hand and patted his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of teasing but hiding solemnity. You're still such a gambler, aren't you? He looked into the distance, his gaze seemingly piercing through the illusion and landing on me. We've all seen it. That child has inherited the will of our Minato squad and also harbors the determination to become stronger. From now on our daughter is entrusted to you. Don't let her follow our old path and don't let her leave behind too many regrets like we did. Lin also slowly approached, her fingertips gently brushing Kakashi's cheek, her tone gentle yet firm. Kakashi, we've always been here. You want to recreate Kamui not for power but to protect the people around you, right? Don't worry, we'll help you. Before the words faded, Obito suddenly raised his hand. His left eye glowed with a dense Kamui halo and time-space chakra surged out. That was his dojutsu power surprisingly condensed into a tangible form within the illusion. Your left eye was once my gift. Now I will help you fully awaken it. Obito's dojutsu power flowed through his fingertips into Kakashi's body, intertwining and resonating with his latent Sharingan power and the freshly infused Hashirama cell's energy. Kakashi felt an unbearable burning in both eyes. The two streams of Kamui power surged wildly in his eyes. The old dojutsu power in his left eye was fully activated and his right eye nourished by Hashirama cells and aided by Obito slowly opened its own Mangekyo Sharingan. Both pupils swirled with the unique time-space patterns of Kamui and a time-space ripple swept through the entire illusion. Go Kakashi, Lin's figure gradually became translucent but her smile remained clear. Protect my protecting and protect our unfinished wishes. Obito waved with a smile, his eyes full of relief. Don't let us down, old friend. The two figures eventually merged into the light and the illusion gradually faded away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the laboratory, Sasuke and Guy had also arrived and were undergoing limb restoration under Orochimaru. Sasuke's right arm had long been missing due to past battles. Orochimaru attached a prosthetic limb fused with Hashirama cells and Uchiha genes. Pale green chakra slowly circulated, allowing the new arm to perfectly adapt to the body. Sasuke tried moving his arm, chakra gathering at his fingertips and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Guy's left leg had paid the price for sealing Kagaya. Now he was fitted with a specially crafted prosthetic limb balancing strength and flexibility. He gently stomped his foot and the familiar aura of youthful passion ignited around him, already feeling the confidence to perform taijutsu as before. Ugh. In the cultivation tank, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. A pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan emerged, both pupils swirling with dense time-space chakra, the vortex patterns of Kamui turning in his eyes. A powerful aura spread out, causing the chakra in the entire laboratory to tremble slightly. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and smiled. Success. The dual Kamui Sharingan has reappeared in the world after many years. The cultivation tank door slowly opened and Kakashi walked out steadily, his figure still upright, with a newfound sense of relief and determination in his eyes after experiencing the illusion. He raised his hand to form a seal. A Kamui vortex instantly appeared in his left eye, easily distorting the air around him. He drew a falling reagent bottle into the alternate space and then released it from the other side, confirming the complete revival of the dual Kamui. Kakashi-sensei. Dad. Naruto and I rushed forward excitedly. Sasuke and Guy also happened to walk over, their new limbs making their presence even more imposing. Guy clenched his new prosthetic, radiating a dazzling youthful light. Kakashi. Excellent. Now we can fight side by side again and let the flames of youth burn once more. Sasuke nodded slightly, his gaze toward Kakashi filled with recognition. The return of dual Kamui Kakashi undoubtedly added top-tier combat power against the Otsutsuki. I gazed at the scene before me, watching the Kamui glow swirling in Kakashi Dad's eyes, seeing Sasuke and Guy's renewed forms, and then looking at Wei Lai beside me gripping Shirsue's Sharingan with unwavering determination. My heart surged with emotion. The regrets of the past were being redeemed one by one, the will of predecessors was passed down, and the companions around us had all gathered their strongest strength. Kakashi's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on me and Wei Lai. His tone was solemn, as if responding to Lin and Obito in the illusion. Don't worry. I will protect everyone, and I will guide Wei Lai to inherit this will to protect. The scarlet glow of the dual Kamui Sasuke's Sharingan and the dojutsu power of Shirsue in Wei Lai's hand interweaved and shone. Every ounce of power in the laboratory embodied bonds and determination. The strongest combat power of my had assembled. They only awaited the final assault of the Otsutsuki to stand shoulder to shoulder and defend the hard-won peace. The crimson light of the dual Kamui bloomed in the laboratory as Sasuke's Rinnegan and the power of Shirsue's eyes in Mirai's hand intertwined with it. Guy's new prosthetic radiated vitality, and Sasuke's new arm could smoothly gather chakra. Kakashi slowly stepped out of the cultivation pod, spacetime chakra swirling around him like thin mist. In his eyes was the relief after enduring the illusion, and even more the determination to protect Konoha. Are you ready? Naruto placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, senjutsu chakra faintly flowing. Behind him Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya and others were ready to set out, their soul steel bodies carrying the will of their predecessors and emanating immense chakra. At that moment dark clouds suddenly gathered over Konoha, and a piercing sound of space tearing echoed through heaven and earth. The figures of Otsutsuki, Momoshiki and Ishiki emerged carrying the sinister remnant chakra of Black Zetsu. Countless white Zetsu forces flooded into the ninja world like a tide, the ground trembled violently and the flames of war were reignited. Everyone defend the ninja world, protect everything we cherish. Minato was the first to teleport out, his golden flying thunder god chakra slicing through the sky, instantly pulling several white Zetsu into a different dimension. Kushina followed closely, her crimson chakra forming a barrier to protect the fleeing villagers behind her. Kakashi moved, activating both Kamui simultaneously. The spatial vortexes of his left and right eyes intertwined into a net. Kamui intangibility transferred all incoming chakra bullets, while Kamui Chidori, wrapped in lightning chakra and spacetime power, charged straight at Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki raised his hand to condense a black rod, but Kakashi's spacetime ninjutsu warped its trajectory. Sasuke took the opportunity to use Amaterasu black flames, devouring Ishiki's chakra barrier. Guy leaped into the air, his new prosthetic exploding with astonishing power as Leaf Hurricane swept across a group of white Zetsu, and the cry of youth echoed through the battlefield. Mirai tightened her grip on Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. With the support of Otto's soul steel technology, the genjutsu of Koto Amatsukami unfolded silently, precisely controlling several Otsutsuki grunts and tearing open a breakthrough for the allied forces. Rin weaved through the battlefield, her medical chakra nourishing the injured ninjas like spring rain. Tsukumo, wielding the white fanged short sword, slashed down several white Zetsu with flashing blade light. The sharpness and composure of the Hatake clan were fully displayed in him. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta and Senjutsu chakra combined with the toad oil fire bullet to form a vast net of fire scorching the invading enemies. Witnessing this, Momoshiki furiously activated his Kama form, unleashing a massive chakra shockwave. Naruto instantly transformed into Ninetales mode and joined Sasuke in manifesting Susanoo. The golden-tailed beast chakra merged with Susanoo's armor, barely blocking the impact. Hataru restrained his movements. Naruto roared, concentrating Senjutsu chakra in his palm. I nodded in understanding. Activating would release at full power, and a large expanse of trees temporarily bound Momoshiki. Right now. Sasuke's Susanoo wielding a long sword pierced through Momoshiki's chakra barrier. Naruto followed closely, his Raisen Shuriken carrying the power of the six paths striking Momoshiki's core. Ishiki, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to absorb the ninja world's chakra for a counterattack but was restrained by the combined efforts of Madara's Susanoo and Hashirama's true several thousand hands. Tsukumo's white-fanged short sword severed his chakra pathways and Minato's flying thunder god precisely teleported behind him, striking a vital point with a Rasengan. Mirai took the opportunity to activate Koto Amatsukami, completely breaking his will to resist. Seeing this, Kakashi coalesced his dual Kamui into a massive spacetime vortex, sweeping Momoshiki Ishiki and the remaining white Zetsu forces into another dimension, then closed the passage, completely cutting off the Otsutsuki invasion. The flames of war gradually subsided, the dark clouds dispersed and sunlight once again bathed the ninja world. On the devastated land, surviving ninjas embraced and wept, cheers and applause echoing through heaven and earth. Kakashi deactivated his dual Kamui and his Sharingan slowly faded from crimson. His eyes were filled with exhaustion yet also held a relieved smile. Hataru hurried forward, tightly hugging Kakashi's arm, tears soaking his sleeve. "Dad, we won." Kakashi gently rubbed her hair and nodded softly. We won. There will be no more war. In the post-war days, the ninja world welcomed true peace. The villages cast aside past grievances, established an alliance and jointly repaired the wounds of war. Kakashi laid down the burden of a ninja, no longer participating in any conflicts. He spent his days accompanying Hataru, Rin and Tsukumo, living a leisurely life in a wooden cabin in the forest. He would take Hataru to the Naka River to fish in the morning, help Rin tend the garden in the afternoon, and in the evening sit with Tsukumo over sake, talking about the past years and the peace of the present. The bond between Hataru and Mirai also gradually deepened in the peaceful years. Together they taught new students at the Ninja Academy, passing on the bonds of the ninja world and the will to protect to the next generation. Otto continued to research soul steel technology, providing technological support for the peace of the ninja world. As for Obito, to atone for his sins, he voluntarily became an Umbu to protect Konoha. Minato, Kushina and Jiraiya also lived with Naruto's family, enjoying a harmonious life. One evening at sunset by the Naka River, Kakashi sat on the bank watching Hataru and Mirai talk about the future. Rin sat beside him while Tsukumo fished nearby, a gentle smile on his lips. The setting sun stretched everyone's shadows long. The evening breeze rippled the river's surface, glittering with light. The air was filled with warmth and tranquility. Kakashi gazed at everything before him, his eyes filled with relief. The regrets of youth and the wounds of war had finally been smoothed by time. He had finally achieved the life he had dreamed of, with family by his side and peace to share. This was the most perfect destination in this life. Where am I? I stood amid a desolate forest, my feet sinking into parched, cracked earth, the air thick with the faint acrid scent of gunpowder and the subtle ripple of chakra. Having traversed countless realms, sudden temporal displacement had long ceased to surprise me, yet this landscape felt profoundly alien, neither the familiar Konoha nor any other era I had ever visited. With no means to ascertain my location, the safest course was to head toward Konoha. I activated my chakra sense, and had taken only a few steps when four distinct, overwhelmingly powerful presences surged into my awareness. Two were deep and familiar, as unshakable as mountains, undoubtedly Uncle Hashirama and Uncle Tobirama. The other two were slightly weaker, one razor-sharp and frigid, pulsing with the crimson chakra unique to the Uchiha clan, Brother Sasuke, the other sinuous and uncanny, laced with the faint aroma of medicinal compounds, Orochimaru. Wait, this configuration sent a jolt through me. A terrifying suspicion crystallized. Hashirama and Tobirama standing side by side alongside Sasuke and Orochimaru. Could this be the Fourth Shinobi World War? The moment the Edo Tensei army rose, I sighed softly, pressing a hand to my brow. Truly I had impeccable timing, dropping straight into the most perilous battlefield imaginable. Yet what is done is done. Since fate had returned me to this pivotal juncture, I would not allow past regrets to repeat themselves. Brother Niji, you shall not abandon Tenten again. Brother Madara and Uncle Obito, your lives ensnared by obsession, I may yet rewrite their course. And Black Zetsu, the shadow puppeteer behind it all, this time he will answer for every sorrow he has wrought. Countless thoughts surged through my mind, and my gaze hardened with resolve as I strode swiftly toward the source of those chakra signatures. The trail led to a concealed underground laboratory entrance. As I neared, Uncle Hashirama's commanding voice boomed from within, "Tobirama, lower your finger." I peered cautiously around the corner, and there it was, the iconic scene. Uncle Tobirama's fingertip shimmered with pale blue chakra, clearly poised to strike Brother Sasuke, only to freeze under Uncle Hashirama's unwavering heavy gaze. The sheer pressure forced him to withdraw crestfallen. Watching Uncle Tobirama, so defiant in word yet so obedient in deed, I couldn't suppress a quiet low chuckle. No matter how many years pass, Uncle Tobirama remains utterly bound to Uncle Hashirama's will. Even if his lips never yield, his body always surrenders. Who's there? Tobirama's perception was unmatched. To the instant my laughter faded, he whirled about, his sharp eyes locking onto my hiding place, chakra flaring once more at his fingertips, every muscle coiled in readiness. Brother Sasuke instantly gripped the hilt of his sword. Orochimaru tilted his head with intrigued amusement, his golden slit pupilled eyes gleaming with probing curiosity. Knowing concealment was futile, I stepped calmly from the shadows into full view. Uncle Hashirama and Uncle Tobirama regarded me without visible reaction, perhaps the Edo Tensei state dulled their sensitivity to unfamiliar chakra. But Master Minato standing nearby suddenly widened his eyes, his frame trembling faintly, his voice trembling with disbelief. Rin. Is it really you, Rin? A gentle warmth stirred in my chest mingled with quiet sorrow. Indeed, my resemblance to Mother Rin, especially our shared expression and the shape of our brows, had caused him to mistake me at first glance. I shook my head gently, my voice soft yet resolute. Master Minato, you've mistaken me. My mother was Rin Yamanaka, but she passed away long ago during a mission. His elation vanished instantly, replaced by profound loss and melancholy. He stared at me, his gaze drifting to my hair before snapping back, his voice urgent. You're truly Rin's child. But your hair color. Could your father be? His voice faltered, his eyes flickering as realization dawned. Meeting the gazes of all present, especially Uncle Tobirama's piercing scrutiny and Brother Sasuke's quiet astonishment, I spoke plainly. My father is Kakashi Hatake. I have come from the future. Silence crashed upon the laboratory like a physical weight, only the faint whisper of airflow from the ventilation duct remained audible. Master Minato froze, his cerulean eyes widening, his pupils reflecting my image in stunned disbelief. He instinctively staggered half a step forward, fists clenching until his knuckles blanched, translucent fine beads of cold sweat glistening between his fingers. He had never imagined that Rin, whom he cherished as family, and Kakashi, whom he raised as a son, could forge such a bond across time. The fleeting joy born of mistaken identity dissolved completely, leaving only deep wistfulness, and a faint shimmer of tears in his eyes. His throat worked soundlessly, choked with unspoken words, until at last he whispered hoarsely, voice thick with emotion, Kakashi. Rin. So that's how it is. Slowly he lifted his hand toward my cheek, then halted midair, his fingertips trembling. That suspended gesture held longing for Rin, compassion for Kakashi, and tender reverence for me, the belated heir to their legacy. Fragments of memory flashed through his mind, Rin handing over medical tools with a smile, Kakashi silently guarding his comrades, Ebito vanishing into the abyss, layer upon layer of complex emotion gathered in his gaze, solace, sorrow, and the quiet ache of irrevocable time. He drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the tide of emotion, yet his voice remained raw and weighted as he looked at me, his eyes both tender and grave. Child. You and Kakashi have endured so much. Uncle Hashirama broke the silence, first laughing as he slapped his thigh, his aura softening instantly. He strode over, studying my features closely, particularly my eyes and brow, before murmuring with quiet awe, so that's it. Then turning to Uncle Tobirama with a playful glint, he added, look, our Konoha's next generation grows ever more extraordinary. Uncle Tobirama's brow remained deeply furrowed, his sharp gaze sweeping over me repeatedly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of his sleeve as faint chakra shimmered around him. He was meticulously analyzing my bloodline resonance. After a pause, the intensity in his eyes eased slightly, though wariness lingered. His voice remained cool and detached. The Hatake bloodline, blended with Senju and Uchiha chakra. That part checks out. But arriving from the future is preposterous. Ever pragmatic and cautious, he distrusted temporal anomalies outright. Even with genetic confirmation, he refused easy belief. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, his white robes pooling on the floor, golden slit-pupiled eyes alight with fervent fascination. His tongue flicked lightly across his lip as he advanced, his voice smooth and serpentine, a traveler from the future. Hatake and Uchiha blood, mingled with Senju vitality. A truly exquisite specimen. He reached out to brush a strand of my hair, only for Brother Sasuke to draw his blade in a flash, the steel grazing Orochimaru's fingertip and sparking sharply. Brother Sasuke tightened his grip on the sword, his crimson Sharingan rotating slowly, his gaze upon me layered with complexity, lingering attachment to Kakashi's sorrow for the Uchiha and deep uncertainty about my very existence across time. Standing firmly before me, he addressed Orochimaru, voice icy, don't touch her. Then he turned to me, voice low and edged with demand, you claim to be from the future, what proof do you offer? He trusted no one easily, not even as Kakashi's daughter. I required tangible evidence. At that moment, two figures emerged silently from the shadows on the lab's far side, Karui and Suigetsu, who had accompanied Sasuke. Karui crossed her arms, her crimson eyes wide with curiosity as she studied me intently, murmuring softly, her chakra signature is unusual, Uchiha's chill, Senju's vitality, and Hatake's composure. A strange fusion indeed. Suigetsu idly spun, his water-based weapon voice languid, a time traveler. Sounds more intriguing than severing Zabuza's blade. But lie to us, and you'll regret it. I met their varied gazes, Minato's bittersweet tenderness, Tobirama's guarded skepticism, Orochimaru's hungry curiosity, Sasuke's vigilant scrutiny, Karui's open wonder, Suigetsu's casual challenge, unflinching. Slowly I raised my hand, gathering chakra at my fingertips. Pale green Senju wood release chakra intertwined with violet Uchiha chakra, overlaid with the refined concentrated essence of the Hatake lineage, coalescing into a small luminous orb. This is my first proof. My voice was calm, unwavering. Wood release belongs exclusively to the Senju or those infused with Hashirama's cells, and the Uchiha chakra signature brother Sasuke, you can verify yourself. Beyond this I know all that is yet to unfold, the secrets of Edo Tensei, the truth of Elder Madara's manipulation by Black Zetsu, the root of Uncle Obito's obsession, and the countless lives destined to fall in the Shinobi World War. At these words Master Minato's expression shifted instantly, from gentle melancholy to stark urgent gravity. His chakra tensed visibly, his once soft eyes now burned with desperate intensity. He stepped forward, hands settling firmly yet gently on my shoulders, his grip restrained but unmistakably urgent, as he asked, voice thick with concern, is this true? What is Obito's deepest obsession? And those who will perish, will many familiar faces be among them? Mention of Obito stirred a quiet guilt beneath his tone, the enduring wound of failing to protect his student reopened in that moment. When I nodded, his anxiety sharpened, but he steadied himself, adding with quiet conviction, whether your words are truth or illusion, if they can shield those we love, if they can undo past tragedies, I will believe you. Obito, Kakashi, Rin, everyone in Konoha, I refuse to lose them again. Uncle Hashirama's smile faded, his gaze growing solemn and deliberate, clearly recognizing I spoke no idle fantasy. Uncle Tobarama's frown deepened further, yet he offered no rebuttal. Instead he simply watched me, waiting, because for him anything bearing upon Konoha's safety warranted hearing, however improbable the claim. I recounted the pivotal moments of the Shinobi World War, from Madara Uchiha's reanimation through the impure world resurrection to Black Zetsu's covert manipulations at every turn, from Obito's gradual seduction into initiating the infinite Tsukimi, culminating in Niji's fateful sacrifice. Brother Niji will perish beneath the Ten Tails piercing technique shielding Naruto and Tenten. Before the final word left my lips, Minato's face had already paled. Hashirama clenched his fists, his would-release chakra rippling restlessly around him. There is no time to lose, we must split up. Tobarama swiftly regained composure and issued orders with crisp authority. Brother, accompany me to the Allied forces' frontline, to stabilize the battlefield and prevent the Ten Tails' premature rampage. Minato, seek out Obito, appeal to your bond as master and student, it will awaken him more effectively than brute force. Sasuke, contain Orochimaru and thwart any opportunistic schemes. And you, he turned to me, voice softening slightly, you know the future's critical nodes, go protect those two children and avert this tragedy. Without hesitation everyone sprang into action. I raced toward the coordinates etched in memory, every step echoing with the clash of the Shinobi Alliance and white Zetsu blood staining the earth, crimson battle cries roaring like thunder. Channeling chakra I summoned would-release vines surging from the ground, rescuing several Konoha shinobi besieged by white Zetsu, and shouted, fall back to the western defensive line. The Ten Tails is about to unleash the piercing technique, evacuate immediately. Though bewildered the allied shinobi obeyed instinctively, witnessing my strikes, precise, decisive, unerring. Just as I arrived at Naruto and Tenten's location, the Ten Tails loomed overhead, blotting out the sky. Its black piercing technique descended like a storm of spears upon Naruto. Niji had already assumed the rotation stance, eyes resolute as he stood firm before Naruto. Brother Niji, don't. I screamed, hands flying through seals at blinding speed, would-release wooden wall. A massive wooden barrier erupted instantly before Niji, absorbing the full fury of the Ten Tails' piercing technique, pierced through by countless shafts yet holding fast, shielding those behind it. Niji froze, turning toward me, eyes clouded with confusion. Who are you? I am Hikari Kakashi, the daughter of Might Guy. As I sustained the wooden wall, urgency sharpened my voice. The Ten Tails' assault won't end here, retreat now with Tenten and Naruto. Coordinate gentle fist strikes with my would-release defense. Tenten reacted instantly, her chains snapped forward, yanking Naruto to safety, then nodded firmly to Niji. The three fought shoulder to shoulder. Niji's gentle fist precisely struck chakra points on encroaching white Zetsu. Tenten's chains ensnared enemies mid-charge. My would-release erected layered bulwarks, transforming certain death into hard-won stability. Elsewhere Hashirama and Tobarama had already reached the main battlefield. Hashirama slammed his palms together, would-release forest of death, surged across the field, colossal trees entwining the Ten Tails' limbs seeking to immobilize it. Tobarama teleported atop its head, flying thunder god technique, fused with water-release water decapitation wave, launching razor-sharp water blades straight into the Ten Tails' eye sockets, forcing a guttural cry of agony. Minato had also located Obito, golden flying thunder god chakra colliding with Obito's space-time energy. As he evaded, Minato cried out, Obito. Wake up. Do you still remember Rin's wish? She never wanted you to destroy the world, she wished for you to protect Konoha. Obito's movements faltered beneath his mask, his gaze trembled with inner conflict. Black Zetsu lurked in shadow, sensing the tide turning, he gathered chakra silently, preparing to seize control of Obito once more. I sensed that sinister presence instantly, and shouted to Minato, Grandmaster Minato. Beware Black Zetsu, he's manipulating Obito. Minato understood at once, teleporting behind Obito and delivering a palm strike to his back, infusing his own chakra to suppress Black Zetsu's influence. Sasuke's standoff with Orochimaru had likewise reached fever pitch. Orochimaru sought to seize the Ten Tails chakra, but was locked down by Sasuke's Susanoo. Black flames of Amaterasu sealed his escape routes. Sasuke's voice cut cold and clear, abandon such schemes, or I'll end you without hesitation. Karin, sensing chakra fluctuations nearby, warned Sasuke sharply, White Zetsu forces approaching from the left, beware ambush. Suigetsu swung his executioner's blade with flamboyant ferocity, cleaving White Zetsu one after another. Now this is a real fight. Enraged by Hashirama's restraint, the Ten-Tails broke free from the forest of death, and began forming a colossal tailed beast ball aimed directly at the allied forces' front line. Scatter, everyone! Hashirama roared, hands sealing rapidly, would release all-encompassing bag. A titanic wooden hand rose from the earth, intercepting the tailed beast ball head-on. The detonation shattered the hand into splinters, yet Hashirama, gritting his teeth against the onslaught, urged, Tobirama, now. Tobirama materialized at the Ten-Tails' tail tip, fingers blazing with concentrated water chakra. Mutual summoning explosive tags detonated violently along its spine, rupturing vertebrae and shattering the tailed beast ball's formation. Seizing the moment, I wove would release vines to bind the Ten-Tails' tail tip. Niji and Tenten pressed the advantage. Niji's gentle fist struck vital chakra nodes with surgical precision, while Tenten hurled custom-crafted ninja tools straight into the Ten-Tails' eyes, blinding it, utterly plunging it into chaos. Under Minato's words, Obito's mask cracked, revealing a face etched with deep scars. He gazed upon the carnage, then recalled Rin's smile. The fog of confusion lifted, replaced by remorse and resolve. Did I truly err? Then, his eyes swept past the battlefield, landing on me. His body locked rigid, his pupils contracted violently, shock eclipsing guilt so utterly he forgot to breathe. Staggering half a step forward, his voice shattered into trembling fragments, erupting in raw disbelief. Rin. No, wait, you're not. Before I could speak, a familiar lightning chakra surge tore across the field. Kakashi had arrived. His hand tightened around Chidori, silver-gray strands clung to his blood-smeared temples, eyes wide with disorientation. He first glanced at Obito, freed from control, then fixed his gaze on me, flickering between us before settling on my features. His throat moved, a voice hoarse, fragile. Hikari. How are you here, and you, Obito? Clearly he had never imagined encountering both his time-lost daughter and his long-dead comrade on this very battlefield. Obito whirled toward Kakashi, shock receding, replaced by a storm of emotion, resentment, bitter defiance, and above all the enduring ache of Rin's loss and longing. He lunged forward, seizing Kakashi's collar with crushing force, fabric straining near tearing, as he roared, Kakashi. What in hell is happening? Who is she? Why does she look exactly like Rin? His voice cracked under years of suppressed anguish. Tell me, did Rin leave something unsaid? Something you've kept from me all this time? Kakashi did not resist the grip, only stared more lost than ever, glancing from me to Obito, voice hollow with helplessness. She is my daughter, Hikari Kakashi. Her mother was Rin. That single sentence struck Obito like lightning. His grip slackened, he stumbled backward 2 steps, eyes vacant and hollow, whispering numbly, Rin, your daughter. Minato stepped swiftly between them, voice gentle but firm. Obito, calm yourself. Hikari comes from the future. She knows everything, including Rin's true heart. I approached quietly, meeting Obito's ashen face, my tone tender yet unwavering. Uncle Obito, Mother Rin's wish was never destruction. Nor was it for you to drown in hatred. She wished for you, and father, to live fully and guard Konoha with all your strength. Black Zetsu, concealed in shadow, sensed Obito's emotional turbulence, and prepared to reassert control, only to find Madara Uchiha had already broken free from the impure world resurrection's bindings, appearing soundlessly behind him. Madara's chakra shimmered like drawn blades, clearly unmanipulated, unlike cannon. Hashirama's earlier battlefield counsel had at last unsettled the puppet strings woven into his mind. You little wretch, you've pulled my strings from the shadows long enough. Now you pay the price. Madara's Susanoo coalesced instantly, its blade gleaming with lethal coldness as it slashed downward toward Black Zetsu. Cornered and exposed, Black Zetsu pleaded for mercy, only to be severed without hesitation. With Black Zetsu's annihilation, the Ten-Tails chakra destabilized. Hashirama seized the opening, restraining it anew with wood release, while Tobirama enacted sealing arrays, methodically siphoning its power. Niji looked at Tenten beside him, unharmed, and then at me, offering a quiet, relieved smile. Thank you, Hikari. As dusk settled, smoke thinned over the battlefield. Minato clapped Obito's shoulder, eyes warm with quiet pride. Hashirama and Madara stood side by side, watching order slowly return, not bickering for the first time in decades. Sasuke lowered his Susanoo, while Orochimaru, guarded by Karin and Suigetsu, watched with smoldering resentment. I stood beside Niji and Tenten, gazing across the field, gratitude swelling within me. This time every sorrow had been rewritten. Obito stood frozen, his fingers unconsciously curling inward, the color draining from his face. He stared at the contours of my face that resembled Rin's, then turned to the deep-seated guilt in Kakashi's eyes. Years of hatred, obsession and resentment collapsed in that moment, leaving only a flood of regret. I actually... He choked, raising a hand to cover his face, tears seeping through the gaps between his fingers. For the sake of so-called revenge I destroyed everything Lin wanted to protect and nearly plunged Konoha into catastrophe. I'm such a fool. Kakashi watched Obito's breakdown, his silver-gray eyes filled with complexity. He slowly stepped forward saying nothing but gently patted Obito on the shoulder, a gesture that carried countless unspoken words: the bond of youth, the pain of losing Lin, and the regret and reluctance for a dear friend who had strayed from the path. Obito, he said, his voice hoarse, each word laden with weight, I share the blame for what happened back then. If only I had been a little faster. Before he could finish, Obito abruptly interrupted him. No, it's all my fault. Obito lowered his hand, his face streaked with tears, but a resolute light blazed in his eyes. I was blinded by hatred for getting Lin's wish and our promise. Now it's time to atone. He turned to look at the chaotic battlefield. At the Ten Tails, though temporarily restrained, still thrashed wildly, and the White Zetsu army had not been completely eradicated. Sealing the Ten Tails requires power. I have Hashirama's cells and spacetime chakra inside me. Let me help you. As he spoke, Obito turned to charge at the Ten Tails, but Kakashi reached out and grabbed his arm, the reluctance in his eyes intensifying. Obito, your body has already been damaged by Hashirama's cells and spacetime abilities. Forcing your chakra will drain your life force completely. He knew Obito's nature too well. Once he set his mind on atonement, he would stop at nothing. This resolute determination to do what was known to be impossible made Kakashi's heart clench. He had already lost Lin and couldn't bear to lose this dear friend as well. Obito turned back, revealing a relieved smile to Kakashi, a smile that held apology for the past and acceptance of fate. Kakashi, this is what I owe Lin, what I owe Konoha, and what I owe you. Being able to do something for everyone in the end is the only way I can make amends. He gently freed himself from Kakashi's grip, his tone firm. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly like before. I quickly stepped forward and took Obito's other hand, conveying warmth through my palm. Uncle Obito, I said softly yet with undeniable strength, atonement doesn't mean sacrificing yourself. Auntie Lin wouldn't be happy if she saw you like this. She wants you to live to see Konoha restored to peace, to see everyone living well. I turned to look at Kakashi, then back at Obito. Let's work together, okay? Dad's lightning cutter, Uncle's spacetime jutsu, and my would release. If we fight side by side, we can definitely seal the Ten Tails completely without anyone having to bear the burden alone. Obito looked into my clear eyes as if seeing Lin's gentle gaze reflected within. He paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, the resolute look in his eyes gradually softening, gaining warmth. All right, he said softly yet with a weighty promise, together. Kakashi watched the clasped hands of Obito and me, his reluctance gradually turning into determination. He gripped the kunai in his hand and looked toward the battlefield. Then together let's fulfill Lin's wish and protect our Konoha. The three of us stood shoulder to shoulder, our chakra intertwining. The bonds of youth and the redemption of this moment bloomed with a warm and steadfast light on the smoke-filled battlefield. We worked in seamless coordination. Kakashi's lightning cutter precisely sliced through approaching White Zetsu. Obito's spacetime jutsu teleported him around the Ten Tails to set up a restraining barrier, and my would release coiled around the Ten Tails' limbs, forming a double bind with Uncle Hashirama's would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Uncle Tobirama took the opportunity to activate the sealing jutsu while Minato and Sasuke kept watch on the periphery. The battle situation grew increasingly clear. When the last wisp of Black Zetsu's residual chakra was slain by Madara and the Ten Tails was completely sealed within the barrier, the heavens and earth finally regained a long-lost peace. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a faint temporal light halo began to glow around me. I knew that with the key tragedy changed, the time-space node had been restored and I had to return to my own future. The light grew brighter, slowly enveloping my figure. I turned to look at Kakashi and Obito, my eyes filled with reluctance. Dad, Uncle Obito, I have to go now. Kakashi's pupils contracted. He rushed forward trying to grab my hand, but his fingertips only passed through the light. His silver-gray eyes instantly reddened, his voice urgent and unwilling. Can't you wait a little longer? He had so many words left unsaid, so much time he wanted to make up for, but he hadn't expected the separation to come so soon. Obito was also frozen for a moment, then quickly stepped forward, looking at me enveloped in the light, his eyes a mixture of guilt and tenderness. His voice was hoarse. Child, thank you. You helped me see my true heart and prevented me from making an irreversible mistake. Dad, take good care of yourself and keep Uncle Obito company. I looked at the two of them, tears streaming down my face. Uncle Obito, you must live well, protect Konoha together with Dad, and see the world of peace for Auntie Lin. I'll be waiting for you in the future, for a Konoha without regrets. The light grew denser, gradually drowning out my voice. I took one last look at the two men whom Lin had cared for and who cared for Lin, and my figure vanished completely into the rift of time and space. After Ing disappeared, the battlefield was left with only the cool wind and lingering smoke. Kakashi stood still, his outstretched hand still hanging in the air, the tips of his fingers seemingly still retaining the warmth of his daughter. The reluctance in his eyes transformed into a deep sense of relief. He turned to Obito, his voice soft yet firm. We can't let Ing down, nor can we let Lin down. Obito looked toward where the temporal light had dissipated, a gentle smile appearing on his face as if the scars in his eyes had been smoothed over. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder, his tone filled with solemnity. Yes. Let's return to Konoha together, live well, protect this hard-won peace, and I will atone for my sins. Though Hashirama's cells within him still threatened to backfire with Kakashi's company and the determination to make amends, he only wanted to fight with all his might to survive and fulfill the promises he made to Ing and Lin. The two walked side by side toward Konoha, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. The years of estrangement and resentment had long since dissipated, leaving only a bond that transcended life and death and the hope for the future. Kakashi raised his hand and gently touched his left eye, the eye that carried Obito's gift and the shared memories of the three of them. Obito looked at his friend beside him, a long-lost pure smile spreading across his lips, just like in their youth when the three of them ran together on the training ground, his eyes full of light. They both knew that Ing was waiting for them in the future and Lin was watching them from the heavens. In the days to come they would protect Konoha together, heal the wounds of war, and use the rest of their lives to make up for past regrets, living as Lin and Ing would have wished. This bond that transcended time would in the years of peace grow ever stronger and more enduring. The afternoon sun in Konoha was just right, yet the training ground's lawn was saturated with a deadly aura. 8-year-old Chimu, draped in a stolen old cloak of Kakashi's, its hem dragging on the grass and collecting blades, stood with one hand on her hip and the other raising a black painted branch as her dark scepter. Her silver-gray hair half covered one eye as she stared with feigned profundity at the three little friends before her. Bo-Rin, chewing on a blade of dog's tail grass and hands in pockets, looked at her helplessly. Sister Ing, didn't we agree to practice ninjutsu? What are you up to this time? Young-Na stood with arms crossed, a hint of disdain hidden in her Uchiha-style cool brows, yet she still patiently refrained from leaving. The youngest Xiangri-Kue, with her twin ponytails, clutched half a half-eaten dorayaki in her hand, blinking her big eyes curiously, adding her small face brimming with adoration. Ing cleared her throat, deliberately lowering her voice, her tone laden with Chinibu authority. Ignorant mortals, this place is already shrouded by the power of me, the dark shadow Ing Emperor. You shall either submit or plunge into eternal darkness. With that she swung the dark scepter, the branch sweeping across the lawn and startling a few ants. Bo-Rin couldn't help but laugh. What dark shadow Ing Emperor? Sounds so lame. If we're going to compare, let's do it with ninjutsu. I won't submit. He raised his hand, condensing pale blue chakra, and assumed a stance to strike. Ying's gaze instantly turned cold, and she slowly shook her head, her tone laced with pity. Foolish mortal, you only expose your shallowness. She sidestepped Bo-Ren's probing chakra sphere, the cloak's hem fluttering, and landed with affected grace on a stone. To rely on brute force in battle, how laughable. Young-Na could no longer hold back. She drew her practice sword from behind and dashed lightly toward Ing. Stop putting on airs, Sister Ing. Take this. Her movements were swift, yet she deliberately restrained her strength, merely wanting to puncture Ying's Chinibu fantasy. But Ing unhurried used the dark scepter to block the practice sword, her gaze sweeping contemptuously over Young-Na. Suddenly she switched to a tone of compassionate sorrow, murmuring to the air as if addressing some non-existent elder brother, how pitiful, brother, that you have let worldly power blind your eyes and become a slave to brute force. Young-Na was startled, then frowned. Who is your brother? I'm not. She withdrew her practice sword and looked at Ing, lost in her own world, both annoyed and amused. Bo-Rin took the chance to circle behind Ing and reached out to grab her cloak, but Ing turned her head and glared at him sharply. How dare you? Ing raised the dark scepter and pointed it at Bo-Rin. To dare offend the majesty of this emperor, I sentence you to become my shadow servant and guard this territory. Bo-Rin deliberately let out an exaggerated groan and collapsed onto the lawn. Why, I surrender, I surrender. Spare me, dark shadow Ing Emperor. This comical scene made Xiangri-Kue giggle. She toddled over to Ing on her short legs and held out her dorayaki. Sister Ing, have some dorayaki. Xiangri-Kue is willing to be Sister Ying's servant. Ing looked at Xiangri-Kue's innocent eyes, her Chinibu aura instantly deflated by half, yet she still forced composure as she took the dorayaki and took a small bite, softening her tone. Since you are so devout, this emperor permits you to stay by my side, appointing you as Light Maiden. Young-Na sighed helplessly but didn't undermine the act. She simply leaned against the tree, watching the three of them fool around. Bo-Rin got up and sidled next as Young-Na, whispering, look at Ing, she's getting more Chinibu by the day. Doesn't Kakashi-sensei discipline her? Young-Na glanced at him. Discipline? It's useless. She's been like this for almost a month now. Just then Ing suddenly raised the dark scepter toward the sky, her voice impassioned. Today this emperor hereby proclaims the formal establishment of the Dark Shadow Empire. You must remember, follow this emperor and you shall be free from ignorance and shallowness. Bo-Ren's eyes lit up. He instantly dropped his nonchalant attitude, formed an exaggerated hand seal, swayed his body as if pretending to gather chakra, and shouted in a loud voice, long live his majesty. Your subordinate is willing to be the Empire's vanguard, code name Thunder General Bo, to sweep away all resistance. He waved his hand as if performing a ninja technique, his Chinibu aura no less than Ying's. Xiang Kue swept up by the two raised her little fist and clapped in approval, long live his majesty. The light maiden obeys the command. The training grounds lawn was filled with the laughter and joy of youths. Only Zhuo Liangna stood aside holding her forehead and sighing, yet she secretly curled her lips, a trace of helpless amusement hiding in her eyes. What are these two kids acting out now? A cheerful voice came. Mingren holding Chu Tian's hand and Zhuo Zhu accompanying Xiaoying had arrived to pick up the children. Mingren, seeing Bo Ren from afar raising his fist and shouting slogans, helplessly touched his forehead. Chu Tian smiled gently, her gaze falling on Xiang Kue, her eyes full of endearment. Zhuo Zhu, hands in pockets, watched the children's antics with cool impassive brows, but when he caught Zhuo Liangna's small gesture the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Xiaoying stepped forward with a teasing smile and called to Zhuo Liangna, would you like mommy to help you terminate their Chinibyu empire? Zhuo Liangna immediately straightened up and shook her head, no thanks mom. Let them have their fun. But Ying and Bo Ren interrupted, turned to see the four parents, and instead of toning down they grew more excited. Ying, hands on her hips, declared to the four mortals, how dare you trespass into my dark shadow empire? Either submit or let my thunder vanguard capture you. Bo Ren immediately stepped forward, striking a battle pose, adding with feigned authority, that's right. Surrender at once or don't blame me if my thunder technique shows no mercy. Mingren, seeing this, casually cooperated by taking an exaggerated step back and raising his hands in surrender. Oh my, I surrender. I am willing to submit to the dark shadow in Emperor. Might your majesty spare me this once? Chu Tian, following Mingren's lead, bowed gently, your concubine is willing to follow his majesty. This scene made the children laugh heartily. Ying's cheeks flushed slightly, but she forced composure and waved her hand, since you know your place this emperor will spare you. Zhuo Zhu stepped forward, lightly flicked Zhuo Liangna's forehead, then looked at Bo Ren, ending his tone flat but carrying a hint of warning, don't play too wildly, be careful not to fall. Bo Ren stuck out his tongue but restrained his movements a bit. Xiaoying smiled and ruffled Ying's hair, her fingers brushing the grass-stained cloak. Ying, did you steal this cloak from Kakashi? Be careful, he might punish you when he gets back. Ying instantly wilted, unconsciously clutching the hem of the cloak and muttering softly, no way. Bo Ren, seeing this, quickly stepped in to smooth things over, resuming his Chinibyu mode, fear not your majesty. With your subordinate here I will surely block Kakashi-sama's punishment. Ying immediately regained her aura and nodded, you're perceptive. I reward you with half a dorayaki. She broke off half of the dorayaki Xiang Kue had given her and handed it to him. The two of them huddled again, whispering about empire plans, while Zhuo Liangna, watching from the side, felt a headache coming on but still stayed put. Mingren, with his arm around Chu Tian's shoulder, looked at Bo Ren's behavior with a mix of helplessness and amusement. This kid is just as mischievous as I was when I was young, but I have no idea where he gets this Chinibyu streak. Zhuo Zhu glanced at him and said flatly, from you, you love the spotlight just as much. Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh, Zhuo Zhu is right. Mingren, you were no less rambunctious than them when you were little. The four of them sat on the stone steps watching the children fool around. The sunlight bathed them, filling the scene with warmth. Before long Kakashi also came to fetch Ying. From a distance he saw his daughter wrapped in a cloak huddled with Bo Ren, plotting, Zhuo Liangna looking exasperated, Xiang Kue clapping in agreement, and the four parents watching from the steps like spectators. He let out a helpless chuckle, walked over and gently tapped Ying's head. Ying, time to go home for dinner. Your dark shadow empire, you can rule it with Bo Ren again tomorrow. Ying's aura instantly collapsed. She rubbed her head with a pout but still called out to Bo Ren, General Bo, this emperor temporarily adjourns the court. The empire is left in your charge. Bo Ren immediately stood straight and solemnly clasped his fists, your subordinate obeys. I will defend the empire until your majesty returns. Mingren stood up with a smile and ruffled Bo Ren's hair. Alright Bo Ren, stop acting. We need to go home too. Chu Tian gently took Xiang Kue's hand and handed her a new dorayaki. Xiang Kue, have something to eat. Xiaoying helped Zhuo Liangna straighten her collar and advised, next time don't play along with them for too long, be careful. Zhuo Zhu gave Zhuo Liangna a slight nod. The four prepared to leave with their children. Before leaving, Bo Ren waved to Ying, your majesty, remember to ascend the throne on time tomorrow. Your subordinate has prepared the thunder equipment. Ying waved her branch back, I know General Bo. Do not slack off. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, took Ying's hand and turned away. The hem of the cloak still dragged on the ground, leaving a trail of tiny footprints. Behind them drifted the laughter of the parents and the children's farewells, making the Konoha afternoon feel even warmer. Ying's aura instantly collapsed. She rubbed her head with a pout but still called out to Bo Ren and the other two, this emperor temporarily adjourns the court. You must hold your posts. With that she obediently took Kakashi's hand and left the cloak's hem still dragging on the ground, leaving a trail of tiny footprints and the irrepressible smiles of the three behind. In the dim laboratory 6 wooden coffins engraved with cursed seals were arranged neatly, their surfaces reflecting a cold hard luster. The air was thick with a strange aura of chakra mixed with earth. Orochimaru stood before the coffins, his white robe trailing on the ground. His golden slit pupils glowed faintly in the darkness and his tone carried a rare hint of concern. Hataru, are you sure about this? If Kakashi finds out you used the impure world reincarnation to summon these people, he will be furious. I clenched the hem of my clothes, my fingertips turning white. The resolve I had felt earlier was now tinged with hesitation and my voice betrayed a hint of unease. It's fine. Father wouldn't dare to hit me. He probably won't be too angry. My voice grew weaker toward the end and even I lacked confidence. After all, the impure world reincarnation was a forbidden technique, especially summoning those who shared such deep bonds with the leaf and my father. I couldn't predict how he would react. Otto walked slowly to my side, his slender fingers gently resting on my shoulder. The warmth of his palm seeped through the fabric, carrying a calming strength. His voice was gentle yet firm, his gaze filled with certainty. Trust me, Hataru. I have no reason to lie to you. This is the only way to make up for regrets and to gain strength against the Otsutsuki. I looked up at him, seeing no trace of deception in his eyes. The unease in my heart gradually dissipated. I took a deep breath, nodded solemnly to Otto and said with renewed resolve, I trust you, Otto. Then I turned to Orochimaru, bowed slightly and said earnestly, I'm counting on you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave a helpless bitter smile, shook his head and snapped his fingers. 6 white Zetsu emerged slowly from the shadows. Their forms were hunched, their skin pallid and sickly with deep-set eyes. A faint murky chakra emanated from their bodies. This is my last batch, Orochimaru said, lightly tapping a white Zetsu's head. His tone carried a hint of regret but also a trace of anticipation. Still, witnessing the return of these people makes it worthwhile. He stepped back to the center of the coffins and swiftly formed hand seals. Dark chakra gathered at his fingertips and cursed seal-like patterns spread along the ground, entwining the 6 coffins and the white Zetsu before them. Very well, impure world reincarnation, low chants echoed through the laboratory. The ground trembled violently and black chakra surged like a tide. The sky seemed to be veiled by an invisible force and a chilling aura of death suddenly permeated the air. Then a massive black shadow emerged from the chakra. The figure of the death god gradually took form. It wore a pitch-black robe and beneath its hood a faceless shadow exuded bone-chilling cold. Its bony hand gripped a scythe gleaming with a ghostly light, and the surrounding aura of death seemed to freeze the air. The death god slowly swung its scythe. A cold arc of light flashed and the souls of the white Zetsu's sacrifices were instantly torn away. Their bodies withered and dissipated at a visible rate, eventually turning into black smoke that the death god devoured. At the same time, the lids of the 6 coffins exploded outward. Black chakra-like cocoons enveloped 6 figures, slowly coalescing and taking shape beside the coffins. The first figure gradually became clear, Obito Uchiha, clad in the black robe of the Akatsuki, an orange mask covering half his face revealing only a blood-red Sharingan eye. A trace of lingering hostility remained in his gaze. Spatial temporal chakra rippled around his tall form. Even summoned by the impure world reincarnation, he exuded a sense of defiance and reluctance. The figure beside him was gentle and moving, Rin Nohara, wearing a pale purple leaf ninja outfit, her black hair falling to her shoulders with slightly curled ends. Her brows were curved and a faint smile graced her face. Gentle medical chakra emanated from her. Even after life and death, her purity and kindness remained undimmed, as if she had never left. The third figure was steady and imposing, Tsukumo Hatake, clad in a dark ninja robe, his silver-gray hair tied back. His face was resolute, bearing a 7/10 resemblance to Kakashi, yet sharper. At his waist hung the legendary white light fang, its blade gleaming coldly. His chakra was dense and heavy, exuding the unique intimidation of the white fang of the leaf. Not far away, the figure of Minato Namikaze gradually materialized. He wore a cloak with yellow lightning patterns, his golden hair dazzling, his blue eyes clear and resolute, his features handsome. Golden flying thunder god chakra surrounded him. Even in the state of impure world reincarnation, he retained the calm and power of the 4th Hokage, as if he would teleport in the next instant to protect those behind him. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki was radiant, her crimson hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes also a translucent crimson. She wore a red patterned ninja outfit and around her flowed the unique chakra of the Uzumaki clan. She possessed both feminine brightness and a tenacious spirit, with a hint of longing for Minato and concern for Naruto hidden in her eyes. The last figure was carefree and unrestrained, Jiraiya, wearing his signature white coat, his pale white hair loose on his shoulders, a characteristic smile on his face. His brows were full of unruliness. A gourd of sake hung at his waist. His chakra was thick and gentle, exuding the bearing of one of the 3 Sannin. Even after life and death, his passion for the leaf and his expectations for his disciples remained unchanged. The 6 figures fully manifested their chakras intertwining, carrying both the resolve of Leaf Ninja and the sorrow of transcending life and death. I gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures before me, my eyes instantly reddening. My heart was filled with excitement and trepidation. This reunion across life and death had finally come true. The six figures stood silently within the chakra cocoon. Though they had been revived through the impure world reincarnation, their forms carried a certain translucence, and the death aura surrounding them declared that they were not truly alive. Otto stepped forward and turned his palm upward. Six bodies with a silvery metallic luster slowly emerged from the spatial rift around him, hovering in midair. These were the soul steel bodies he had spent a long time developing. Their lines fit the contours of the human form, and pale blue energy patterns flowed across their surfaces. The material was tough and could perfectly carry souls and chakra, emitting a gentle yet powerful energy fluctuation. These are soul steel bodies specially made to house your souls. Otto's tone was calm, and he gathered pale blue energy threads at his fingertips. The bodies of the impure world reincarnation are ultimately limited by the technique. Only true containers can free you from restraints and grant you true freedom. As his voice fell, he waved his hand, and six energy threads precisely wrapped around Obito and the others. Gently yet firmly they guided their souls, slowly peeling them away from the impure world bodies. Obito and the others were startled, instinctively wanting to resist, but they found that the energy threads carried no malice, only a guiding force. As their souls gradually separated from the impure world bodies, the death aura around them dissipated, replaced by the gentle energy emitted by the soul steel bodies. The impure world bodies, composed of black chakra, slowly crumbled like shards of ice after the souls were extracted, leaving only six glowing white soul orbs. Under Otto's guidance they slowly flowed into the corresponding soul steel bodies. The fusion process was calm and smooth. The energy patterns on the surface of the soul steel bodies suddenly brightened, and a pale blue light enveloped the bodies, continuously adjusting the compatibility between the soul and the container. Obito was the first to open his eyes. He flexed his fingers. The silver-white soul steel body perfectly replicated his original form, even the mask's patterns were clearly visible. Spatial temporal chakra gathered in his palm, no longer hindered by the stiffness of the impure world state. The hostility in his eyes had faded, replaced by disbelief. Rin also slowly opened her eyes. She raised a hand to touch her cheek. The soul steel body had a warm texture, far from the coldness of the impure world body. She tried to channel medical chakra. Pale green chakra flowed smoothly at her fingertips. The smile in her eyes became more genuine. This is a real body. Tsukumo Hatake gripped the white light fong at his waist, feeling the abundant power in his body, even stronger than in life. The soul steel material made his chakra circulation even more refined. He looked up at Otto, his gaze carrying both scrutiny and gratitude. The Hatake clan will remember this debt. Minato lightly raised his hand. Golden flying thunder god chakra danced at his fingertips. He shifted his form slightly, teleporting several meters away, then instantly returned. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Freed from the technique's restraints, this power can truly be used for protection. Kushina reached out and took Minato's arm. Her crimson eyes were full of joy. Her fingers traced the sleeve of the soul steel body, and her voice was lively. Great Minato. We can finally stand side by side for real. Jiraiya laughed and patted his soul steel body. The gourd of sake at his waist was still heavy. He took a swig of sake, his carefree smile unchanged. Interesting, little one. This gift is much better than the impure world reincarnation. From now on the piece of the leaf has a bit more backing. As the six of them were still adjusting to their new bodies, their gazes unanimously fell on me. The faint light of the laboratory fell on me. My silver-gray hair caught a bit of light, and I was still wearing the warmth of Kakashi's old cloak. I stood there gripping the hem of my clothes, both expectant and nervous, my fingertips unconsciously tightening. Rin Noera reacted first. The tenderness in her eyes instantly mixed with curiosity and warmth. She stepped forward lightly, her steps carrying the unique lightness of the soul steel body. When she reached me, she carefully raised her hand, but paused just before touching my cheek, as if afraid to disturb the scene. She looked at my features, especially the silver-gray eyes that were exactly like Kakashi's. The answer instantly came to her heart. Her voice was as soft as a feather. You're Kakashi's child, aren't you? You're called Hataru, right? She had heard Kakashi mention wanting a stable home. Now seeing this little face so reminiscent of her dear friend, her eyes were full of relief and affection. She thought to herself, Kakashi, you finally got what you wished for. Rin's fingertips gently landed on my cheek. The moment they touched, her tenderness deepened. This scene also made the gazes of those behind her burn even hotter. In their hearts a single question arose. Hataru's features, besides Kakashi's coolness, bore a striking resemblance to Rin. Her soft contours and the clarity in her eyes were like Rin in her youth. Obito Uchiha's body stiffened abruptly. The Sharingan beneath his orange mask contracted sharply. The spatial temporal chakra around him nearly went out of control. He stared fixedly at the scene of Rin and me, touching his Adam's apple, bobbing involuntarily. A storm raged in his heart. How could this be? This girl looked so much like Rin. Is it a coincidence or? He dared not think further yet couldn't stop his gaze from clinging to me. The complexity in his eyes intertwined with confusion and a nameless emotion. Shock, tenderness and a trace of cherishment she herself had not yet discerned. Fragments of her past with Rin flickered through her mind, gradually overlapping with the figure before her. Tsukumo Hatake furrowed his brow, his silver-gray eyes shifting between me and Rin, a rare contemplation crossing his resolute features. He knew Kakashi's past well, understood the weight Rin held in his son's heart. Seeing me bearing the likeness of both, a conjecture formed in his mind, yet he hesitated to jump to conclusions. He murmured softly, the brows and eyes. Such resemblance. That boy Kakashi. His tone carried a hint of realization and a touch of heartache for his son's feelings. He raised a hand to stroke the white-fanged short sword at his waist, privately marveling at the whims of fate. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and understanding in each other's eyes. Kushina's crimson eyes glimmered, tugging lightly at Minato's arm as she spoke in a hushed yet curious tone. Minato, look at Ing, isn't she just like Rin when she was little? Except for the eyes, which are Kakashi's, the shape of her face and the curve of her smile are as if carved from the same mold. Minato nodded slowly, his blue eyes filled with gentle curiosity. He thought to himself, Kakashi must have hidden all his cherished feelings for Rin within this child's name and appearance. This bond in such a way continues. Jiraiya tilted his head back for a drink, his gaze lingering on me for a long moment, a hint of deeper meaning added to his carefree smile. He patted the gourd at his waist and spoke with a tone of playful certainty, haha, so that's it. That Kakashi, he truly left all his tenderness for everything related to Rin. This girl's appearance clearly holds his longing for Rin. He saw through the emotions within, yet did not expose them, merely hiding his understanding in his eyes, his gaze upon me now carrying a touch more affection and indulgence. Rin seemed to notice the gazes and speculations of the others. She gently ruffled my hair, turned to smile at everyone with not a trace of resentment in her eyes, only pure heartfelt joy. Everyone thinks Ing looks a lot like me, right? Seeing everyone nod, she looked back at me, her voice soft. It's wonderful to be able to accompany Kakashi and Ing in this way. Wrapped in the warmth of Rin's palm, looking into her untainted tenderness, remembering the irrepressible longing in my father's eyes whenever he spoke of Rin, and my own countless moments of yearning for a mother's love, my emotions could no longer be contained. My nose tingled, my voice choked with emotion, and softly I uttered the title I had rehearsed countless times in my heart, Mother. The moment the word fell, I shyly lowered my head, clutching Rin's sleeve, afraid to look up, my heart pounding, fearful of offending her, yet holding an unspoken anticipation. Rin's body stiffened abruptly, then her eyes reddened. She pulled me tightly into her embrace, her warm arms carrying the unique heat of her soul-steel body, her voice choked yet brimming with joy as she repeated softly, oh. My dear child, Mother is here. Holding me, it was as if she embraced a completeness that transcended time. Her heart was filled with relief, if this sudden mother-daughter bond was far more moving than blood ties. Tsukumo Hatake, watching the two embracing, his silver-gray eyes swirling with complex emotions, relief, guilt and a longing suppressed for years. He looked at my features so reminiscent of Kakashi, then at Rin's gentle demeanor, recalling the regret of not being able to watch Kakashi grow up, this long-delayed family bond. His throat tightened involuntarily, stepping forward, his rough hand gently resting atop my head, his voice trembling with barely concealed emotion and cherished regard, slowly uttering, Ing. Grandfather. That single word, grandfather, brought tears to Tsukumo's own eyes. He had never given Kakashi the complete love of a father, and that regret had become a lifelong obsession. Now before his grandchild he finally turned his deepest care into a tangible title. I looked up, seeing Tsukumo's reddened eyes and the softness on his resolute face, tears streaming down as I threw myself into his arms, sobbing, Grandfather. Obito Uchiha stood still, his breath quickening beneath the orange mask, the crimson Sharingan losing most of its malice, leaving only emotion and gentleness. Watching the heartwarming scene before him, memories of his youth with Kakashi and Rin flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, this is the peace Kakashi wanted, isn't it? How wonderful. He did not step forward to disturb, only silently adjusting the chakra around him, hiding his resolve to protect within his eyes, vowing to safeguard this hard-won completeness. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged a glance, both seeing emotion and relief in each other's eyes. Kushina dabbed at the corner of her eye, her crimson gaze soft, tugging at Minato's arm and whispering, Minato, look, this child finally has a complete family, and Tsukumo-senpai's wish has been fulfilled. Minato nodded slowly, his blue eyes gentle, and replied softly, a bond that transcends life and death, ultimately filling every void. This is the best ending. Jiraiya raised his head for another drink, suppressing the emotion in his eyes, a carefree smile on his face, yet his voice was hoarse, that Kakashi, he's had all his regrets fulfilled by this girl. From now on, with Rin by her side and Tsukumo-senpai protecting her, this girl will be the happiest person. He patted the gourd at his waist, gazing at the scene before him, his heart full of reflection. Orochimaru leaned against the lab bench, a rare softness flashing in his golden-slit pupils, his fingertips idly tapping the surface. He said nothing, yet did not break the warmth. Otto stood in the shadows, watching him, surrounded by family, tears streaming yet face full of happiness, his eyes filled with indulgence and relief. As long as Ing had this warmth, all his sacrifices were worthwhile. The eerie atmosphere of the laboratory had long been dispelled by the warmth of family, and the fluctuations of chakra had also become gentle. Held in the arms of Rin and Tsukumo, feeling the love from my mother and grandfather, looking at the gentle faces around me, my heart was filled with a sense of security. This reunion transcending life and death had finally given all regrets a place to belong. The warm atmosphere permeated the laboratory. Otto slowly emerged from the shadows, his steps steady, faint blue energy patterns flickering around him echoing the luster of his soul steel body. He walked to my side, naturally reaching out to brush away the tears on my cheek, his movements gentle and affectionate. Then he turned to the six of them, including Obito, giving a slight nod, his demeanor proper yet carrying an undeniable cherished regard, and introduced himself. Esteemed elders, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Otto and I am Ying's fiancé. The moment these words fell, the room fell silent for a beat, all eyes focusing on Otto, and the expressions varied. The sudden announcement made my cheeks burn with embarrassment. Instinctively I clutched Otto's sleeve, half shy half sweet. Though I had long known our feelings, it had never been spoken so directly before the elders. My ears burned hot and I buried my head deeper into Rin's embrace, too embarrassed to look up. Rin was the first to react, a hint of playful tenderness added to her gentle eyes. She patted my back lightly, her gaze at Otto filled with scrutiny yet no malice, and asked softly, Otto, is it? Thank you for always being with Ing, and thank you for preparing such wonderful bodies for us. She was happy that Ing had found someone to rely on, yet couldn't help but assess this protector of Ing from a mother's perspective, confirming whether he could give Ing stability and happiness. Tsukumo Hatake's expression instantly turned stern, his silver gray eyes locking onto Otto, his chakra subtly condensing, carrying the unique imposing presence of the White Fang of Konoha. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp yet not harsh, and spoke in a low voice, do you know the great responsibility that comes with becoming a son-in-law of the Hatake clan? Ing is Kakashi's weakness and our treasure. I will never allow anyone to let her down. His tone was full of protection for his grandchild, inwardly assessing Otto's strength and character, for this was the one who would accompany Ing for life. Obito Uchiha straightened slightly, a flicker of scrutiny passing through the Sharingan beneath his orange mask, the spacetime chakra around him rippling subtly. Although he acknowledged Otto's kindness in recreating their bodies, he remained wary of this sudden fiancé, thinking to himself, can this young man protect Ing? If he dares to make a single misstep, even if I have to use Kamui, I won't let him off lightly. He said nothing but conveyed his determination to protect through his presence. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and gentleness in each other's eyes. Kushina's crimson eyes were full of curiosity, pulling at Minato's hand and whispering with a smile, I didn't expect him to have a fiancé at such a young age. That child is truly blessed. Minato nodded slowly, his blue eyes filled with elder's affection, looking at Otto with approval, I can see that you truly cherish Ing. From now on, protect her together with us. The future of Konoha also needs young people like you to stand shoulder to shoulder. Jiraiya tilted his head back, draining the gourd of its sake, wiped his mouth, a carefree smile on his face as he stepped forward and slapped Otto on the shoulder, his tone teasing, haha young man, you have good taste. Ing is a treasure. You must treat her well. If you dare to bully her, not only Kakashi won't forgive you, this old man will personally teach you a lesson. His tone was light, yet it carried expectations and warnings for the younger generation. Orochimaru leaned against the lab bench, a flicker of interest in his golden slit pupils, his fingertips tapping the surface lightly as he sized up Otto with curiosity. I didn't expect you to be not only skilled in crafting soul steel bodies but also so devoted to Ing. Interesting. With you around, Ying's safety has an added layer of protection. Though his demeanor was indifferent, he tacitly accepted Otto's role. Meeting everyone's gaze, Otto remained composed. He gently took my hand, the warmth of his palm bringing me complete reassurance, and looked at everyone with firm eyes, rest assured, esteemed elders. My sole obsession in this life is to protect Ing. No matter how great the danger ahead, whether the threat of the Otsutsuki or other obstacles, I will do everything in my power to keep her safe. I will never let her down, nor will I betray your trust. His words were weighty, the energy patterns around him glowing brighter with his unwavering resolve. I looked up at Otto, my eyes full of reliance and joy, firmly gripping his hand in return. Rin gently wrapped an arm around my shoulder, and Tsukumo slowly receded, his intimidating presence, his expression gradually softening. The atmosphere in the lab returned to warmth, now touched with anticipation for their future. This family bond, transcending life and death, intertwined with steadfast love, turned all regrets into completeness. I leaned gently against Rin's shoulder, gazing at the assembled figures before me. The lingering warmth of Odo's palms still tingled upon my fingertips, and a soft blush rose to my cheeks as I broke the hush, my voice light with shy delight. Actually, reviving you all wasn't only about uniting against the Otsutsuki. There's another small heartfelt wish. In 3 days it'll be Father's birthday. I want to give him a truly unforgettable surprise. These words fell like golden sunlight, instantly deepening the warmth within the laboratory. All present paused, then tender smiles bloomed in their eyes, dissolving earlier scrutiny of Odo and the poignant awe of reunion into quiet, profound emotion for this filial devotion. Rin softly stroked my hair, her gaze brimming with indulgent affection, her voice so gentle it seemed to drip with honey. So that's it, our Hotaru truly is thoughtful. If Kakashi sees us all gathered here, sees this surprise, he'll be speechless with joy. She recalled his youth, how Kakashi, burdened by his father's legacy and haunted by past silence, had never truly celebrated a birthday. Now through Hotaru's tender intention, that long unfulfilled longing could finally be healed, and anticipation swelled in her heart. Might Guy's stern features softened entirely. He raised a hand and gently patted the top of my head, his calloused fingers radiated a rough comforting warmth and his voice trembled with unmasked tenderness and quiet emotion. What a fine child, you've done well. This may well be the finest birthday gift Kakashi has ever received, and the belated companionship I as his father can at last offer him. He had never once stood beside Kakashi on his birthday. That half-lifetime of regret, now redeemed through his granddaughter's heart, dissolved, leaving behind only quiet peace. Obito stood quietly aside, beneath his orange mask his breathing steadied and the last trace of fury faded from his crimson Sharingan, replaced only by tenderness and serene release. His gaze lingered on me, memory flashing, youthful days training side by side with Kakashi, snatching tricolored dango from each other's hands. A silent thought stirred within him, that man, so cold on the surface, must harbor endless softness beneath. He clenched his fist softly, resolving inwardly to play his part wholeheartedly, to craft a gift uniquely for Kakashi, a quiet reparation for years left unspoken. Kushina's crimson eyes sparkled with sudden enthusiasm as she tugged Minato's arm lightly, her voice bright with excitement. Wonderful. We must prepare thoroughly. Let's make it warm and inviting, tricolor dango and miso soup for Kakashi, grilled fish and a beautifully decorated cake. She had always cherished life's simple vibrant moments, and now already immersed in planning every detail of the celebration, her eyes shone with pure radiant expectation. Minato smiled warmly, his sapphire gaze tender as he murmured, yes, just as you wish. Kakashi has borne so much alone these years. To celebrate his birthday with us all beside him, he'll surely be deeply moved. His gaze shifted to me, filled with the quiet abiding love of an elder. Hotaru, thank you, for granting us this chance and for giving Kakashi a moment of perfect wholeness. Ha! Fascinating. Jiraiya threw back his head with laughter and clapped Oto heartily on the shoulder, his tone easy and teasing. That boy Kakashi's been playing the stoic since childhood, imagine how he'll react when we all gather round to honor him. I'll fetch the finest sake and compose a custom birthday song, guaranteed to leave a lasting impression. He gave his gourd a playful shake, eyes alight with anticipation. Orochimaru leaned against the lab bench, golden slit pupils glinting with amused curiosity as his fingers tapped idly upon the metal surface. A birthday, he mused, voice low and measured. An intriguing ritual indeed. I can provide specially crafted luminescent decorations, elegant enough to enhance the atmosphere yet subtle enough to conceal chakra signatures and prevent Kakashi from sensing our preparations in advance. Though warmth did not come easily to him, he chose, this once, to lend his skill, honoring the rare and precious completeness unfolding before him. Oto gently clasped my hand, his steady warmth anchoring me completely. His eyes held infinite tenderness and unwavering support. I'll secure the venue ahead of time, erect protective barriers and select gifts tailored precisely to Senior Kakashi's tastes, ensuring his birthday celebration proceeds flawlessly, delivering the perfect surprise. He had already studied Kakashi's preferences meticulously, every detail from gift to setting carefully considered solely to fulfill Hotaru's heartfelt wish. I looked upon the people before me, all united in preparing father's birthday, and my eyes grew faintly damp, my heart overflowing with quiet radiant warmth. Rin and Kushina consulted closely over decor plans, Higai and Minato coordinated venue logistics and security, Obito lingered discreetly nearby tracing the contours of his gift with chakra, Jiraiya hummed an off-key tune while rehearsing the ceremony, Orochimaru adjusted energy parameters on his luminous ornaments with meticulous precision. Laughter and gentle chatter filled the laboratory, banishing every shadow. This warmth, forged solely for Kakashi, became the most treasured gift across the threshold of life and death. When father opens that door and sees everyone waiting, he'll be utterly astonished, I whispered softly, eyes shimmering with hope. Oto tenderly brushed my hair aside and murmured, yes, he certainly will. Sunlight streamed through the laboratory's narrow windows, bathing them all in golden light, illuminating with breathtaking clarity the bonds that bound them together. For the next 3 days each person assumed their role in orchestrating this extraordinary birthday, a celebration bridging life and death. Oto selected Kakashi's beloved forest cottage, installed chakra-dampening barriers and commissioned a custom cake. Rin and Kushina scoured Konoha's market for tricolor dango, fresh fish and miso ingredients, adorning the cottage with delicate pale blue ribbons. Guy and Minato inspected the surrounding terrain, securing it against intrusion while using chakra to refine the garden into serene perfection. Obito retrieved via spacetime ninjutsu the ancient jutsu scroll Kakashi had lost in youth, his personal gift. Jiraiya crouched in the courtyard endlessly rehearsing his birthday song, only to be teased by Rin for straying far from pitch. Orochimaru embedded his luminescent ornaments into the cottage's beams. At nightfall they would glow with a soft silvery blue radiance, subtle, elegant, deeply romantic. On the evening of the birthday I feigned intimacy, I'd like some quiet time with father, and gently led Kakashi toward the forest cottage. He wore his usual dark shinobi attire. Silver-gray strands stirred softly in the evening breeze, and though his visible eye held quiet curiosity, he yielded gracefully to my guiding hand. Hataru, what mystery are you hiding? Where exactly are you taking me? You'll see soon enough, father, just wait. It's an absolutely enormous surprise. I squeezed his hand playfully, withholding the truth. Odo, concealed nearby, signaled silently to those inside. The ambient luminescence dimmed instantly, leaving only the gentle flicker of candlelight atop the cake. The moment the door swung open, a chorus of voices rose in unison, "Happy birthday, Kakashi." At the center of the cottage's long table lay a feast, tricolor dango releasing a faint sweet fragrance, steam curling upward from bowls of rich miso soup, the cake inscribed with, "Happy birthday, Kakashi," freshly grilled fish gleaming under candlelight, each face lit with genuine joyful warmth. Rin stood beside the table holding a steaming bowl of miso soup. Guy cradled the cake, his expression serene and kind. Kibito leaned against the wall, his orange mask concealing a smile, clutching the recovered jutsu scroll. Minato and Kushina stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes full of blessing. Jiraiya raised his sake gourd, poised to sing his long-rehearsed anthem. Orochimaru rested near the window, golden eyes glinting with wry amusement, yet wholly accepting of the joyful chaos. Kakashi froze mid-step, eyes widening slightly, silver-gray irises shimmering with shock, profound emotion and disbelief. His gaze swept slowly across every familiar face, from Rin's gentle smile to Guy's resolute strength to Obito's unmistakable presence. His fingertips trembled faintly, his throat worked silently for several breaths before he managed a hoarse whisper, How are you all here? The taboo of Edo Tensei, the miracle of soul-steel bodies, all dissolved into misty warmth behind his eyes. Every bond severed by death, every sorrow carried across lifetimes found its sacred home at last. It was Hataru's wish. Rin stepped forward, offering him the miso soup, her voice tender as silk. She wanted to give you a birthday surprise, so we came back, to celebrate with you. Kakashi. Guy moved closer, placing a firm, gentle hand upon his son's shoulder, his voice thick with decades of remorse and quiet redemption. Father has come to celebrate your birthday. That long-delayed vow of presence flooded Kakashi's vision with sudden stinging warmth, years of suppressed feeling surging forth without restraint. Obito tossed the jutsu scroll toward him, voice gruff yet softened. Hey Kakashi, found this. The one you lost as a kid. Don't go crying like that, it's embarrassing. Kakashi caught the scroll, fingertips tracing its yellowed pages, memories of youth rising unbidden, and though tears spilled down his cheeks, his smile widened, deep, unburdened, utterly serene. Minato lifted a hand, golden flying thunder god chakra dancing across his fingertips as wine filled every cup. Enough, we're here to celebrate. Let's make tonight unforgettable for Kakashi. Jiraiya launched into his birthday song, off-key yes but brimming with sincerity. Kushina and Rin began slicing the cake with shared laughter. Odo slipped quietly to my side, took my hand and watched Kakashi surrounded by loved ones, his voice low and tender. Look, he's truly happy. I nodded firmly, heart anchored in a vibrant loving scene before me. Father had finally reunited with those who cherished him. This birthday, spanning life and death, had fulfilled every unspoken yearning, mending every fracture with grace. Kakashi cradled the miso soup, feeling its gentle heat seep into his palms, his silver-gray eyes sweeping over the laughing, loving faces around him, filled with quiet, boundless tenderness. He lowered his head and sipped. The taste was exactly as remembered. Just like the people beside him, they had never truly left. Obito sidled up, snatched a tricolor dango from Kakashi's hand and grinned. Hey Kakashi, I'll test this one first. Kakashi shook his head exasperated, but made no move to stop him, just as he had countless times in their youth. His eye crinkled with fond, patient indulgence. As night deepened, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura arrived, time deliberately late. Soft luminescence from the cottage's exterior ornaments bathed the scene in gentle light, within laughter mingled with the rich aroma of sake. This long-overdue birthday was more than Hataru's gift to Kakashi, it was a bridge across death, a healing of old wounds, a continuation of love that refused to fade. Kakashi looked upon the faces before him and thought silently, and surely this is perhaps the finest birthday gift I shall ever receive. The clamor of the birthday banquet gradually faded away and everyone tacitly left Ing and Aotuwa alone. Holding Aotuwa's hand, I strolled along the Nanha River. The evening breeze brushed the river's surface, stirring up shimmering ripples. The reeds on the bank swayed gently, mingling the warmth of the day into the coolness of the night. The soft glow of the wooden cabin echoed the distant lights of my village. The air still carried the sweet scent of three-colored dumplings and sake, filling my heart with a sense of peace. Walking on the soft riverbank, I couldn't help but stop and look up at Aotuwa by my side. With a hint of hesitation and curiosity, I asked, Aotuwa, I've always wanted to ask you. You are the daimyo of the fire country with a prominent status. You could have any partner you desire. Why did you choose me? As the words left my lips, my fingers tightened slightly. Though I knew his feelings, I still longed to hear his truest answer. Aotuwa looked down at me, the moonlight reflected in his eyes so gentle it could drown a soul. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gently raised his hand to brush away the reed fluff clinging to my hair, then let out a low, soft laugh, a laugh filled with relief and cherishment. Why you? The answer is actually very simple. He spoke slowly, his gaze drifting into the distance as if lost in memory. At my most humiliated and desperate moment, a girl unhesitatingly reached out to me, disregarding her own safety, shielding me with clumsy yet fervent determination. From that moment on, the boy named Aotua had already received his lifelong redemption. My heart trembled. Fragments of a childhood memory flashed through my mind. Lost in the woods, I had stumbled upon a wounded youth surrounded by assassins. With sheer stubbornness, I had stood before him using the crude ninjutsu I had just learned to cover his escape. So it had been since then that fate had entwined us. I blinked and softly pressed, but back then I was young and plain looking. You probably couldn't even tell if I was a boy or a girl, could you? Aotua slowly shook his head. Bending down, he gently clasped my hands. The warmth of his palms dispelled the coolness of the night breeze. His gaze was firm and ardent as he spoke each word. Gender has never mattered. What matters to me is not your appearance or your status, only you, the person who would risk danger to lend a hand, whose eyes hold purity and tenderness, who can make me drop all my defenses. Chimuing. He raised his arm and pulled me into his embrace, his chin lightly resting on the top of my head. His voice was low and solemn. For you I can defy all opposition, reject every proposal of arranged marriage. In this life you will be my only partner. Fame, status, the eyes of the world, they are nothing before you. As long as you are by my side, that is the most perfect happiness in the world for me. The evening breeze carried his confession sweeping across the Nanha River and into the softest corner of my heart. I held him tightly in return, burying my face in his shoulder. The crisp scent of him lingered at my nose. Tears silently soaked his collar, yet I smiled with absolute peace. So this love had never been a fleeting impulse, but a redemption and steadfastness that spanned time. Later, Aotua and I held our wedding amidst everyone's blessings. Lin personally braided my hair. Father Kakashi, with tears in his eyes, placed my hand in Aotua's. Obito complained gruffly about the trouble, but secretly used his space-time ninjutsu to prepare a unique wedding venue. Minato and Kushina offered their sincerest blessings. Even Jiraiya composed a celebratory song for us. The days after marriage were peaceful and warm. Aotua kept his promise, giving me all his tenderness. Before long we welcomed a lovely daughter. She had the same silver-gray short hair as me, but with Aotua's gentle eyes. When she smiled, her brows curved like mine. Aotua and I exchanged a glance and named her Chimu Delisa, a name that carried the bonds of the Chimu family and our hope for a lifetime together. One afternoon by the Nanha River, Delisa chased after butterflies with a plate of 3-colored dumplings in her hands. Aotua held my hand, his gaze tenderly resting on our daughter. The evening breeze remained the years serene. The regrets that spanned life and death, the deep affection that persevered through all trials, had all transformed into the fireworks of this mortal world, the most precious completeness of this life. The threat of the Otsutsuki had completely dissipated, and the ninja world welcomed an unprecedented era of lasting peace. As the smoke of battle cleared, the villages no longer needed to dispatch large numbers of shinobi to the front lines, and the long-tensed war strings finally relaxed. I watched the children laughing and playing on the streets of the villagers strolling leisurely, and a sense of serenity welled up within me. I voluntarily submitted my resignation from the front lines, turned around and walked into the ninja academy, becoming a teacher instructing new students. When the news reached Wei, he almost without hesitation also submitted his resignation and stayed with me at the academy. I had sought him out after class, looking at this young man who had shed his youthful greenness with a gaze growing increasingly steady. I softly advised, Wei, this peaceful era is precisely the time for you to spread your wings and shine. There's no need to give up your own pursuits for me. Just do what you truly want. Wei stood under the parasol tree, sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves casting a warm glow on his shoulders, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gently shook his head, his tone earnest and sincere without a trace of hesitation. I want to take a break during this peaceful time. Spend more time with Mom and get to know you better. My heart trembled and I instinctively averted my gaze. The promise I had made to Aunt Hong had always been in my heart, but facing Wei's feelings I remained lost and bewildered. The intertwining of past life memories and present identity made me hesitate to confront this emotion, and I could only repeatedly evade suppressing that flutter deep within. This tug-of-war lasted for several days until that evening. I finished my classes and walked out of the ninja academy, and I saw a familiar figure leaning against a tree in the distance. It was Father Chimu Kakashi. He wasn't wearing his usual attire but had changed into a loose light gray casual outfit. His silver-gray long hair was dyed warm orange by the sunset, and the black mask he usually wore all year round was surprisingly taken off, revealing his full face. Father. I quickly walked up, my eyes full of confusion. Why are you here? Kakashi stood up, a gentle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, and that smile appeared especially genuine under the sunset. He reached out and with extraordinary tenderness took my small hand, a rare gesture of affection between us since I grew up. To pick you up after class. His voice was warm and he led me step by step along the path paved by the sunset. The setting sun filled the sky like molten gold, stretching the shadows of the two of us very long. The evening breeze brushed by, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. I turned my head to look at my father beside me, clearly seeing the faint fine lines spreading at the corners of his eyes and a few barely noticeable silver strands at his temples. Yes, I was already 16 years old, having shed the childishness of youth and grown into a graceful young lady, and my father was already 42, no longer the spirited copy ninja of yesteryears. Time had left gentle traces on his face. His brows and eyes were still handsome, his smile still gentle, but within that gentleness there was more calmness and vicissitude accumulated by time. The whole way was silent yet filled with peace. Back home the dining table was filled with dishes that father and I loved. After dinner Kakashi suddenly spoke, his tone soft. Come with father to the yard to look at the moon. The night deepened and a full moon hung in the sky, its clear radiance spilling over the courtyard, illuminating the stone path brightly. The evening breeze was cool, carrying the moisture of night dew. Kakashi took my hand and led me to sit on a stone bench in the middle of the courtyard. His gaze rested on the full moon, his expression gentle. Your father's life hasn't been exactly complete. He spoke slowly, his voice softened by the moonlight. In my youth I was obsessed with power, leaving behind too many regrets. I never had a lifelong companion as a wife, and my days were plain and monotonous. You could say I'm not a very interesting person. He paused, then turned to look at me, his eyes filled with indescribable affection. He raised his hand and gently gestured a small arc, his fingertips still warm. But the most correct and fortunate thing I've ever done is to become your father. When you were first born you were this tiny, wrapped in a swaddling blanket with your eyes closed, making soft cooing sounds, all soft and tender. I didn't even dare to touch you with force. Memories of the past surged in my heart, the days when I was gently cared for by father, the times he indulged my little temper, his solid support when I faced difficulties. Tears instantly blurred my vision. I nodded vigorously and choked out, I remember it all. It was father who gave me a home, who gave me the best love in the world. Kakashi sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and resignation in his tone. But as you grew up I could clearly feel that I'm not what I used to be. My reactions have slowed down and my chakra isn't as abundant as before. Although I've always wanted to protect you and be your eternal support, but... He paused, then spoke the heartbreaking words, as painful as it is to say, I might leave before you. No. I suddenly threw myself at him, reaching out to tightly cover his mouth, tears falling uncontrollably, splashing onto his sleeve and leaving a small wet patch. Father can't. Father must always stay with me. Don't ever say such things. Kakashi didn't remove my hand. Instead he gently placed his palm over the back of my hand and patted it softly. When my emotions had calmed a little he gently took down my hand and pulled me into his embrace. His embrace was not broad, but it was exceptionally safe, carrying the familiar reassuring scent I knew. I know you've been troubled by the matter of Waylai these past few days. His voice came by my ear, tender and powerful. I haven't had much emotional experience in my life, so I can't give you too many thorough suggestions, and I don't know how to teach you to make a choice. He gently patted my back, comforting me as he did when I was little and felt wronged, word by word, his tone extremely solemn. But there is one thing I am very sure about. Whether you choose to accept or choose to wait, you must follow your own heart. Don't force yourself and don't leave regrets. Just follow the truest feelings in your heart. Under the moonlight my father's embrace was warm and firm, and his words engraved themselves like maxims into the depths of my heart. I buried my face in his chest, my tears gradually stopping. The confusion and entanglement in my heart seemed to find direction under this gentle moonlight and paternal love. An evening breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying the delicate fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. Moonlight settled upon father's shoulders, gilding his silver-gray hair with a soft silvery sheen and smoothing the fine lines etched at the corners of his eyes. I nestled into his steady embrace, and the swirling confusion in my mind gradually settled. His words, follow your own heart, pierced through layers of doubt like moonlight, illuminating the most hidden recesses of my soul. Those moments I had deliberately avoided, the flustered hesitation beneath his gentle gaze toward the future, the inner turmoil stirred by remembered promises, all now resolved into clarity. I recalled his earnest expression beneath the parasol tree, his unwavering resolve to step back from his promising path to walk beside me in quietude, the sincerity gleaming in his eyes when he said, I want to understand you better, and his unfailing patience, always tender, always waiting, even after each time I withdrew. That fluttering warmth had taken root deep within me long ago, only buried beneath layers of timidity and hesitation. Whether bonds forged in a past life or anxieties born of this one, they paled beside father's tender expectations and the pure unadorned sincerity of the future. Father urged me not to carry regrets, and my greatest fear was betraying this companionship and reverence that spanned time itself. I softly drew in my breath, wiped away the lingering tears at the corners of my eyes, and lifted my head from his embrace. My gaze, once clouded with uncertainty, now shone with serene resolve and quiet tenderness. The moonlight grew ever more luminous, tracing the gentle outlines of trees and shrubs in the courtyard. Distant chirps of insects deepened the profound stillness. Gazing into father's kind eyes, I nodded gently. The voice that emerged slightly hoarse from tears was unmistakably clear. Father, I understand. I understand, To release my hesitations, to confront the emotions stirring in my heart, to grant the future a chance and to allow us both the possibility of wholeness. Watching the ease bloom in my eyes, father's smile softened further. He raised a hand to gently ruffle my hair, his fingertips radiating the same comforting warmth. Good, I believe in you. I rose and walked to the edge of the courtyard, gazing toward the distant lanternlit lanes of Konoha village. The evening wind stirred my long hair, imbued with the gentleness of night. His image surfaced in my mind, not with disquiet but with a quiet warming glow. I thought tomorrow at dawn I would walk toward him with a smile, and tell him I would give him that chance that I wished, to journey alongside him, slowly learning one another, slowly stepping forward into a shared tranquil future. Moonlight cascaded down, stretching my shadow into something soft and fluid, merging seamlessly with the courtyard's foliage and the full moon hanging low on the horizon. The knot within my heart unraveled completely, leaving only luminous clarity and quiet anticipation. The night breeze drifted across my soul, tender as youth and love itself, capturing in this exquisite moonlit hush the most tender moment of all. At dawn the next day, golden light broke through the clouds, bathing Konoha streets and alleys in warm amber. Morning dew still clung to the ginkgo leaves outside the ninja academy, trembling then scattering tiny sparks of light as the wind stirred exactly where Mirai and I had spoken the day before. I arrived early at school, fingers clutching a freshly fallen ginkgo leaf, the delicate veins pressing faintly against my palm, grounding me just enough to soothe the last tremors of nervousness. After a night of quiet reflection, steadfast courage had long since eclipsed shyness. Footsteps approached, soft yet steady, and I looked up to see Mirai walking toward me in his pale blue Jonin instructor's uniform, bathed in the first light of morning. Sunlight caught the tips of his hair, his features still fresh with the cool serenity of dawn. The instant his eyes met mine, surprise flickered, then melted into a tender radiant smile as he quickened his pace. Hataru, you're here early today. In times past I would instinctively look away, but today I drew a slow steady breath, held his gaze without flinching, and extended the ginkgo leaf cradled in my palm. The morning breeze lifted my hair, brushing my cheeks with the crisp green scent of leaves and earth. Meeting his clear open eyes, my voice was soft, yet resonant and sure. Mirai, I have something I wish to say to you. His gaze lingered on the ginkgo leaf in my outstretched hand, then lifted, searching my eyes, reading the quiet certainty there. His steps paused, his tone warm with hopeful expectation. I'm listening. For a long time I deliberately kept my distance, because I was afraid. Afraid of breaking my promise, and even more afraid of facing what my heart truly felt. I gently bit my lower lip, fingers tightening just slightly, yet never breaking eye contact, as I spoke the truth that had long lain buried, until yesterday when father told me to follow my own heart, and never leave regrets behind. Only then did I realize, the flutter beneath my ribs, the quiet warmth that rose whenever I thought of him, these were no illusions. Dawn light filtered through the ginkgo canopy, dappling the space between us in shifting patterns of gold and shadow, catching in Mirai's widening eyes, igniting them with countless shimmering points of light. His presence softened instantly, the cautious curiosity in his gaze transformed entirely, now brimming with disbelief, then overflowing with radiant unguarded joy. Summoning every ounce of courage I stepped forward, one small deliberate movement, and spoke, my voice rich with youthful sincerity and tenderness. Mirai, I am willing to give you a chance, and myself one too. I want to walk beside you in these peaceful days, learning each other, slowly moving forward together, step by gentle step. As I finished I lowered my gaze instinctively, my cheeks flushed warm under the morning sun, but I did not turn away. I simply waited quietly for his reply. Only the whisper of wind through leaves and the quiet rhythm of our breathing filled the air. Then, warmth. A gentle hand settled atop my head, tender as if cradling something infinitely precious. I looked up, and found his eyes blazing with fierce tender warmth, his smile dazzling, brighter than the dawn, livelier than any ginkgo leaf caught mid-fall. Yes. He nodded firmly, his voice thick with emotion and solemn promise. Hataru, thank you. I will wait, for you to share more when you're ready, and I will walk beside you all the way to wherever farther lies. He accepted the ginkgo leaf from my hand, holding it carefully in his palm. With his other hand he gently took mine, his grip warm, steady, profoundly reassuring. Morning dew fell, light danced, the wind beneath the ginkgo tree carried whispers of affection, framing the two of us, hands clasped in this dawn of boundless hope, becoming in the quiet peace of the world its most beautiful enduring portrait.